The Weird, a compendium of strange and dark stories. Edited by Ann VanderMeer and Jeff VanderMeer. DB 74786. Copyright 2011 by Ann and Jeff VanderMeer. Read by Jack Fox. This book contains 1,126 pages. Approximate reading time, 78 hours, 20 minutes. This book contains markers allowing direct access to the table of contents, foreword, introduction, stories, afterword, and acknowledgments at Level 1. Library of Congress annotation. Anthology of 110 Tales by H.P. Lovecraft, Ray Bradbury, Shirley Jackson, Stephen King, Neil Gaiman, and others. In Jackson's The Summer People, a couple grow increasingly isolated after deciding to stay in their New England vacation cottage past Labor Day. Some violence and some strong language. 2011. From the book jacket. 110 stories by an all-star cast of literary legends, including Angela Carter, Michael Chabon, Neil Gaiman, William Gibson, Franz Kafka, Stephen King, Kelly Link, George R.R. Martin, Haruki Murakami, and Mervyn Peake. Authors include Daniel Abraham, Robert Aikman, Mikhail Ivaz, Ryonosuke Akutagawa, H.F. Arnold, Clive Barker, Laird Barron, Eric Basso, Charles Beaumont, Michel Bernanos, Olympe Bailly-Kenum, K.J. Bishop, Jerome Bixby, Algernon Blackwood, Robert Bloch, Jorge Luis Borges, Ray Bradbury, Poppy Z. Bright, Octavia E. Butler, Ramsey Campbell, Leonora Carrington, Angela Carter, Michael Chabon, Stepan Chapman, Michael Sisko, Julio Cortázar, F. Marion Crawford, Daphne du Maurier, Steve Duffy, Lord Dunsany, Harlan Ellison, Dennis Etchison, Brian Evanson, Hans Heinz Ewers, Jeffrey Ford, Karen Joy Fowler, Neil Gaiman, William Gibson and John Shirley, Stefan Grabinski, Elizabeth Hand, M. John Harrison, Georg Heim, Margaret Irwin, Shirley Jackson, M.R. James, Robert Barber Johnson, Stephen Graham Jones, Franz Kafka, Caitlin R. Kiernan, Gary Kilworth, Jamaica Kincaid, Stephen King, Kathy Koja, Lena Crone, Alfred Kubin, Mark Laidlaw, Margot Lanigan, Tanith Lee, Fritz Leiber, Bob Lehman, Thomas Ligotti, Kelly Link, H.P. Lovecraft, George R.R. Martin, A. Merritt, Gustav Meyrink, China Mieville, Premendra Mitra, Augusto Monterosa, Michaela Morissette, Haruki Murakami, Reza Negarestani, Joyce Carol Oates, Ben Okri, Craig Paderwer, Mervyn Peake, Jean Ray, Merce Rodoreda, Joanna Russ, Saki, Hagiwara Sakutaro, Mark Samuels, William Sansom, Bruno Schultz, Claude Seignol, Michael Shea, Lucius Shepard, Martin Simpson, Clark Ashton Smith, William Browning Spencer, Margaret St. Clair, Francis Stevens, Rabindranath Tagore, James Tiptree, Jr., Lisa Tuttle, Amos Tutuola, Luigi Ugolini, Stephen Utley, Jeff VanderMeer, Hugh Walpole, Liz Williams, F. Paul Wilson, Gahan Wilson, Donald A. Wollheim, T. M. Wright. From Lovecraft to Borges to Gaiman, a century of intrepid literary experimentation has created a corpus of dark and strange stories that transcend all known genre boundaries. Together these stories form The Weird, and among its practitioners number some of the greatest names in 20th and 21st century literature. Exotic and esoteric, The Weird plunges you into dark domains and brings you face to face with surreal monstrosities. You won't find any elves or wizards here, but you will find the biggest, boldest, and downright most peculiar stories from the last 100 years, bound together in the biggest weird collection ever assembled. About the editors. The Weird was compiled and edited by Hugo Award winner Ann VanderMeer and World Fantasy Award winner Jeff VanderMeer. They have recently co-edited such anthologies as Best American Fantasy, Best American Fantasy Volume 2, Steampunk, Steampunk 2, Steampunk Reloaded, The New Weird, Last Drink Birdhead, Fast Ships, Black Sails, and the Thackeray T. Lamsett Cabinet of Curiosities. They are the co-authors of the Kosher Guide to Imaginary Animals, The Evil Monkey Dialogues. Jeff's latest books include Finch, a World Fantasy and Nebula Award finalist, the short story collection The Third Bear, the non-fiction collection Monstrous Creatures, the coffee table book The Steampunk Bible, co-authored with S.J. Chambers, and the writing guide Book Life. Anne is the editor-in-chief of Weird Tales magazine, the oldest fantasy magazine in the world, and is a regular contributor to the popular science fiction and fantasy website IO9. Together they have been profiled by National Public Radio and online at www.wired.com and the New York Times' ArtsBeat blog. Both active teachers, they have taught at the Clarion and Odyssey writing workshops and the teen summer camp Shared Worlds, where Jeff serves as assistant director. They live in Tallahassee, Florida, with too many books and 4 cats. For more information, visit www.weirdfictionreview.com. Other books by Jeff VanderMeer. Fiction anthologies edited by Jeff VanderMeer. The Thackeray T. Lamsett Pocket Guide to Eccentric and Discredited Diseases, with Mark Roberts. Books by Jeff VanderMeer. Venice Underground, City of Saints and Madmen, Shriek and Afterward, Secret Lives, Predator, South China Sea, The Surgeon's Tale and Other Stories, with Cat Rambo. Dedicated to Nicholas Cheatham, Joe Clairvaux, and all of the editors who helped us by way of example or advice. The Weird. For Weird, Michael Moorcock, page Roman numeral 11. Introduction, Ann and Jeff VanderMeer, page Roman numeral 15. The Other Side, excerpt, 1908, Alfred Kubin, page 1. The Screaming Skull, 1908, F. Marion Crawford, page 11. The Willows, 1907, Algernon Blackwood, page 27. Sredni Vashtar, 1910, Saki, page 53. Casting the Runes, 1911, M.R. James, page 56. How Knuth Would Have Practiced His Art Upon the Knolls, 1912, Lord Dunsany, page 68. The Man in the Bottle, 1912, Gustav Meyrink, page 71. The Dissection, 1913, Georg Heim, page 75. The Spider, 1915, Hans Heinz Ewers, page 77. The Hungry Stones, 1916, Rabindranath Tagore, page 90. The Vegetable Man, 1917, Luigi Ugolini, page 97. The People of the Pit, 1918, A. Merritt, page 101. The Hell Screen, 1918, Ryunosuke Akutagawa, page 110. Unseen, Unfeared, 1919, Francis Stevens, page 124. In the Penal Colony, 1919, Franz Kafka, page 133. The White Wyrack, 1921, Stefan Grabinski, page 148. The Night Wire, 1926, H. F. Arnold, page 154. The Dunwich Horror, 1929, H. P. Lovecraft, page 159. The Book, 1930, Margaret Irwin, page 183. The Mainz Psalter, 1930. Jean Ray, page 192. The Shadowy Street, 1931. Jean Ray, page 206. Genius Loci, 1933. Clark Ashton Smith, page 223. The Town of Cats, 1935. Hagiwara Sakutaro, page 233. The Tarn, 1936. Hugh Walpole, page 241. Sanatorium Under the Sign of the Hourglass, 1937. Bruno Schulz, page 248. Far Below, 1939. Robert Barber Johnson, page 260. Smoke Ghost, 1941. Fritz Leiber, page 268. White Rabbits, 1941. Leonora Carrington, page 277. Mimic, 1942. Donald A. Walheim, page 280. The Crowd, 1943. Ray Bradbury, page 284. The Long Sheet, 1944. William Sansom, page 290. The Olive, 1945. Jorge Luis Borges, page 296. The Child in the Bush of Ghosts, 1949. Olympe Bailey Kenum, page 304. The Summer People, 1950. Shirley Jackson, page 311. The Man Who Sold Rope to the Knowles, 1951. Margaret St. Clair, page 319. The Hungry House, 1951. Robert Bloch, page 322. The Complete Gentleman, 1952. Amos Tutuola, page 333. It's a Good Life, 1953. Jerome Bixby, page 338. Mr. Taylor, 1952. Augusto Monterosso, page 348. Axolotl, 1956. Julio Cortázar, page 352. A Woman Seldom Found, 1956. William Sansom, page 356. The Howling Man, 1959. Charles Beaumont, page 359. Same Time, Same Place, 1963. Mervyn Peake, page 368. The Columber, 1966. Dino Buzzati, page 373. The Other Side of the Mountain, 1967. Michel Bernanos, page 377. The Salamander, 1967. Mercé Rodoreda, page 406. The Ghoul Bird, 1967. Claude Seignol, page 411. The Sea Was Wet as Wet Could Be, 1967. Gay and Wilson, page 416. Don't Look Now, 1971. Daphne du Maurier, page 423. The Hospice, 1975. Robert Aikman, page 448. It Only Comes Out at Night, 1976. Dennis Etchison, page 467. The Psychologist Who Wouldn't Do Awful Things to Rats, 1976. James Tiptree, Jr., page 474. The Beak Doctor, 1977. Eric Basso, page 487. My Mother, 1978. Jamaica Kincaid, page 518. Sand Kings, 1979. George R. Martin, page 521. Window, 1980. Bob Lehman, page 543. The Brood, 1980. Ramsey Campbell, page 553. The Autopsy, 1980. Michael Shea, page 560. The Belonging Kind, 1981. William Gibson, John Shirley, page 581. Agnaro, 1981. M. John Harrison, page 588. The Little Dirty Girl, 1982. Joanna Russ, page 600. The New Rays, 1982. M. John Harrison, page 611. The Discovery of Telenopata, 1984. Pramendra Mitra, page 618. Soft, 1984. F. Paul Wilson, page 623. Bloodchild, 1984. Octavia E. Butler, page 630. In the Hills, The Cities, 1984. Clive Barker, page 641. Taineron, Mail from Another City, 1985. Lena Crone, page 657. Hogfoot Wright and Bird Hands, 1987. Gary Kilworth, page 695. Shades, 1987. Lucius Shepard, page 699. The Function of Dream Sleep, 1988. Harlan Ellison, page 718. Worlds That Flourish, 1988. Ben Okri, page 731. The Boy in the Tree, 1989. Elizabeth Hand, page 739. Family, 1989. Joyce Carol Oates, page 756. His Mouth Will Taste of Wormwood, 1990. Poppy Z. Bright, page 765. The End of the Garden, 1991. Mikhail Ivaz, page 772. The Dark, 1991. Karen Joy Fowler, page 777. Angels in Love, 1991. Kathy Koja, page 787. The Iceman, 1991. Haruki Murakami, page 792. Replacements, 1992. Lisa Tuttle, page 798. The Diane Arbus Suicide Portfolio, 1993. Mark Laidlaw, page 807. The Country Doctor, 1993. Stephen Utley, page 814. Last Rites and Resurrections, 1994. Martin Simpson, page 824. The Ocean and All Its Devices, 1994. William Browning Spencer, page 830. The Delicate, 1994. Jeffrey Ford, page 841. The Man in the Black Suit, 1994. Stephen King, page 844. The Snow Pavilion, 1995. Angela Carter, page 857. The Meat Garden, 1996. Craig Padower, page 867. The Stiff and the Style, 1997. Stephen Chapman, page 876. Yellow and Red, 1998. Tanith Lee, page 878. The Specialist's Hat, 1998. Kelly Link, page 888. A Redress for Andromeda, 2000. Caitlin R. Kiernan, page 896. The God of Dark Laughter, 2001. Michael Chabon, page 903. Details, 2002. China Mieville, page 914. The Genius of Assassins, 2002. Michael Sisko, page 922. Feeders and Eaters, 2002. Neil Gaiman, page 938. The Cage, 2002. Jeff VanderMeer, page 943. The Beautiful Gelrish, 2003. Jeffrey Ford, page 963. The Town Manager, 2003. Thomas Ligotti, page 968. The Brotherhood of Mutilation, 2003. Brian Evanson, page 975. The White Hands, 2003. Mark Samuels, page 1006. Flat Diane, 2004. Daniel Abraham, page 1016. Singing My Sister Down, 2005. Margot Lanigan, page 1030. The People on the Island, 2005. T.M. Wright, page 1036. The Forest, 2007. Laird Barron, page 1044. The Hide, 2007. Liz Williams, page 1062. Dust Enforcer, 2008. Reza Negarestani, page 1069. The Familiars, 2009, Michaela Morissette, page 1075. The Lion's Den, 2009, Steve Duffy, page 1084. Little Lambs, 2009, Stephen Graham Jones, page 1100. Saving the Gleeful Horse, 2010, K.J. Bishop, page 1106. After Weird, China Mieville, page 1113. Acknowledgements, page 1117. For Weird, Michael Moorcock. Keep Austin weird, it says on a popular bumper sticker for the city where I spend much of my time. That old Anglo-Saxon word for fate or destiny has taken on a lot of meanings, and should you mention a coincidence to someone, they are likely to respond, "Weird. That kid next door who prefers to read rather than play is weird." How weird is that? Weird has become one of those useful words which stands in for a certain look or rough telepathy. We all know pretty much what is meant, and if we don't, we ask, what kind of weird? And the answer, as you will find, might be in any one of these stories. Science fiction was once described as the only popular fiction defined by what it is not. Perhaps the weird story can be defined in the same way. In popular terms, it came to mean a supernatural story in something of the Gothic tradition, and we currently have a plethora of bad Gothic shudder tales topping the charts in the media. There, vampires, werewolves, and ghouls produce an effect of the kind which made bosoms heave by the thousand in early Victorian times, before the genre was relegated to the ranks of the shilling shocker or the twopenny blood, still popular with the general public, if not polite society. No doubt the same fate awaits the children of twilight. The blood at the bottom of the literary pond was the 19th century's version of the splatter tale in the 20th and 21st. And what is left after other definitions are exhausted is the weird story. The weird story can contain all the quality of a fine modernist writer like Conrad or Bowen, a great popular novelist like Green, or a master of the numinous like Lansdale, whose finest stories often contain only a slight twist in reality to make them so good. Weird? We're clearly comfortable with a term covering pretty much anything from absurdism to horror, even occasionally social realism. There are no established rules for the weird tale, which is at least part of the attraction if the story an author wants to tell can't readily be told in an established form. Although it might often contain a supernatural element or a suggested supernatural element, it does not have to do so. And I think we can now discard the notion that weird in fiction only concerns itself with the manifestly supernatural and is written by heterosexual boys without girlfriends. I think the downgrading in critical esteem for the weird story happened when the market found something else it could commodify and then aim at a large specialized market to the extent that a certain type of reader will now attack a story precisely because it doesn't fulfill the expectations of category. Both the Star Wars and Friday the 13th franchises have much to answer for. Generally, the real tensions in literary forms come from that which can be readily commodified and branded and that which cannot. Fritz Leiber, one of the best American stylists I knew, told me that he had talked about this with two Weird Tales contributors, Robert Bloch, of Psycho fame, and Henry Kuttner, primarily a science fiction writer. All had begun writing unrationalized fiction, having much in common with surrealism or absurdism, to discover very quickly that literary magazines wanted an approximation of realism and commercial markets needed to know why, forcing you to cook up some sort of rationalization for the events you described, so that you came to see your failure to rationalize as some sort of flaw or laziness in yourself. These days, writing for the supernatural fiction market is one way of meeting commercial interests halfway, but once the ambitious writer has established a reputation, it is common, almost endemic, that they begin dropping the generic elements from their work and hope to take their readership with them without otherwise compromising. Ray Bradbury, published originally in pulps like Weird Tales or Startling Stories, achieved this, as did J.G. Ballard, also first published in a generic fantasy magazine. Crossword puzzles don't necessarily make good fiction. The reader of the Victorian Gothic, of Lewis and Maturin, demanded that most weird events be grounded in a realistic explanation. Romantic spectres must be the result of villains working explicable, practical clockwork or novel scientific inventions, such as candle-powered magic lanterns. The 1930s reader of Weird Tales did not mind the ghost being, as it were, real, but there had to be a suggestion of a material motive, say in the minds of lurkers at the threshold. Gothic revelations of base motives behind fake ghosts and so on eventually became absorbed into the popular thriller, especially those published in the first decades of the 20th century. The weird, increasingly, since the days of Charles Williams to the present, shares much in common with supernatural fiction, but it is not merely another name for it. What is good about the majority of these stories is precisely that they leave you with many more questions than answers, the mark, in my view, of a superior kind of fiction. As in M.R. James's classic Whistle, and I'll Come to You, My Lad, it trusts the reader to be the ultimate interpreter. It does, in fact, what most of our best fiction does, irrespective of category. When the great actor Kemble dismissed the ghost in Hamlet and addressed himself not to the conventional white sheet but to an empty chair, he played an infinite jest on playwright and audience, which continues to open that scene and others to 1,000 interpretations. The audience's own imagination was tapped. Hamlet's sanity is thoroughly questioned. Not only do we continue to wonder who it is Hamlet truly loves, if anyone, but we can speculate endlessly about his state of mind. Is he always pretending to be mad? Is the spectre a joke played by others on a disturbed, mourning young man, or does he conjure spectres from his own mind? If so, what can we make of that mind and its disturbed owner's motives? That is why Hamlet is perhaps the most and best performed and least readily understood of Shakespeare's plays. The surrealists and the existentialists loved the fantastic story, the weird story, because they had been knocked sideways by psychoanalysis and had come to understand how the unconscious told its tales, apparently through eccentric, innocent, or unusual images and strange behavior. Is that, we asked, why we fear the unknown? Because it reveals all the lies and delusions by which life becomes bearable? But modern relativism can't easily carry the Freudian narrative either these days, or perhaps singles out one possibility amongst many, or rather takes it for granted there is one version amongst many. We modern readers must make our way in a complex world by resorting to complicated narratives, unending analysis. It could even be that, as populist rhetoric fills our print and airwaves, we tend to embrace complexity in the face of journalistic simplicities. We learn new or modified modes of storytelling precisely as we changed with the coming of film, TV, or more recently, the net. Many of the givens which helped us appreciate modernism are today dismissed in favor of a multiplicity of interpretation. We're uncomfortable, too, with the idealistic optimism of those 20th century writers who thought they followed Zola, though even the great Sinclair Lewis had to write some fantasy on occasions, because sometimes only the weird tale will best suit the experience. This unsettling of the literary waters generally helps to enrich a work and make it freshly challenging, even confrontational, sometimes attacking what it perceives very accurately as misguided social assumptions, just as magic realism, inspired by the likes of Borges, refreshed social realism at the point where it had become almost wholly generic and had therefore lost vitality, offering a comfort to the soul rather than confrontation with received ideas. Similarly, differences between generic and literary fiction began to break down by the 1960s, when the likes of J.G. Ballard began to appear in magazines such as Science Fiction Adventures, where stories like The Drowned World were placed because at the time nothing else in the author allowed him to approach the tragic dreamscapes of his imagination through any other form. Kurt Vonnegut, Philip K. Dick, and others sold to genre magazines. Mervyn Peake, the absurdist master who rarely made use of the supernatural, was published in Science Fantasy magazine simply because I happened to know Peake and the magazine's editor, and I acted as intermediary after Peake failed to place the story elsewhere. The story was weird and sui generis. The editor was delighted to run it. For me, the appeal of the weird story is precisely that it is designed to disturb, at least if left to itself. Maybe all we can really say about it is that it suits a certain mood in the reader, that it's subtler and more complex than generic fantasy stories. The best writers, as this collection shows, write the best weird stories. So the weird story is Bradbury, Kafka, Lovecraft. It is Borges, Leiber, Angela Carter, Chabon. Clever artistry guides our encounters with the unknown and the numinous. At its best, the weird story commands us with a style both original and engaging, but not necessarily good in the opinion of its day. My own great hero, George Meredith, who wrote a few weird tales and even some pretty good weird poetry — what a shame there wasn't room here for The Woods of Westermain — was hailed towards the end of his lifetime as the greatest British writer since Shakespeare, and today you'd be hard put to find even a second-hand copy of his late masterpiece, The Amazing Marriage. Time and the multiverse are fond of these ironic tricks. That said, the weird story certainly endures. Otranto is still in print, as are Frankenstein and Melmoth. None is especially memorable for its style, but for communicating the novelty with which it struck the writer. Inspiration somehow smacks the reader between the eyes and keeps them reading no matter how gratingly bad the prose might be, even when a story has given birth to a million other stories, so that the basic premise and story are familiar to millions more readers. Our opinions of a writer don't define where they'll end up in the canon, and one decade's canon can be utterly forgotten by another. Half the writers I once championed as undernoticed or marginalized are now regarded as central to any well-read reader's education. Equally, half the people I knew as friends and admired as writers, who were thought central to any contemporary syllabus, are often not even in print, and it is often difficult to understand how or why they went out of fashion and others came in. The public and academia are pretty fickle in picking favorites. What made that weird musical The Wizard of Oz fail to get an Oscar in 1939, but become a perennial favorite to this day, while The Rains Came, which did win the Oscar, is scarcely known now at all? Is the weirdness that made Citizen Kane bad box office in its day the same quality which gave the movie its enduring place among the 10 greatest American films? Certainly a great many of the stories here were originally published rather obscurely, many of them in pulp magazines, yet have rarely been out of print since. When I was young, few of the weird writers I enjoyed were known to the general public, yet now they go into many editions and translations. Even Kafka was somewhat marginalized. When I was young, only a few non-Argentinian Anglophones had read Borges. I had them related to me by a Spanish-speaking Swede while hitchhiking across Europe. His first story in English was translated by Anthony Boucher, co-founder of the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, in 1948, but further stories would not appear in English until 1962, published by Grove Press. Howard was still thoroughly in the margins, published in small editions by obscure presses. Now he appears as a Penguin modern classic. Few had heard of Lovecraft, and fewer still admired him. I'm sure that Green, the great Russian fantasist, will eventually see translation and take his place beside the fine writers collected here. Furbank, the marvelous English absurdist, Richardson, creator of Engelbrecht, the surrealist boxing dwarf Villon, who gave us the astonishing L'écume des Jours, and died watching a bad movie version of his novel J'irai cracher sur vos tombes, have all yet to become familiar to the general U.S. reader. If you are unfamiliar with them, I suspect your curiosity will be whetted enough for you to find them with the rest of those weird writers kept from this book by length. While I have managed to dodge the question of exactly what weird fiction is, I have helped, I hope, describe a little of its appeal. Weird, the modern-day synonym for strange or unusual, has proven so useful that a modern style of fiction championed by the likes of China Miéville, M. John Harrison, and Jeff VanderMeer is now known as the New Weird. Judging by the quality of work so far produced, it will do nicely for now. Michael Moorcock, Rue Saint-Maur, Paris, July 2011. Introduction. Ann and Jeff VanderMeer. A weird tale, as defined by H.P. Lovecraft in his non-fiction writings and given early sanctuary within the pages of magazines like Weird Tales, established 1923, is a story that has a supernatural element but does not fall into the category of traditional ghost story or Gothic tale, both popular in the 1800s. As Lovecraft wrote in 1927, the weird tale has something more than secret murder, bloody bones, or a sheeted form clanking chains. Instead, it represents the pursuit of some indefinable and perhaps maddeningly unreachable understanding of the world beyond the mundane, a certain atmosphere of breathless and unexplainable dread, or malign and particular suspension or defeat of fixed laws of nature, through fiction that comes from the more unsettling, shadowy side of the fantastical tradition. With unease and the temporary abolition of the rational can also come the strangely beautiful, intertwined with terror. Reverie or epiphany, yes, but dark reverie or epiphany, not the likeness of I wandered lonely as a cloud, but the weight of, for example, seminal early 20th century weird writer and artist Alfred Kubin's sensation of being overcome by a dark power that conjured up before my mind strange creatures, houses, landscapes, grotesque and frightful situations. The weird can be transformative, sometimes literally, entertaining monsters, while not always seeing them as monstrous. It strives for a kind of understanding even when something cannot be understood, and acknowledges failure as sign and symbol of our limitations. Usually the characters in weird fiction have either entered into a place unfamiliar to most of us, or have received such hints of the unusual that they become obsessed with the weird. Whether it exists or not, they have fallen into dialogue with it. They may pull back from the abyss, they may decide to unsee what they saw, but still they saw it. Such stories can be terrifying, but do not always rely upon the scare central to horror fiction, nor the twist ending common to, for example, classic Twilight Zone episodes. They remain universal because they entertain while also expressing our own dissatisfaction with, and uncertainty about, reality, in a context wherein the monsters stand first for themselves. Their visceral physicality convinces us, at least while reading, of the existence of the weird. As a 20th and 21st century art form, the story of the weird is the story of the refinement and destabilization of supernatural fiction within an established framework, but also of the welcome contamination of that fiction by the influence of other traditions, some only peripherally connected to the fantastic. The weird, in a modern vernacular, has also come to mean fiction in which some other element, like weird ritual or the science-fictional, replaces the supernatural while providing the same dark recognition of the unknown and the visionary. The best and most unique supernatural writers from prior eras, like Arthur Machen, his best short fiction written before 1910, would leave their mark on this newer weird, but not a boot print. Because the weird often exists in the interstices, because it can occupy different territories simultaneously, an impulse exists among the more rigid taxonomists to find the weird suspect, to argue it should not, cannot be, separated out from other traditions. Because the weird is as much a sensation as it is a mode of writing, the most keenly attuned amongst us will say, I know it when I see it, by which they mean, I know it when I feel it. And this, too, the more rigorous of categorizing taxidermists will take to mean, the weird does not exist when, in fact, this is one of the more compelling arguments for its existence. In its purest forms, the weird has eschewed fixed tropes of the supernatural like zombies, vampires, and werewolves, and the instant archetypal associations these tropes bring with them. The most unique examples of the weird, instead, largely choose paths less trodden and went to places less visited, bringing back reports that still seem fresh and innovative today. The weird is also darkly democratic. You can be a weird writer like Thomas Ligotti in all that you do, or like James Tiptree, Jr. and Karen Joy Fowler. You can feel the pull of the weird in only some of their fiction. It doesn't matter. Authenticity exists in the words on the page, on the shared frisson that rises from them. Authenticity in the weird, increasingly throughout the 20th century, also meant stories that, even if just subtextually, engaged the problems of modern life, and more so than past supernatural fiction, at times engaged with the extremes of that life, including the horrors of war. Similarly, influences on the weird in the 20th century, streams of fiction that fed into its watershed, included many traditions: surrealism, symbolism, decadent literature, the New Wave, and the more esoteric strains of the Gothic. None of these influencers truly defined the weird, but assimilated into the aquifer along with Lovecraftian and Kafkaesque approaches, changed the composition of this form of fiction forever. The early years. The story of the weird is often seen as the story of the rise of the tentacle, a symbol of modern weird. The tentacle and all it represented metastasized in Weird Tales and the Lovecraft Circle, the group of writers surrounding Lovecraft that included Robert E. Howard, Fritz Leiber, Clark Ashton Smith, Howard Wandre, and August Derleth. Although female contributors to Weird Tales were rare, the Southern U.S. writer Mary Elizabeth Councilman had a significant impact, as did Frances Stevens. The pen name of Gertrude Barrows Bennett included herein with Unseen, Unfeared. It is important to remember that although many of these writers would spawn imitators and thus render some of their visionary qualities more ordinary to a modern reader, in their day they and Weird Tales represented a revolution of sorts against old ideas about supernatural fiction. In Europe, the Weird Tales equivalent was Der Orchideengarten, which translates as The Orchid Garden, established 1919. The Lovecraft Circle is represented in the early pages of this volume, but not to the exclusion of all else. Why? Because in other places a similar impulse was arising. At roughly the same time Lovecraft penned tales like The Dunwich Horror and The Call of Cthulhu, Jean Ray, in a Belgian prison, wrote stunning and sophisticated stories like The Shadowy Street and The Mind's Psalter. Japanese poet Hagiwara Sakutaro composed the hallucinogenic strangeness that is The Town of Cats, and Polish writer Bruno Schulz pathologized his childhood in weird stories like Sanatorium at the Sign of the Hourglass. These non-Anglo versions of the weird were not aberrations. In the 1910s, Ryunosuke Akutagawa published the Japanese conte cruel The Hell Screen, and Franz Kafka, still to remain relatively unknown for decades, wrote the classic of weird ritual in The Penal Colony, while in India, Rabindranath Tagore wrote his most supernatural tale, The Hungry Stones, and in Italy, Luigi Ugolini penned The Vegetable Man, a tale of weird transformation. Also near the start of the 20th century, the writers Alfred Kubin, Algernon Blackwood, and F. Marion Crawford, in very different ways, helped usher in the modern era of the weird. Kubin as a representative of symbolist and decadent writers, Blackwood as a forerunner of Lovecraft, and Crawford as the early manifestation of an impulse toward the more commercial weird tale, as later exemplified by, among others, Ray Bradbury, Fritz Leiber, and Robert Bloch. Kubin in particular chose a path that would be echoed and amplified by Kafka, Schulz, and others, and taken up in the modern era by writers like M. John Harrison, Lena Crone, and Michael Sisko. William Hope Hodgson's novel, The House on the Borderland in 1908, had a profound influence on weird science fiction and the classic weird tale, what was too long to include in this volume. These writers came from vastly different backgrounds, but were bound together by some common impulse in their imaginations, some need to make sense of the fearful and fascinating mystery that is life in a particular way. For their efforts, a disproportionate number of them died in poverty and were marginalized as outsider artists or hacks, with the strangest read the most imaginative, ignored or misunderstood, even within the already cast-out genres of science fiction, fantasy, and horror. Some were shot or sent to death camps during times of war. Too many committed suicide, sometimes driven there by an impulse closely tied to the unique nature of their creativity. A lucky few gained popularity and a wide readership for their efforts. What all of these writers, and the writers who would come after them, shared was some element of the visionary in their writing, some impulse or worldview that catapulted them beyond the everyday. In some it is expressed in their writing as just a glimmer or glint from a deep well. In others it is a great raging fire at the center of their work. In either instance, subtle or bold, the weird acknowledges that our search for understanding about worlds beyond our own cannot always be found in science or religion, and thus becomes an alternative path for exploration of the numinous. Did these writers believe in the supernatural elements they described? In some cases, the evidence would suggest yes. In the majority, the impulse to entertain, combined with the impulse to remind readers of the strangeness of the world and the limits of our understanding of it. A few simply saw the world so differently that what to them seemed normal strikes readers as deeply weird. In some strands, the weird represents a clear quest not just to understand the inexplicable. It represents a fascination that at times embraces the inexplicable, eschewing the terror of such a search. Many of these stories hold up to repeat readings for this reason. Modern weird. 3 events created a kind of cut-off point between the early manifestations of 20th century weird and modern weird: Lovecraft's passing in 1937, World War II, and the widespread translation of Kafka into English in the 1940s, which created webs of influence still existing to this day. The 1940s and 1950s were, in a sense, a period of expansion of the weird in the U.S. and U.K., The rising popularity of horror and fantasy in major magazines like Playboy provided high-profile markets for the Bradburys, Libers, Beaumonts, and Blocks, who, as Michael Moorcock documents in his foreword, attracted a wider audience by consciously wedding the visionary aspects of surreal, weird fiction to more traditional storylines, modern subject matter, and a less ornate style. Women writers entering the weird in the U.S. found more opportunities for their work, too, including, on the genre magazine side, Margaret St. Clair, and, on the literary side, Shirley Jackson. In the 1960s, the British New Wave created an opposite and equally useful renovation to that exemplified by Block and Bradbury, by mixing the best of science fiction and fantasy with mainstream and experimental influences, some of which also referenced the decadents and surrealists. Out of this period came such giants as Michael Moorcock, whose work only peripherally touched on weird fiction, M. John Harrison, the most significant 20th century critic of the weird tale through his fiction, and J. G. Ballard, whose surreal science fiction often reads like weird fiction. Harlan Ellison, registered trademark, provided a visceral, passionate American counterpart to the London-based Brits, with early tales like I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, and the later story The Function of Dream Sleep, included in this volume. Outside of the U.S. and U.K., several new manifestations began to put forth fungal tendrils of influence during this time period. The phantasmagorical in the weird was kept alive, although with a thready pulse, through the works of Mircea Rodoreda, Amos Tutuola, and Olympe Bailly-Kenum, whose A Child in the Bush of Ghosts received the blessing of no less than André Breton. The Latin American boom, presaged by the work of Jorge Luis Borges, provided the weird with fine works by Augusto Monterroso, Carlos Fuentes, Gabriel Garcia Marquez, and Julio Cortázar, that stretched the weird tale by bringing to it magic realism and an appreciation for the surreal and political. In France, Claude Seignol repurposed French folk tales to create elegant and sophisticated supernatural stories. Another tradition feeding into the weird, Gothic literature, began to be substantially overhauled and repurposed. first through the phantasmagorical work of Mervyn Peake in the 1940s and 1950s, followed by the thoroughly modern stories of Daphne du Maurier in the 1960s and 1970s. In the UK, du Maurier did for the weird tale, through her Gothic influences, what Bradbury, Bloch, and Leiber had done in the U.S. through the influence of Lovecraft, popularized it without losing the elements that made predecessors so compelling and strange. A frequent contributor to weird tales, Tanith Lee also made a splash within genre circles around this time, penning a number of classics with Gothic antecedents. During the 1960s and 1970s, two important and eccentric works of weird fiction bloomed like strange orchids, feeding on rich, rare soil. Frenchman Michel Bernanos came out of seemingly nowhere to write the short novel The Other Side of the Mountain, perhaps the finest weird tale of the 1960s. Bernanos managed in just this one cult classic to combine the traditions exemplified by Jean Ray and Algernon Blackwood with his own brand of surreal existentialism. In the 1970s, the utterly original U.S. writer Eric Basso, entering the weird through a kind of avant-garde approach to the Gothic, combined with surrealist and modernist influences, produced one of the most unique of all modern weird tales, the short novel The Beak Doctor. Like a three-dimensional version of Kubin's stylized The Other Side, The Beak Doctor used Joycean technique combined with clinical detail to create a dreamlike phantasmagoria about a strange, sleeping sickness. The rise of female writers outside of genres like Gothic fiction, including the traditional ghost story, starting in the 1970s, also influenced the weird, as it did many other forms of fantastical fiction. Several of these writers wrote weird fiction, even if they did not self-identify as writers of the weird. James Tiptree, Jr., Alice Sheldon, Angela Carter, Jamaica Kincaid, Joanna Russ, Lena Crone, Octavia Butler, Elizabeth Hand, and Joyce Carol Oates all published significant weird tales during this period. Their diversity of approaches, taking in every possible influence, would enrich non-realistic literature for decades to come. In the 1970s and 1980s, Stephen King's success created a new market for supernatural novels and a new naturalistic approach to American horror. T.E.D. Klein and Carl Edward Wagner also contributed to American horror, riffing off of their wide knowledge of weird fiction. In England, the publication of Clive Barker's Books of Blood in the 1980s provided a new and different model, transgressive stories that went beyond the scare to examine views of the body, alienation, and the nature of monsters. Barker's influences seem so various as to be useless to list, and in his monumental masterpiece In the Hills, the Cities, the visions of Bosch and the Surrealists are integrated with the character detail more common to stories from the New Wave era. As importantly, American Thomas Ligotti would begin to publish dozens of stories that could be considered classics of weird fiction, taking his place alongside Kafka and Lovecraft as one of the most gifted weird short story writers of the 20th century. The urban horror, or urban weird, that took root during the 1970s and 1980s was also exemplified perfectly by the claustrophobic stories of Ramsey Campbell, a clear descendant of Lovecraft who diverged from his influences in part by focusing on gritty working-class English settings. Yet one byproduct of this new emphasis on naturalistic horror was a partial estrangement from the weird tale. By the early 1990s U.S. horror boom, non-supernatural tales of serial killers and the extremes of sex and violence portrayed by the splatterpunks had fewer commonalities with the weird. Influential writers like Peter Straub tended to reserve the weird for novel-length works. However, even as the U.S. horror community increasingly turned away from the idea of surreal or visionary horror, a handful of writers like Jeffrey Osier, Jeffrey Thomas, Kathy Koja, Poppy Z. Bright, and Caitlin R. Kiernan continued to write recognizably weird fiction. Kiernan, in particular, would become perhaps the best weird writer of her generation. The final significant development for the weird came in the early 21st century with the emergence of the New Weird movement initially discussed online by, among others, M. John Harrison, Steph Swainston, China Mieville, and, in initial opposition, Jeff VanderMeer. The term New Weird came to be applied to those writers as well as, most notably, K.J. Bishop, Michael Sisko, and Brian Evanson. In a sense, the New Weird was a re-inquiry into approaches and issues raised by the new wave of the 1960s, bringing along all of that movement's associated influences, but in this case primarily from the perspective of the weird rather than science fiction or fantasy. Mieville in particular managed to reinterpret, rewire, and overhaul the weird in novel form, synthesizing the tentacle horrors of Lovecraft with the intellectual rigor of the new wave. A ghostly counterpart who has never truly received his due, American Michael Sisko, also has created an amazing oeuvre of novels, perhaps more influenced by Kafka and Eastern European literature. K.J. Bishop's contributions came primarily with a decadent slant to them, while Swainston reimagined heroic fantasy for the weird. Since then, the weird has again fragmented, perhaps in preparation for a future coalescing of a next weird, or perhaps not. Late-period examples by Stephen Graham Jones, Reza Negarestani, Michaela Morissette, Brian Evanson, and K.J. Bishop demonstrate an intimate knowledge of both the Kafka and Lovecraft strands of weird fiction, but recombined in strange and exciting new ways. Others, like the work of Laird Barron, seem more traditional, but through their unique style and vision, still manage to surprise. What the weird holds next for readers is unclear, but given the past manifestations, we can be sure it will be adaptable, idiosyncratic, and involve some of our best stylists. It will also continue to be at times discredited, misunderstood, and denigrated for being unapologetically transgressive, imaginative, and strange. Nonetheless, the weird will endure. Organizing principles and enhancements. A compendium like this one is neither as complete as an encyclopedia nor as loosely organized as a treasury. Our purpose is to showcase the wealth, depth, and breadth of the weird over the past 100 years, while also mapping certain tendencies and preoccupations. We have arranged the book chronologically from earliest story to latest story as the best way to show the evolution of and diversity of the weird. Translated fiction is ordered in the anthology by when it first appeared in print, not by date of first translation into English. This preserves the chain of evidence while pointing out the possibilities of initial influence across non-Anglo writings. Among the interwoven threads in the weird, you will find a dedication to showcasing what one might call traditional weird, mainstream or commercial weird, weird science fiction, weird ritual, surreal weird, feminist weird, and avant-garde weird. International weird is a meaningless term given the long-standing and complex literary traditions of the countries represented in this volume. However, we have tried to chronicle a clear tradition of Japanese surrealism and horror that feeds into the weird, strong examples of Eastern European weird, evidence of weird fiction from India, African nation weird, and those samples from Latin America that fall somewhere beyond magic realism. A few stories were unavailable to us because of rights issues, but we see them as an extension of this anthology as well. Philip K. Dick's The Preserving Machine, weird science fiction. J.G. Ballard's The Drowned Giant, new wave weird. Gabriel Garcia Marquez's A Very Old Man with Enormous Wings, Latin American weird. Otsuichi's The White House in the Cold Forest, Japanese weird. Because this anthology is so vast, over 750,000 words, we were able to include novellas and even short novels, including these important works: Michel Bernano's The Other Side of the Mountain, Eric Basso's The Beak Doctor, Lena Krone's Teneron, and Brian Evanson's The Brotherhood of Mutilation. In pursuit of certain stories, we were also able to commission original translations. These translations include such major stories as Ryunosuke Akutagawa's The Hell Screen, Michel Bernano's The Other Side of the Mountain, Dino Buzzati's The Columber, Julio Cortázar's Axolotl, and Georg Heim's The Dissection. The Other Side. Alfred Kubin. An excerpt, translated into English by Mike Mitchell. Alfred Kubin, 1877 to 1959, was a visionary Austrian writer and artist who illustrated works by such notable early purveyors of weird fiction as Edgar Allan Poe and E.T.A. Hoffmann. While living in Germany, Kubin was mentored for a time by the writer Franz Blei, a friend of Franz Kafka. Kubin's masterpiece was the novel Die andere Seite, The Other Side, first published in 1908. The Other Side is a dystopic fantasy set in the strange and oppressive city of Pearl. In its synergy of symbolism, decadent-era literature, and the weird, the novel suggested an early 20th century break with supernatural traditions of the past. In this excerpt, the narrator describes a strange sleeping sickness and the beginning of the ruination of the city. An irresistible sleeping sickness had Pearl in its grip. It broke out in the archive, and from there spread across the whole of the realm. It was an epidemic, and no one could resist. One minute a man would be boasting how wide awake he was, the next he had succumbed to the germ. The infectious character of the disease was quickly recognized, but the doctors could find no cure. The Americans' proclamations were ineffective because as soon as people started to read them, they began to yawn. Anybody who could stayed at home so as not to be struck down by the malady in the middle of the street. They just retired to a cozy nook and contentedly accepted this latest turn of events. After all, it didn't hurt. The first sign was usually a feeling of profound lethargy. Then patients were seized with a yawning fit. Their eyes seemed to fill with sand, their eyelids grew heavy, their thoughts went fuzzy, and they would sink wearily to the ground where they stood. Sufferers could be brought round now and then with strong-smelling salts, sal ammoniac, for example, but they just mumbled a few words and relapsed into torpor. With individuals of a strong constitution, a brisk rub-down with a towel would put back the onset by several hours, but then it was just the same. In many cases the outbreak of the illness was very rapid. One speaker was delivering a tirade on the political situation when he suddenly bent down over the table, lowered his head, and started to snore rhythmically. Antone in the coffee-house, on the other hand, could scarcely keep his eyes open and yet was still serving. But heavens, the things we had to do to keep him moving! We literally had to bombard him with sugar lumps and coffee spoons. He was exceedingly forgetful, and when he did finally bring the order, the impatient customer had often fallen asleep himself. We had to keep a sharp lookout to make sure the cigars of comatose patrons were properly extinguished. On the parade ground, the military were busy training to prepare them for the threatened revolution. But it was no use, the sergeants bellowing at them. One soldier after another just lay down on the ground. There were strange and amusing incidents. Thieves slept the sleep of the just, their fingers still in someone else's till. Melita spent 4 days stretched out in Brendel's apartment while her husband was dreaming, bent over the table, his nose in the mayonnaise. Costringius was struck down while playing cards. He was leaning back comfortably in his chair in a low dive, the jack of diamonds in his paw. I very quickly withdrew to my room, and that was where the illness hit me. I had just turned back the covers and gone over to draw the curtains. The last thing I saw was banknotes fluttering one after the other out of the window of the princess's apartment across the road. A gentle autumn breeze was wafting them like withered leaves down the street towards the river. I just had time to get to my bed. During the first 2 days after the outbreak of the epidemic, the trains still arrived, though with huge delays, since new staff had to be brought on at every station. After that, the service stopped entirely. The last number of the Voice was printed on one side alone, and even then it was riddled with incomplete sentences and scores of typographical errors. The entire last page, which usually contained a roundup of silly miscellaneous items, was missing. There was no point in fighting it. Pearl slept. The state of complete unconsciousness probably lasted 6 days. At least that was the time calculated by the barber, who based his estimate on the length of his customer's stubble. During that time there was only one person in the whole of the city who, it was said, did not sleep at all, or only very briefly, the American. On one of the days when he was walking down Long Street like a latter-day prince from Sleeping Beauty, he claimed he saw, through the coffee-house window, one of the chess players make a move. From that he concluded that they too had escaped the illness. Otherwise you fell over sleeping bodies everywhere. Not only on all the benches in the public parks, even staircases and entrances were covered with well-dressed men and women, lying higgledy-piggledy, just like the homeless, contented smiles on their faces, despite their bizarre situation. As people gradually came to, many simply continued their interrupted activities. This was a blessed relief not only for Brindle, but for the poor old nag at the knacker's yard, which had spent days tied up waiting for the coup de grace. Now it received it. For the strange thing was that animals remained impervious to the sleeping sickness. For most people, nothing had changed, at least not immediately. When I woke up and, in need of sustenance, went to the café, the barber was there already, ravenous, but also in a very bad mood. A fourpenny piece had gone missing, which had led to a permanent rift between the barber and his assistant, who, of course, like all animals, had remained awake. The dream city woke up and found itself in a kind of animal paradise. During our long sleep, another world, the animal kingdom, had spread to such an extent that we were in danger of being swept aside. I have to say, though, that even in the time prior to the sleep, it had been noticeable what a good year it seemed to be for rats and mice. There had also been complaints about the depredations of birds of prey and four-legged chicken thieves. The gardener had even seen wolf tracks in Alfred Blumenstick's park. They laughed at him, but no one laughed any more when the following day a pair of horns was all that was left of Frau Blumenstick's pet, a snow-white Angora goat. But how can one describe the astonishment of all those who had gone to sleep alone and undisturbed, and woke to find themselves in unwelcome company? There might be a large green parrot sitting at the window, or weasels and squirrels peeking out from under the beds. It was only gradually that we realized what was going on. When they woke up, the butchers had to drive a large pack of jackals away from the slaughterhouse. Attacks by wolves, wild cats, and lynxes increased frighteningly, and even our pets suddenly turned disobedient and vicious. Almost all the cats and dogs left their masters and hunted for their own food. The newspapers that had started to appear again reported a horrifying case. A bear had climbed into the ground-floor apartment of Apollonia 6, a pork butcher's widow, and completely devoured the poor lady while she was fast asleep. Hunters and fishermen came into the town bringing fantastic-sounding reports of gigantic, shambling animals they claimed to have seen. But being regarded as professional exaggerators anyway, no one believed them. Then suddenly peasants and other dreamlanders living in the country started to arrive in droves, thundering up on their massive horses, together with carts jam-packed with women, children, and the more valuable of their household goods. They were very unhappy and demonstrated outside the palace and the archive, complaining that no soldiers had been sent to protect them. Herds of buffaloes, they said, had devastated their farms, and they had only managed to escape the attacks of hordes of large apes by the skin of their teeth. The beasts were fiends and spared neither women nor children. Soon afterwards, the tracks of colossal bipeds were identified in the clay soil of the Tomasovec fields on the edge of the city. That gave cause for concern. The plague of insects was horrendous. Clouds of greedy locusts descended from the hills, and wherever they went, they left not one blade of grass. A swarm destroyed the castle garden in one single night. Bugs, earwigs, and lice made our lives a misery. All of these species, from the largest to the smallest, seemed to be in the grip of an elemental procreative urge. Despite the fact that they were all eating each other up, quadrupeds and hexapods were multiplying in uncanny fashion. Even the official issue of guns and poison and the promulgation of strict orders to keep windows and doors closed had little effect. The fertility was just too great. Squads of volunteer hunters were organized to support the military and the police. Many buildings had embrasures made in the outside walls to shoot through. One morning the wife of the coffee-house owner woke to find 14 rabbits in her bed. Since her bedroom was only separated from mine by a thin partition, I could hear the baby rabbits squeaking. But the most terrifying of all were the snakes. No house was safe from them. The vile beasts got everywhere, into drawers, wardrobes, coat pockets, water jugs, everywhere. And these insidious reptiles displayed a horrifying fecundity. If you went to your room in the dark, you would tread on the eggs lying around, and they would burst with a squelch. Castringius devised an egg dance, which he performed to perfection. People in the French Quarter could scarcely put up with the vermin any longer. However, even during the beastly invasion, most kept their heads. It became the done thing to shoot your stag from your window and invite your friends straight round to share the game pie. From the skylight of the house where I used to live, you could see a long way out over fields and meadows. Now the area had been transformed into a monstrous zoo. Even the river had its share. Crocodiles, which after years of strenuous effort had been banished downstream, reappeared. The baths had to be closed because of the deadly electric eels which had taken up residence in the cabins. One of the few good things about those difficult days was the fact that it was easy to come by a tasty roast and other rare titbits. During this time, old Professor Corntoyer enjoyed great respect. He gave public lectures in which he taught the Dreamlanders to distinguish dangerous bugs from harmless ones. Armed with a triple-barrel shotgun, he was up and about at first light, wandering through the herds of gazelles, wild boar, and marmots, stalking game. But the animals soon got used to the eccentric, bespectacled huntsman, and came to love the old gentleman. Our windows, on the other hand, suffered so much damage from his gun that it had to be taken away from him. At night, we could only go out if armed with a lantern and a gun, and even then we had to take great care. Traps, snares, pitfalls, and spring guns made the city even more dangerous than it already was. But to allow something like that to put them off the pursuit of pleasure was the one thing that never occurred to the dreamers. 2. The depths to which public morality had sunk presented a great opportunity to my fellow artist Castringius. His pornographica were sought after. He was the fashion. Drawings, such as the lascivious orchid inseminating the embryo, were much admired. Hector von Brendel bought a complete series from him because Melita thought them fun. At first she was very much taken with them and had them nicely framed and hung in her boudoir. But it turned out to be merely a caprice, and after a few days they had to go. An occasional beau of hers, an officer of dragoons, was allowed to take them. In return he presented her with a pair of antique emerald earrings. That very same evening the officer took the drawings to the café where they happened to be holding a raffle. The proceeds were to go towards helping those who were suffering the consequences of their dissolute ways. Until then there had been no ward for them in our hospital. Quite a lot of money was collected. Blumenstick, not the junk dealer, made up the deficit, and soon afterwards the first patients were being admitted to the ward next to the children's hospital in the monastery. As irony would have it, I was the one who won the drawings, and now they were hanging in my room. One day I met Castringius in the street. He was looking for a new apartment, he told me. His studio window and skylight were broken, and there were bats hanging like smoked hams from his curtain rail. While he was telling me all this, he kept having to ward off the attentions of an importunate ibex with his walking stick. I invited him up, and there were the pictures. His jaw dropped in amazement. "How did you come by these pictures?" I explained. "They're very good. The white-striped whip is my most mature work. It represents a synthesis of future morality. There's not a woman alive today capable of understanding the implications. It has a real tang to it." I agreed with him entirely. I was the only person in the dream realm capable of appreciating his artistic achievement. He was an oddball, but I liked him. And why not? He that feels pure, let him cast the first stone. Suddenly there was noise in the street. We went over to the window. A lot of people were standing round laughing, and there was something to laugh at. Just imagine, the monkey had downed tools and gone on strike. The previous day already Giovanni had left one customer half-shaved when his attention was drawn by a horde of macaques rushing past. A beautiful long-tailed guenon had waved at him, and the temptation had been too much for our barber's assistant. That time his philosophical master had managed to restrain him with a combination of the cane and the argument that time was divisible into tiny eternities. Now, however, no amount of reasoning could hold him back. He gracefully climbed up the drain-pipe, grasped the princess's coffee flask with his prehensile tail, made himself comfortable on the window ledge of my former apartment, now in a ruinous state and empty, and played on a Jew's harp he had concealed in his cheek pouch. The old princess gave a shriek of horror and tried to hit the coffee thief with a broom, but he immediately threw the flask away and grabbed the broom. You should have seen the speed with which the lady disappeared, to reappear on the second floor. We had a perfect view of the duel from my window. Giovanni Battista was having a high old time. First of all, he wrested her main weapon, an old pair of fire-tongs, from her, and let her have the broom back. In the course of this, he almost became a flying monkey. I had left a number of bottles of Indian ink behind, and he used these as missiles. And an excellent shot he was, too. We all cheered him on, while the princess swore like a fishwife. Suddenly he reappeared, wearing the old woman's filthy bonnet, swung out of the window and slid back down the drain-pipe, grimacing grotesquely. At the window upstairs the princess was calling for the police, while at the bottom the barber was waiting with his cane. "You should be ashamed of yourself," he shouted at the monkey. Alfred Blumenstick, a smug smile on his face, was just emerging from the apartment of his 9 little darlings, where he had once more been dispensing his own particular brand of charity. His carriage was waiting. With a tremendous leap, the monkey sprang onto the head of the stallion, and off they went. The onlookers went wild and cheered until the vehicle and its bizarre rider had vanished into the distance. That was just one incident, but similar scenes were the order of the day. It was a mystery where all this teeming multitude of animals came from. They were now the true masters of the city, and clearly they knew it. In bed I could hear running and a clatter of hooves, as if I were in a large metropolis. Camels and wild asses wandered through the streets. It was dangerous to tease them. In contrast to this abundance of animals, plant life disappeared more and more. Everything was nibbled and crushed, and there was no new growth. The avenues of limes along the embankment and out towards the cemetery consisted of nothing more than bare trunks. The earth was steaming, as if it intended to spew out even more creatures. Small holes gave off warm, sickly-smelling fumes. The nights were wreathed in a strange half-light that blurred all the contours. 3. The most uncanny thing was a mysterious process which began with the alarming rise in the number of animals, then continued inexorably at ever-increasing speed until it led to the complete collapse of the dream realm, the crumbling. It affected everything, the buildings of such different materials, the objects that had been brought together over the years, all the things the master had spent his money on, were doomed. Cracks appeared on all the walls at once. Wood rotted, iron rusted, glass went cloudy, cloth fell to pieces. Precious objets d'art succumbed to an irresistible inner decay without any reason being apparent. A sickness of inanimate matter. There was rot and mildew in even the best looked-after houses. There must have been some unknown corrupting agent in the air, for fresh food, milk, meat, later on even eggs, went off in a few hours. Many houses burst and had to be hastily evacuated. And then there were the ants. They turned up in every fissure and fold, in our clothes, our purses, our beds. There were 3 kinds, black, white, and blood-red. The black species, the largest, were found in every crack in the masonry, and everywhere you put your foot out of doors. The much more dangerous white ones transformed timbers into powder. Unquestionably the worst, though, were the red ones, since they chose the human body as their habitat. At first, scratching oneself was still considered indelicate, something one did in private, but what can you do when you have an itch? In the French Quarter everyone had been scratching in public for ages. We soon laughed and followed suit. It was the wife of His Excellency the President who boldly gave the lead on the occasion of a state reception. It had become impossible to get rid of the animal excrement in the streets or the dust in the houses, However desperately we tried, it simply went on increasing. Our clothes disintegrated even while we were brushing and beating them. The only thing I found surprising was how the Dreamlanders managed to retain their good humor. Melita Lampenbogen, for example, was irrepressible. The whole of the officer corps were regulars in her house, right down to the most junior lieutenant. He might still stammer, "It's an honor, ma'am," but she was no longer concerned about the niceties of polite intercourse. Eventually she turned to the lower strata of society. I often observed her ploy of lifting her skirt in the street. People stopped to watch. Dogs ran after her, and they were not to be trifled with now. Once I saw one tear off her dress. She ran away in terror, dropping a crumpled letter. I picked it up and read it later. My own Queen Ant, I'm still intoxicated with happiness. In my thoughts I kiss every one of your charms. As ever, you are the mistress of my dream. How did you sleep? Not very much, I imagine, as usual. Just think, I've found a way of at least being able to lie down in peace. Lay the wardrobe on the floor, then an inch of insect powder, then a blanket, then more powder, then another blanket. Those nightshirts with buttons at the bottom that have become fashionable are no use at all. Close the wardrobe door as soon as you're in. A small, heart-shaped hole covered with a fly screen allows you to breathe. Please don't send your letters to the hotel any more. I hate the Americans, gang. That Jacques especially is an utter rogue. Moreover, the cooking has gone downhill recently. From now on I'll take my lunch in the cafe in Long Street. Send your letters there, marked HVB, but don't give them to NC to bring. He's unreliable, and since he's joined up with that damned American, he's become insolent into the bargain. How is your tub of lard taking the departure of his last tenant? The barber's shutting up shop, and the princess doesn't pay much. I saw him today in his carriage, but he was too occupied with the attentions of these tiresome parasites to notice me. I'll see you at 9 o'clock tonight, behind the rose bush. How bare it is now. Your loving Hector. P.S. I still keep getting anonymous letters about you. How little the world knows my Melita. Soon everyone was carrying a bag of insect powder around with them. If they had previously suffered from sleeping sickness, they now hardly slept at all. In a fever of excitement, with flushed cheeks, people wandered round the city until well past midnight. It was safer out in the streets than in the ruinous houses. During the past few days, the animals' mating frenzy had reached a climax. Everywhere, in dark corners, in the water, in the air, all sorts of creatures were copulating. From the stables came whinnying, bleating, grunting. One bull, infuriated by the sight of cows brought in for slaughter, had crushed a butcher to pulp against the wall. The American was stirring up hatred and dissension and mocked everything. There were very few left who still believed in the Lord. The clock's spell was forgotten. Only occasionally did someone go into the cell now, and then they didn't stay the prescribed 30 seconds, but came straight out. I knew now that the end of the dream realm was approaching inexorably. One night I heard hissing and deep growling on the roof. With horror I watched a gigantic leopard crunch up a hare. An icy shiver ran down my spine as I heard the bones crack. My room wasn't a cozy den any more. There were 2 gaping fissures in the wall from which, in the evenings, the rear portions of cockroaches stuck out at regular intervals, making them look like a frieze. During the day a pair of robins used my ashtray as a nest. They were harmless, and rewarded me for leaving them undisturbed with their singing. Unfortunately, I was not to enjoy the pleasure for long. One day a kestrel, ignoring me completely, shot in and killed the male robin. On one of the last evenings I found 2 scorpions under the blanket as I was going to bed, and was hunting out any other such vermin, when the weapon I was using, the bootjack, fell apart. I picked up my scissors. They had rusted away. Only then did I notice that my paper was moldy and my rulers, what was left of my drawing table, the 3-legged chest of drawers, in short, all wooden pieces of furniture, were worm-eaten and rotten. And what did I look like myself? Pretty odd. At least lots of other people, who were usually neat and tidy in their dress, were going round in tatters too. We all had mildew on our clothes and shoes, It was no use washing and scrubbing them. It reappeared as fast as we could get rid of it. The materials our clothes were made from went threadbare, frayed, and dropped off bit by bit. We men managed to carry it off with a certain amount of dignity, but the poor women— better not to talk about it. 4. A great change came when the houses were no longer really habitable. It was still all right on the ground floor, but going upstairs demanded courage bordering on recklessness. One day when the waiter brought me a rotten egg, a broken beer bottle containing some murky liquid, and a filthy, greasy cloth, presumably intended as a napkin, my patience gave out, and I called for the landlord, who happened to be at the rear, propping up the ceiling with parts of the billiard table. "What do you call this?" I barked. "There must be a pound of decaying matter on this cutlery. Please remove these disgusting objects and that foul rag at once." He bowed and scraped. "You can't get the staff nowadays," he whined. All right. I waved him away in exasperation, stood up, took my mangy top hat, and left the cafe. The place where I had been sitting had already been taken over by a colony of ants. I only kept going to the cafe out of habit. Conditions there were too revolting to eat or drink anything other than a black coffee. Anton had changed, and not for the better. He never washed his hands, and his smell preceded him from a great distance. You didn't have to go round like that. The barber referred to the crust of filth covering him as primal matter. It was simply nauseating. I was even more surprised, therefore, when I came back one evening and heard soft giggling in the vestibule. I shone my lamp in every corner, expecting to find some animal, and what did I see behind the storeroom door? Anton and Melita, locked in a passionate embrace. She died soon after. She was found in her bedroom, torn to pieces. The door was locked and had to be broken down. There was a gigantic mastiff locked in with her. The rabid beast bristled and threw itself at the men who appeared in the doorway, biting 2 policemen before they managed to shoot it. They died soon afterwards from rabies. In the last days of her life, not much was left of her former beauty. It was in vain that she tried to conceal the ravages of her way of life through excessive make-up and powder. The 2 chess players also suffered agonies. Eventually the old gentlemen, who were completely enthralled to their passion, came to find any movement so complicated they needed hours of deliberation just to lift a finger. Given the amount of vermin around, it was obvious that such slowness would cause serious problems. Much to be praised, therefore, was a young lady who happened to be taking tea in the cafe once, and noticed the torments the 2 were suffering. She simply went over and, quite unembarrassed, started picking the ants and bugs off their coats. After that we all followed her example. Until then we had laughed at the grotesque faces the chess players pulled. But now it became the custom for us regulars to give the 2 gentlemen a quick scratch as we came or left. As you can see, even in those terrible times, not all sympathy for the sufferings of others had vanished. Once again, the American was stirring things up. He prophesied that the deluge of animals would soon dry up, and he turned out to be right insofar as the bigger species gradually withdrew. For the time being, however, the smaller mammals and reptiles remained, though the birds had completely disappeared, apart from hosts of ravens and white-necked vultures. The vultures, massive, heavy birds, perched like bronze statues on the stumps of the trees along the avenues, staring fixedly at the city as if they were waiting for something. Even though his prophecy had only partially come true, it brought the American new support. From now on, his attacks on his mortal enemy, Patera, were even more vicious, if that were possible. I went back to taking a regular evening stroll along the river. The waves had washed up countless shells, corals, snails, fish bones, and scales on the banks. I was surprised how often I found remains of marine fauna. The banks looked as if they were strewn with mystical signs, and I was convinced the blue-eyed tribe would be able to understand this symbolic language. There were definitely mysteries here. The wings of the often magnificent insects, moths and flying beetles, had marks which must be forgotten characters, only I didn't possess the key to them. How great you must be, Patera, I thought. Why does the Lord hide himself away, even from those who love him? I walked along, lost in melancholy thought. The bare trees on the opposite bank were bent low over the river so that their branches touched the black water. Gigantic shadows were moving between them, and the crack of breaking twigs could be clearly heard. Sometimes I saw long necks or trunks, which made me think of monstrous prehistoric creatures. The darker it grew, the more dangerous it was for people out walking alone. One evening, which was to be of great significance for me, I turned back in fright when a beam sticking out of the water suddenly blew out air. An alligator was baring its teeth at me. As I made my way home, I thought about another dangerous incident the previous day, which had turned out all right in the end. For a long time rumors had been circulating about a huge tiger, a pregnant female, that was said to be living in the palace. Various people claimed they had seen its blunt muzzle and long back in the window gallery. Yesterday, just such a beast had leapt into Alfred Blumenstick's glazed veranda. At the sight of the fierce animal, the lady of the house, who was fat and chubby, simply fainted without a sound. Professor Corntoyer happened to be having lunch with him. In this terrible situation, the venerable old gentleman showed remarkable heroism. "Keep calm," he said to the horrified husband as he stood up. "Even the fiercest beast of prey will submit to a higher being. They feel awe at our upright gait, and our noble lordly gaze fills them with fear." With that he walked towards the animal, taking his spectacles off. Whether it was the strangeness of the stiff-legged scholarly figure approaching, or something else, the result was another crash of shattering glass as the tiger jumped out, unfortunately with Frau Blumenstick in its jaws. Blumenstick wrung his hands. "Oh, God, please save my Julie," he whimpered. Pursued by the servants armed with rifles, the tiger carried the unconscious woman off to the palace. In the street, everyone politely made way for them. The fire brigade was called out as quickly as possible and tried to separate the striped monster from its prey. You could hear it in one of the large rooms on the first floor, furiously snarling at its attackers. To shoot it was impossible. They could very easily have hit Frau Blumenstick, so they tried to winkle the animal out with their fire hoses. That helped. The soaking shower persuaded the tiger to leave its corner, but unfortunately it didn't forget its prey. With a huge leap it soared out through the high-arched window. The people screamed in horror, but God heard her poor husband's prayer. Frau Blumenstick got caught on the window-catch and hung there upside down, her skirts over her head, visible to all and sundry, but safe. In the general rejoicing, the tiger managed to make its escape. There was great consternation at the fact that the animal had not been caught. The Americans suggested a thorough search of the palace, but despite the general emancipation from the master, no one was willing to go that far. The military and the police flatly refused to cooperate. The Lord's behavior was truly strange. Even if he was going to withdraw his protection from Pearl, he could at least have made an exception for his faithful followers, but he didn't seem to bother about the distinction. At times now the city was quiet, even though almost the whole of the population of the dream realm was gathered there. "The mansions of the rich for the poor and needy," roared the mob. The rich gave up their houses all the more willingly, as possession had to be wrung from the animals that had made their homes in them. Lampenbogen's country villa had become a porcupine warren, and a well-fed python was sleeping on the sofa in his late-lamented wife's boudoir. These animals had to be exterminated before the people could move in. And anyway, conditions in these palatial dwellings were not as fine as the common folk imagined. The precious objects had clearly lost the will to live. The valuable vases and china were covered in a delicate network of tiny cracks. Magnificent paintings developed black spots, which spread over the whole picture. Engravings became porous and disintegrated. You wouldn't believe how quickly well-looked-after furnishings could turn into a pile of rubbish. For this reason, most of the peasants who had come into the city preferred to camp out in the open spaces and fields close to the city. Lord, now you show your might through terror alone, I thought, as I made my way up Long Street. It was dark, and there was a rustling and creaking all around. At one point a slate plummeted down from the roof. At another, lumps of mortar fell away from the wall. There was a constant trickle of fine sand from holes in the masonry, which were growing visibly larger, and everywhere we had to clamber over piles of rubble, posts and stakes sticking up out of the ground. Death weaving its intangible web. On the roof of the coffee-house, quite close to my attic, I could clearly see a black silhouette moving. The leopard. It had doubtless made its lair in the loft of one of the neighboring buildings. It could perhaps have been killed by a rifle bullet, but we were all too cowardly. In my narrow room I fell into the depths of despondency. For a long time I walked up and down, aching in my back and joints. What are we all still living for? We're damned. If I fell ill now, there isn't a soul would bother about me. An all-pervading fear crept over me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. At a complete loss, I put my head in my hands. The pinnacle of creation. It was my despair speaking. 2 legs, tubes of bone, bear my whole world, a world of pain and delusion. The worst part is the body. The fear of death sent a shudder through me. What lies in store for my body? All its 1,000 organs, into what cunning instruments of torture will they be transformed? Oh, if only I could stop thinking, but that functions automatically. There are no certainties that are not countered by uncertainties. It's an endless labyrinth, and I'm damned. My belly is filled with ordure and disgust, and whenever I do manage to feel something passionately, I immediately lose my nerve. There is just one thing I do know. However much I wriggle and squirm, minute by minute I am coming closer to the inevitable, closer to death, and there is nothing I can do about it. I haven't even the courage to kill myself. Lasting unhappiness is my destiny. I sighed. I despair of Patera. I don't understand him. He plays with mysteries. He must be as powerless as the rest of us, or he would long since have crushed the American. But that is beyond him. It is the American who possesses true life. If only I weren't so timorous, I would go to him, fall to my knees, and he would help. I was at my wits' end, almost out of my mind with the fear of death. Downstairs there was a banging and crashing, hooligans being thrown out of the coffee-house, a nightly occurrence. In his lighted room across the road, I saw the barber bent over his books. 5. I felt an inner tug several times in rapid succession. I had to stand up. There it was again. What was it? I was gradually pervaded by an obscure urge. There was another tug, a pounding, stronger this time. I hear. What is it? I made a great effort and concentrated on the vague sensation. Patera was the word I heard coming from within. Patera. Palace. Come. It grew more and more urgent, persuasive, terribly distinct and clear. In the dark I went downstairs, sure of myself without having to think. I was being pushed and pulled, and surrendered completely to the force directing me. No one took any notice of me, and when my mind cleared I found I was halfway to the palace. For God's sake, I thought, what am I doing? What is this I have to do? I decided to turn back. Yes, I'll definitely turn back at the next corner. It was no use. I had to carry on. I wanted to shout out to people, "Help me! Stop me!" But it was as if my jaws were screwed together. Then I saw the imposing palace with its huge gateway, its empty window sockets, like a skull, and I stepped into its darkness. On all sides, a labyrinth of colonnades stretched out. I walked on like a wooden marionette, mechanically, 1, 2, 1, 2. The long galleries were sparsely lit by suspended lamps. I came to the staterooms. All the doors were ajar. I heard a bang, the melodious chime of a clock. The draught made the doors open of their own accord. A crash. Sweet merciful Jesus, the tiger! The thought was like torture, and the sense of urgency such I was almost running while trying to make as little noise as possible. Several times I thought I heard my name called out close by, quite loudly, then softly, but nothing could make me look back. Broken furniture was lying round the empty, deserted rooms, and the stifling, musty atmosphere made breathing difficult. I passed through extensive chambers, dimly lit by a single candle, rumpled beds, torn-down draperies, bricked-up windows, fires going out in magnificent stoves, tapestries hanging askew. Like a sleepwalker, I hurried up small dusty staircases, down long silent corridors. Then I saw a low oak door I recognized. Patera, I kept on thinking. Patera, Patera. This door was also ajar. From the ceiling hung a silver lamp with a flickering candle shining on the dangling tatters of a canopy. Apart from the faint outlines of the mosaic floor, I could hardly see anything. I stopped. Now I could stop. There, that face. Immediately a cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Wrapped in a gauzy silver-gray robe, Patera was standing there, upright and asleep. I was filled with uncontrollable dread at the sight. In the deep greenish shadows under his eyes lay suffering beyond that of ordinary mortals. Then I noticed that on one of his large, shapely hands the top section of the thumb was missing. Immediately I recalled the children born in the dream realm. Again there was the whispering I had heard on my first visit. "I called you." It sounded as if it came from a long way away. This time there was no chameleon-like change of expression. His facial muscles rippled, bulged and contracted, but there was no expression in it. His features went slack, only his lips twitched, a horrible sight in the otherwise inert face. And then it started again, very softly, as if muffled by a veil. At first I just heard a whispering, disjointed, meaningless. Then I began to understand. "Can you hear the dead singing, the bright green dead? They disintegrate in their graves, easily, painlessly. If you put your hand into their bodies, all you feel are fragments, and the teeth come out so easily. Where is the life that drove them? Where is the power? Can you hear the dead singing, the bright green dead?" I smelt the sharp odor of Patera's breath, and a sensation of weakness spread through my limbs. Then the Lord seated himself on his high bed and threw off his robe. Sitting there, straight-backed, bare-chested, his flowing locks tumbling to his shoulders, I could not but admire his broad, noble physique. His gleaming white body was like a statue. I drew on my last ounce of strength to ask my question. "Patera, why do you allow all this to happen?" For a long time there was no answer. All at once he cried out in a resounding metallic bass voice, "I am weary." I started. The next moment I was staring into those expressionless eyes. I was spellbound. His eyes were like two empty mirrors reflecting infinity. The thought crossed my mind that Patera was not alive at all. If the dead could look, that is what their gaze would be like. I felt a command to speak inside me, but I could only stammer. I babbled, and was surprised myself to hear what it sounded like. The question seemed to come from the deepest depths of time. The words must have been spoken billions of years ago, and only now did I utter them. Only now were they heard here. "Patera, why did you not help?" Slowly, lifelessly, the lids closed, and I felt easier. His features were now flooded with an inexpressible gentleness. They had an immeasurable softness, sadness which entranced me. Again came the whisper, clear and distinct. "I did help, and I will help you." It sounded like music. I was overcome with a sweet weariness. I bowed my head, my eyes closed. A spine-chilling laugh, a laugh from hell, tore me out of my reverie. Standing in front of me in the brightly lit room in the palace of Patera was the American. How I managed to get out of the palace I no longer know. I ran and screamed. Men tried to stop me, but I must have broken loose from them, for when I had my body under control again I was huddled up in a coach-house. Inside an overturned carriage I saw a litter of dead pangolins. Snatches of the mocking laughter were still echoing in my ear, but it no longer had any effect on me. My nerves had given way completely. Fate, in whatever shape or form, had lost the power to drag me out of my torpor. Incapable of extended thought, I took strength from the consciousness of my own impotence. I couldn't understand or solve these contradictions, but, after all, what concern were they of mine? All my fear had vanished. The horrific vision which revealed Patera's double nature to me closed off the abyss of my doubts and anxieties. The Screaming Skull, F. Marion Crawford. Frances Marion Crawford, 1854 to 1909, was an Italian-born American writer and historian, noted for his many novels, especially those set in Italy, and for his classic weird and fantastic stories, including The Upper Berth, 1895, For the Blood is the Life, 1905, and the story included herein, the lively and horrific The Screaming Skull, 1908. A posthumous collection of Crawford's tales published in 1911 as Wandering Ghosts in the U.S. and as Uncanny Tales in England was an important transition point between old and new approaches to supernatural fiction. The story contains an outstanding early example of modern monologue, verging on stream of consciousness at times. I have often heard it scream. No, I'm not nervous, I'm not imaginative, and I have never believed in ghosts, unless that thing is one. Whatever it is, it hates me almost as much as it hated Luke Pratt, and it screams at me. If I were you, I would never tell ugly stories about ingenious ways of killing people, for you never can tell but that someone at the table may be tired of his or her nearest and dearest. I've always blamed myself for Mrs. Pratt's death, and I suppose I was responsible for it in a way, though heaven knows I never wished her anything but long life and happiness. If I had not told that story, she might be alive yet. That is why the thing screams at me, I fancy. She was a good little woman, with a sweet temper, all things considered, and a nice, gentle voice. But I remember hearing her shriek once when she thought her little boy was killed by a pistol that went off, though everyone was sure that it was not loaded. It was the same scream, exactly the same, with a sort of rising quaver at the end. Do you know what I mean? Unmistakable. The truth is, I had not realized that the doctor and his wife were not on good terms. They used to bicker a bit now and then when I was here, and I often noticed that little Mrs. Pratt got very red and bit her lip hard to keep her temper, while Luke grew pale and said the most offensive things. He was that sort when he was in the nursery, I remember, and afterward at school. He was my cousin, you know. That is how I came by this house. After he died and his boy Charlie was killed in South Africa, there were no relations left. Yes, it's a pretty little property, just the sort of thing for an old sailor like me who has taken to gardening. One always remembers one's mistakes much more vividly than one's cleverest things, doesn't one? I've often noticed it. I was dining with the Pratts one night when I told them the story that afterwards made so much difference. It was a wet night in November, and the sea was moaning. Hush! If you don't speak, you will hear it now. Do you hear the tide? Gloomy sound, isn't it? Sometimes, about this time of year. Hello! There it is. Don't be frightened, man. It won't eat you. It's only a noise, after all. But I'm glad you've heard it, because there are always people who think it's the wind, or my imagination, or something. You won't hear it again tonight, I fancy, for it doesn't often come more than once. Yes, that's right. Put another stick on the fire, and a little more stuff into that weak mixture you're so fond of. Do you remember old Blauklot, the carpenter, on that German ship that picked us up when the Clontarf went to the bottom? We were hove to in a howling gale one night, as snug as you please, with no land within 500 miles, and the ship coming up and falling off as regularly as clockwork. "Biddy te boer Beebles ashore this night, boys," old Blauklot sang out, as he went off to his quarters with the sailmaker. I often think of that, now that I'm ashore for good and all. Yes, it was on a night like this, when I was at home for a spell, waiting to take the Olympia out on her first trip. It was on the next voyage that she broke the record, you remember, but that dates it. 92 was the year, early in November. The weather was dirty, Pratt was out of temper, and the dinner was bad, very bad indeed, which didn't improve matters, and cold, which made it worse. The poor little lady was very unhappy about it, and insisted on making a Welsh rarebit on the table to counteract the raw turnips and the half-boiled mutton. Pratt must have had a hard day. Perhaps he had lost a patient. At all events, he was in a nasty temper. "My wife is trying to poison me, you see," he said. "She'll succeed some day." I saw that she was hurt, and I made believe to laugh, and said that Mrs. Pratt was much too clever to get rid of her husband in such a simple way. And then I began to tell them about Japanese tricks with spun glass and chopped horsehair and the like. Pratt was a doctor, and knew a lot more than I did about such things, but that only put me on my mettle, and I told a story about a woman in Ireland who did for 3 husbands before anyone suspected foul play. Did you never hear that tale? The 4th husband managed to keep awake and caught her, and she was hanged. How did she do it? She drugged them and poured melted lead into their ears through a little horn funnel when they were asleep. No, that's the wind whistling. It's backing up to the southward again. I can tell by the sound. Besides, the other thing doesn't often come more than once in an evening, even at this time of year. When it happened. Yes, it was in November. Poor Mrs. Pratt died suddenly in her bed not long after I dined here. I can fix the date because I got the news in New York by the steamer that followed the Olympia when I took her out on her first trip. You had the Leofric the same year? Yes, I remember. What a pair of old buffers we are coming to be, you and I. Nearly 50 years since we were apprentices together on the Clontarf. Shall you ever forget old Blauclot? Biddy de boer beebles ashore, poys? Ha! Take a little more with all that water. It's the old Hulstkamp I found in the cellar when this house came to me, the same I brought Luke from Amsterdam 25 years ago. He had never touched a drop of it. Perhaps he's sorry now, poor fellow. Where did I leave off? I told you that Mrs. Pratt died suddenly. Yes. Luke must have been lonely here after she was dead, I should think. I came to see him now and then, and he looked worn and nervous, and told me that his practice was growing too heavy for him, though he wouldn't take an assistant on any account. Years went on, and his son was killed in South Africa, and after that he began to be queer. There was something about him not like other people. I believe he kept his senses in his profession to the end. There was no complaint of his having made bad mistakes in cases or anything of that sort, but he had a look about him. Luke was a red-headed man with a pale face when he was young, and he was never stout. In middle age he turned a sandy gray, and after his son died he grew thinner and thinner until his head looked like a skull with parchment stretched over it very tight, and his eyes had a sort of glare in them that was very disagreeable to look at. He had an old dog that poor Mrs. Pratt had been fond of, and that used to follow her everywhere. He was a bulldog, and the sweetest-tempered beast you ever saw, though he had a way of hitching his upper lip behind one of his fangs that frightened strangers a good deal. Sometimes of an evening, Pratt and Bumble, that was the dog's name, used to sit and look at each other a long time, thinking about old times, I suppose, when Luke's wife used to sit in that chair you've got. That was always her place, and this was the doctor's, where I'm sitting. Bumble used to climb up by the footstool. He was old and fat by that time, and could not jump much, and his teeth were getting shaky. He would look steadily at Luke, and Luke looked steadily at the dog, his face growing more and more like a skull with 2 little coals for eyes. And after about 5 minutes or so, though it may have been less, old Bumble would suddenly begin to shake all over, and all on a sudden he would set up an awful howl, as if he had been shot, and tumble out of the easy-chair and trot away, and hide himself under the sideboard, and lie there making odd noises. Considering Pratt's looks in those last months, the thing is not surprising, you know. I'm not nervous or imaginative, but I can quite believe he might have sent a sensitive woman into hysterics. His head looked so much like a skull in parchment. At last I came down one day before Christmas, when my ship was in dock and I had 3 weeks off. Bumble was not about, and I said casually that I supposed the old dog was dead. Yes, Pratt answered, and I thought there was something odd in his tone even before he went on, after a little pause. I killed him, he said presently. I could not stand it any longer. I asked what it was that Luke could not stand, though I guessed well enough. He had a way of sitting in her chair and glaring at me, and then howling. Luke shivered a little. He didn't suffer at all, poor old Bumble, he went on in a hurry, as if he thought I might imagine he had been cruel. I put dionine into his drink to make him sleep soundly, and then I chloroformed him gradually, so that he could not have felt suffocated even if he was dreaming. It's been quieter since then." I wondered what he meant, for the words slipped out as if he could not help saying them. I've understood since. He meant that he did not hear that noise so often after the dog was out of the way. Perhaps he thought at first that it was old Bumble in the yard howling at the moon, though it's not that kind of noise, is it? Besides, I know what it is, if Luke didn't. It's only a noise after all, and a noise never hurt anybody yet. But he was much more imaginative than I am. No doubt there really is something about this place that I don't understand, but when I don't understand a thing I call it a phenomenon, and I don't take it for granted that it's going to kill me as he did. I don't understand everything by long odds, nor do you, nor does any man who has been to sea. We used to talk of tidal waves, for instance, and we could not account for them. Now we account for them by calling them submarine earthquakes, and we branch off into 50 theories, any one of which might make earthquakes quite comprehensible if we only knew what they are. I fell in with one of them once, and the inkstand flew straight up from the table against the ceiling of my cabin. The same thing happened to Captain Lecky. I dare say you've read about it in his Wrinkles. Very good. If that sort of thing took place ashore, in this room, for instance, a nervous person would talk about spirits and levitation and 50 things that mean nothing, instead of just quietly setting it down as a phenomenon that has not been explained yet. My view of that voice, you see. Besides, what is there to prove that Luke killed his wife? I would not even suggest such a thing to anyone but you. After all, there was nothing but the coincidence that poor little Mrs. Pratt died suddenly in her bed a few days after I told that story at dinner. She was not the only woman who ever died like that. Luke got the doctor over from the next parish, and they agreed that she had died of something the matter with her heart. Why not? It's common enough. Of course, there was the ladle. I never told anybody about that, and it made me start when I found it in the cupboard in the bedroom. It was new, too, a little tinned iron ladle that had not been in the fire more than once or twice, and there was some lead in it that had been melted and stuck to the bottom of the bowl, all gray with hardened dross on it. But that proves nothing. A country doctor is generally a handy man who does everything for himself, and Luke may have had a dozen reasons for melting a little lead in a ladle. He was fond of sea-fishing, for instance, and he may have cast a sinker for a night line. Perhaps it was a weight for the hall clock or something like that. All the same, when I found it, I had a rather queer sensation, because it looked so much like the thing I had described when I told them the story. Do you understand? It affected me unpleasantly, and I threw it away. It's at the bottom of the sea, a mile from the spit, and it will be jolly well rusted beyond recognizing if it's ever washed up by the tide. You see, Luke must have bought it in the village years ago, for the man sells just such ladles still. I suppose they are used in cooking. In any case, there was no reason why an inquisitive housemaid should find such a thing lying about, with lead in it, and wonder what it was, and perhaps talk to the maid who heard me tell the story at dinner, for that girl married the plumber's son in the village and may remember the whole thing. You understand me, don't you? Now that Luke Pratt is dead and gone and lies buried beside his wife, with an honest man's tombstone at his head, I should not care to stir up anything that could hurt his memory. They are both dead, and their son, too. There was trouble enough about Luke's death as it was. How? He was found dead on the beach one morning, and there was a coroner's inquest. There were marks on his throat, but he had not been robbed. The verdict was that he had come to his end by the hands or teeth of some person or animal unknown, for half the jury thought it might have been a big dog that had thrown him down and gripped his windpipe, though the skin of his throat was not broken. No one knew at what time he had gone out nor where he had been. He was found lying on his back, above high-water mark, and an old cardboard bandbox that had belonged to his wife lay under his hand, open. The lid had fallen off. He seemed to have been carrying home a skull in the box. Doctors are fond of collecting such things. It had rolled out and lay near his head, and it was a remarkably fine skull, rather small, beautifully shaped and very white, with perfect teeth. That is to say, the upper jaw was perfect, but there was no lower one at all when I first saw it. Yes, I found it here when I came. You see, it was very white and polished, like a thing meant to be kept under a glass case, and the people did not know where it came from, nor what to do with it. So they put it back into the bandbox and set it on the shelf of the cupboard in the best bedroom, and of course they showed it to me when I took possession. I was taken down to the beach, too, to be shown the place where Luke was found, and the old fisherman explained just how he was lying, and the skull beside him. The only point he could not explain was why the skull had rolled up the sloping sand toward Luke's head instead of rolling downhill to his feet. It did not seem odd to me at the time, but I have often thought of it since, for the place is rather steep. I'll take you there tomorrow, if you likes. I made a sort of cairn of stones there afterward. When he fell down, or was thrown down, whichever happened, the bandbox struck the sand, and the lid came off, and the thing came out and ought to have rolled down. But it didn't. It was close to his head, almost touching it, and turned with the face toward it. I say it didn't strike me as odd when the man told me, but I could not help thinking about it afterward, again and again, till I saw a picture of it all when I closed my eyes. And then I began to ask myself why the plaguey thing had rolled up instead of down, and why it had stopped near Luke's head instead of anywhere else, a yard away, for instance. You naturally want to know what conclusion I reached, don't you? None that at all explained the rolling, at all events, but I got something else into my head after a time that made me feel downright uncomfortable. Oh, I don't mean as to anything supernatural. There may be ghosts, or there may not be. If there are, I'm not inclined to believe that they can hurt living people except by frightening them, and for my part I would rather face any shape of ghost than a fog in the channel when it's crowded. No, what bothered me was just a foolish idea, that's all, and I cannot tell how it began, nor what made it grow, till it turned into a certainty. I was thinking about Luke and his poor wife one evening over my pipe and a dull book, when it occurred to me that the skull might possibly be hers, and I have never got rid of the thought since. You'll tell me there's no sense in it, no doubt, that Mrs. Pratt was buried like a Christian and is lying in the churchyard where they put her, and that it's perfectly monstrous to suppose her husband kept her skull in her old bandbox in his bedroom. All the same, in the face of reason and common sense and probability, I'm convinced that he did. Doctors do all sorts of queer things that would make men like you and me feel creepy, and those are just the things that don't seem probable, nor logical, nor sensible to us. Then, don't you see, if it really was her skull, poor woman, the only way of accounting for his having it is that he really killed her, and did it in that way, as the woman killed her husbands in the story, and that he was afraid there might be an examination some day which would betray him. You see, I told that, too, and I believe it had really happened some 50 or 60 years ago. They dug up the 3 skulls, you know, and there was a small lump of lead rattling about in each one. That was what hanged the woman. Luke remembered that, I'm sure. I don't want to know what he did when he thought of it. My taste never ran in the direction of horrors, and I don't fancy you care for them either, do you? No, if you did, you might supply what is wanting to the story. It must have been rather grim, eh? I wish I did not see the whole thing so distinctly, just as everything must have happened. He took it the night before she was buried, I'm sure, after the coffin had been shut, and when the servant girl was asleep. I would bet anything that when he'd got it, he put something under the sheet in its place to fill up and look like it. What do you suppose he put there under the sheet? I don't wonder you take me up on what I'm saying. First I tell you that I don't want to know what happened, and that I hate to think about horrors, and then I describe the whole thing to you as if I had seen it. I'm quite sure that it was her work-bag that he put there. I remember the bag very well, for she always used it of an evening. It was made of brown plush, and when it was stuffed full it was about the size of— You understand. Yes, there I am, at it again. You may laugh at me, but you don't live here alone, where it was done, and you didn't tell Luke the story about the melted lead. I'm not nervous, I tell you, But sometimes I begin to feel that I understand why some people are. I dwell on all this when I'm alone, and I dream of it. And when that thing screams, well, frankly, I don't like the noise any more than you do, though I should be used to it by this time. I ought not to be nervous. I've sailed in a haunted ship. There was a man in the top, and 2/3 of the crew died of the West Coast fever inside of 10 days after we anchored. But I was all right, then and afterward. I have seen some ugly sights, too, just as you have, and all the rest of us, but nothing ever stuck in my head in the way this does. You see, I've tried to get rid of the thing, but it doesn't like that. It wants to be there in its place in Mrs. Pratt's bandbox in the cupboard in the best bedroom. It's not happy anywhere else. How do I know that? Because I've tried it. You don't suppose that I've not tried, do you? As long as it's there, it only screams now and then, generally at this time of year. But if I put it out of the house, it goes on all night, and no servant will stay here 24 hours. As it is, I've often been left alone and have been obliged to shift for myself for a fortnight at a time. No one from the village would ever pass a night under the roof now, and as for selling the place or even letting it, that's out of the question. The old women say that if I stay here I shall come to a bad end myself before long. I'm not afraid of that. You smile at the mere idea that anyone could take such nonsense seriously. Quite right. It's utterly blatant nonsense. I agree with you. Didn't I tell you that it's only a noise after all when you started and looked round as if you expected to see a ghost standing behind your chair? I may be all wrong about the skull, and I like to think that I am, when I can. It may be just a fine specimen which Luke got somewhere long ago, and what rattles about inside when you shake it may be nothing but a pebble, or a bit of hard clay, or anything. Skulls that have lain long in the ground generally have something inside them that rattles, don't they? No, I've never tried to get it out, whatever it is. I'm afraid it might be lead, don't you see? And if it is, I don't want to know the fact, for I'd much rather not be sure. If it really is lead, I killed her quite as much as if I had done the deed myself. Anybody must see that, I should think. As long as I don't know for certain, I have the consolation of saying that it's all utterly ridiculous nonsense, that Mrs. Pratt died a natural death, and that the beautiful skull belonged to Luke when he was a student in London. But if I were quite sure, I believe I should have to leave the house. Indeed, I do, most certainly. As it is, I had to give up trying to sleep in the best bedroom where the cupboard is. You asked me why I don't throw it into the pond. Yes, but please don't call it a confounded bugbear. It doesn't like being called names. There! Lord, what a shriek! I told you so. You're quite pale, man. Fill up your pipe and draw your chair nearer to the fire, and take some more drink. Old Holland's never hurt anybody yet. I've seen a Dutchman in Java drink half a jug of Hulstkamp in the morning without turning a hair. I don't take much rum myself because it doesn't agree with my rheumatism, but you are not rheumatic, and it won't damage you. Besides, it's a very damp night outside. The wind is howling again, and it will soon be in the southwest. Do you hear how the windows rattle? The tide must have turned, too, by the moaning. We should not have heard the thing again if you had not said that. I'm pretty sure we should not. Oh, yes, if you choose to describe it as a coincidence, you are quite welcome, but I would rather that you should not call the thing names again, if you don't mind. It may be that the poor little woman hears, and perhaps it hurts her, don't you know? Ghost? No. You don't call anything a ghost that you can take in your hands and look at in broad daylight, and that rattles when you shake it, do you now? But it's something that hears and understands. There's no doubt about that. I tried sleeping in the best bedroom when I first came to the house, just because it was the best and the most comfortable. But I had to give it up. It was their room, and there's the big bed she died in, and the cupboard is in the thickness of the wall, near the head on the left. That's where it likes to be kept, in its bandbox. I only used the room for a fortnight after I came, and then I turned out and took the little room downstairs, next to the surgery, where Luke used to sleep when he expected to be called to a patient during the night. I was always a good sleeper ashore, 8 hours is my dose, 11 to 7 when I'm alone, 12 to 8 when I have a friend with me. But I could not sleep after 3 o'clock in the morning in that room, a quarter past to be accurate. As a matter of fact, I timed it with my old pocket chronometer, which still keeps good time, and it was always at exactly 17 minutes past 3. I wonder whether that was the hour when she died. It was not what you have heard. If it had been that, I could not have stood it 2 nights. It was just a start and a moan and hard breathing for a few seconds in the cupboard, and it could never have waked me under ordinary circumstances, I'm sure. I suppose you are like me in that, and we are just like other people who have been to sea. No natural sounds disturb us at all, not all the racket of a square rigger hove to in a heavy gale, or rolling on her beam ends before the wind. But if a lead pencil gets adrift and rattles in the drawer of your cabin table, you are awake in a moment. Just so. You always understand. Very well. The noise in the cupboard was no louder than that, but it waked me instantly. I said it was like a start. I know what I mean, but it's hard to explain without seeming to talk nonsense. Of course, you cannot exactly hear a person start. At the most, you might hear the quick drawing of the breath between the parted lips and closed teeth, and the almost imperceptible sound of clothing that moved suddenly, though very slightly. It was like that. You know how one feels what a sailing vessel is going to do 2 or 3 seconds before she does it, when one has the wheel. Writers say the same of a horse. But that's less strange because the horse is a live animal with feelings of its own, and only poets and landsmen talk about a ship being alive and all that. But I have always felt somehow that besides being a steaming machine or a sailing machine for carrying weights, a vessel at sea is a sensitive instrument, and a means of communication between nature and man, and most particularly the man at the wheel, if she is steered by hand. She takes her impressions directly from wind and sea, tide and stream, and transmits them to the man's hand, just as the wireless telegraph picks up the interrupted currents aloft and turns them out below in the form of a message. You see what I am driving at. I felt that something started in the cupboard, and I felt it so vividly that I heard it, though there may have been nothing to hear, and the sound inside my head waked me suddenly. But I really heard the other noise. It was as if it were muffled inside a box, as far away as if it came through a long-distance telephone. And yet I knew that it was inside the cupboard near the head of my bed. My hair did not bristle and my blood did not run cold that time. I simply resented being waked up by something that had no business to make a noise, any more than a pencil should rattle in the drawer of my cabin table on board ship. For I did not understand. I just supposed that the cupboard had some communication with the outside air, and that the wind had got in and was moaning through it with a sort of very faint screech. I struck a light and looked at my watch, and it was 17 minutes past 3. Then I turned over and went to sleep on my right ear. That's my good one. I'm pretty deaf with the other, for I struck the water with it when I was a lad in diving from the foretopsail yard. Silly thing to do it was, but the result is very convenient when I want to go to sleep when there's a noise. That was the first night, and the same thing happened again and several times afterward, but not regularly, though it was always at the same time, to a second. Perhaps I was sometimes sleeping on my good ear and sometimes not. I overhauled the cupboard, and there was no way by which the wind could get in, or anything else, for the door makes a good fit, having been meant to keep out moths. I suppose Mrs. Pratt must have kept her winter things in it, for it still smells of camphor and turpentine. After about a fortnight, I had had enough of the noises. So far I had said to myself that it would be silly to yield to it and take the skull out of the room. Things always look differently by daylight, don't they? But the voice grew louder. I suppose one may call it a voice, and it got inside my deaf ear, too, one night. I realized that when I was wide awake, for my good ear was jammed down on the pillow, and I ought not to have heard a foghorn in that position. But I heard that, and it made me lose my temper, unless it scared me, for sometimes the two are not far apart. I struck a light and got up, and I opened the cupboard, grabbed the bandbox, and threw it out of the window as far as I could. Then my hair stood on end. The thing screamed in the air like a shell from a 12-inch gun. It fell on the other side of the road. The night was very dark, and I could not see it fall, but I know it fell beyond the road. The window is just over the front door. It's 15 yards to the fence, more or less, and the road is 10 yards wide. There's a quickset hedge beyond, along the glebe that belongs to the vicarage. I did not sleep much more that night. It was not more than half an hour after I had thrown the bandbox out when I heard a shriek outside, like what we've had tonight, but worse, more despairing, I should call it. And it may have been my imagination, but I could have sworn that the screams came nearer and nearer each time. I lit a pipe and walked up and down for a bit, and then took a book and sat up reading, but I'll be hanged if I can remember what I read, nor even what the book was, for every now and then a shriek came up that would have made a dead man turn in his coffin. A little before dawn someone knocked at the front door. There was no mistaking that for anything else, and I opened my window and looked down, for I guessed that someone wanted the doctor, supposing that the new man had taken Luke's house. It was rather a relief to hear a human knock after that awful noise. You cannot see the door from above owing to the little porch. The knocking came again, and I called out, asking who was there. But nobody answered, though the knock was repeated. I sang out again and said that the doctor did not live here any longer. There was no answer, but it occurred to me that it might be some old countryman who was stone deaf. So I took my candle and went down to open the door. Upon my word, I was not thinking of the thing yet, and I had almost forgotten the other noises. I went down convinced that I should find somebody outside on the doorstep with a message. I set the candle on the hall table so that the wind should not blow it out when I opened. While I was drawing the old-fashioned bolt, I heard the knocking again. It was not loud, and it had a queer, hollow sound. Now that I was close to it, I remember, but I certainly thought it was made by some person who wanted to get in. It wasn't. There was nobody there. But as I opened the door inward, standing a little on one side so as to see out at once, something rolled across the threshold and stopped against my foot. I drew back as I felt it, for I knew what it was before I looked down. I cannot tell you how I knew, and it seemed unreasonable, for I am still quite sure that I had thrown it across the road. It's a French window that opens wide, and I got a good swing when I flung it out. Besides, when I went out early in the morning, I found the bandbox beyond the thickest hedge. You may think it opened when I threw it, and that the skull dropped out, but that's impossible, for nobody could throw an empty cardboard box so far. It's out of the question. You might as well try to fling a ball of paper 25 yards, or a blown bird's egg. To go back, I shut and bolted the hall door, picked the thing up carefully, and put it on the table beside the candle. I did that mechanically, as one instinctively does the right thing in danger without thinking at all, unless one does the opposite. It may seem odd, but I believe my first thought had been that somebody might come and find me there on the threshold while it was resting against my foot, lying a little on its side, and turning one hollow eye up at my face, as if it meant to accuse me. And the light and shadow from the candle played in the hollows of the eyes as it stood on the table, so that they seemed to open and shut at me. Then the candle went out quite unexpectedly, though the door was fastened, and there was not the least draught, and I used up at least half a dozen matches before it would burn again. I sat down rather suddenly, without quite knowing why. Probably I had been badly frightened, and perhaps you will admit there was no great shame in being scared. The thing had come home, and it wanted to go upstairs, back to its cupboard. I sat still and stared at it for a bit, till I began to feel very cold. Then I took it and carried it up and set it in its place, and I remember that I spoke to it and promised that it should have its bandbox again in the morning. You want to know whether I stayed in the room till daybreak? Yes, but I kept a light burning and sat up smoking and reading, most likely out of fright. Plain, undeniable fear, and you need not call it cowardice either, for that's not the same thing. I could not have stayed alone with that thing in the cupboard. I should have been scared to death, though I'm not more timid than other people. Confound it all, man, it had crossed the road alone, and had got up the doorstep and had knocked to be let in. When the dawn came, I put on my boots and went out to find the bandbox. I had to go a good way round, by the gate near the high road, and I found the box open and hanging on the other side of the hedge. It had caught on the twigs by the string, and the lid had fallen off and was lying on the ground below it. That shows that it did not open till it was well over, and if it had not opened as soon as it left my hand, what was inside it must have gone beyond the road too. That's all. I took the box upstairs to the cupboard and put the skull back and locked it up. When the girl brought me my breakfast, she said she was sorry, but that she must go, and she did not care if she lost her month's wages. I looked at her, and her face was a sort of greenish, yellowish white. I pretended to be surprised and asked what was the matter, but that was of no use, for she just turned on me and wanted to know whether I meant to stay in a haunted house, and how long I expected to live if I did. For though she noticed I was sometimes a little hard of hearing, she did not believe that even I could sleep through those screams again. And if I could, why had I been moving about the house and opening and shutting the front door between 3 and 4 in the morning? There was no answering that, since she had heard me, so off she went, and I was left to myself. I went down to the village during the morning and found a woman who was willing to come and do the little work there is and cook my dinner, on condition that she might go home every night. As for me, I moved downstairs that day, and I have never tried to sleep in the best bedroom since. After a little while I got a brace of middle-aged Scotch servants from London, and things were quiet enough for a long time. I began by telling them that the house was in a very exposed position, and that the wind whistled round it a good deal in the autumn and winter, which had given it a bad name in the village, the Cornish people being inclined to superstition and telling ghost stories. The two hard-faced, sandy-haired sisters almost smiled, and they answered with great contempt that they had no great opinion of any southern bogey whatever, having been in service in 2 English haunted houses, where they had never seen so much as the boy in grey, whom they reckoned no very particular rarity in Forfarshire. They stayed with me several months, and while they were in the house we had peace and quiet. One of them is here again now, but she went away with her sister within the year. This one, she was the cook, married the sexton who works in my garden. That's the way of it. It's a small village, and he has not much to do, and he knows enough about flowers to help me nicely, besides doing most of the hard work. For though I'm fond of exercise, I'm getting a little stiff in the hinges. He's a sober, silent sort of fellow who minds his own business, and he was a widower when I came here. Traherne is his name, James Traherne. The Scotch sisters would not admit that there was anything wrong about the house, but when November came they gave me warning that they were going, on the ground that the chapel was such a long walk from here, being in the next parish, and that they could not possibly go to our church. But the younger one came back in the spring, and as soon as the banns could be published, she was married to James Traherne by the vicar, and she seems to have had no scruples about hearing him preach since then. I'm quite satisfied if she is. The couple live in a small cottage that looks over the churchyard. I suppose you are wondering what all this has to do with what I was talking about. I'm alone so much that when an old friend comes to see me, I sometimes go on talking just for the sake of hearing my own voice. But in this case, there is really a connection of ideas. It was James Traherne who buried poor Mrs. Pratt and her husband after her in the same grave, and it's not far from the back of his cottage. That's the connection in my mind, you see. It's plain enough. He knows something. I'm quite sure that he does, by his manner, though he's such a reticent beggar. Yes, I'm alone in the house at night now, for Mrs. Traherne does everything herself, and when I have a friend, the sexton's niece comes in to wait on the table. He takes his wife home every evening in winter, but in summer, when there's light, she goes by herself. She's not a nervous woman, but she's less sure than she used to be that there are no bogies in England worth a Scotchwoman's notice. Isn't it amusing, the idea that Scotland has a monopoly of the supernatural? Odd sort of national pride, I call that, don't you? That's a good fire, isn't it? When driftwood gets started at last, there's nothing like it, I think. Yes, we get lots of it, for I'm sorry to say there are still a great many wrecks about here. It's a lonely coast, and you may have all the wood you want for the trouble of bringing it in. Traherne and I borrow a cart now and then and load it between here and the spit. I hate a coal fire when I can get wood of any sort. A log is company, even if it's only a piece of a deck beam or timber sawn off, and the salt in it makes pretty sparks, See how they fly, like Japanese hand fireworks. Upon my word, with an old friend and a good fire and a pipe, one forgets all about that thing upstairs, especially now that the wind has moderated. It's only a lull, though, and it will blow a gale before morning. You think you would like to see the skull? I've no objection. There's no reason why you shouldn't have a look at it. And you never saw a more perfect one in your life, except that there are 2 front teeth missing in the lower jaw. Oh, yes, I had not told you about the jaw yet. Traherne found it in the garden last spring when he was digging a pit for a new asparagus bed. You know, we make asparagus beds 6 or 8 feet deep here. Yes, I had forgotten to tell you that. He was digging straight down, just as he digs a grave. If you want a good asparagus bed made, I advise you to get a sexton to make it for you. Those fellows have a wonderful knack at that sort of digging. Traherne had got down about 3 feet when he cut into a mass of white lime in the side of the trench. He had noticed that the earth was a little looser there, though he says it had not been disturbed for a number of years. I suppose he thought that even old lime might not be good for asparagus, so he broke it out and threw it up. It was pretty hard, he says, in biggish lumps, and out of sheer force of habit he cracked the lumps with his spade as they lay outside the pit beside him. The jawbone of a skull dropped out of one of the pieces. He thinks he must have knocked out the 2 front teeth in breaking up the lime, but he did not see them anywhere. He's a very experienced man in such things, as you may imagine, and he said at once that the jaw had probably belonged to a young woman, and that the teeth had been complete when she died. He brought it to me and asked me if I wanted to keep it. If I did not, he said he would drop it into the next grave he made in the churchyard, as he supposed it was a Christian jaw, and ought to have decent burial, wherever the rest of the body might be. I told him that doctors often put bones into quicklime to whiten them nicely, and that I supposed Dr. Pratt had once had a little lime pit in the garden for that purpose, and had forgotten the jaw. Traherne looked at me quietly. "Maybe it fitted that skull that used to be in the cupboard upstairs, sir," he said. "Maybe Dr. Pratt had put the skull into the lime to clean it, or something, and when he took it out he left the lower jaw behind. There's some human hair sticking in the lime, sir." I saw there was, and that was what Traherne said. If he did not suspect something, why in the world should he have suggested that the jaw might fit the skull? Besides, it did. That's proof that he knows more than he cares to tell. Do you suppose he looked before she was buried? Or perhaps when he buried Luke in the same grave? Well, it's of no use to go over that, is it? I said I would keep the jaw with the skull, and I took it upstairs and fitted it into its place. There's not the slightest doubt about the 2 belonging together, and together they are. Traherne knows several things. We were talking about plastering the kitchen a while ago, and he happened to remember that it had not been done since the very week when Mrs. Pratt died. He did not say that the mason must have left some lime on the place, but he thought it, and that it was the very same lime he had found in the asparagus pit. He knows a lot. Traherne is one of your silent beggars who can put 2 and 2 together. That grave is very near the back of his cottage, too, and he's one of the quickest men with a spade I ever saw. If he wanted to know the truth, he could, and no one else would ever be the wiser unless he chose to tell. In a quiet village like ours, people don't go and spend the night in the churchyard to see whether the sexton potters about by himself between 10 o'clock and daylight. What is awful to think of is Luke's deliberation, if he did it, his cool certainty that no one would find him out, above all, his nerve, for that must have been extraordinary. I sometimes think it's bad enough to live in the place where it was done, if it really was done. I always put in the condition, you see, for the sake of his memory, and a little bit for my own sake, too. I'll go upstairs and fetch the box in a minute. Let me light my pipe. There's no hurry. We had supper early, and it's only 9:30. I never let a friend go to bed before 12, or with less than 3 glasses. You may have as many more as you like, but you shan't have less for the sake of old times. It's breezing up again. Do you hear? That was only a lull just now, and we are going to have a bad night. A thing happened that made me start a little when I found that the jaw fitted exactly. I'm not very easily started in that way myself, but I have seen people make a quick movement drawing their breath sharply when they had thought they were alone and suddenly turned and saw someone very near them. Nobody can call that fear. You wouldn't, would you? No. Well, just when I had set the jaw in its place under the skull, the teeth closed sharply on my finger. It felt exactly as if it were biting me hard, and I confess that I jumped before I realized that I had been pressing the jaw and the skull together with my other hand. I assure you I was not at all nervous. It was broad daylight, too, and a fine day, and the sun was streaming into the best bedroom. It would have been absurd to be nervous, and it was only a quick mistaken impression, but it really made me feel queer. Somehow it made me think of the funny verdict of the coroner's jury on Luke's death. By the hand or teeth of some person or animal unknown. Ever since that I've wished I had seen those marks on his throat, though the lower jaw was missing then. I've often seen a man do insane things with his hands that he does not realize at all. I once saw a man hanging on by an old awning stop with one hand leaning backward outboard with all his weight on it, and he was just cutting the stop with the knife in his other hand when I got my arms round him. We were in mid-ocean, going 20 knots. He had not the smallest idea what he was doing. Neither had I when I managed to pinch my finger between the teeth of that thing. I can feel it now. It was exactly as if it were alive and were trying to bite me. It would if it could, for I know it hates me, poor thing. Do you suppose that what rattles about inside is really a bit of lead? Well, I'll get the box down presently, and if whatever it is happens to drop out into your hands, that's your affair. If it's only a clod of earth or a pebble, the whole matter would be off my mind, and I don't believe I should ever think of the skull again. But somehow I cannot bring myself to shake out the bit of hard stuff myself. The mere idea that it may be lead makes me confoundedly uncomfortable. Yet I've got the conviction that I shall know before long. I shall certainly know. I'm sure Traherne knows, but he's such a silent beggar. I'll go upstairs now and get it. What? You had better go with me? Ha ha! Do you think I'm afraid of a bandbox and a noise? Nonsense. Bother the candle, it won't light. As if the ridiculous thing understood what it's wanted for. Look at that. The third match. They light fast enough from my pipe. There, do you see? It's a fresh box, just out of the tin safe where I keep the supply on account of the dampness. Oh, you think the wick of the candle may be damp, do you? All right. I'll light the beastly thing in the fire. That won't go out at all events. Yes, it sputters a bit, but it will keep lighted now. It burns just like any other candle, doesn't it? The fact is, candles are not very good about here. I don't know where they come from, but they have a way of burning low occasionally with a greenish flame that spits tiny sparks, and I'm often annoyed by their going out of themselves. It cannot be helped, for it will be long before we have electricity in our village. It really is rather a poor light, isn't it? You think I had better leave you the candle and take the lamp, do you? I don't like to carry lamps about, that's the truth. I never dropped one in my life, but I have always thought I might, and it's so confoundedly dangerous if you do. Besides, I am pretty well used to these rotten candles by this time. You may as well finish that glass while I'm getting it, for I don't mean to let you off with less than 3 before you go to bed. You won't have to go upstairs either, for I've put you in the old study next to the surgery. That's where I live myself. The fact is, I never ask a friend to sleep upstairs now. The last man who did was Crackenthorpe, and he said he was kept awake all night. You remember old Crack, don't you? He stuck to the service, and they've just made him an admiral. Yes, I'm off now, unless the candle goes out. I couldn't help asking if you remembered Crackenthorpe. If anyone had told us that the skinny little idiot he used to be was to turn out the most successful of the lot of us, we should have laughed at the idea, shouldn't we? You and I did not do badly, it's true. But I'm really going now. I don't mean to let you think that I've been putting it off by talking, as if there were anything to be afraid of. If I were scared, I should tell you so quite frankly, and get you to go upstairs with me. Here's the box. I brought it down very carefully, so as not to disturb it, poor thing. You see, if it were shaken, the jaw might get separated from it again, and I'm sure it wouldn't like that. Yes, the candle went out as I was coming downstairs. but that was the draft from the leaky window on the landing. Did you hear anything? Yes, there was another scream. Am I pale, do you say? That's nothing. My heart is a little queer sometimes, and I went upstairs too fast. In fact, that's one reason why I really prefer to live altogether on the ground floor. Wherever that shriek came from, it was not from the skull, for I had the box in my hand when I heard the noise, and here it is now. So we have proved definitely that the screams are produced by something else. I've no doubt I shall find out some day what makes them. Some crevice in the wall, of course, or a crack in a chimney, or a chink in the frame of a window. That's the way all ghost stories end in real life. Do you know, I'm jolly glad I thought of going up and bringing it down for you to see, for that last shriek settles the question. To think that I should have been so weak as to fancy that the poor skull could really cry out like a living thing. Now I'll open the box, and we'll take it out and look at it under the bright light. It's rather awful to think that the poor lady used to sit there in your chair evening after evening, in just the same light, isn't it? But then, I've made up my mind that it's all rubbish from beginning to end, and that it's just an old skull that Luke had when he was a student, and perhaps he put it into the lime merely to whiten it and could not find the jaw. I made a seal on the string, you see, after I had put the jaw in its place, and I wrote on the cover. There's the old white label on it still, from the milliner's, addressed to Mrs. Pratt when the hat was sent to her, and, as there was room, I wrote on the edge, "A skull, once the property of the late Luke Pratt, M.D." I don't quite know why I wrote that, unless it was with the idea of explaining how the thing happened to be in my possession. I cannot help wondering sometimes what sort of hat it was that came in the bandbox. What color was it, do you think? Was it a gay spring hat with a bobbing feather and pretty ribbons? Strange that the very same box should hold the head that wore the finery. Perhaps. No, we made up our minds that it just came from the hospital in London where Luke did his time. It's far better to look at it in that light, isn't it? There's no more connection between that skull and poor Mrs. Pratt than there was between my story about the lad and— Good Lord, take the lamp. Don't let it go out if you can help it. I'll have the window fastened again in a second. I say, what a gale. There, it's out. I told you so. Never mind, there's the firelight. I've got the window shut. The bolt was only half down. Was the box blown off the table? Where the deuce is it? There. That won't open again, for I've put up the bar. Good dodge, an old-fashioned bar. There's nothing like it. Now, you find the bandbox while I light the lamp. Confound those wretched matches. As a pipe spill is better, it must lighten the fire. I hadn't thought of it, thank you. There we are again. Now, where's the box? Yes, put it back on the table, and we'll open it. That's the first time I have ever known the wind to burst that window open, but it was partly carelessness on my part when I last shut it. Yes, of course I heard the scream. It seemed to go all round the house before it broke in at the window. That proves that it's always been the wind and nothing else, doesn't it? When it was not the wind, it was my imagination. I've always been a very imaginative man. I must have been, though I did not know it. As we grow older, we understand ourselves better, don't you know? I'll have a drop of the Hulskamp neat, by way of an exception, since you are filling up your glass. That damp gust chilled me, and with my rheumatic tendency I'm very much afraid of a chill, for the cold sometimes seems to stick in my joints all winter when it once gets in. By George, that's good stuff. I'll just light a fresh pipe now that everything is snug again, and then we'll open the box. I'm so glad we heard that last scream together, with the skull here on the table between us, for a thing cannot possibly be in two places at the same time, and the noise most certainly came from outside, as any noise the wind makes must. You thought you heard it scream through the room after the window was burst open? Oh, yes, so did I, but that was natural enough when everything was open. Of course we heard the wind. What could one expect? Look here, please. I want you to see that the seal is intact before we open the box together. Will you take my glasses? No, you have your own. All right. The seal is sound, you see, and you can read the words of the motto easily. Sweet and low. That's it. Because the poem goes on, wind of the western sea, and says, blow him again to me, and all that. Here is the seal on my watch chain, where it's hung for more than 40 years. My poor little wife gave it to me when I was courting, and I never had any other. It was just like her to think of those words. She was always fond of Tennyson. It's of no use to cut the string, for it's fastened to the box, so I'll just break the wax and untie the knot, and afterward we'll seal it up again. You see, I like to feel that the thing is safe in its place and that nobody can take it out. Not that I should suspect Traherne of meddling with it, but I always feel that he knows a lot more than he tells. You see, I've managed it without breaking the string, though when I fastened it I never expected to open the bandbox again. The lid comes off easily enough. There. Now, look. What? Nothing in it? Empty? It's gone, man. The skull is gone. No, there's nothing the matter with me. I'm only trying to collect my thoughts. It's so strange. I'm positively certain that it was inside when I put on the seal last spring. I can't have imagined that. It's utterly impossible. If I ever took a stiff glass with a friend now and then, I would admit that I might have some idiotic mistake when I had taken too much. But I don't, and I never did. A pint of ale at supper, and half a go of rum at bedtime was the most I ever took in my good days. I believe it's always we sober fellows who get rheumatism and gout. Yet there was my seal, and there is the empty bandbox. That's plain enough. I say I don't half like this. It's not right. There's something wrong about it, in my opinion. You needn't talk to me about supernatural manifestations, for I don't believe in them, not a little bit. Somebody must have tampered with the seal and stolen the skull. Sometimes when I go out to work in the garden in summer, I leave my watch and chain on the table. Traherne must have taken the seal then and used it, for he would be quite sure that I should not come in for at least an hour. If it was not Traherne, oh, don't talk to me about the possibility that the thing has got out by itself. If it has, it must be somewhere about the house, in some out-of-the-way corner, waiting. We may come upon it anywhere, waiting for us, don't you know? Just waiting in the dark. Then it will scream at me. It will shriek at me in the dark, for it hates me, I tell you. The bandbox is quite empty. We are not dreaming, either of us. There, I turn it upside down. What's that? Something fell out as I turned it over. It's on the floor. It's near your feet. I know it is, and we must find it. Help me to find it, man. Have you got it? For God's sake, give it to me, quickly. Lead. I knew it when I heard it fall. I knew it couldn't be anything else by the little thud it made on the hearth-rug. So it was lead, after all, and Luke did it. I feel a little bit shaken up. Not exactly nervous, you know, but badly shaken up. That's the fact. Anybody would, I should think. After all, you cannot say that it's fear of the thing, for I went up and brought it down. At least I believed I was bringing it down, and that's the same thing. And by George, rather than give in to such silly nonsense, I'll take the box upstairs again and put it back in its place. It's not that. It's the certainty that the poor little woman came to her end in that way, by my fault, because I told the story. That's what is so dreadful. Somehow I had always hoped that I should never be quite sure of it, but there is no doubting it now. Look at that. Look at it. That little lump of lead with no particular shape. Think of what it did, man. Doesn't it make you shiver? He gave her something to make her sleep, of course, but there must have been one moment of awful agony. Think of having boiling lead poured into your brain. Think of it. She was dead before she could scream, but only think of— Oh, there it is again. It's just outside. I know it's just outside. I can't keep it out of my head. Oh! You thought I had fainted? No, I wish I had, for it would have stopped sooner. It's all very well to say that it's only a noise, and that a noise never hurt anybody. You're as white as a shroud yourself. There's only one thing to be done if we hope to close an eye tonight. We must find it and put it back into its bandbox and shut it up in the cupboard where it likes to be. I don't know how it got out, but it wants to get in again. That's why it screams so awfully tonight. It was never so bad as this, never since I first heard it. Bury it? Yes, If we can find it, we'll bury it, if it takes us all night. We'll bury it 6 feet deep and ram down the earth over it, so that it shall never get out again, and if it screams we shall hardly hear it, so deep down. Quick, we'll get the lantern and look for it. It cannot be far away. I'm sure it's just outside. It was coming in when I shut the window, I know it. Yes, you're quite right. I'm losing my senses, and I must get hold of myself. Don't speak to me for a minute or two. I'll sit quite still and keep my eyes shut and repeat something I know. That's the best way. Add together the altitude, the latitude, and the polar distance, divide by 2 and subtract the altitude from the half-sum. Then add the logarithm of the secant of the latitude, the cosecant of the polar distance, the cosine of the half-sum, and the sine of the half-sum, minus the altitude. There. Don't say that I'm out of my senses, for any memory is all right, isn't it? Of course you may say that it's mechanical, and that we never forget the things we learned when we were boys and have used almost every day for a lifetime. But that's the very point. When a man is going crazy, it's the mechanical part of his mind that gets out of order and won't work right. He remembers things that never happened, or he sees things that aren't real, or he hears noises when there is perfect silence. That's not what is the matter with either of us, is it? Come, we'll get the lantern and go round the house. It's not raining, only blowing like old boots, as we used to say. The lantern is in the cupboard under the stairs in the hall, and I always keep it trimmed in case of a wreck. No use to look for the thing? I don't see how you can say that. It was nonsense to talk of burying it, of course, for it doesn't want to be buried. It wants to go back into its bandbox and be taken upstairs, poor thing. Traherne took it out, I know, and made the seal over again. Perhaps he took it to the churchyard, and he may have meant well. I dare say he thought it would not scream any more if it were quietly laid in consecrated ground, near where it belongs. But it has come home. Yes, that's it. He's not half a bad fellow, Traherne, and rather religiously inclined, I think. Does not that sound natural and reasonable and well-meant? He supposed it screamed because it was not decently buried, with the rest. But he was wrong. How should he know that it screams at me because it hates me, and because it's my fault that there was that little lump of lead in it? No use to look for it, anyhow. Nonsense. I tell you it wants to be found. Hark! What's that knocking? Do you hear it? Knock, knock, knock. 3 times, then a pause, and then again. It has a hollow sound, hasn't it? It has come home. I've heard that knock before. It wants to come in and be taken upstairs in its box. It's at the front door. Will you come with me? We'll take it in. Yes, I own that I don't like to go alone and open the door. The thing will roll in and stop against my foot just as it did before, and the light will go out. I'm a good deal shaken by finding that bit of lead, and besides, my heart isn't quite right. Too much strong tobacco, perhaps. Besides, I'm quite willing to own that I'm a bit nervous tonight, if I never was before in my life. That's right. Come along. I'll take the box with me, so as not to come back. Do you hear the knocking? It's not like any other knocking I ever heard. If you will hold this door open, I can find the lantern under the stairs by the light from this room without bringing the lamp into the hall. It would only go out. The thing knows we are coming. Hark! It's impatient to get in. Don't shut the door till the lantern is ready, whatever you do. There will be the usual trouble with the matches, I suppose. No, the first one, by Jove. I tell you it wants to get in, so there's no trouble. All right with that door now. Shut it, please. Now, come and hold the lantern, for it's blowing so hard outside that I shall have to use both hands. That's it. Hold the light low. Do you hear the knocking still? Here goes. I'll open just enough with my foot against the bottom of the door. Now. Catch it. It's only the wind that blows it across the floor, that's all. There's half a hurricane outside, I tell you. Have you got it? The bandbox is on the table. 1 minute and I'll have the bar up. There. Why did you throw it into the box so roughly? It doesn't like that, you know. What did you say? Bitten your hand? Nonsense, man. You did just what I did. You pressed the jaws together with your other hand and pinched yourself. Let me see. You don't mean to say you have drawn blood? You must have squeezed hard, by Jove, for the skin is certainly torn. I'll give you some carbolic solution for it before we go to bed, for they say a scratch from a skull's tooth may go bad and give trouble. Come inside again and let me see it by the lamp. I'll bring the bandbox. Never mind the lantern. It may just as well burn in the hall, for I shall need it presently when I go up the stairs. Yes, shut the door if you will. It makes it more cheerful and bright. Is your finger still bleeding? I'll get you the carbolic in an instant. Just let me see the thing. Ugh! There's a drop of blood on the upper jaw. It's on the eye tooth. Ghastly, isn't it? When I saw it running along the floor of the hall, the strength almost went out of my hands, and I felt my knees bending. Then I understood that it was the gale, driving it over the smooth boards. You don't blame me? No, I should think not. We were boys together, and we've seen a thing or two, and we may just as well own to each other that we were both in a beastly funk when it slid across the floor at you. No wonder you pinched your finger picking it up. After that, if I did the same thing out of sheer nervousness in broad daylight with the sun streaming in on me. Strange that the jaw should stick to it so closely, isn't it? I suppose it's the dampness, for it shuts like a vice. I have wiped off the drop of blood, for it was not nice to look at. I'm not going to try to open the jaws, don't be afraid. I shall not play any tricks with the poor thing, but I'll just seal the box again, and we'll take it upstairs and put it away where it wants to be. The wax is on the writing table by the window. Thank you. It will be long before I leave my seal lying about again, for Traherne to use, I can tell you. Explain? I don't explain natural phenomena, but if you choose to think that Traherne had hidden it somewhere in the bushes, and that the gale blew it to the house against the door and made it knock as if it wanted to be let in, you're not thinking the impossible, and I'm quite ready to agree with you. Do you see that? You can swear that you've actually seen me seal it this time, in case anything of the kind should occur again. The wax fastens the strings to the lid, which cannot possibly be lifted, even enough to get in one finger. You're quite satisfied, aren't you? Yes. Besides, I shall lock the cupboard and keep the key in my pocket hereafter. Now we can take the lantern and go upstairs. Do you know, I'm very much inclined to agree with your theory that the wind blew it against the house. I'll go ahead, for I know the stairs. Just hold the lantern near my feet as we go up. How the wind howls and whistles. Did you feel the sand on the floor under your shoes as we crossed the hall? Yes, this is the door of the best bedroom. Hold up the lantern, please. This side, by the head of the bed. I left the cupboard open when I got the box. Isn't it queer how the faint odor of women's dresses will hang about an old closet for years? This is the shelf. You've seen me set the box there, and now you see me turn the key and put it into my pocket. So that's done. Good night. Are you sure you're quite comfortable? It's not much of a room, but I dare say you would as soon sleep here as upstairs tonight. If you want anything, sing out. There's only a lath and plaster partition between us. There's not so much wind on this side by half. There's the Hollands on the table, if you'll have one more nightcap. No? Well, do as you please. Good night again, and don't dream about that thing if you can. The following paragraph appeared in the Penradden News, 23rd November, 1906. Mysterious death of a retired sea captain. The village of Treadcombe is much disturbed by the strange death of Captain Charles Braddock, and all sorts of impossible stories are circulating with regard to the circumstances, which certainly seem difficult of explanation. The retired captain, who had successfully commanded in his time the largest and fastest liners belonging to one of the principal transatlantic steamship companies, was found dead in his bed on Tuesday morning in his own cottage, a quarter of a mile from the village. An examination was made at once by the local practitioner, which revealed the horrible fact that the deceased had been bitten in the throat by a human assailant with such amazing force as to crush the windpipe and cause death. The marks of the teeth of both jaws were so plainly visible on the skin that they could be counted, but the perpetrator of the deed had evidently lost the two lower middle incisors. It is hoped that this peculiarity may help to identify the murderer, who can only be a dangerous escaped maniac. The deceased, though over 65 years of age, is said to have been a hale man of considerable physical strength, and it is remarkable that no signs of any struggle were visible in the room, nor could it be ascertained how the murderer had entered the house. Warning has been sent to all the insane asylums in the United Kingdom. but as yet no information has been received regarding the escape of any dangerous patient. The coroner's jury returned the somewhat singular verdict that Captain Braddock came to his death by the hands or teeth of some person unknown. The local surgeon is said to have expressed privately the opinion that the maniac is a woman, a view he deduces from the small size of the jaws, as shown by the marks of the teeth. The whole affair is shrouded in mystery. Captain Braddock was a widower and lived alone. He leaves no children. Note: students of ghost lore and haunted houses will find the foundation of the story in the legends about a skull which is still preserved in the farmhouse called Bedescombe Manor, situated, I believe, on the Dorsetshire coast. The Willows. Algernon Blackwood. Algernon Blackwood, 1869 to 1951, was a prolific English writer best known for his supernatural horror. In tales such as The Willows, unease is generated by ambiguity that mixes the weird with a talent for writing about wild or rural places, a break with the past in the classic haunted house. Although Lovecraft thought Blackwood a master of the ghost story, Blackwood famously was not as impressed with Lovecraft. Noted critic S.T. Joshi has stated that Blackwood's short story collection Incredible Adventures may be the premier weird collection of the 20th century. Along with Alfred Kubin and F. Marion Crawford, among others, Blackwood helped usher in the modern era of weird fiction. After leaving Vienna, and long before you come to Budapest, the Danube enters a region of singular loneliness and desolation, where its waters spread away on all sides, regardless of a main channel, and the country becomes a swamp for miles upon miles, covered by a vast sea of low willow bushes. On the big maps, this deserted area is painted in a fluffy blue, growing fainter in color as it leaves the banks, and across it may be seen in large straggling letters the word Sumpfa, meaning marshes. In high flood, this great acreage of sand, shingle beds, and willow-grown islands is almost topped by the water. But in normal seasons, the bushes bend and rustle in the free winds, showing their silver leaves to the sunshine in an ever-moving plain of bewildering beauty. These willows never attain to the dignity of trees. They have no rigid trunks. They remain humble bushes, with rounded tops and soft outline, swaying on slender stems that answer to the least pressure of the wind. Supple as grasses, and so continually shifting that they somehow give the impression that the entire plain is moving and alive. For the wind sends waves rising and falling over the whole surface, waves of leaves instead of waves of water. Green swells like the sea, too, until the branches turn and lift, and then silvery white as their underside turns to the sun. Happy to slip beyond the control of the stern banks, the Danube here wanders about at will among the intricate network of channels intersecting the islands everywhere with broad avenues down which the waters pour with a shouting sound, making whirlpools, eddies, and foaming rapids, tearing at the sandy banks, carrying away masses of shore and willow clumps, and forming new islands innumerably which shift daily in size and shape, and possess at best an impermanent life, since the flood time obliterates their very existence. Properly speaking, this fascinating part of the river's life begins soon after leaving Pressburg, and we, in our Canadian canoe, with gypsy tent and frying pan on board, reached it on the crest of a rising flood about mid-July. That very same morning, when the sky was reddening before sunrise, we had slipped swiftly through still sleeping Vienna, leaving it a couple of hours later a mere patch of smoke against the blue hills of the Wienerwald on the horizon. We had breakfasted below Fischerament, under a grove of birch trees roaring in the wind, and had then swept on the tearing current past Orth, Heinberg, Petronell, the old Roman Carnuntum of Marcus Aurelius, and so under the frowning heights of Telsen on a spur of the Carpathians, where the march steals in quietly from the left, and the frontier is crossed between Austria and Hungary. Racing along at 12 kilometers an hour soon took us well into Hungary, and the muddy waters, sure sign of flood, sent us aground on many a shingle bed, and twisted us like a cork in many a sudden belching whirlpool before the towers of Pressburg, Hungarian Pozsony, showed against the sky. And then the canoe, leaping like a spirited horse, flew at top speed under the grey walls, negotiated safely the sunken chain of the Fliegende Brücke ferry, turned the corner sharply to the left, and plunged on yellow foam into the wilderness of islands, sandbanks, and swampland below, the land of the willows. The change came suddenly, as when a series of bioscope pictures snaps down on the streets of a town and shifts without warning into the scenery of lake and forest. We entered the land of desolation on wings, and in less than half an hour there was neither boat nor fishing hut nor red roof, nor any single sign of human habitation and civilization within sight. The sense of remoteness from the world of humankind, the utter isolation, the fascination of this singular world of willows, winds, and waters, instantly laid its spell upon us both, so that we allowed laughingly to one another that we ought by right to have held some special kind of passport to admit us, and that we had, somewhat audaciously, come without asking leave into a separate little kingdom of wonder and magic, a kingdom that was reserved for the use of others who had a right to it, with everywhere unwritten warnings to trespassers for those who had the imagination to discover them. Though still early in the afternoon, the ceaseless buffetings of a most tempestuous wind made us feel weary, and we at once began casting about for a suitable camping ground for the night. But the bewildering character of the islands made landing difficult. The swirling flood carried us inshore and then swept us out again. The willow branches tore our hands as we seized them to stop the canoe, and we pulled many a yard of sandy bank into the water before at length we shot with a great sideways blow from the wind into a backwater and managed to beach the bows in a cloud of spray. Then we lay panting and laughing after our exertions on the hot yellow sand, sheltered from the wind, and in the full blaze of a scorching sun, a cloudless blue sky above, and an immense army of dancing, shouting willow bushes, closing in from all sides, shining with spray and clapping their thousand little hands as though to applaud the success of our efforts. "What a river!" I said to my companion, thinking of all the way we had traveled from the source in the Black Forest, and how we had often been obliged to wade and push in the upper shallows at the beginning of June. "Won't stand much nonsense now, will it?" he said, pulling the canoe a little farther into safety up the sand, and then composing himself for a nap. I lay by his side, happy and peaceful in the bath of the elements, water, wind, sand, and the great fire of the sun, thinking of the long journey that lay behind us, and of the great stretch before us to the Black Sea, and how lucky I was to have such a delightful and charming traveling companion as my friend the Swede. We had made many similar journeys together, but the Danube, more than any other river I knew, impressed us from the very beginning with its aliveness, from its tiny bubbling entry into the world among the pine-wood gardens of Donaueschingen, until this moment when it began to play the great river game of losing itself among the deserted swamps, unobserved, unrestrained. It had seemed to us like following the groan of some living creature. Sleepy at first, but later developing violent desires as it became conscious of its deep soul, it rolled, like some huge fluid being, through all the countries we had passed, holding our little craft on its mighty shoulders, playing roughly with us sometimes, yet always friendly and well-meaning, till at length we had come inevitably to regard it as a great personage. How indeed could it be otherwise, since it told us so much of its secret life? At night we heard it singing to the moon as we lay in our tent, uttering that odd sibilant note peculiar to itself, and said to be caused by the rapid tearing of the pebbles along its bed, so great is its hurrying speed. We knew, too, the voice of its gurgling whirlpools, suddenly bubbling up on a surface previously quite calm, the roar of its shallows and swift rapids, its constant steady thundering below all mere surface sounds, and that ceaseless tearing of its icy waters at the banks. How it stood up and shouted when the rains fell flat upon its face, and how its laughter roared out when the wind blew upstream and tried to stop its growing speed. We knew all its sounds and voices, its tumblings and foamings, its unnecessary splashing against the bridges, that self-conscious chatter when there were hills to look on, the affected dignity of its speech when it passed through the little towns, far too important to laugh, and all these faint, sweet whisperings when the sun caught it fairly in some slow curve and poured down upon it till the steam rose. It was full of tricks, too, in its early life before the great world knew it. There were places in the upper reaches among the Swabian forests, when yet the first whispers of its destiny had not reached it, where it elected to disappear through holes in the ground, to appear again on the other side of the porous limestone hills and start a new river with another name, leaving too so little water in its own bed that we had to climb out and wade and push the canoe through miles of shallows. And a chief pleasure in those early days of its irresponsible youth was to lie low like Brer Fox just before the little turbulent tributaries came to join it from the Alps, and to refuse to acknowledge them when in, but to run for miles side by side, the dividing line well marked, the very levels different, the Danube utterly declining to recognize the newcomer. Below Passau, however, it gave up this particular trick, for there the Inn comes in with a thundering power impossible to ignore, and so pushes and incommodes the parent river that there is hardly room for them in the long twisting gorge that follows, and the Danube is shoved this way and that against the cliffs, and forced to hurry itself with great waves and mush dashing to and fro in order to get through in time. And during the fight our canoe slipped down from its shoulder to its breast, and had the time of its life among the struggling waves. But the Ann taught the old river a lesson, and after Passau it no longer pretended to ignore new arrivals. This was many days back, of course, and since then we had come to know other aspects of the great creature, and across the Bavarian wheat plain of Straubing she wandered so slowly under the blazing June sun that we could well imagine only the surface inches were water, while below there moved, concealed as by a silken mantle, a whole army of undines, passing silently and unseen down to the sea, and very leisurely, too, lest they be discovered. Much, too, we forgave her because of her friendliness to the birds and animals that haunted the shores. Cormorants lined the banks in lonely places in rows like short black palings. Gray crows crowded the shingle beds. Storks stood fishing in the vistas of shallower water that opened up between the islands, and hawks, swans, and marsh birds of all sorts filled the air with glinting wings and singing petulant cries. It was impossible to feel annoyed with the river's vagaries after seeing a deer leap with a splash into the water at sunrise and swim past the bows of the canoe, and often we saw fawns peering at us from the underbrush, or looked straight into the brown eyes of a stag as we charged full tilt round a corner and entered another reach of the river. Foxes, too, everywhere haunted the banks, tripping daintily among the driftwood, and disappearing so suddenly that it was impossible to see how they managed it. But now, after leaving Pressburg, everything changed a little, and the Danube became more serious. It ceased trifling. It was halfway to the Black Sea, within seeming distance almost of other, stranger countries where no tricks would be permitted or understood. It became suddenly grown up, and claimed our respect and even our awe. It broke out into 3 arms, for one thing, that only met again 100 kilometers farther down, and for a canoe there were no indications which one was intended to be followed. "If you take a side channel," said the Hungarian officer we met in the Pressburg shop while buying provisions, "you may find yourselves, when the flood subsides, 40 miles from anywhere, high and dry, and you may easily starve. There are no people, no farms, no fishermen. I warn you not to continue. The river, too, is still rising, and this wind will increase." The rising river did not alarm us in the least, but the matter of being left high and dry by a sudden subsidence of the waters might be serious, and we had consequently laid in an extra stock of provisions. For the rest, the officer's prophecy held true, and the wind, blowing down a perfectly clear sky, increased steadily till it reached the dignity of a westerly gale. It was earlier than usual when we camped, for the sun was a good hour or 2 from the horizon, and leaving my friend still asleep on the hot sand, I wandered about in desultory examination of our hotel. The island, I found, was less than an acre in extent, a mere sandy bank standing some 2 or 3 feet above the level of the river. The far end, pointing into the sunset, was covered with flying spray which the tremendous wind drove off the crests of the broken waves. It was triangular in shape, with the apex upstream. I stood there for several minutes, watching the impetuous crimson flood bearing down with a shouting roar, dashing in waves against the bank as though to sweep it bodily away, and then swirling by in 2 foaming streams on either side. The ground seemed to shake with the shock and rush, while the furious movement of the willow bushes, as the wind poured over them, increased the curious illusion that the island itself actually moved. Above, for a mile or two, I could see the great river descending upon me. It was like looking up the slope of a sliding hill, white with foam, and leaping up everywhere to show itself to the sun. The rest of the island was too thickly grown with willows to make walking pleasant, but I made the tour nevertheless. From the lower end the light, of course, changed, and the river looked dark and angry. Only the backs of the flying waves were visible, streaked with foam and pushed forcibly by the great puffs of wind that fell upon them from behind. For a short mile it was visible, pouring in and out among the islands, and then disappearing with a huge sweep into the willows, which closed about it like a herd of monstrous antediluvian creatures crowding down to drink. They made me think of gigantic sponge-like growths that sucked the river up into themselves. They caused it to vanish from sight. They herded there together in such overpowering numbers. Altogether it was an impressive scene, with its utter loneliness, its bizarre suggestion, and as I gazed, long and curiously, a singular emotion began to stir somewhere in the depths of me. Midway in my delight of the wild beauty, there crept, unbidden and unexplained, a curious feeling of disquietude, almost of alarm. A rising river perhaps always suggests something of the ominous. Many of the little islands I saw before me would probably have been swept away by the morning. This resistless, thundering flood of water touched the sense of awe. Yet I was aware that my uneasiness lay deeper far than the emotions of awe and wonder. It was not that I felt, nor had it directly to do with the power of the driving wind, this shouting hurricane that might almost carry up a few acres of willows into the air and scatter them like so much chaff over the landscape. The wind was simply enjoying itself, for nothing rose out of the flat landscape to stop it, and I was conscious of sharing its great game with a kind of pleasurable excitement. Yet this novel emotion had nothing to do with the wind. Indeed, so vague was the sense of distress I experienced that it was impossible to trace it to its source and deal with it accordingly, though I was aware somehow that it had to do with my realization of our utter insignificance before this unrestrained power of the elements about me. The huge-grown river had something to do with it, too, a vague, unpleasant idea that we had somehow trifled with these great elemental forces in whose power we lay helpless every hour of the day and night. For here, indeed, they were gigantically at play together, and the sight appealed to the imagination. But my emotion, so far as I could understand it, seemed to attach itself more particularly to the willow bushes, to these acres and acres of willows crowding, so thickly growing there, swarming everywhere the eye could reach, pressing upon the river as though to suffocate it, standing in dense array mile after mile beneath the sky, watching, waiting, listening. And, apart quite from the elements, the willows connected themselves subtly with my malaise, attacking the mind insidiously somehow by reason of their vast numbers, and contriving in some way or other to represent to the imagination a new and mighty power, a power, moreover, not altogether friendly to us. Great revelations of nature, of course, never fail to impress in one way or another, and I was no stranger to moods of the kind. Mountains overawe and oceans terrify, while the mystery of great forests exercises a spell peculiarly its own. But all these, at one point or another, somewhere link on intimately with human life and human experience. They stir comprehensible, even if alarming, emotions. They tend on the whole to exalt. With this multitude of willows, however, it was something far different, I felt. Some essence emanated from them that besieged the heart. A sense of awe awakened, true, but of awe touched somewhere by a vague terror. Their serried ranks, growing everywhere darker about me as the shadows deepened, moving furiously yet softly in the wind, woke in me the curious and unwelcome suggestion that we had trespassed here upon the borders of an alien world, a world where we were intruders, a world where we were not wanted or invited to remain, where we ran grave risks, perhaps. The feeling, however, though it refused to yield its meaning entirely to analysis, did not at the time trouble me by passing into menace. Yet it never left me quite, even during the very practical business of putting up the tent in a hurricane of wind and building a fire for the stew-pot. It remained, just enough to bother and perplex, and to rob a most delightful camping-ground of a good portion of its charm. To my companion, however, I said nothing, for he was a man I considered devoid of imagination. In the first place, I could never have explained to him what I meant, and in the second he would have laughed stupidly at me if I had. There was a slight depression in the center of the island, and here we pitched the tent. The surrounding willows broke the wind a bit. "A poor camp," observed the imperturbable Swede when at last the tent stood upright. "No stones and precious little firewood. I'm for moving on early tomorrow, eh? This sand won't hold anything." But the experience of a collapsing tent at midnight had taught us many devices, and we made the cozy gypsy house as safe as possible, and then set about collecting a store of wood to last till bedtime. Willow bushes dropped no branches, and driftwood was our only source of supply. We hunted the shores pretty thoroughly. Everywhere the banks were crumbling as the rising flood tore at them and carried away great portions with a splash and a gurgle. "The island's much smaller than when we landed," said the accurate Swede. "It won't last long at this rate. We'd better drag the canoe close to the tent and be ready to start at a moment's notice. I shall sleep in my clothes." He was a little distance off, climbing along the bank, and I heard his rather jolly laugh as he spoke. "By Jove!" I heard him call a moment later, and turned to see what had caused his exclamation. But for the moment he was hidden by the willows, and I could not find him. "What in the world's this?" I heard him cry again, and this time his voice had become serious. I ran up quickly and joined him on the bank. He was looking over the river, pointing at something in the water. "Good heavens, it's a man's body!" he cried excitedly. "Look!" A black thing, turning over and over in the foaming waves, swept rapidly past. It kept disappearing and coming up to the surface again. It was about 20 feet from the shore, and just as it was opposite to where we stood, it lurched round and looked straight at us. We saw its eyes reflecting the sunset, and gleaming an odd yellow as the body turned over. Then it gave a swift, gulping plunge, and dived out of sight in a flash. "An otter, by gad!" we exclaimed in the same breath, laughing. It was an otter, alive and out on the hunt, yet it had looked exactly like the body of a drowned man turning helplessly in the current. Far below it came to the surface once again, and we saw its black skin wet and shining in the sunlight. Then, too, just as we turned back, our arms full of driftwood, another thing happened to recall us to the river bank. This time it really was a man, and what was more, a man in a boat. Now, a small boat on the Danube was an unusual sight at any time, but here in this deserted region and at flood time, it was so unexpected as to constitute a real event. We stood and stared. Whether it was due to the slanting sunlight or the refraction from the wonderfully illumined water, I cannot say, but whatever the cause, I found it difficult to focus my sight properly upon the flying apparition. It seemed, however, to be a man standing upright in a sort of flat-bottomed boat, steering with a long oar, and being carried down the opposite shore at a tremendous pace. He apparently was looking across in our direction, but the distance was too great and the light too uncertain for us to make out very plainly what he was about. It seemed to me that he was gesticulating and making signs at us. His voice came across the water to us, shouting something furiously, but the wind drowned it, so that no single word was audible. There was something curious about the whole appearance, man, boat, signs, voice, that made an impression on me out of all proportion to its cause. "He's crossing himself," I cried. "Look, he's making the sign of the cross." "I believe you're right," the Swede said, shading his eyes with his hand and watching the man out of sight. He seemed to be gone in a moment, melting away down there into the sea of willows where the sun caught them in the bend of the river and turned them into a great crimson wall of beauty. Mist, too, had begun to ruse, so that the air was hazy. "But what in the world is he doing at nightfall on this flooded river?" I said, half to myself. "Where is he going at such a time? And what did he mean by his signs and shouting? Do you think he wished to warn us about something?" "He saw our smoke and thought we were spirits, probably," laughed my companion. "These Hungarians believe in all sorts of rubbish. You remember the shopwoman at Pressburg warning us that no one ever landed here because it belonged to some sort of beings outside man's world? I suppose they believe in fairies and elementals, possibly demons, too. That peasant in the boat saw people on the islands for the first time in his life," he added after a slight pause. "And it scared him, that's all." The Swede's tone of voice was not convincing, and his manner lacked something that was usually there. I noted the change instantly while he talked, though without being able to label it precisely. If they had enough imagination, I laughed loudly. I remember trying to make as much noise as I could. They might well people a place like this with the old gods of antiquity. The Romans must have haunted all this region more or less with their shrines and sacred groves and elemental deities. The subject dropped, and we returned to our stew-pot, for my friend was not given to imaginative conversation as a rule. Moreover, just then I remember feeling distinctly glad that he was not imaginative. His stolid, practical nature suddenly seemed to me welcome and comforting. It was an admirable temperament, I felt. He could steer down rapids like a red Indian, shoot dangerous bridges and whirlpools better than any white man I ever saw in a canoe. He was a grand fellow for an adventurous trip, a tower of strength when untoward things happened. I looked at his strong face and light curly hair as he staggered along under his pile of driftwood, twice the size of mine, and I experienced a feeling of relief. Yes, I was distinctly glad just then that the Swede was what he was, and that he never made remarks that suggested more than they said. "The river's still rising, though," he added, as if following out some thoughts of his own, and dropping his load with a gasp. "This island will be under water in 2 days if it goes on." "I wish the wind would go down," I said. "I don't care a fig for the river." The flood indeed had no terrors for us. We could get off at 10 minutes' notice, and the more water the better we liked it. It meant an increasing current and the obliteration of the treacherous shingle beds that so often threatened to tear the bottom out of our canoe. Contrary to our expectations, the wind did not go down with the sun. It seemed to increase with the darkness, howling overhead and shaking the willows round us like straws. Curious sounds accompanied it sometimes, like the explosion of heavy guns, and it fell upon the water in the island in great flat blows of immense power. It made me think of the sounds a planet must make, could we only hear it, driving along through space. But the sky kept wholly clear of clouds, and soon after supper the full moon rose up in the east and covered the river and the plain of shouting willows with a light like the day. We lay on the sandy patch beside the fire, smoking, listening to the noises of the night round us, and talking happily of the journey we had already made, and of our plans ahead. The map lay spread in the door of the tent, but the high wind made it hard to study, and presently we lowered the curtain and extinguished the lantern. The firelight was enough to smoke and see each other's face by, and the sparks flew about overhead like fireworks. A few yards beyond, the river gurgled and hissed, and from time to time a heavy splash announced the falling away of further portions of the bank. Our talk, I noticed, had to do with the faraway scenes and incidents of our first camps in the Black Forest, or of other subjects altogether remote from the present setting, for neither of us spoke of the actual moment more than was necessary, almost as though we had agreed tacitly to avoid discussion of the camp and its incidents. Neither the otter nor the boatman, for instance, received the honor of a single mention, though ordinarily these would have furnished discussion for the greater part of the evening. They were, of course, distinct events in such a place. The scarcity of wood made it a business to keep the fire going, for the wind that drove the smoke in our faces wherever we sat helped at the same time to make a forced draught. We took it in turn to make some foraging expeditions into the darkness, and the quantity the Swede brought back always made me feel that he took an absurdly long time finding it, for the fact was I did not care much about being left alone, and yet it always seemed to be my turn to grub about among the bushes or scramble along the slippery banks in the moonlight. The long day's battle with wind and water, such wind and such water, had tired us both, and an early bed was the obvious program. Yet neither of us made the move for the tent. We lay there, tending the fire, talking in desultory fashion, peering about us into the dense willow bushes, and listening to the thunder of wind and river. The loneliness of the place had entered our very bones. and silence seemed natural, for after a bit the sound of our voices became a trifle unreal and forced. Whispering would have been the fitting mode of communication, I felt, and the human voice, always rather absurd amid the roar of the elements, now carried with it something almost illegitimate. It was like talking out loud in church, or in some place where it was not lawful, perhaps not quite safe, to be overheard. The eeriness of this lonely island, set among a million willows, swept by a hurricane and surrounded by hurrying deep waters, touched us both, I fancy. Untrodden by man, almost unknown to man, it lay there beneath the moon, remote from human influence, on the frontier of another world, an alien world, a world tenanted by willows only, and the souls of willows. And we, in our rashness, had dared to invade it, even to make use of it. Something more than the power of its mystery stirred in me as I lay on the sand, feet to fire, and peered up through the leaves at the stars. For the last time I rose to get firewood. "When this has burnt up," I said firmly, "I shall turn in," and my companion watched me lazily as I moved off into the surrounding shadows. For an unimaginative man, I thought he seemed unusually receptive that night, unusually open to suggestion of things other than sensory. He, too, was touched by the beauty and loneliness of the place. I was not altogether pleased, I remember, to recognize this slight change in him, and instead of immediately collecting sticks, I made my way to the far point of the island where the moonlight on plain and river could be seen to better advantage. The desire to be alone had come suddenly upon me. My former dread returned in force. There was a vague feeling in me I wished to face and probe to the bottom. When I reached the point of sand jutting out among the waves, the spell of the place descended upon me with a positive shock. No mere scenery could have produced such an effect. There was something more here, something to alarm. I gazed across the waste of wild waters. I watched the whispering willows. I heard the ceaseless beating of the tireless wind, and one and all, each in its own way, stirred in me this sensation of a strange distress. But the willows especially, for ever they went on chattering and talking among themselves, laughing a little, shrilly crying out, sometimes sighing. But what it was they made so much to do about belonged to the secret life of the great plain they inhabited, and it was utterly alien to the world I knew, or to that of the wild yet kindly elements. They made me think of a host of beings from another plane of life, another evolution altogether, perhaps, all discussing a mystery known only to themselves. I watched them moving busily together, oddly shaking their big bushy heads, twirling their myriad leaves even when there was no wind. They moved of their own will as though alive, and they touched, by some incalculable method, my own keen sense of the horrible. There they stood in the moonlight, like a vast army surrounding our camp, shaking their innumerable silver spears defiantly, formed all ready for an attack. The psychology of places, for some imaginations at least, is very vivid. For the wanderer especially, camps have their note either of welcome or rejection. At first it may not always be apparent, because the busy preparations of tent and cooking prevent. But with the first pause, after supper usually, it comes and announces itself. And the note of this willow camp now became unmistakably plain to me. We were interlopers, trespassers. We were not welcomed. The sense of unfamiliarity grew upon me as I stood there watching. We touched the frontier of a region where our presence was resented. For a night's lodging we might perhaps be tolerated, but for a prolonged and inquisitive stay, no, by all the gods of the trees and wilderness, no. We were the first human influences upon this island, and we were not wanted. The willows were against us. Strange thoughts like these, bizarre fancies, born I know not whence, found lodgment in my mind as I stood listening. What, I thought, if, after all, these crouching willows proved to be alive? If suddenly they should rise up like a swarm of living creatures, marshaled by the gods whose territory we had invaded, sweep towards us off the vast swamps, booming overhead in the night, and then settle down. As I looked, it was so easy to imagine they actually moved, crept nearer, retreated a little, huddled together in masses, hostile, waiting for the great wind that should finally start them a-running. I could have sworn their aspect changed a little, and their ranks deepened and pressed more closely together. The melancholy shrill cry of a night-bird sounded overhead, and suddenly I nearly lost my balance as the piece of bank I stood upon fell with a great splash into the river, undermined by the flood. I stepped back just in time, and went on hunting for firewood again, half laughing at the odd fancies that crowded so thickly into my mind and cast their spell upon me. I recalled the Swede's remark about moving on next day, and I was just thinking that I fully agreed with him, when I turned with a start and saw the subject of my thoughts standing immediately in front of me. He was quite close. The roar of the elements had covered his approach. "You've been gone so long," he shouted above the wind. "I thought something must have happened to you." But there was that in his tone, and a certain look in his face as well, that conveyed to me more than his usual words, and in a flash I understood the real reason for his coming. It was because the spell of the place had entered his soul, too, and he did not like being alone. "River still rising," he cried, pointing to the flood in the moonlight, "and the wind's simply awful." He always said the same things, but it was the cry for companionship that gave the real importance to his words. "Lucky," I cried back. "Our tent's in the hollow. I think it'll hold all right." I added something about the difficulty of finding wood in order to explain my absence, but the wind caught my words and flung them across the river, so that he did not hear, but just looked at me through the branches, nodding his head. "Lucky if we get away without disaster," he shouted, or words to that effect, and I remember feeling half angry with him for putting the thought into words, for it was exactly what I felt myself. There was disaster impending somewhere, and the sense of presentiment lay unpleasantly upon me. We went back to the fire and made a final blaze, poking it up with our feet. We took a last look round. But for the wind, the heat would have been unpleasant. I put this thought into words, and I remember my friend's reply struck me oddly, that he would rather have the heat, the ordinary July weather, than this diabolical wind. Everything was snug for the night, the canoe lying turned over beside the tent with both yellow paddles beneath her, the provision sack hanging from a willow stem, and the washed-up dishes removed to a safe distance from the fire, all ready for the morning meal. We smothered the embers of the fire with sand and then turned in. The flap of the tent door was up, and I saw the branches and the stars in the white moonlight. The shaking willows and the heavy buffetings of the wind against our taut little house were the last things I remembered, as sleep came down and covered all with its soft and delicious forgetfulness. 2. Suddenly I found myself lying awake, peering from my sandy mattress through the door of the tent. I looked at my watch pinned against the canvas and saw by the bright moonlight that it was past 12 o'clock, the threshold of a new day, and I had therefore slept a couple of hours. The Swede was asleep still beside me. The wind howled as before. Something plucked at my heart and made me feel afraid. There was a sense of disturbance in my immediate neighborhood. I sat up quickly and looked out. The trees were swaying violently to and fro as the gusts smote them, but our little bit of green canvas lay snugly safe in the hollow, for the wind passed over it without meeting enough resistance to make it vicious. The feeling of disquietude did not pass, however, and I crawled quietly out of the tent to see if our belongings were safe. I moved carefully so as not to waken my companion. A curious excitement was on me. I was halfway out, kneeling on all fours, when my eye first took in that the tops of the bushes opposite, with their moving tracery of leaves, made shapes against the sky. I sat back on my haunches and stared. It was incredible, surely, but there opposite and slightly above me were shapes of some indeterminate sort among the willows, and as the branches swayed in the wind they seemed to group themselves about these shapes, forming a series of monstrous outlines that shifted rapidly beneath the moon. Close, about 50 feet in front of me, I saw these things. My first instinct was to waken my companion that he too might see them, but something made me hesitate, the sudden realization probably that I should not welcome corroboration, and meanwhile I crouched there, staring in amazement with smarting eyes. I was wide awake, I remember saying to myself that I was not dreaming. They first became properly visible, these huge figures, just within the tops of the bushes, immense, bronze-colored, moving, and wholly independent of the swaying of the branches. I saw them plainly, and noted, now I came to examine them more calmly, that they were very much larger than human, and indeed that something in their appearance proclaimed them to be not human at all. Certainly they were not merely the moving tracery of the branches against the moonlight. They shifted independently. They rose upwards in a continuous stream from earth to sky, vanishing utterly as soon as they reached the dark of the sky. They were interlaced one with another, making a great column, and I saw their limbs and huge bodies melting in and out of each other, forming this serpentine line that bent and swayed and twisted spirally with the contortions of the wind-tossed trees. They were nude, fluid shapes, passing up the bushes, within the leaves almost, rising up in a living column into the heavens. Their faces I never could see. Unceasingly they poured upwards, swaying in great bending curves with a hue of dull bronze upon their skins. I stared, trying to force every atom of vision from my eyes. For a long time I thought they must every moment disappear and resolve themselves into the movements of the branches and prove to be an optical illusion. I searched everywhere for a proof of reality, when all the while I understood quite well that the standard of reality had changed. For the longer I looked, the more certain I became that these figures were real and living, though perhaps not according to the standards that the camera and the biologist would insist upon. Far from feeling fear, I was possessed with a sense of awe and wonder such as I have never known. I seemed to be gazing at the personified elemental forces of this haunted and primeval region. Our intrusion had stirred the powers of the place into activity. It was we who were the cause of the disturbance, and my brain filled to bursting with stories and legends of the spirits and deities of places that have been acknowledged and worshipped by men in all ages of the world's history. But before I could arrive at any possible explanation, something impelled me to go farther out, and I crept forward on the sand and stood upright. I felt the ground still warm under my bare feet. The wind tore at my hair and face, and the sound of the river burst upon my ears with a sudden roar. These things, I knew, were real, and proved that my senses were acting normally. Yet the figures still rose from earth to heaven, silent, majestically, in a great spiral of grace and strength that overwhelmed me at length with a genuine deep emotion of worship. I felt that I must fall down and worship, absolutely worship. Perhaps in another minute I might have done so, when a gust of wind swept against me with such force that it blew me sideways, and I nearly stumbled and fell. It seemed to shake the dream violently out of me. At least it gave me another point of view, somehow. The figures still remained, still ascended into heaven from the heart of the night, but my reason at last began to assert itself. It must be a subjective experience, I argued, none the less real for that, but still subjective. The moonlight and the branches combined to work out these pictures upon the mirror of my imagination, and for some reason I projected them outwards and made them appear objective. I knew this must be the case, of course. I took courage and began to move forward across the open patches of sand. By Jove, though, was it all hallucination? Was it merely subjective? Did not my reason argue in the old feudal way from the little standard of the known? I only know that great column of figures ascended darkly into the sky for what seemed a very long period of time, and with a very complete measure of reality as most men are accustomed to gauge reality. Then suddenly they were gone. And once they were gone, and the immediate wonder of their great presence had passed, fear came down upon me with a cold rush. The esoteric meaning of this lonely and haunted region suddenly flamed up within me, and I began to tremble dreadfully. I took a quick look round, a look of horror that came near to panic, calculating vainly ways of escape. And then, realizing how helpless I was to achieve anything really effective, I crept back silently into the tent and lay down again upon my sandy mattress, first lowering the door curtain to shut out the sight of the willows in the moonlight, and then burying my head as deeply as possible beneath the blankets to deaden the sound of the terrifying wind. 3. As though further to convince me that I had not been dreaming, I remember that it was a long time before I fell again into a troubled and restless sleep, and even then only the upper crust of me slept, and underneath there was something that never quite lost consciousness, but lay alert and on the watch. But this second time I jumped up with a genuine start of terror. It was neither the wind nor the river that woke me, but the slow approach of something that caused the sleeping portion of me to grow smaller and smaller, till at last it vanished altogether, and I found myself sitting bolt upright, listening. Outside there was a sound of multitudinous little patterings. They had been coming, I was aware, for a long time, and in my sleep they had first become audible. I sat there nervously wide awake, as though I had not slept at all. It seemed to me that my breathing came with difficulty, and that there was a great weight upon the surface of my body. In spite of the hot night, I felt clammy with cold and shivered. Something surely was pressing steadily against the sides of the tent and weighing down upon it from above. Was it the body of the wind? Was this the pattering rain, the dripping of the leaves, the spray blown from the river by the wind and gathering in big drops? I thought quickly of a dozen things. Then suddenly the explanation leaped into my mind. A bough from the poplar, the only large tree on the island, had fallen with the wind. Still half caught by the other branches, it would fall with the next gust and crush us, and meanwhile its leaves brushed and tapped upon the tight canvas surface of the tent. I raised a loose flap and rushed out, calling to the Swede to follow. But when I got out and stood upright, I saw that the tent was free. There was no hanging bough. There was no rain or spray. Nothing approached. A cold gray light filtered down through the bushes and lay on the faintly gleaming sand. Stars still crowded the sky directly overhead, and the wind howled magnificently, but the fire no longer gave out any glow, and I saw the east reddening in streaks through the trees. Several hours must have passed since I stood there before watching the ascending figures, and the memory of it now came back to me horribly, like an evil dream. Oh, how tired it made me feel, that ceaseless, raging wind. Yet though the deep lassitude of a sleepless night was on me, my nerves were tingling with the activity of an equally tireless apprehension, and all idea of repose was out of the question. The river, I saw, had risen further. Its thunder filled the air, and a fine spray made itself felt through my thin sleeping shirt. Yet nowhere did I discover the slightest evidence of anything to cause alarm. This deep, prolonged disturbance in my heart remained wholly unaccounted for. My companion had not stirred when I called him, and there was no need to waken him now. I looked about me carefully, noting everything: the turned-over canoe, the yellow paddles, 2 of them, I'm certain, the provision sack and the extra lantern hanging together from the tree, and crowding everywhere about me, enveloping all, the willows, those endless, shaking willows. A bird uttered its morning cry, and a string of ducks passed with whirring flight overhead in the twilight. The sand whirled, dry and stinging, about my bare feet in the wind. I walked round the tent, and then went out a little way into the bush, so that I could see across the river to the farther landscape, and the same profound yet indefinable emotion of distress seized upon me again, as I saw the interminable sea of bushes stretching to the horizon, looking ghostly and unreal in the wan light of dawn. I walked softly here and there, still puzzling over that odd sound of infinite pattering, and of that pressure upon the tent that had wakened me. It must have been the wind, I reflected, the wind bearing upon the loose hot sand, driving the dry particles smartly against the taut canvas, the wind dropping heavily upon our fragile roof. Yet all the time my nervousness and malaise increased appreciably. I crossed over to the farther shore and noted how the coastline had altered in the night, and what masses of sand the river had torn away. I dipped my hands and feet into the cool current and bathed my forehead. Already there was a glow of sunrise in the sky, and the exquisite freshness of coming day. On my way back I passed purposely beneath the very bushes where I had seen the column of figures rising into the air, and midway among the clumps I suddenly found myself overtaken by a sense of vast terror. From the shadows a large figure went swiftly by. Someone passed me, as sure as ever man did. It was a great staggering blow from the wind that helped me forward again, and once out in the more open space the sense of terror diminished strangely. The winds were about and walking, I remember saying to myself, for the winds often move like great presences under the trees, and altogether the fear that hovered about me was such an unknown and immense kind of fear, so unlike anything I had ever felt before, that it woke a sense of awe and wonder in me that did much to counteract its worst effects. And when I reached a high point in the middle of the island from which I could see the wide stretch of river, crimson in the sunrise, the whole magical beauty of it all was so overpowering that a sort of wild yearning woke in me and almost brought a cry up into the throat. But this cry found no expression, for as my eyes wandered from the plain beyond to the island round me and noted our little tent half hidden among the willows, a dreadful discovery leaped out at me, compared to which my terror of the walking winds seemed as nothing at all. For a change, I thought, had somehow come about in the arrangement of the landscape. It was not that my point of vantage gave me a different view, but that an alteration had apparently been effected in the relation of the tent to the willows, and of the willows to the tent. Surely the bushes now crowded much closer, unnecessarily, unpleasantly close. They had moved nearer. Creeping with silent feet over the shifting sands, drawing imperceptibly nearer by soft, unhurried movements, the willows had come closer during the night. But had the wind moved them, or had they moved of themselves? I recalled the sound of infinite small patterings and the pressure upon the tent and upon my own heart that caused me to wake in terror. I swayed for a moment in the wind like a tree, finding it hard to keep my upright position on the sandy hillock. There was a suggestion here of personal agency, of deliberate intention, of aggressive hostility, and it terrified me into a sort of rigidity. Then the reaction followed quickly. The idea was so bizarre, so absurd, that I felt inclined to laugh. But the laughter came no more readily than the cry, for the knowledge that my mind was so receptive to such dangerous imaginings brought the additional terror that it was through our minds and not through our physical bodies that the attack would come, and was coming. The wind buffeted me about, and very quickly, it seemed, the sun came up over the horizon, for it was after 4 o'clock, and I must have stood on that little pinnacle of sand longer than I knew, afraid to come down to close quarters with the willows. I returned quietly, creepily, to the tent, first taking another exhaustive look round, and, yes, I confess it, making a few measurements. I paced out on the warm sand the distances between the willows and the tent, making a note of the shortest distance particularly. I crawled stealthily into my blankets. My companion, to all appearances, still slept soundly, and I was glad that this was so. Provided my experiences were not corroborated, I could find strength somehow to deny them, perhaps. With the daylight I could persuade myself that it was all a subjective hallucination, a fantasy of the night, a projection of the excited imagination. Nothing further came in to disturb me, and I fell asleep almost at once, utterly exhausted, yet still in dread of hearing again that weird sound of multitudinous pattering, or of feeling the pressure upon my heart that had made it difficult to breathe. 4. The sun was high in the heavens when my companion woke me from a heavy sleep and announced that the porridge was cooked and it was just time to bathe. The grateful smell of frizzling bacon entered the tent door. "River's still rising," he said, "and several islands out in midstream have disappeared altogether. Our own island's much smaller." "Any wood left?" I asked sleepily. "The wood and the island will finish tomorrow in a dead heat," he laughed, "but there's enough to last us till then." I plunged in from the point of the island, which had indeed altered a lot in size and shape during the night, and was swept down in a moment to the landing-place opposite the tent. The water was icy, and the banks flew by like the country from an express train. Bathing under such conditions was an exhilarating operation, and the terror of the night seemed cleansed out of me by a process of evaporation in the brain. The sun was blazing hot. Not a cloud showed itself anywhere. The wind, however, had not abated one little jot. Quite suddenly, then, the implied meaning of the Swede's words flashed across me. showing that he no longer wished to leave post-haste and had changed his mind. Enough to last till tomorrow. He assumed we should stay on the island another night. It struck me as odd. The night before he was so positive the other way. How had the change come about? Great crumblings of the banks occurred at breakfast, with heavy splashings and clouds of spray which the wind brought into our frying-pan, and my fellow traveler talked incessantly about the difficulty the Vienna Pest steamers must have to find the channel in flood. But the state of his mind interested and impressed me far more than the state of the river or the difficulties of the steamers. He had changed somehow since the evening before. His manner was different, a trifle excited, a trifle shy, with a sort of suspicion about his voice and gestures. I hardly know how to describe it now in cold blood, but at the time I remember being quite certain of one thing, that he had become frightened. He ate very little breakfast, and for once omitted to smoke his pipe. He had the map spread open beside him and kept studying its markings. "We'd better get off sharp in an hour," I said, presently, feeling for an opening that must bring him indirectly to a partial confession at any rate, and his answer puzzled me uncomfortably. "Rather, if they'll let us." "Who'll let us? The elements?" I asked quickly, with affected indifference. "The powers of this awful place, whoever they are," he replied, keeping his eyes on the map. "The gods are here if they are anywhere at all in the world." "The elements are always the true immortals," I replied, laughing as naturally as I could manage, yet knowing quite well that my face reflected my true feelings, when he looked up gravely at me and spoke across the smoke. "We shall be fortunate if we get away without further disaster." This was exactly what I had dreaded, and I screwed myself up to the point of the direct question. It was like agreeing to allow the dentist to extract the tooth. It had to come anyhow in the long run, and the rest was all pretense. "Further disaster? Why, what's happened?" "For one thing, the steering paddle's gone," he said quietly. "The steering paddle gone," I repeated, greatly excited, for this was our rudder, and the Danuban flood without a rudder was suicide. "But what—" "And there's a tear in the bottom of the canoe," he added, with a genuine little tremor in his voice. I continued staring at him, able only to repeat the words in his face somewhat foolishly. There in the heat of the sun and on this burning sand I was aware of a freezing atmosphere descending round us. I got up to follow him, for he merely nodded his head gravely and led the way towards the tent a few yards on the other side of the fireplace. The canoe still lay there as I had last seen her in the night, ribs uppermost, the paddles, or rather the paddle, on the sand beside her. "There's only one," he said, stooping to pick it up, "and here's the rent in the baseboard." It was on the tip of my tongue to tell him that I had clearly noticed 2 paddles a few hours before, but a second impulse made me think better of it, and I said nothing. I approached to see. There was a long, finely made tear in the bottom of the canoe where a little slither of wood had been neatly taken out. It looked as if the tooth of a sharp rock or snag had eaten down her length, and investigation showed that the hole went through. Had we launched out in her without observing it, we must inevitably have foundered. At first the water would have made the wood swell so as to close the hole, but once out in midstream the water must have poured in, and the canoe, never more than 2 inches above the surface, would have filled and sunk very rapidly. "There, you see an attempt to prepare a victim for the sacrifice," I heard him saying, more to himself than to me. "2 victims, rather," he added, as he bent over and ran his fingers along the slit. I began to whistle, a thing I always do unconsciously when utterly nonplussed, and purposely paid no attention to his words. I was determined to consider them foolish. "It wasn't there last night," he said presently, straightening up from his examination and looking anywhere but at me. "We must have scratched her in landing, of course," I stopped whistling to say. "The stones are very sharp." I stopped abruptly, for at that moment he turned round and met my eye squarely. I knew just as well as he did how impossible my explanation was. There were no stones to begin with. "And then there's this to explain, too," he added quietly, handing me the paddle and pointing to the blade. A new and curious emotion spread freezingly over me as I took and examined it. The blade was scraped down all over, beautifully scraped, as though someone had sandpapered it with care, making it so thin that the first vigorous stroke must have snapped it off at the elbow. "One of us walked in his sleep and did this thing," I said feebly. Or it has been filed by the constant stream of sand particles blown against it by the wind, perhaps." "Ah," said the Swede, turning away, laughing a little. "You can explain everything." "The same wind that caught the steering paddle and flung it so near the bank that it fell in with the next lump that crumbled," I called out after him, absolutely determined to find an explanation for everything he showed me. "I see," he shouted back, turning his head to look at me before disappearing among the willow bushes. Once alone with these perplexing evidences of personal agency, I think my first thoughts took the form of, one of us must have done this thing, and it certainly was not I. But my second thought decided how impossible it was to suppose, under all the circumstances, that either of us had done it, that my companion, the trusted friend of a dozen similar expeditions, could have knowingly had a hand in it, was a suggestion not to be entertained for a moment. Equally absurd seemed the explanation that this imperturbable and densely practical nature had suddenly become insane and was busied with insane purposes. Yet the fact remained that what disturbed me most, and kept my fear actively alive even in this blaze of sunshine and wild beauty, was the clear certainty that some curious alteration had come about in his mind, that he was nervous, timid, suspicious, aware of goings-on he did not speak about, watching a series of secret and hitherto unmentionable events, waiting, in a word, for a climax that he expected, and I thought expected very soon. This grew up in my mind intuitively. I hardly knew how. I made a hurried examination of the tent and its surroundings, but the measurements of the night remained the same. There were deep hollows formed in the sand, I now noticed for the first time, basin-shaped and of various depths and sizes, varying from that of a teacup to a large bowl. The wind, no doubt, was responsible for these miniature craters, just as it was for lifting the paddle and tossing it towards the water. The rent in the canoe was the only thing that seemed quite inexplicable, and after all it was conceivable that a sharp point had caught it when we landed. The examination I made of the shore did not assist this theory, but all the same I clung to it with that diminishing portion of my intelligence which I called my reason. An explanation of some kind was an absolute necessity, just as some working explanation of the universe is necessary, however absurd, to the happiness of every individual who seeks to do his duty in the world and face the problems of life. The simile seemed to me at the time an exact parallel. I at once set the pitch melting, and presently the Swede joined me at the work, though under the best conditions in the world the canoe could not be safe for traveling to the following day. I drew his attention casually to the hollows in the sand. "Yes," he said, "I know. They're all over the island. But you can explain them, no doubt." "Wind, of course," I answered, without hesitation. "Have you never watched those little whirlwinds in the street that twist and twirl everything into a circle? This sand's loose enough to yield, that's all." He made no reply, and we worked on in silence for a bit. I watched him surreptitiously all the time, and I had an idea he was watching me. He seemed, too, to be always listening attentively to something I could not hear, or perhaps for something that he expected to hear, for he kept turning about and staring into the bushes, and up into the sky, and out across the water, where it was visible through the openings among the willows. Sometimes he even put his hand to his ear and held it there for several minutes. He said nothing to me, however, about it, and I asked no questions. And meanwhile, as he mended that torn canoe with the skill and address of a Red Indian, I was glad to notice his absorption in the work, for there was a vague dread in my heart that he would speak of the changed aspect of the willows, and if he had noticed that, my imagination could no longer be held a sufficient explanation of it. At length, after a long pause, he began to talk. "Queer thing," he added, in a hurried sort of voice, as though he wanted to say something and get it over. "Queer thing, I mean, about that otter last night." I had expected something so totally different that he caught me with surprise, and I looked up sharply. Shows how lonely this place is. Otters are awfully shy things." "I don't mean that, of course," he interrupted. "I mean, did you think it really was an otter?" "What else, in the name of heaven, what else?" "You know, I saw it before you did, and at first it seemed so much bigger than an otter." "The sunset, as you looked upstream, magnified it, or something," I replied. He looked at me absently a moment, as though his mind were busy with other thoughts. "It had such extraordinary yellow eyes," he went on, half to himself. "That was the sun, too," I laughed, a trifle boisterously. "I suppose you'll wonder next if that fellow in the boat—" I suddenly decided not to finish the sentence. He was in the act again of listening, turning his head to the wind, and something in the expression of his face made me halt. The subject dropped, and we went on with our caulking. Apparently he had not noticed my unfinished sentence. 5 minutes later, however, he looked at me across the canoe, the smoking pitch in his hand, his face exceedingly grave. "I did rather wonder, if you want to know," he said slowly, "what that thing in the boat was. I remember thinking at the time it was not a man. The whole business seemed to rise quite suddenly out of the water." I laughed again boisterously in his face, but this time there was impatience and a strain of anger, too, in my feeling. "Look here now," I cried. "This place is quite queer enough without going out of our way to imagine things. That boat was an ordinary boat, and the man in it was an ordinary man, and they were both going downstream as fast as they could lick, and that otter was an otter, so don't let's play the fool about it." He looked steadily at me with the same grave expression. He was not in the least annoyed. I took courage from his silence. "And for heaven's sake," I went on, "don't keep pretending you hear things, because it only gives me the jumps, and there's nothing to hear but the river and this cursed old thundering wind." "You fool," he answered in a low, shocked voice. "You utter fool. That's just the way all victims talk, as if you didn't understand just as well as I do." He sneered with scorn in his voice and a sort of resignation. "The best thing you can do is to keep quiet and try to hold your mind as firm as possible. This feeble attempt at self-deception only makes the truth harder when you're forced to meet it." My little effort was over, and I found nothing more to say, for I knew quite well his words were true, and that I was the fool, not he. Up to a certain stage in the adventure he kept ahead of me easily, and I think I felt annoyed to be out of it, to be thus proved less psychic, less sensitive than himself to these extraordinary happenings, and half ignorant all the time of what was going on under my very nose. He knew from the very beginning, apparently, but at the moment I wholly missed the point of his words about the necessity of there being a victim, and that we ourselves were destined to satisfy the want. I dropped all pretense thenceforward, but thenceforward likewise my fear increased steadily to the climax. "But you're quite right about one thing," he added, before the subject passed, "and that is that we're wiser not to talk about it, or even to think about it, because what one thinks finds expression in words, and what one says happens." That afternoon, while the canoe dried and hardened, we spent trying to fish, testing the leak, collecting wood, and watching the enormous flood of rising water. Masses of driftwood swept near our shores sometimes, and we fished for them with long willow branches. The island grew perceptibly smaller as the banks were torn away with great gulps and splashes. The weather kept brilliantly fine till about 4 o'clock, and then for the first time for 3 days the wind showed signs of abating. Clouds began to gather in the southwest, spreading thence slowly over the sky. This lessening of the wind came as a great relief, for the incessant roaring, banging, and thundering had irritated our nerves. Yet the silence that came about 5 o'clock with its sudden cessation was in a manner quite as oppressive. The booming of the river had everything in its own way then. It filled the air with deep murmurs, more musical than the wind noises, but infinitely more monotonous. The wind held many notes, rising, falling, always beating out some sort of great elemental tune, whereas the river's song lay between 3 notes at most, dull pedal notes that held a lugubrious quality foreign to the wind, and somehow seemed to me in my then nervous state, to sound wonderfully well the music of doom. It was extraordinary, too, how the withdrawal suddenly of bright sunlight took everything out of the landscape that made for cheerfulness, and since this particular landscape had already managed to convey the suggestion of something sinister, the change, of course, was all the more unwelcome and noticeable. For me, I know, the darkening outlook became distinctly more alarming, and I found myself more than once calculating how soon after sunset the full moon would get up in the east, and whether the gathering clouds would greatly interfere with her lighting of the little island. With this general hush of the wind, though it still indulged in occasional brief gusts, the rivers seemed to me to grow blacker, the willows to stand more densely together. The latter, too, kept up a sort of independent movement of their own, rustling among themselves when no wind stirred, and shaking oddly from the roots upwards. When common objects in this way become charged with the suggestion of horror, they stimulate the imagination far more than things of unusual appearance, and these bushes, crowding huddled about us, assumed for me in the darkness a bizarre grotesquerie of appearance that lent to them somehow the aspect of purposeful and living creatures. Their very ordinariness, I felt, masked what was malignant and hostile to us. The forces of the region drew nearer with the coming of night. They were focusing upon our island, and more particularly upon ourselves. For thus, somehow, in the terms of the imagination, did my really indescribable sensations in this extraordinary place present themselves. I had slept a good deal in the early afternoon, and had thus recovered somewhat from the exhaustion of a disturbed night, but this only served apparently to render me more susceptible than before to the obsessing spell of the haunting. I fought against it, laughing at my feelings as absurd and childish, with very obvious psychological explanations. Yet in spite of every effort, they gained in strength upon me, so that I dreaded the night as a child lost in a forest must dread the approach of darkness. The canoe we had carefully covered with a waterproof sheet during the day, and the one remaining paddle had been securely tied by the Swede to the base of a tree, lest the wind should rob us of that too. From 5 o'clock onwards I busied myself with the stew-pot in preparations for dinner, it being my turn to cook that night. We had potatoes, onions, bits of bacon fat to add flavor, and a general thick residue from former stews at the bottom of the pot. With black bread broken up into it, the result was most excellent, and it was followed by a stew of plums with sugar and a brew of strong tea with dried milk. A good pile of wood lay close at hand, and the absence of wind made my duties easy. My companion sat lazily watching me, dividing his attentions between cleaning his pipe and giving useless advice, an admitted privilege of the off-duty man. He had been very quiet all the afternoon, engaged in recalking the canoe, strengthening the tent ropes, and fishing for driftwood, while I slept. No more talk about undesirable things had passed between us, and I think his only remarks had to do with the gradual destruction of the island, which he declared was not fully a third smaller than when we first landed. The pot had just begun to bubble when I heard his voice calling to me from the bank, where he had wandered away without my noticing. I ran up. "Come and listen," he said, "and see what you make of it." He held his hand cup-wise to his ear, as so often before. "Now, do you hear anything?" he asked, watching me curiously. We stood there, listening attentively together. At first I heard only the deep note of the water and the hissings rising from its turbulent surface. The willows, for once, were motionless and silent. Then a sound began to reach my ears faintly, a peculiar sound, something like the humming of a distant gong. It seemed to come across to us in the darkness from the waste of swamps and willows opposite. It was repeated at regular intervals, but it was certainly neither the sound of a bell nor the hooting of a distant steamer. I can liken it to nothing so much as to the sound of an immense gong, suspended far up in the sky, repeating incessantly its muffled, metallic note, soft and musical, as it was repeatedly struck. My heart quickened as I listened. "I've heard it all day," said my companion. "While you slept this afternoon, it came all round the island. I hunted it down, but could never get near enough to see, to localize it correctly. Sometimes it was overhead, and sometimes it seemed under the water. Once or twice, too, I could have sworn it was not outside at all, but within myself, you know, the way a sound in the fourth dimension is supposed to come. I was too much puzzled to pay much attention to his words. I listened carefully, striving to associate it with any known familiar sound I could think of, but without success. It changed in the direction, too, coming nearer, and then sinking utterly away into remote distance. I cannot say that it was ominous in quality, because to me it seemed distinctly musical, yet I must admit it set going a distressing feeling that made me wish I had never heard it. "The wind blowing in those sand funnels," I said, determined to find an explanation. "Or the bushes rubbing together after the storm, perhaps." "It comes off the whole swamp," my friend answered. "It comes from everywhere at once." He ignored my explanations. "It comes from the willow bushes, somehow." "But now the wind has dropped," I objected. "The willows can hardly make a noise by themselves, can they?" His answer frightened me, first because I had dreaded it, and secondly, because I knew intuitively it was true. "It is because the wind has dropped we now hear it. It was drowned before. It is the cry, I believe, of the—" I dashed back to my fire, warned by the sound of bubbling that the stew was in danger, but determined at the same time to escape further conversation. I was resolute, if possible, to avoid the exchanging of views. I dreaded, too, that he would begin about the gods or the elemental forces or something else disquieting, and I wanted to keep myself well in hand for what might happen later. There was another night to be faced before we escaped from this distressing place, and there was no knowing yet what it might bring forth. "Come and cut up bread for the pot," I called to him, vigorously stirring the appetizing mixture. That stew pot held sanity for us both, and the thought made me laugh. He came over slowly and took the provision sack from the tree, fumbling in its mysterious depths, and then emptying the entire contents upon the ground sheet at his feet. "Hurry up," I cried. "It's boiling." The Swede burst out into a roar of laughter that startled me. It was forced laughter, not artificial exactly, but mirthless. "There's nothing here," he shouted, holding his sides. "Bread, I mean." "It's gone. There is no bread. They've taken it." I dropped the long spoon and ran up. Everything the sack had contained lay upon the ground sheet, but there was no loaf. The whole dead weight of my growing fear fell upon me and shook me. Then I burst out laughing too. It was the only thing to do, and the sound of my laughter also made me understand his. The strain of psychical pressure caused it, this explosion of unnatural laughter in both of us. It was an effort of repressed forces to seek relief. It was a temporary safety valve, and with both of us it ceased quite suddenly. "How criminally stupid of me!" I cried, still determined to be consistent and find an explanation. "I clean forgot to buy a loaf at Pressburg. That chattering woman put everything out of my head, and I must have left it lying on the counter, or—" "The oatmeal, too, is much less than it was this morning," the Swede interrupted. Why in the world need he draw attention to it? I thought angrily. "There's enough for tomorrow," I said, stirring vigorously, "and we can get lots more at Comorn or Gran. In 24 hours we shall be miles from here." "I hope so. To God," he muttered, putting the things back into the sack. "Unless we're claimed first as victims for the sacrifice," he added with a foolish laugh. He dragged the sack into the tent, for safety's sake, I suppose, and I heard him mumbling to himself, but so indistinctly that it seemed quite natural for me to ignore his words. Our meal was beyond question a gloomy one, and we ate it almost in silence, avoiding one another's eyes and keeping the fire bright. Then we washed up and prepared for the night, and once smoking, our minds unoccupied with any definite duties, the apprehension I had felt all day long became more and more acute. It was not then active fear, I think, but the very vagueness of its origin distressed me far more than if I had been able to tick it and face it squarely. The curious sound I have likened to the note of a gong became now almost incessant, and filled the stillness of the night with a faint, continuous ringing, rather than a series of distinct notes. At one time it was behind, and at another time in front of us. Sometimes I fancied it came from the bushes on our left, and then again from the clumps on our right. More often it hovered directly overhead like the whirring of wings. It was really everywhere at once, behind, in front, at our sides, and over our heads, completely surrounding us. The sound really defies description. But nothing within my knowledge is like that ceaseless, muffled humming rising off the deserted world of swamps and willows. We sat smoking in comparative silence, the strain growing every minute greater. The worst feature of the situation seemed to me that we did not know what to expect, and could therefore make no sort of preparation by way of defense. We could anticipate nothing. My explanations, made in the sunshine, moreover, now came to haunt me with their foolish and wholly unsatisfactory nature, and it was more and more clear to us that some kind of plain talk with my companion was inevitable, whether I liked it or not. After all, we had to spend the night together, and to sleep in the same tent side by side. I saw that I could not get along much longer without the support of his mind, and for that, of course, plain talk was imperative. As long as possible, however, I postponed this little climax, and tried to ignore or laugh at the occasional sentences he flung into the emptiness. Some of these sentences, moreover, were confoundedly disquieting to me, coming as they did to corroborate much that I felt myself. Corroboration, too, which made it so much more convincing, from a totally different point of view. He composed such curious sentences, and hurled them at me in such an inconsequential sort of way, as though his main line of thought was secret to himself, and these fragments were mere bits he found it impossible to digest. He got rid of them by uttering them. Speech relieved him. It was like being sick. There are things about us, I'm sure, that make for disorder, disintegration, destruction. Our destruction, he said once, while the fire blazed between us. We've strayed out of a safe line somewhere. And another time, when the gong sounds had come nearer, ringing much louder than before and directly over our heads, he said, as though talking to himself, "I don't think a gramophone would show any record of that. The sound doesn't come to me by the ears at all. The vibrations reach me in another manner altogether, and seem to be within me, which is precisely how a fourth-dimensional sound might be supposed to make itself heard." I purposely made no reply to this, but I sat up a little closer to the fire and peered about me into the darkness. The clouds were massed all over the sky, and no trace of moonlight came through. Very still, too, everything was, so that the river and the frogs had things all their own way. "It has that about it," he went on, "which is utterly out of common experience. It is unknown. Only one thing describes it really. It is a non-human sound. I mean a sound outside humanity." Having rid himself of this indigestible morsel, he lay quiet for a time, but he had so admirably expressed my own feeling that it was a relief to have the thought out, and to have confined it by the limitation of words from dangerous wandering to and fro in the mind. The solitude of that Danube camping-place. Can I ever forget it? The feeling of being utterly alone on an empty planet. My thoughts ran incessantly upon cities and the haunts of men. I would have given my soul, as the saying is, for the feel of those Bavarian villages we had passed through by the score, for the normal, human commonplaces, peasants drinking beer, tables beneath the trees, hot sunshine, and a ruined castle on the rocks behind the red-roofed church. Even the tourists would have been welcome. Yet what I felt of dread was no ordinary ghostly fear. It was infinitely greater, stranger, and seemed to arise from some dim ancestral sense of terror more profoundly disturbing than anything I had known or dreamed of. We had strayed, as the Swede put it, into some region or some set of conditions where the risks were great, yet unintelligible to us, where the frontiers of some unknown world lay close about us. It was a spot held by the dwellers in some outer space, a sort of peephole, whence they could spy upon the earth, themselves unseen, a point where the veil between had worn a little thin. As the final result of too long a sojourn here, we should be carried over the border and deprived of what we called our lives, yet by mental, not physical processes. In that sense, as he said, we should be the victims of our adventure, a sacrifice. It took us in different fashion, each according to the measure of his sensitiveness and powers of resistance. I translated it vaguely into a personification of the mightily disturbed elements, investing them with the horror of a deliberate and malefic purpose, resentful of our audacious intrusion into their breeding place, whereas my friend threw it into the unoriginal form at first of a trespass on some ancient shrine, some place where the old gods still held sway, where the emotional forces of former worshippers still clung, and the ancestral portion of him yielded to the old pagan spell. At any rate, here was a place unpolluted by men, kept clean by the winds from coarsening human influences, a place where spiritual agencies were within reach and aggressive. Never, before or since, have I been so attacked by indescribable suggestions of a beyond region, of another scheme of life, another revolution not parallel to the human, and in the end our minds would succumb under the weight of the awful spell, and we should be drawn across the frontier into their world. Small things testified to the amazing influence of the place, and now in the silence round the fire they allowed themselves to be noted by the mind. The very atmosphere had proved itself a magnifying medium to distort every indication, the otter rolling in the current, the hurrying boatman making signs, the shifting willows. One and all had been robbed of its natural character and revealed in something of its other aspect, as it existed across the border to that other region. And this changed aspect, I felt, was now not merely to me, but to the race. The whole experience whose verge we touched was unknown to humanity at all. It was a new order of experience, and in the true sense of the word, unearthly. It's the deliberate, calculating purpose that reduces one's courage to zero, the Swede said suddenly, as if he had been actually following my thoughts. Otherwise imagination might count for much. But the paddle, the canoe, the lessening food— "Haven't I explained all that once?" I interrupted viciously. "You have," he answered dryly. "You have indeed." He made other remarks, too, as usual, about what he called the plain determination to provide a victim. But, having now arranged my thoughts better, I recognized that this was simply the cry of his frightened soul against the knowledge that he was being attacked in a vital part, and that he would be somehow taken or destroyed. The situation called for a courage and calmness of reasoning that neither of us could compass, and I have never before been so clearly conscious of two persons in me, the one that explained everything, and the other that laughed at such foolish explanations, yet was horribly afraid. Meanwhile, in the pitchy night, the fire died down and the wood-pile grew small. Neither of us moved to replenish the stock, and the darkness consequently came up very close to our faces. A few feet beyond the circle of firelight it was inky black. Occasionally a stray puff of wind set the willows shivering about us, but apart from this not very welcome sound, a deep and depressing silence reigned, broken only by the gurgling of the river and the humming in the air overhead. We both missed, I think, the shouting company of the winds. At length, at a moment when a stray puff prolonged itself as though the wind were about to rise again, I reached the point for me of saturation, the point where it was absolutely necessary to find relief in plain speech, or else to betray myself by some hysterical extravagance that must have been far worse in its effect upon both of us. I kicked the fire into a blaze and turned to my companion abruptly. He looked up with a start. "I can't disguise it any longer," I said. "I don't like this place, and the darkness, and the noises, and the awful feelings I get. There's something here that beats me utterly. I'm in a blue funk, and that's the plain truth. If the other shore was different, I swear I'd be inclined to swim for it." The Swede's face turned very white beneath the deep tan of sun and wind. He stared straight at me and answered quietly, but his voice betrayed his huge excitement by its unnatural calmness. For the moment, at any rate, he was the strong man of the two. He was more phlegmatic, for one thing. "It's not a physical condition we can escape from by running away," he replied, in the tone of a doctor diagnosing some grave disease. "We must sit tight and wait. There are forces close here that could kill a herd of elephants in a second as easily as you or I could squash a fly. Our only chance is to keep perfectly still. Our insignificance, perhaps, may save us." I put a dozen questions into my expression of face, but found no words. It was precisely like listening to an accurate description of a disease whose symptoms had puzzled me. "I mean that so far, although aware of our disturbing presence, they have not found us, not located us, as the Americans say," he went on. "They're blundering about like men hunting for a leak of gas. The paddle and canoe and provisions prove that. I think they feel us, but cannot actually see us. We must keep our minds quiet. It's our minds they feel. We must control our thoughts, or it's all up with us." "Death, you mean?" I stammered, icy with the horror of his suggestion. "Worse, by far," he said. "Death, according to one's belief, means either annihilation or release from the limitations of the senses, but it involves no change of character. You don't suddenly alter just because the body's gone. But this means a radical alteration, a complete change, a horrible loss of oneself by substitution, far worse than death, and not even annihilation. We happen to have camped in a spot where their region touches ours, where the veil between has worn thin. Horrors! He was using my very own phrase, my actual words, so that they are aware of our being in their neighborhood. But who are aware? I asked. I forgot the shaking of the willows in the windless calm, the humming overhead, everything except that I was waiting for an answer that I dreaded more than I can possibly explain. He lowered his voice at once to reply, leaning forward a little over the fire, an indefinable change in his face that made me avoid his eyes and look down upon the ground. "All my life," he said, "I've been strangely, vividly conscious of another region, not far removed from our own world in one sense, yet wholly different in kind, where great things go on unceasingly, where immense and terrible personalities hurry by, intent on vast purposes compared to which earthly affairs, the rise and fall of nations, the destinies of empires, the fate of armies and continents, are all as dust in the balance. Vast purposes, I mean, that deal directly with the soul, and not indirectly with more expressions of the soul." "I suggest just now," I began, seeking to stop him, feeling as though I was face to face with a madman, but he instantly overbore me with his torrent that had to come. "You think," he said, "it is the spirit of the elements, and I thought perhaps it was the old gods. But I tell you now it is neither. These would be comprehensible entities, for they have relations with men, depending upon them for worship or sacrifice, whereas these beings who are now about us have absolutely nothing to do with mankind, and it is mere chance that their space happens just at this spot to touch our own." The mere conception, which his words somehow made so convincing, as I listened to them there in the dark stillness of that lonely island, set me shaking a little all over. I found it impossible to control my movements. "And what do you propose?" I began again. "A sacrifice, a victim, might save us by distracting them until we could get away," he went on, "just as the wolves stop to devour the dogs and give the sleigh another start. But I see no chance of any other victim now." I stared blankly at him. The gleam in his eye was dreadful. Presently he continued, "It's the willows, of course. The willows mask the others, but the others are feeling about for us. If we let our minds betray our fear, we're lost utterly." He looked at me with an expression so calm, so determined, so sincere, that I no longer had any doubts as to his sanity. He was as sane as any man ever was. "If we can hold out through the night," he added, "we may get off in the daylight unnoticed, or rather undiscovered." "But you really think a sacrifice would—" That gong-like humming came down very close over our heads as I spoke, but it was my friend's scared face that really stopped my mouth. "Hush!" he whispered, holding up his hand. "Do not mention them more than you can help. Do not refer to them by name. To name is to reveal. It is the inevitable clue, and our only hope lies in ignoring them, in order that they may ignore us." "Even in thought?" He was extraordinarily agitated. "Especially in thought. Our thoughts make spirals in their world. We must keep them out of our minds at all costs, if possible." I raked the fire together to prevent the darkness having everything its own way. I never longed for the sun as I longed for it then in the awful blackness of that summer night. "Were you awake all last night?" he went on suddenly. "I slept badly a little after dawn," I replied evasively, trying to follow his instructions, which I knew instinctively were true. "But the wind, of course—" "I know, but the wind won't account for all the noises." "Then you heard it too?" "The multiplying countless little footsteps I heard," he said, adding after a moment's hesitation, "and that other sound." "You mean above the tent, and the pressing down upon us of something tremendous, gigantic?" He nodded significantly. "It was like the beginning of a sort of inner suffocation?" I said. "Partly, yes. It seemed to me that the weight of the atmosphere had been altered, had increased enormously, so that we should have been crushed. And that," I went on, determined to have it all out, pointing upwards where the gong-like note hummed ceaselessly, rising and falling like wind. "What do you make of that?" "It's their sound," he whispered gravely. "It's the sound of their world, the humming in their region. The division here is so thin that it leaks through somehow. But if you listen carefully, you'll find it's not above so much as around us. It's in the willows. It's the willows themselves humming, because here the willows have been made symbols of the forces that are against us." I could not follow exactly what he meant by this, yet the thought and idea in my mind were beyond question the thought and idea in his. I realized what he realized, only with less power of analysis than his. It was on the tip of my tongue to tell him at last about my hallucination of the ascending figures in the moving bushes, when he suddenly thrust his face again close into mine across the firelight, and began to speak in a very earnest whisper. He amazed me by his calmness and pluck, his apparent control of the situation. This man I had for years deemed unimaginative, stolid. "Now listen," he said. "The only thing for us to do is to go on as though nothing had happened, follow our usual habits, go to bed and so forth, pretend we feel nothing and notice nothing. It is a question wholly of the mind, and the less we think about them, the better our chance of escape. Above all, don't think, for what you think happens." "All right," I managed to reply, simply breathless with his words and the strangeness of it all. "All right, I'll try. But tell me one more thing first. Tell me what you make of those hollows in the ground all about us, those sand funnels." "No," he cried, forgetting to whisper in his excitement. "I dare not, simply dare not put the thought into words. If you have not guessed, I am glad. Don't try to. They have put it into my mind. Try your hardest to prevent their putting it into yours." He sank his voice again to a whisper before he finished, and I did not press him to explain. There was already just about as much horror in me as I could hold. The conversation came to an end, and we smoked our pipes busily in silence. Then something happened, something unimportant apparently, as the way is when the nerves are in a very great state of tension, and this small thing for a brief space gave me an entirely different point of view. I chanced to look down at my sand shoe, the sort we used for the canoe, and something to do with the hole at the toe suddenly recalled to me the London shop where I had bought them, the difficulty the man had in fitting me, and other details of the uninteresting but practical operation. At once, in its train, followed a wholesome view of the modern skeptical world I was accustomed to move in at home. I thought of roast beef and ale, motor cars, policemen, brass bands, and a dozen other things that proclaimed the soul of ordinariness or utility. The effect was immediate and astonishing, even to myself. Psychologically, I suppose it was simply a sudden and violent reaction after the strain of living in an atmosphere of things that, to the normal consciousness, must seem impossible and incredible. But whatever the cause, it momentarily lifted the spell from my heart, and left me for the short space of a minute feeling free and utterly unafraid. I looked up at my friend opposite. "You damned old pagan," I cried, laughing aloud in his face. "You imaginative idiot! You superstitious idolater! You—" I stopped in the middle, seized anew by the old horror. I tried to smother the sound of my voice as something sacrilegious. The Swede, of course, heard it too, the strange cry overhead in the darkness, and that sudden drop in the air as though something had come nearer. He had turned ashen white under the tan. He stood bolt upright in front of the fire, stiff as a rod, staring at me. "After that," he said in a sort of helpless, frantic way, "we must go. We can't stay now. We must strike camp this very instant and go on, down the river." He was talking, I saw, quite wildly, his words dictated by abject terror, the terror he had resisted so long, but which had caught him at last. "In the dark?" I exclaimed, shaking with fear after my hysterical outburst, but still realizing our position better than he did. "Sheer madness. The river's in flood, and we've only got a single paddle. Besides, we only go deeper into their country. There's nothing ahead for 50 miles but willows, willows, willows." He sat down again in a state of semi-collapse. The positions, by one of those kaleidoscopic changes nature loves, were suddenly reversed, and the control of our forces passed over into my hands. His mind at last had reached the point where it was beginning to weaken. "What on earth possessed you to do such a thing?" he whispered, with the awe of genuine terror in his voice and face. I crossed round to his side of the fire. I took both his hands in mine, kneeling down beside him and looking straight into his frightened eyes. "We'll make one more blaze," I said firmly, "and then turn in for the night. At sunrise, we'll be off full speed for Comorn. Now pull yourself together a bit, and remember your own advice about not thinking fear." He said no more, and I saw that he would agree and obey. In some measure, too, it was a sort of relief to get up and make an excursion into the darkness for more wood. We kept close together, almost touching, groping among the bushes and along the bank. The humming overhead never ceased, but seemed to me to grow louder as we increased our distance from the fire. It was shivery work. We were grubbing away in the middle of a thickish clump of willows where some driftwood from a former flood had caught high among the branches, when my body was seized in a grip that made me half drop upon the sand. It was the Swede. He had fallen against me and was clutching me for support. I heard his breath coming and going in short gasps. "Look, by my soul," he whispered, and for the first time in my experience I knew what it was to hear tears of terror in a human voice. He was pointing to the fire, some 50 feet away. I followed the direction of his finger, and I swear my heart missed a beat. There, in front of the dim glow, something was moving. I saw it through a veil that hung before my eyes like the gauze drop curtain used at the back of a theater, hazily a little. It was neither a human figure nor an animal. To me it gave the strange impression of being as large as several animals grouped together, like horses, 2 or 3, moving slowly. The Swede, too, got a similar result, though expressing it differently, for he thought it was shaped and sized like a clump of willow bushes, rounded at the top and moving all over upon its surface. "Coiling upon itself like smoke," he said afterwards. "I watched it settle downwards through the bushes," he sobbed at me. "Look, by God, it's coming this way. Oh, oh!" He gave a kind of whistling cry. "They've found us!" I gave one terrified glance, which just enabled me to see that the shadowy form was swinging towards us through the bushes, and then I collapsed backwards with a crash into the branches. These failed, of course, to support my weight, so that with the Swede on top of me, we fell in a struggling heap upon the sand. I really hardly knew what was happening. I was conscious only of a sort of enveloping sensation of icy fear that plucked the nerves out of their fleshly covering, twisted them this way and that, and replaced them quivering. My eyes were tightly shut. Something in my throat choked me, a feeling that my consciousness was expanding, extending out into space, swiftly gave way to another feeling that I was losing it altogether and about to die. An acute spasm of pain passed through me, and I was aware that the Swede had hold of me in such a way that he hurt me abominably. It was the way he caught at me in falling. But it was the pain, he declared afterwards, that saved me. It caused me to forget them and think of something else at the very instant when they were about to find me. It concealed my mind from them at the moment of discovery, yet just in time to evade their terrible seizing of me. He himself, he says, actually swooned at the same moment, and that was what saved him. I only know that at a later date, how long or short is impossible to say, I found myself scrambling up out of the slippery network of willow branches, and saw my companion standing in front of me, holding out a hand to assist me. I stared at him in a dazed way, rubbing the arm he had twisted for me. Nothing came to me to say, somehow. I lost consciousness for a moment or two, I heard him say. That's what saved me. It made me stop thinking about them. You nearly broke my arm in two, I said, uttering my only connected thought of the moment. A numbness came over me. That's what saved you, he replied. Between us, we managed to set them off on a false tack somewhere. The humming has ceased. It's gone, for the moment at any rate. A wave of hysterical laughter seized me again, and this time spread to my friend, too, great healing gusts of shaking laughter that brought a tremendous sense of relief in their train. We made our way back to the fire and put the wood on so that it blazed at once. Then we saw that the tent had fallen over and lay in a tangled heap upon the ground. We picked it up, and during the process tripped more than once and caught our feet in sand. It's those sand funnels, exclaimed the Swede, when the tent was up again and the firelight lit up the ground for several yards about us. And look at the size of them. All round the tent and about the fireplace, where we had seen the moving shadows, there were deep funnel-shaped hollows in the sand, exactly similar to the ones we had already found over the island, only far bigger and deeper, beautifully formed, and wide enough in some instances to admit the whole of my foot and leg. Neither of us said a word. We both knew that sleep was the safest thing we could do, and to bed we went accordingly without further delay, having first thrown sand on the fire and taken the provision sack and the paddle inside the tent with us. The canoe, too, we propped in such a way at the end of the tent that our feet touched it, and the least motion would disturb and wake us. In case of emergency, too, we again went to bed in our clothes, ready for a sudden start. 5. It was my firm intention to lie awake all night and watch, but the exhaustion of nerves and body decreed otherwise, and sleep after a while came over me with a welcome blanket of oblivion. The fact that my companion also slept quickened its approach. At first he fidgeted and constantly sat up, asking me if I heard this or heard that. He tossed about on his cork mattress and said the tent was moving and the river had risen over the point of the island, but each time I went out to look, I returned with the report that all was well, and finally he grew calmer and lay still. Then at length his breathing became regular, and I heard unmistakable sounds of snoring, the first and only time in my life when snoring has been a welcome and calming influence. This, I remember, was the last thought in my mind before dozing off. A difficulty in breathing woke me, and I found the blanket over my face. But something else besides the blanket was pressing upon me, and my first thought was that my companion had rolled off his mattress onto my own in his sleep. I called to him and sat up, and at the same moment it came to me that the tent was surrounded. That sound of multitudinous soft pattering was again audible outside, filling the night with horror. I called again to him, louder than before. He did not answer, but I missed the sound of his snoring and also noticed that the flap of the tent was down. This was the unpardonable sin. I crawled out in the darkness to hook it back securely, and it was then for the first time I realized positively that the Swede was not there. He had gone. I dashed out in a mad run, seized by a dreadful agitation, and the moment I was out I plunged into a sort of torrent of humming that surrounded me completely, and came out of every quarter of the heavens at once. It was that same familiar humming, gone mad. A swarm of great invisible bees might have been about me in the air. The sound seemed to thicken the very atmosphere, and I felt that my lungs worked with difficulty. But my friend was in danger, and I could not hesitate. The dawn was just about to break, and a faint whitish light spread upwards over the clouds from a thin strip of clear horizon. No wind stirred. I could just make out the bushes and river beyond, and the pale sandy patches. In my excitement I ran frantically to and fro about the island, calling him by name, shouting at the top of my voice the first words that came into my head. But the willows smothered my voice, and the humming muffled it, so that the sound only traveled a few feet round me. I plunged among the bushes, tripping headlong, tumbling over roots, and scraping my face as I tore this way and that among the preventing branches. Then, quite unexpectedly, I came out upon the island's point, and saw a dark figure outlined between the water and the sky. It was the Swede, and already he had one foot in the river. A moment more and he would have taken the plunge. I threw myself upon him, flinging my arms about his waist and dragging him shorewards with all my strength. Of course he struggled furiously, making a noise all the time just like that cursed humming, and using the most outlandish phrases in his anger about going inside to them, and taking the way of the water and the wind, and God only knows what more besides, that I tried in vain to recall afterwards, but which turned me sick with horror and amazement as I listened. But in the end I managed to get him into the comparative safety of the tent, and flung him breathless and cursing upon the mattress, where I held him until the fit had passed. I think the suddenness with which it all went, and he grew calm, coinciding as it did with the equally abrupt cessation of the humming and pattering outside, I think this was almost the strangest part of the whole business, perhaps, for he had just opened his eyes and turned his tired face up to me, so that the dawn threw a pale light upon it through the doorway, and said, for all the world just like a frightened child, "My life, old man, it's my life I owe you, but it's all over now anyhow. They've found a victim in our place." Then he dropped back upon his blankets and went to sleep, literally, under my eyes. He simply collapsed, and began to snore again as healthily as though nothing had happened, and he had never tried to offer his own life as a sacrifice by drowning. And when the sunlight woke him 3 hours later, hours of ceaseless vigil for me, it became so clear to me that he remembered absolutely nothing of what he had attempted to do, that I deemed it wise to hold my peace and ask no dangerous questions. He woke naturally and easily, as I have said, when the sun was already high in a windless hot sky, and he at once got up and set about the preparation of the fire for breakfast. I followed him anxiously at bathing, but he did not attempt to plunge in, merely dipping his head and making some remark about the extra coldness of the water. "River's falling at last," he said, "and I'm glad of it." "The humming has stopped too," I said. He looked up at me quietly with his normal expression. Evidently he remembered everything except his own attempt at suicide. "Everything has stopped," he said, "because—" He hesitated, but I knew some reference to that remark he had made just before he fainted was in his mind, and I was determined to know it. "Because they've found another victim?" I said, forcing a little laugh. "Exactly," he answered, "exactly. I feel as positive of it as though— I feel quite safe again, I mean," he finished. He began to look curiously about him. The sunlight lay in hot patches on the sand. There was no wind. The willows were motionless. He slowly rose to feet. "Come," he said. "I think if we look, we shall find it." He started off on a run, and I followed him. He kept to the banks, poking with a stick among the sandy bays and caves and little backwaters, myself always close on his heels. "Ah!" he exclaimed presently. "Ah!" The tone of his voice somehow brought back to me a vivid sense of the horror of the last 24 hours, and I hurried up to join him. He was pointing with his stick at a large black object that lay half in the water and half on the sand. It appeared to be caught by some twisted willow roots, so that the river could not sweep it away. A few hours before, the spot must have been under water. "See," he said quietly, "the victim that made our escape possible." And when I peered across his shoulder, I saw that his stick rested on the body of a man. He turned it over. It was the corpse of a peasant, and the face was hidden in the sand. Clearly the man had been drowned but a few hours before, and his body must have been swept down upon our island somewhere about the hour of the dawn, at the very time the fit had passed. "We must give it a decent burial, you know." "I suppose so," I replied. I shuddered a little in spite of myself, for there was something about the appearance of that poor drowned man that turned me cold. The Swede glanced up sharply at me, an undecipherable expression on his face, and began clambering down the bank. I followed him more leisurely. The current, I noticed, had torn away much of the clothing from the body so that the neck and part of the chest lay bare. Halfway down the bank my companion suddenly stopped and held up his hand in warning, but either my foot slipped or I had gained too much momentum to bring myself quickly to a halt, for I bumped into him and sent him forward with a sort of leap to save himself. We tumbled together onto the hard sand so that our feet splashed into the water, and before anything could be done, we had collided a little heavily against the corpse. The Swede uttered a sharp cry, and I sprang back as if I had been shot. At the moment we touched the body, there rose from its surface the loud sound of humming, the sound of several hummings, which passed with a vast commotion as of winged things in the air about us, and disappeared upwards into the sky, growing fainter and fainter till they finally ceased in the distance. It was exactly as though we had disturbed some living yet invisible creatures at work. My companion clutched me, and I think I clutched him, but before either of us had time properly to recover from the unexpected shock, we saw that a movement of the current was turning the corpse round, so that it became released from the grip of the willow roots. A moment later it had turned completely over, the dead face uppermost, staring at the sky. It lay on the edge of the main stream. In another moment it would be swept away. The Swede started to save it, shouting again something I did not catch about a proper burial, and then abruptly dropped upon his knees on the sand and covered his eyes with his hands. I was beside him in an instant. I saw what he had seen. For just as the body swung round to the current, the face and the exposed chest turned full towards us, and showed plainly how the skin and flesh were indented with small hollows, beautifully formed, and exactly similar in shape and kind to the sand funnels that we had found all over the island. "They're Mark," I heard my companion mutter under his breath. "They're awful Mark." And when I turned my eyes again from his ghastly face to the river, the current had done its work, and the body had been swept away into midstream, and was already beyond our reach and almost out of sight, turning over and over on the waves, like an otter. Sredni Vashtar. Saki. Saki, 1870 to 1916, was the pen name of English writer Hector Hugh Munro, whose career was cut short when he died during World War I. Although Saki wrote plays, histories, and parodies, he specialized in writing outrageous and macabre stories that often skewered Edwardian society and culture. Considered a master of the short form, Saki is often compared to O. Henry and Dorothy Parker, although he is much more refined than O. Henry. His prose style is nuanced and exquisite, with his cleverness masking surprising depth at times. Sredni Vashtar, with its hint of the weird peeking through, is one of Saki's more subtle and enigmatic tales. Conradin was 10 years old, and the doctor had pronounced his professional opinion that the boy would not live another 5 years. The doctor was silky and effete and counted for little, but his opinion was endorsed by Mrs. de Ropp, who counted for nearly everything. Mrs. de Ropp was Conradin's cousin and guardian, and in his eyes she represented those 3/5 of the world that are necessary and disagreeable and real. The other 2/5, in perpetual antagonism to the foregoing, were summed up in himself and his imagination. One of these days Conradin supposed he would succumb to the mastering pressure of wearisome necessary things, such as illnesses and coddling restrictions and drawn-out dullness. Without his imagination, which was rampant under the spur of loneliness, he would have succumbed long ago. Mrs. de Ropp would never, in her honestest moments, have confessed to herself that she disliked Conradin, though she might have been dimly aware that thwarting him for his good was a duty which she did not find particularly irksome. Conradin hated her with a desperate sincerity which he was perfectly able to mask. Such few pleasures as he could contrive for himself gained an added relish from the likelihood that they would be displeasing to his guardian, and from the realm of his imagination she was locked out, an unclean thing which should find no entrance. In the dull, cheerless garden, overlooked by so many windows that were ready to open with a message not to do this or that, or a reminder that medicines were due, he found little attraction. The few fruit trees that it contained were set jealously apart from his plucking, as though they were rare specimens of their kind blooming in an arid waste. It would probably have been difficult to find a market gardener who would have offered 10 shillings for their entire yearly produce. In a forgotten corner, however, almost hidden behind a dismal shrubbery, was a disused tool-shed of respectable proportions, and within its walls Conradin found a haven, something that took on the varying aspects of a playroom and a cathedral. He had peopled it with a legion of familiar phantoms, evoked partly from fragments of history and partly from his own brain, but it also boasted 2 inmates of flesh and blood. In one corner lived a ragged-plumaged Houdan hen, on which the boy lavished an affection that had scarcely another outlet. Further back in the gloom stood a large hutch, divided into 2 compartments, one of which was fronted with close iron bars. This was the abode of a large polecat ferret, which a friendly butcher boy had once smuggled, cage and all, into its present quarters, in exchange for a long-secreted hoard of small silver. Conradin was dreadfully afraid of the lithe, sharp-fanged beast, but it was his most treasured possession. Its very presence in the tool-shed was a secret and fearful joy, to be kept scrupulously from the knowledge of the woman, as he privately dubbed his cousin. And one day, out of heaven knows what material, he spun the beast a wonderful name, and from that moment it grew into a god and a religion. The woman indulged in religion once a week at a church nearby, and took Conradin with her, but to him the church service was an alien rite in the house of Remen. Every Thursday, in the dim and musty silence of the tool-shed, he worshipped with mystic and elaborate ceremonial before the wooden hutch where dwelt Sredni Vashtar, the great ferret. Red flowers in their season and scarlet berries in the winter-time were offered at his shrine, for he was a god who laid some special stress on the fierce, impatient side of things, as opposed to the woman's religion, which, as far as Conradin could observe, went to great lengths in the contrary direction. And on great festivals powdered nutmeg was strewn in front of his hutch, an important feature of the offering being that the nutmeg had to be stolen. These festivals were of irregular occurrence, and were chiefly appointed to celebrate some passing event. On one occasion, when Mrs. de Ropp suffered from acute toothache for 3 days, Conradin kept up the festival during the entire 3 days, and almost succeeded in persuading himself that Sredni Vashtar was personally responsible for the toothache. If the malady had lasted for another day, the supply of nutmeg would have given out. The Houdan hen was never drawn into the cult of Sredni Vashtar. Conradin had long ago settled that she was an Anabaptist. He did not pretend to have the remotest knowledge as to what an Anabaptist was, but he privately hoped that it was dashing and not very respectable. Mrs. de Ropp was the ground plan on which he based and detested all respectability. After a while, Conradin's absorption in the tool-shed began to attract the notice of his guardian. "It is not good for him to be pottering down there in all weathers," she promptly decided, and at breakfast one morning she announced that the Houdan hen had been sold and taken away overnight. With her short-sighted eyes she peered at Conradin, waiting for an outbreak of rage and sorrow, which she was ready to rebuke with a flow of excellent precepts and reasoning. But Conradin said nothing. There was nothing to be said. Something perhaps in his white, set face gave her a momentary qualm, for at tea that afternoon there was toast on the table, a delicacy which she usually banned on the grounds that it was bad for him, also because the making of it gave trouble, a deadly offense in the middle-class feminine eye. "I thought you liked toast," she exclaimed with an injured air, observing that he did not touch it. "Sometimes," said Conradin. In the shed that evening there was an innovation in the worship of the hutch god. Conradin had been wont to chant his praises. Tonight he asked a boon. "Do one thing for me, Sredni Vashtar." The thing was not specified. As Sredni Vashtar was a god, he must be supposed to know, and choking back a sob as he looked at that other empty corner, Conradin went back to the world he so hated. And every night, in the welcome darkness of his bedroom, and every evening in the dusk of the tool-shed, Conradin's bitter litany went up. "Do one thing for me, Sredni Vashtar." Mrs. de Ropp noticed that the visits to the shed did not cease, and one day she made a further journey of inspection. "What are you keeping in that locked hutch?" she asked. "I believe it's guinea pigs. I'll have them all cleared away." Conradin shut his lips tight, but the woman ransacked his bedroom till she found the carefully hidden key, and forthwith marched down to the shed to complete her discovery. It was a cold afternoon, and Conradin had been bidden to keep to the house. From the furthest window of the dining room the door of the shed could just be seen beyond the corner of the shrubbery, and there Conradin stationed himself. He saw the woman enter, and then he imagined her opening the door of the sacred hutch and peering down with her short-sighted eyes into the thick straw bed where his god lay hidden. Perhaps she would prod at the straw in her clumsy impatience, and Conradin fervently breathed his prayer for the last time. But he knew as he prayed that he did not believe. He knew that the woman would come out presently with that pursed smile he loathed so well on her face, and that in an hour or two the gardener would carry away his wonderful god, a god no longer but a simple brown ferret in a hutch. And he knew that the woman would triumph always as she triumphed now, and that he would grow ever more sickly under her pestering and domineering and superior wisdom, till one day nothing would matter much more with him, and the doctor would be proved right. And in the sting and misery of his defeat, he began to chant loudly and defiantly the hymn of his threatened idol. Sredni Vashtar went forth. His thoughts were red thoughts, and his teeth were white. His enemies called for peace, but he brought them death. Sredni Vashtar, the beautiful. And then of a sudden he stopped his chanting and drew closer to the window-pane. The door of the shed still stood ajar as it had been left, and the minutes were slipping by. They were long minutes, but they slipped by nevertheless. He watched the starlings running and flying in little parties across the lawn. He counted them over and over again, with one eye always on that swinging door. A sour-faced maid came in to lay the table for tea, and still Conradin stood and waited and watched. Hope had crept by inches into his heart, and now a look of triumph began to blaze in his eyes that had only known the wistful patience of defeat. Under his breath, with a furtive exultation, he began once again the paean of victory and devastation, and presently his eyes were rewarded. Out through that doorway came a long, low, yellow and brown beast, with eyes a-blink at the waning daylight, and dark wet stains around the fur of jaws and throat. Conradin dropped on his knees. The great polecat ferret made its way down to a small brook at the foot of the garden, drank for a moment, then crossed a little plank bridge and was lost to sight in the bushes. Such was the passing of Sredni Vashtar. "Tea is ready," said the sour-faced maid. "Where is the mistress?" "She went down to the shed some time ago," said Conradin. And while the maid went to summon her mistress to tea, Conradin fished a toasting fork out of the sideboard drawer and proceeded to toast himself a piece of bread. And during the toasting of it and the buttering of it, with much butter and the slow enjoyment of eating it, Conradin listened to the noises and silences which fell in quick spasms beyond the dining-room door. The loud, foolish screaming of the maid, the answering chorus of wondering ejaculations from the kitchen region, the scuttering footsteps and hurried embassies for outside help, and then, after a lull, the scared sobbings and the shuffling tread of those who bore a heavy burden into the house. "Whoever will break it to the poor child? I couldn't for the life of me," exclaimed a shrill voice. And while they debated the matter among themselves, Conradin made himself another piece of toast. Casting the Runes. M.R. James. M.R. James, 1862 to 1936, was an English writer and medieval scholar. His ghost stories have come to be widely regarded as among the finest in English literature. By ignoring the formal Gothic trappings used by previous writers of supernatural fiction, James helped to update the weird tale. Casting the Runes, 1911, is his most famous tale, situating the weird in a contemporary context while still acknowledging the writer's own historical interests. It is genuinely unsettling, even today. The story has been adapted for radio, film, and stage several times. James's influence is reflected in the work of both H.P. Lovecraft and Clark Ashton Smith, as well as Ramsey Campbell and Tanith Lee. April 15th, 190 blank. Dear Sir, I am requested by the Council of the blank Association to return to you the draft of a paper on the truth of alchemy, which you have been good enough to offer to read at our forthcoming meeting, and to inform you that the Council do not see their way to including it in the program. I am, yours faithfully, Secretary. April 18th. Dear Sir, I am sorry to say that my engagements do not permit of my affording you an interview on the subject of your proposed paper, nor do our laws allow of your discussing the matter with a committee of our Council, as you suggest. Please allow me to assure you that the fullest consideration was given to the draft which you submitted, and that it was not declined without having been referred to the judgment of a most competent authority. No personal question, it can hardly be necessary for me to add, can have had the slightest influence on the decision of the Council. Believe me, ut supra. April 20th. The Secretary of the Association begs respectfully to inform Mr. Carswell that it is impossible for him to communicate the name of any person or persons to whom the draft of Mr. Carswell's paper may have been submitted, and further desires to intimate that he cannot undertake to reply to any further letters on this subject. "And who is Mr. Carswell?" inquired the Secretary's wife. She had called at his office and, perhaps unwarrantably, had picked up the last of these 3 letters, which the typist had just brought in. "Why, my dear, just at present Mr. Carswell is a very angry man, but I don't know much about him otherwise, except that he is a person of wealth. His address is Lufford Abbey, Warwickshire, and he's an alchemist, apparently, and wants to tell us all about it. And that's about all, except that I don't want to meet him for the next week or 2. Now, if you're ready to leave this place, I am." "What have you been doing to make him angry?" asked Mrs. Secretary. "The usual thing, my dear, the usual thing. He sent in a draft of a paper he wanted to read at the next meeting, and we referred it to Edward Dunning, almost the only man in England who knows about these things, and he said it was perfectly hopeless, so we declined it. So Carswell has been pelting me with letters ever since. The last thing he wanted was the name of the man we referred his nonsense to. You saw my answer to that. But don't you say anything about it, for goodness sake." "I should think not, indeed. Did I ever do such a thing? I do hope, though, he won't get to know that it was poor Mr. Dunning." "Poor Mr. Dunning? I don't know why you call him that. He's a very happy man, is Dunning. Lots of hobbies, and a comfortable home, and all his time to himself." "I only meant I should be sorry for him if this man got hold of his name, and came and bothered him." "Oh, yes, I dare say he would be poor Mr. Dunning then." The Secretary and his wife were lunching out, and the friends to whose house they were bound were Warwickshire people. So Mrs. Secretary had already settled in her own mind that she would question them judiciously about Mr. Carswell. But she was saved the trouble of leading up to the subject, for the hostess said to the host, before many minutes had passed, "I saw the Abbot of Lufford this morning." The host whistled. "Did you? What in the world brings him up to town?" "Goodness knows. He was coming out of the British Museum gate as I drove past." It was not unnatural that Mrs. Secretary should inquire whether this was a real abbot who was being spoken of. "Oh, no, my dear, only a neighbour of ours in the country who bought Lufford Abbey a few years ago. His real name is Carswell." "Is he a friend of yours?" asked Mr. Secretary, with a private wink to his wife. The question let loose a torrent of declamation. There was really nothing to be said for Mr. Carswell. Nobody knew what he did with himself. His servants were a horrible set of people. He had invented a new religion for himself and practiced no one could tell what appalling rites. He was very easily offended and never forgave anybody. He had a dreadful face, so the lady insisted, her husband somewhat demurring. He never did a kind action, and whatever influence he did exert was mischievous. "Do the poor man justice, dear," the husband interrupted. "You forget the treat he gave the school children." "Forget it, indeed. But I'm glad you mentioned it, because it gives an idea of the man. Now, Florence, listen to this. The first winter he was at Lufford, this delightful neighbour of ours wrote to the clergyman of his parish — he's not ours, but we know him very well — and offered to show the school children some magic lantern slides. He said he had some new kinds, which he thought would interest them. Well, the clergyman was rather surprised, because Mr. Carswell had shown himself inclined to be unpleasant to the children, complaining of their trespassing, or something of the sort. But of course he accepted, and the evening was fixed, and our friend went himself to see that everything went right. He said he never had been so thankful for anything as that his own children were all prevented from being there. They were at a children's party at our house, as a matter of fact, because this Mr. Carswell had evidently set out with the intention of frightening these poor village children out of their wits, and I do believe, if he had been allowed to go on, he would actually have done so. He began with some comparatively mild things. Red Riding Hood was one, and even then, Mr. Farrar said, the wolf was so dreadful that several of the smaller children had to be taken out. And he said Mr. Carswell began the story by producing a noise like a wolf howling in the distance, which was the most gruesome thing he had ever heard. All the slides he showed, Mr. Farrar said, were most clever. They were absolutely realistic, and where he had got them or how he worked them he could not imagine. Well, the show went on, and the stories kept on becoming a little more terrifying each time, and the children were mesmerized into complete silence. At last he produced a series which represented a little boy passing through his own park, Lufford, I mean, in the evening. Every child in the room could recognize the place from the pictures, and this poor boy was followed, and at last pursued and overtaken, and either torn to pieces or somehow made away with, by a horrible hopping creature in white, which you saw first dodging about among the trees, and gradually it appeared more and more plainly. Mr. Farrar said it gave him one of the worst nightmares he ever remembered, and what it must have meant to the children doesn't bear thinking of. Of course this was too much, and he spoke very sharply indeed to Mr. Carswell, and said it couldn't go on. All he said was, "Oh, you think it's time to bring our little show to an end and send them home to their beds? Very well." And then, if you please, he switched on another slide which showed a great mass of snakes, centipedes, and disgusting creatures with wings, and somehow or other he made it seem as if they were climbing out of the picture and getting in amongst the audience, and this was accompanied by a sort of dry rustling noise which sent the children nearly mad, and of course they stampeded. A good many of them were rather hurt in getting out of the room, and I don't suppose one of them closed an eye that night. There was the most dreadful trouble in the village afterwards. Of course the mothers threw a good part of the blame on poor Mr. Farrar, and if they could have got past the gates, I believe the fathers would have broken every window in the abbey. Well, now, that's Mr. Carswell. That's the Abbot of Lufford, my dear, and you can imagine how we covet his society. Yes, I think he has all the possibilities of a distinguished criminal, has Carswell, said the host. I should be sorry for anyone who got into his bad books. Is he the man, or am I mixing him up with someone else? Asked the secretary, who for some minutes had been wearing the frown of the man who is trying to recollect something. Is he the man who brought out A History of Witchcraft some time back, 10 years or more? That's the man. Do you remember the reviews of it? Certainly I do, and what's equally to the point, I knew the author of the most incisive of the lot. So did you. You must remember John Harrington. He was at John's in our time. Oh, very well indeed, though I don't think I saw or heard anything of him between the time I went down and the day I read the account of the inquest on him. Inquest? Said one of the ladies. What has happened to him? Why, what happened was that he fell out of a tree and broke his neck. But the puzzle was, what could have induced him to get up there? It was a mysterious business, I must say. Here was this man, not an athletic fellow, was he, and with no eccentric twist about him that was ever noticed, walking home along a country road late in the evening, no tramps about, well known and liked in the place, and he suddenly begins to run like mad, loses his hat and stick, and finally shins up a tree, quite a difficult tree, growing in the hedgerow. A dead branch gives way, and he comes down with it and breaks his neck, and there he's found next morning with the most dreadful face of fear on him that could be imagined. It was pretty evident, of course, that he had been chased by something, and people talked of savage dogs and beasts escaped out of menageries, but there was nothing to be made of that. That was in '89, and I believe his brother Henry, whom I remember as well at Cambridge, but you probably don't, has been trying to get on the track of an explanation ever since. He, of course, insists there was malice in it, but I don't know. It's difficult to see how it could have come in. After a time the talk reverted to the history of witchcraft. "Did you ever look into it?" asked the host. "Yes, I did," said the secretary. "I went so far as to read it." "Was it as bad as it was made out to be?" "Oh, in point of style and form, quite hopeless. It deserved all the pulverizing it got. But besides that, it was an evil book. The man believed every word of what he was saying, and I'm very much mistaken if he hadn't tried the greater part of his receipts. Well, I only remember Harrington's review of it, and I must say if I'd been the author it would have quenched my literary ambition for good. I should never have held up my head again. It hasn't had that effect in the present case. But come, it's 3:30. I must be off." On the way home, the secretary's wife said, "I do hope that horrible man won't find out that Mr. Dunning had anything to do with the rejection of his paper." "I don't think there's much chance of that," said the secretary. "Dunning won't mention it himself, for these matters are confidential, and none of us will for the same reason. Carswell won't know his name, for Dunning hasn't published anything on the same subject yet. The only danger is that Carswell might find out if he was to ask the British Museum people who was in the habit of consulting alchemical manuscripts. I can't very well tell them not to mention Dunning, can I? It would set them talking at once. Let's hope it won't occur to him." However, Mr. Carswell was an astute man. This much is in the way of prologue. On an evening rather later in the same week, Mr. Edward Dunning was returning from the British Museum, where he had been engaged in research, to the comfortable house in a suburb where he lived alone, tended by 2 excellent women who had been long with him. There is nothing to be added by way of description of him to what we have heard already. Let us follow him as he takes his sober course homewards. A train took him to within a mile or 2 of his house, and an electric tram a stage farther. The line ended at a point some 300 yards from his front door. He had had enough of reading when he got into the car, and indeed the light was not such as to allow him to do more than study the advertisements on the panes of glass that faced him as he sat. As was not unnatural, the advertisements in this particular line of cars were objects of his frequent contemplation, and with the possible exception of the brilliant and convincing dialogue between Mr. Lamplugh and an eminent K.C. on the subject of pyretic saline, none of them afforded much scope to his imagination. I am wrong. There was one at the corner of the car farthest from him which did not seem familiar. It was in blue letters on a yellow ground, and all that he could read of it was a name, John Harrington, and something like a date. It could be of no interest to him to know more, but for all that, as the car emptied, he was just curious enough to move along the seat until he could read it well. He felt to a slight extent repaid for his trouble. The advertisement was not of the usual type. It ran thus: "In memory of John Harrington, F.S.A., of the Laurels, Ashbrook, died September 18th, 1889. 3 months were allowed." The car stopped. Mr. Dunning, still contemplating the blue letters on the yellow ground, had to be stimulated to rise by a word from the conductor. "I beg your pardon," he said. "I was looking at that advertisement. It's a very odd one, isn't it?" The conductor read it slowly. "Well, my word," he said. "I never see that one before. Well, that is a cure, ain't it? Someone been up to their jokes here, I should think." He got out a duster and applied it, not without saliva, to the pane and then to the outside. "No," he said, returning, "that ain't no transfer. Seems to me as if it was reg'lar in the glass. What I mean in the substance, as you may say. Don't you think so, sir?" Mr. Dunning examined it and rubbed it with his glove and agreed. "Who looks after these advertisements and gives leave for them to be put up?" "I wish you would inquire. I will just take a note of the words." At this moment there came a call from the driver. "Look alive, George. Time's up." All right, all right. There's something else what's up at this end. You come and look at this here glass." "What's going with the glass?" said the driver, approaching. "Well, and who's Harrington? What's it all about?" "I was just asking who was responsible for putting the advertisements up in your cars, and saying it would be as well to make some inquiry about this one." "Well, sir, that's all done at the company's office, that work is. It's our Mr. Timms, I believe, looks into that. When we put up tonight I'll leave word, and perhaps I'll be able to tell you tomorrow, if you happen to be coming this way." This was all that passed that evening. Mr. Dunning did just go to the trouble of looking up Ashbrook, and found that it was in Warwickshire. Next day he went to town again. The car, it was the same car, was too full in the morning to allow of his getting a word with the conductor. He could only be sure that the curious advertisement had been made away with. The close of the day brought a further element of mystery into the transaction. He had missed the tram, or else preferred walking home, but at a rather late hour, while he was at work in his study, one of the maids came to say that 2 men from the tramways were very anxious to speak to him. This was a reminder of the advertisement, which he had, he says, nearly forgotten. He had the men in. They were the conductor and driver of the car, and when the matter of refreshment had been attended to, asked what Mr. Thames had had to say about the advertisement. "Well, sir, that's what we took the liberty to step round about," said the conductor. "Mr. Thames, he give William here the rough side of his tongue about that. According to him, there warn't no advertisement of that description sent in, nor ordered, nor paid for, nor put up, nor nothink, let alone not being there, and we was playing the fool, taking up his time." "Well," I says, "if that's the case, all I ask of you, Mr. Thames," I says, "is to take and look at it for yourself," I says. "Of course, if it ain't there," I says, "you may take and call me what you like." "Right," he says, "I will," and we went straight off. Now I leave it to you, sir, if that ad, as we term him, with Arrington on it, warn't as plain as ever you see anythink. Blue letters on yeller glass, and as I says at the time, and you borne me out, reg'lar in the glass, because, if you remember, you recollect of me swabbing it with my duster." "To be sure I do, quite clearly." "Well, you may say well, I don't think. Mr. Thames, he gets in that car with a light. No, he telled William to hold the light outside. 'Now,' he says, 'where's your precious ad, what we've heard so much about?' 'Here it is,' I says, 'Mr. Thames,' and I laid my hand on it." The conductor paused. "Well," said Mr. Dunning, "it was gone, I suppose. Broken?" "Broke, not it. There warn't, if you'll believe me, no more trace of them letters. Blue letters they was, on that piece of glass, than— Well, it's no good me talking. I never see such a thing. I leave it to William here if— But there, as I says, where's the benefit in me going on about it?" "And what did Mr. Thames say?" "Why, he did what I give him leave to, called us pretty much anything he liked, and I don't know as I blame him so much neither. But what we thought, William and me did, was as we seen you take down a bit of a note about that, well, that lettering." "I certainly did that, and I have it now. Did you wish me to speak to Mr. Thames myself and show it to him? Was that what you came about?" "There, didn't I say as much?" said William. "Deal with a gent if you can get on the track of one, that's my word. Now, perhaps, George, you'll allow as I ain't took you very far wrong tonight." "Very well, William, very well. No need for you to go on as if you'd add to Frog's March me year. I come quiet, didn't I? All the same for that, we hadn't ought to take up your time this way, sir. But if it so happened you could find time to step round to the company orfice in the morning and tell Mr. Thames what you seen for yourself, we should lay under a very high obligation to you for the trouble. You see, it ain't being called, well, one thing and another as we mind, but if they got it into their head at the orfice as we seen things as warn't there, why, one thing leads to another, and where we should be a 12 months hence, well, you can understand what I mean." Amid further elucidations of the proposition, George, conducted by William, left the room. The incredulity of Mr. Thames, who had a nodding acquaintance with Mr. Dunning, was greatly modified on the following day by what the latter could tell and show him, and any bad mark that might have been attached to the names of William and George was not suffered to remain on the company's books. But explanation there was none. Mr. Dunning's interest in the matter was kept alive by an incident of the following afternoon. He was walking from his club to the train, and he noticed some way ahead a man with a handful of leaflets, such as are distributed to passers-by by agents of enterprising firms. This agent had not chosen a very crowded street for his operations. In fact, Mr. Dunning did not see him get rid of a single leaflet before he himself reached the spot. One was thrust into his hand as he passed. The hand that gave it touched his, and he experienced a sort of little shock as it did so. It seemed unnaturally rough and hot. He looked in passing at the giver, but the impression he got was so unclear that, however much he tried to reckon it up subsequently, nothing would come. He was walking quickly, and as he went on glanced at the paper. It was a blue one. The name of Harrington, in large capital letters, caught his eye. He stopped, startled, and felt for his glasses. The next instant the leaflet was twitched out of his hand by a man who hurried past and was irrecoverably gone. He ran back a few paces, but where was the passer-by, and where the distributor? It was in a somewhat pensive frame of mind that Mr. Dunning passed on the following day into the select manuscript room of the British Museum, and filled up tickets for Harley 3586 and some other volumes. After a few minutes they were brought to him, and he was settling the one he wanted first upon the desk, when he thought he heard his own name whispered behind him. He turned round hastily, and in doing so brushed his little portfolio of loose papers onto the floor. He saw no one he recognized except one of the staff in charge of the room, who nodded to him, and he proceeded to pick up his papers. He thought he had them all, and was turning to begin work, when a stout gentleman at the table behind him, who was just rising to leave and had collected his own belongings, touched him on the shoulder, saying, "May I give you this? I think it should be yours," and handed him a missing quire. "It is mine, thank you," said Mr. Dunning. In another moment the man had left the room. Upon finishing his work for the afternoon, Mr. Dunning had some conversation with the assistant in charge, and took occasion to ask who the stout gentleman was. "Oh, he's a man named Carswell," said the assistant. "He was asking me a week ago who were the great authorities on alchemy, and of course I told him you were the only one in the country. I'll see if I can catch him. He'd like to meet you, I'm sure." "For heaven's sake, don't dream of it," said Mr. Dunning. "I'm particularly anxious to avoid him." "Oh, very well," said the assistant. "He doesn't come here often. I dare say you won't meet him." More than once, on the way home that day, Mr. Dunning confessed to himself that he did not look forward with his usual cheerfulness to a solitary evening. It seemed to him that something ill-defined and impalpable had stepped in between him and his fellow men, had taken him in charge, as it were. He wanted to sit close up to his neighbors in the train and in the tram, but as luck would have it, both train and car were markedly empty. The conductor, George, was thoughtful, and appeared to be absorbed in calculations as to the number of passengers. On arriving at his house, he found Dr. Watson, his medical man, on his doorstep. "I've had to upset your household arrangements, I'm sorry to say, Dunning. Both your servants hors de combat. In fact, I've had to send them to the nursing home." "Good heavens, what's the matter?" "It's something like ptomaine poisoning, I should think. You've not suffered yourself, I can see, or you wouldn't be walking about. I think they'll pull through all right." "Dear, dear, have you any idea what brought it on?" "Well, they tell me they bought some shellfish from a hawker at their dinner time. It's odd. I've made inquiries, but I can't find that any hawker has been to other houses in the street. I couldn't send word to you. They won't be back for a bit yet. You come and dine with me tonight, anyhow, and we can make arrangements for going on. 8 o'clock. Don't be too anxious." The solitary evening was thus obviated, at the expense of some distress and inconvenience, it is true. Mr. Dunning spent the time pleasantly enough with the doctor, a rather recent settler, and returned to his lonely home at about 11:30. The night he passed is not one on which he looks back with any satisfaction. He was in bed, and the light was out. He was wondering if the charwoman would come early enough to get him hot water next morning, when he heard the unmistakable sound of his study door opening. No step followed it on the passage floor, but the sound must mean mischief, for he knew that he had shut the door that evening after putting his papers away in his desk. It was rather shame than courage that induced him to slip out into the passage and lean over the banister in his nightgown, listening. No light was visible. No further sound came. Only a gust of warm or even hot air played for an instant round his shins. He went back and decided to lock himself into his room. There was more unpleasantness, however. Either an economical suburban company had decided that their light would not be required in the small hours and had stopped working, or else something was wrong with the meter. The effect was, in any case, that the electric light was off. The obvious course was to find a match, and also to consult his watch. He might as well know how many hours of discomfort awaited him, so he put his hand into the well-known nook under the pillow, only it did not get so far. What he touched was, according to his account, a mouth, with teeth, and with hair about it, and he declares not the mouth of a human being. I do not think it is any use to guess what he said or did, but he was in a spare room with the door locked and his ear to it before he was clearly conscious again, and there he spent the rest of a most miserable night, looking every moment for some fumbling at the door. But nothing came. The venturing back to his own room in the morning was attended with many listenings and quiverings. The door stood open, fortunately, and the blinds were up. The servants had been out of the house before the hour of drawing them down. There was, to be short, no trace of an inhabitant. The watch, too, was in its usual place. Nothing was disturbed. Only the wardrobe door had swung open, in accordance with its confirmed habit. A ring at the back door now announced the charwoman who had been ordered the night before, and nerved Mr. Dunning, after letting her in, to continue his search in other parts of the house. It was equally fruitless. The day thus begun went on dismally enough. He dared not go to the museum. In spite of what the assistant had said, Carswell might turn up there, and Dunning felt he could not cope with a probably hostile stranger. His own house was odious. He hated sponging on the doctor. He spent some little time in a call at the nursing home, where he was slightly cheered by a good report of his housekeeper and maid. Towards lunchtime he betook himself to his club, again experiencing a gleam of satisfaction at seeing the secretary of the association. At luncheon, Dunning told his friend the more material of his woes, but could not bring himself to speak of those that weighed most heavily on his spirits. "My poor dear man," said the secretary, "what an upset! Look here, we're alone at home, absolutely. You must put up with us. Yes, no excuse. Send your things in this afternoon." Dunning was unable to stand out. He was, in truth, becoming acutely anxious as the hours went on as to what that night might have waiting for him. He was almost happy as he hurried home to pack up. His friends, when they had time to take stock of him, were rather shocked at his lorn appearance, and did their best to keep him up to the mark. Not altogether without success, but when the two men were smoking alone later, Dunning became dull again. Suddenly he said, "Gayton, I believe that alchemist man knows it was I who got his paper rejected." Gayton whistled. "What makes you think that?" he said. Dunning told of his conversation with the museum assistant, and Gayton could only agree that the guess seemed likely to be correct. "Not that I care much," Dunning went on, "only it might be a nuisance if we were to meet. He's a bad-tempered party, I imagine." Conversation dropped again. Gayton became more and more strongly impressed with the desolateness that came over Dunning's face and bearing, and finally, though with a considerable effort, he asked him point-blank whether something serious was not bothering him. Dunning gave an exclamation of relief. "I was perishing to get it off my mind," he said. "Do you know anything about a man named John Harrington?" Gayton was thoroughly startled, and at the moment could only ask why. Then the complete story of Dunning's experiences came out. What had happened in the tram-car, in his own house, and in the street, the troubling of spirit that had crept over him and still held him, and he ended with the question he had begun with. Gayton was at a loss how to answer him. To tell the story of Harrington's end would perhaps be right, only Dunning was in a nervous state. The story was a grim one, and he could not help asking himself whether there were not a connecting link between these two cases, in the person of Carswell. It was a difficult concession for a scientific man, but it could be eased by the phrase hypnotic suggestion. In the end he decided that his answer tonight should be guarded. He would talk this situation over with his wife. So he said that he had known Harrington at Cambridge and believed he had died suddenly in 1889, adding a few details about the man and his published work. He did talk over the matter with Mrs. Gayton, and as he had anticipated, she leapt at once to the conclusion which had been hovering before him. It was she who reminded him of the surviving brother, Henry Harrington, and she also who suggested that he might be got hold of by means of their hosts of the day before. "He might be a hopeless crank," objected Gayton. "That could be ascertained from the Bennets who knew him," Mrs. Gayton retorted, and she undertook to see the Bennets the very next day. It is not necessary to tell in further detail the steps by which Henry Harrington and Dunning were brought together. The next scene that does require to be narrated is a conversation that took place between the two. Dunning had told Harrington of the strange ways in which the dead man's name had been brought before him, and had said something besides of his own subsequent experiences. Then he had asked if Harrington was disposed in return to recall any of the circumstances connected with his brother's death. Harrington's surprise at what he heard can be imagined, but his reply was readily given. "John," he said, "was in a very odd state, undeniably, from time to time during some weeks before, though not immediately before the catastrophe. There were several things. The principal notion he had was that he thought he was being followed. No doubt he was an impressionable man, but he never had had such fancies as this before. I cannot get it out of my mind that there was ill will at work, And what you tell me about yourself reminds me very much of my brother. Can you think of any possible connecting link?" "There is just one that has been taking shape vaguely in my mind. I've been told that your brother reviewed a book very severely not long before he died, and just lately I have happened to cross the path of the man who wrote that book in a way he would resent." "Don't tell me the man was called Carswell." "Why not? That is exactly his name." Henry Harrington leant back. "That is final to my mind. Now I must explain further. From something he said, I feel sure that my brother John was beginning to believe, very much against his will, that Carswell was at the bottom of his trouble. I want to tell you what seems to me to have a bearing on the situation. My brother was a great musician and used to run up to concerts in town. He came back 3 months before he died from one of these and gave me his program to look at, an analytical program. He always kept them. I nearly missed this one, he said. I suppose I must have dropped it. Anyhow, I was looking for it under my seat and in my pockets and so on, and my neighbor offered me his. Said, might he give it me? He had no further use for it. And he went away just afterwards. I don't know who he was, a stout, clean-shaven man. I should have been sorry to miss it. Of course, I could have bought another, but this cost me nothing. At another time he told me that he had been very uncomfortable both on the way to his hotel and during the night. I piece things together now in thinking it over. Then, not very long after, he was going over these programs, putting them in order to have them bound up, and in this particular one, which, by the way, I had hardly glanced at, he found quite near the beginning a strip of paper with some very odd writing on it in red and black, most carefully done. It looked to me more like runic letters than anything else. Why, he said, this must belong to my fat neighbor. It looks as if it might be worth returning to him. It may be a copy of something. Evidently someone has taken trouble over it. How can I find his address? We talked it over for a little and agreed that it wasn't worth advertising about, and that my brother had better look out for the man at the next concert, to which he was going very soon. The paper was lying on the book, and we were both by the fire. It was a cold, windy summer evening. I suppose the door blew open, though I didn't notice it. At any rate, a gust, a warm gust it was, came quite suddenly between us, took the paper and blew it straight into the fire. It was light, thin paper, and flared and went up the chimney in a single ash. Well, I said, you can't give it back now. He said nothing for a minute. Then, rather crossly, no, I can't. But why you should keep on saying so, I don't know. I remarked that I didn't say it more than once. Not more than 4 times, you mean, was all he said. I remember all that very clearly, without any good reason. And now to come to the point. I don't know if you looked at that book of Carswell's which my unfortunate brother reviewed. It's not likely that you should. But I did, both before his death and after it. The first time we made game of it together. It was written in no style at all, split infinitives and every sort of thing that makes an Oxford gorge rise. Then there was nothing that the man didn't swallow, mixing up classical myths and stories out of the golden legend with reports of savage customs of today. All very proper, no doubt, if you know how to use them, but he didn't. He seemed to put the golden legend and the golden bough exactly on a par, and to believe both. A pitiable exhibition, in short. Well, after the misfortune, I looked over the book again. It was no better than before, but the impression which it left this time on my mind was different. I suspected, as I told you, that Carswell had borne ill will to my brother, even that he was in some way responsible for what had happened. And now his book seemed to me to be a very sinister performance indeed. One chapter in particular struck me, in which he spoke of casting the runes on people, either for the purpose of gaining their affection or of getting them out of the way. Perhaps more especially the latter. He spoke of all this in a way that really seemed to me to imply actual knowledge. I've not time to go into details, but the upshot is that I am pretty sure from information received that the civil man at the concert was Carswell. I suspect, I more than suspect, that the paper was of importance, and I do believe that if my brother had been able to give it back, he might have been alive now. Therefore it occurs to me to ask you whether you have anything to put beside what I have told you. By way of answer, Dunning had the episode in the manuscript room at the British Museum to relate. And he actually did hand you some papers. Have you examined them? No? Because we must, if you'll allow it, look at them at once, and very carefully. They went to the still empty house. Empty, for the 2 servants were not yet able to return to work. Dunning's portfolio of papers was gathering dust on the writing table. In it were the quires of small-sized scribbling paper which he used for his transcripts, and from one of these, as he took it up, there slipped and fluttered out into the room with uncanny quickness a strip of thin, light paper. The window was open, but Harrington slammed it to, just in time to intercept the paper, which he caught. "I thought so," he said. "It might be the identical thing that was given to my brother. You'll have to look out, Dunning. This may mean something quite serious for you." A long consultation took place. The paper was narrowly examined. As Harrington had said, the characters on it were more like runes than anything else, but not decipherable by either man, and both hesitated to copy them for fear, as they confessed, of perpetuating whatever evil purpose they might conceal. So it has remained impossible, if I may anticipate a little, to ascertain what was conveyed in this curious message or commission. Both Dunning and Harrington are firmly convinced that it had the effect of bringing its possessors into very undesirable company. That it must be returned to the source whence it came, they were agreed, and further that the only safe and certain way was that of personal service, and here contrivance would be necessary, for Dunning was known by sight to Carswell. He must, for one thing, alter his appearance by shaving his beard, but then might not the blow fall first? Harrington thought they could time it. He knew the date of the concert at which the black spot had been put on his brother. It was June 18th. The death had followed on September 18th. Dunning reminded him that 3 months had been mentioned on the inscription on the car window. "Perhaps," he added, with a cheerless laugh, "mine may be a bill at 3 months, too. I believe I can fix it by my diary. Yes, April 23rd was the day at the museum. That brings us to July 23rd. Now, you know, it becomes extremely important to me to know anything you will tell me about the progress of your brother's trouble, if it is possible for you to speak of it." "Of course. Well, the sense of being watched whenever he was alone was the most distressing thing to him. After a time I took to sleeping in his room, and he was the better for that. Still, he talked a great deal in his sleep." "What about?" "Is it wise to dwell on that, or at least before things are straightened out? I think not. But I can tell you this. 2 things came for him by post during those weeks, both with a London postmark, and addressed in a commercial hand. One was a woodcut of Buick's, roughly torn out of the page. One which shows a moonlit road and a man walking along it, followed by an awful demon creature. Under it were written the lines out of The Ancient Mariner, which I suppose the cut illustrates, about one who, having once looked round, walks on and turns no more his head, because he knows a frightful fiend doth close behind him tread. The other was a calendar, such as tradesmen often send. My brother paid no attention to this, but I looked at it after his death and found that everything after September 18th had been torn out. You may be surprised at his having gone out alone the evening he was killed, but the fact is that during the last 10 days or so of his life he had been quite free from the sense of being followed or watched. The end of the consultation was this. Harrington, who knew a neighbor of Carswell's, thought he saw a way of keeping a watch on his movements. It would be Dunning's part to be in readiness to try to cross Carswell's path at any moment, to keep the papers safe and in a place of ready access. They parted. The next weeks were no doubt a severe strain upon Dunning's nerves. The intangible barrier which had seemed to rise about him on the day when he received the paper gradually developed into a brooding blackness that cut him off from the means of escape to which one might have thought he might resort. No one was at hand who was likely to suggest them to him, and he seemed robbed of all initiative. He waited with inexpressible anxiety as May, June, and early July passed on for a mandate from Harrington. But all this time Carswell remained immovable at Lufford. At last, in less than a week before the date he had come to look upon as the end of his earthly activities, came a telegram. "Leaves Victoria by boat train Thursday night. Do not miss. I come to you tonight. Harrington." He arrived accordingly, and they concocted plans. The train left Victoria at 9, and its last stop before Dover was Croydon West. Harrington would mark down Carswell at Victoria, and look out for Dunning at Croydon, calling to him if need were by a name agreed upon. Dunning, disguised as far as might be, was to have no label or initials on any hand luggage, and must at all costs have the paper with him. Dunning's suspense as he waited on the Croydon platform I need not attempt to describe. His sense of danger during the last days had only been sharpened by the fact that the cloud about him had perceptibly been lighter. But relief was an ominous symptom, and if Carswell eluded him now, hope was gone, and there were so many chances of that. The rumor of the journey might be itself a device. The 20 minutes in which he paced the platform and persecuted every porter with inquiries as to the boat train were as bitter as any he had spent. Still, the train came, and Harrington was at the window. It was important, of course, that there should be no recognition, so Dunning got in at the farther end of the corridor carriage, and only gradually made his way to the compartment where Harrington and Carswell were. He was pleased on the whole to see that the train was far from full. Carswell was on the alert, but gave no sign of recognition. Dunning took the seat not immediately facing him, and attempted, vainly at first, then with increasing command of his faculties, to reckon the possibilities of making the desired transfer. Opposite to Carswell and next to Dunning was a heap of Carswell's coats on the seat. It would be of no use to slip the paper into these. He would not be safe, or would not feel so, unless in some way it could be proffered by him and accepted by the other. There was a handbag, open, and with papers in it. Could he manage to conceal this, so that perhaps Carswell might leave the carriage without it, and then find and give it to him? This was the plan that suggested itself. If he could only have counselled with Harrington, but that could not be. The minutes went on. More than once Carswell rose and went out into the corridor. The second time Dunning was on the point of attempting to make the bag fall off the seat, but he caught Harrington's eye and read in it a warning. Carswell from the corridor was watching, probably to see if the two men recognized each other. He returned, but was evidently restless, and when he rose the third time, hope dawned, for something did slip off his seat and fall with hardly a sound to the floor. Carswell went out once more and passed out of range of the corridor window. Dunning picked up what had fallen and saw that the key was in his hands in the form of one of Cook's ticket cases with tickets in it. These cases have a pocket in the cover, and within very few seconds the paper of which we have heard was in the pocket of this one. To make the operation more secure, Harrington stood in the doorway of the compartment and fiddled with the blind. It was done, and done at the right time, for the train was now slowing down towards Dover. In a moment more Carswell re-entered the compartment. As he did so, Dunning, managing he knew not how to suppress the tremble in his voice, handed him the ticket case, saying, "May I give you this, sir? I believe it is yours." After a brief glance at the ticket inside, Carswell uttered the hoped-for response. "Yes, it is. Much obliged to you, sir." And he placed it in his breast pocket. Even in the few moments that remained, moments of tense anxiety, for they knew not to what a premature finding of the paper might lead, both men noticed that the carriage seemed to darken about them and to grow warmer, that Carswell was fidgety and oppressed, that he drew the heap of loose coats near to him and cast it back as if it repelled him, and that he then sat upright and glanced anxiously at both. They, with sickening anxiety, busied themselves in collecting their belongings. But they both thought that Carswell was on the point of speaking when the train stopped at Dover town. It was natural that in the short space between town and pier they should both go into the corridor. At the pier they got out, but so empty was the train that they were forced to linger on the platform until Carswell should have passed ahead of them with his porter on the way to the boat, and only then was it safe for them to exchange a pressure of the hand and a word of concentrated congratulation. The effect upon Dunning was to make him almost faint. Harrington made him lean up against the wall, while he himself went forward a few yards within sight of the gangway to the boat, at which Carswell had now arrived. The man at the head of it examined his ticket, and, laden with coats, he passed down into the boat. Suddenly the official called after him, "You, sir, beg pardon, did the other gentleman show his ticket?" "What the devil do you mean by the other gentleman?" Carswell's snarling voice called back from the deck. The man bent over and looked at him. "The devil? Well, I don't know, I'm sure," Harrington heard him say to himself, and then aloud, "My mistake, sir, must have been your rugs. Ask your pardon." And then to a subordinate near him, "Had he got a dog with him, or what? Funny thing, I could have swore he wasn't alone. Well, whatever it was, they'll have to see to it aboard. She's off now. Another week, and we shall be getting the holiday customers." In 5 minutes more there was nothing but the lessening lights of the boat, the long line of the Dover lamps, the night breeze, and the moon. Long and long the two sat in their room at the Lord Warden. In spite of the removal of their greatest anxiety, they were oppressed with a doubt, not of the lightest. Had they been justified in sending a man to his death, as they believed they had? Ought they not to warn him at least? No, said Harrington. If he is the murderer, I think him. We have done no more than is just. Still, if you think it better, but how and where can you warn him? He was booked to Abbeville only, said Dunning. I saw that. If I wired to the hotels there in Joanne's guide, examine your ticket case, Dunning, I should feel happier. This is the 21st. He will have a day, but I am afraid he has gone into the dark. So telegrams were left at the hotel office. It is not clear whether these reached their destination, or whether, if they did, they were understood. All that is known is that on the afternoon of the 23rd, an English traveller, examining the front of St. Wolfram's Church at Abbeville, then under extensive repair, was struck on the head and instantly killed by a stone falling from the scaffold erected round the northwestern tower, there being, as was clearly proved, no workman on the scaffold at that moment, and the traveller's papers identified him as Mr. Carswell. Only one detail shall be added. At Carswell's sale, a set of Buick, sold with all faults, was acquired by Harrington. The page with the woodcut of the traveller and the demon was, as he had expected, mutilated. Also, after a judicious interval, Harrington repeated to Dunning something of what he had heard his brother say in his sleep, but it was not long before Dunning stopped him. How Knuth would have practised his art upon the Knolls. Lord Dunsany. Lord Dunsany, 1878 to 1957, was a prolific Anglo-Irish writer and dramatist, known for fantastical fiction, some of it dark. His real name was Edward John Morton Drax Plunkett, 18th Baron of Dunsany. Born to one of the oldest titles in the Irish peerage, Dunsany lived much of his life at perhaps Ireland's longest inhabited home, Dunsany Castle, near Tara, worked with W.B. Yeats, and was chess and pistol-shooting champion of Ireland. How Knuth would have practised his art upon the Knolls, 1912, is a compressed marvel of weird storytelling. Many decades later, the writer Margaret St. Clair would use Dunsany's tale as inspiration for her own, equally original, The Man Who Sold Rope to the Knolls, also included in these pages. Despite the advertisements of rival firms, it is probable that every tradesman knows that nobody in business at the present time has a position equal to that of Mr. Knuth. To those outside the magic circle of business, his name is scarcely known. He does not need to advertise. He is consummate. He is superior even to modern competition, and whatever claims they boast, his rivals know it. His terms are moderate, so much cash down when the goods are delivered, so much in blackmail afterwards. He consults your convenience. His skill may be counted upon. I have seen a shadow on a windy night move more noisily than Knuth, for Knuth is a burglar by trade. Men have been known to stay in country houses and to send a dealer afterwards to bargain for a piece of tapestry that they saw there, some article of furniture, some picture. This is bad taste, but those whose culture is more elegant invariably send Knuth a night or two after their visit. He has a way with tapestry. You would scarcely notice that the edges had been cut, and often when I see some huge new house full of old furniture and portraits from other ages, I say to myself, these mouldering chairs, these full-length ancestors in carved mahogany, are the produce of the incomparable Knuth. It may be urged against my use of the word incomparable that in the burglary business the name of Slith stands paramount and alone, and of this I am not ignorant, but Slith is a classic and lived long ago and knew nothing at all of modern competition. Besides which, the surprising nature of his doom has possibly cast a glamour upon Slith that exaggerates in our eyes his undoubted merits. It must not be thought that I am a friend of Knuth's. On the contrary, such politics as I have are on the side of property, and he needs no words from me, for his position is almost unique in trade, being among the very few that do not need to advertise. At the time that my story begins, Knuth lived in a roomy house in Belgrave Square. In his inimitable way he had made friends with the caretaker. The place suited Knuth, and Whenever anyone came to inspect it before purchase, the caretaker used to praise the house in the words that Knuth had suggested. "If it wasn't for the drains," she would say, "it's the finest house in London." And when they pounced on this remark and asked questions about the drains, she would answer them that the drains also were good, but not so good as the house. They did not see Knuth when they went over the rooms, but Knuth was there. Here in a neat black dress on one spring morning came an old woman whose bonnet was lined with red, asking for Mr. Knuth, and with her came her large and awkward son. Mrs. Eggins, the caretaker, glanced up the street, and then she let them in, and left them to wait in the drawing-room amongst furniture all mysterious with sheets. For a long while they waited, and then there was a smell of pipe tobacco, and there was Knuth, standing quite close to them. "Lord," said the old woman, whose bonnet was lined with red, "you did make me start." And then she saw by his eyes that that was not the way to speak to Mr. Knuth. And at last Knuth spoke, and very nervously the old woman explained that her son was a likely lad, and had been in business already, but wanted to better himself, and she wanted Mr. Knuth to teach him a livelihood. First of all, Knuth wanted to see a business reference, and when he was shown one from a jeweler with whom he happened to be hand in glove, the upshot of it was that he agreed to take young Tonker, for this was the surname of the likely lad, and to make him his apprentice. And the old woman, whose bonnet was lined with red, went back to her little cottage in the country, and every evening said to her old man, "Tonker, we must fasten the shutters of a night time, for Tommy's a burglar now." The details of the likely lad's apprenticeship I do not propose to give, for those that are in the business know those details already, and those that are in other businesses care only for their own, while men of leisure who have no trade at all would fail to appreciate the gradual degrees by which Tommy Tonker came first to cross bare boards, covered with little obstacles in the dark, without making any sound, and then to go silently up creaky stairs, and then to open doors, and lastly to climb. Let it suffice that the business prospered greatly, while glowing reports of Tommy Tonker's progress were sent from time to time to the old woman whose bonnet was lined with red, in the laborious handwriting of Knuth. Knuth had given up lessons in writing very early, for he seemed to have some prejudice against forgery, and therefore considered writing a waste of time. And then there came the transaction with Lord Castlenorman at his Surrey residence. Knuth selected a Saturday night, for it chanced that Saturday was observed as Sabbath in the family of Lord Castlenorman, and by 11 o'clock the whole house was quiet. 5 minutes before midnight, Tommy Tonker, instructed by Mr. Knuth, who waited outside, came away with one pocketful of rings and shirt studs. It was quite a light pocketful, but the jewellers in Paris could not match it without sending specially to Africa, so that Lord Castlenorman had to borrow bone shirt studs. Not even rumours whispered the name of Knuth. Were I to say that this turned his head, there are those to whom the assertion would give pain, for his associates hold that his astute judgment was unaffected by circumstance. I will say, therefore, that it spurred his genius to plan what no burglar had ever planned before. It was nothing less than to burgle the house of the Knowles, and this that abstemious man unfolded to Tonker over a cup of tea. Had Tonker not been nearly insane with pride over their recent transaction, and had he not been blinded by a veneration for Knuth, he would have— but I cry over spilt milk. He expostulated respectfully. He said he would rather not go. He said it was not fair, he allowed himself to argue, and in the end, one windy October morning, with a menace in the air, found him and Knuth drawing near to the dreadful wood. Knuth, by weighing little emeralds against pieces of common rock, had ascertained the probable weight of those house ornaments that the Knowles are believed to possess in the narrow, lofty house wherein they have dwelt from of old. They decided to steal 2 emeralds, and to carry them between them on a cloak. But if they should be too heavy, one must be dropped at once. Knuth warned young Tonker against greed, and explained that the emeralds were worth less than cheese until they were safe away from the dreadful wood. Everything had been planned, and they walked now in silence. No track led up to the sinister gloom of the trees, either of men or cattle. Not even a poacher had been there snaring elves for over 100 years. You did not trespass twice in the dells of the Knowles. And apart from the things that were done there, the trees themselves were a warning, and did not wear the wholesome look of those that we plant ourselves. The nearest village was some miles away, with the backs of all its houses turned to the wood, and without one window at all facing in that direction. They did not speak of it there, and elsewhere it is unheard of. Into this wood stepped Knuth and Tommy Tonker. They had no firearms. Tonker had asked for a pistol, but Knuth replied that the sound of a shot would bring everything down on us, and no more was said about it. Into the wood they went all day, deeper and deeper. They saw the skeleton of some early Georgian poacher nailed to a door in an oak tree. Sometimes they saw a fairy scuttle away from them. Once Tonker stepped heavily on a hard, dry stick, after which they both lay still for 20 minutes. And the sunset flared full of omens through the tree trunks, and night fell, and they came by fitful starlight, as Knuth had foreseen, to that lean, high house where the Knowles so secretly dwelt. All was so silent by that unvalued house that the faded courage of Tonker flickered up, but to Knuth's experienced sense it seemed too silent, and all the while there was that look in the sky that was worse than a spoken doom, so that Knuth, as is often the case when men are in doubt, had leisure to fear the worst. Nevertheless, he did not abandon the business, but sent the likely lad with the instruments of his trade by means of the ladder to the old green casement. And the moment that Tonker touched the withered boards, the silence that, though ominous, was earthly, became unearthly, like the touch of a ghoul. And Tonker heard his breath offending against that silence, and his heart was like mad drums in a night attack, and a string of one of his sandals went tap on a rung of a ladder, and the leaves of the forest were mute, and the breeze of the night was still, and Tonker prayed that a mouse or a mole might make any noise at all, but not a creature stirred. Even Knuth was still. And then and there, while yet he was undiscovered, the likely lad made up his mind, as he should have done long ago, to leave those colossal emeralds where they were, and have nothing further to do with the lean, high house of the Knowles, but to quit this sinister wood in the nick of time, and retire from business at once, and buy a place in the country. Then he descended softly and beckoned to Knuth, but the Knowles had watched him through Navy's holes that they bore in trunks of the trees, and the unearthly silence gave way, as it were, with a grace, to the rapid screams of Tonker as they picked him up from behind, screams that came faster and faster until they were incoherent. And where they took him it is not good to ask, and what they did with him I shall not say. Knuth looked on for a while from the corner of the house with a mild surprise on his face as he rubbed his chin, for the trick of the holes in the trees was new to him. Then he stole nimbly away through the dreadful wood. And did they catch Knuth, you ask me, gentle reader? Oh, no, my child, for such a question is childish. Nobody ever catches Knuth. The Man in the Bottle, Gustav Meyrink. Gustav Meyrink, 1868 to 1932, was an Austrian writer who moved to Prague as a teenager and lived there for 20 years. Early works included grotesque satires, after which he largely graduated to weird pseudoscience and contes cruels. He is most famous for his novel The Golem, 1914. Other books by Meyrink include Walpurgis Night, 1917, and The Angel of the Western Window, 1927. Meyrink considered himself an amateur expert on theosophy, Kabbalah, Christian sophiology, and Eastern mysticism. He once translated 15 volumes of Charles Dickens because he needed the money. The Man in the Bottle is typical of Meyrink's weird stories, grotesque, brief, and flecked with the decadent. Melanchthon was dancing with the bat, whose costume represented her in an inverted position. The wings were folded close to the body, and in the claws she held a large gold hoop upright, which gave the impression that she was hanging, suspended from some imaginary point. The effect was grotesque, and it amused Melanchthon very much, for he had to peep through this gold hoop, which was exactly on a level with his face, while dancing with the bat. She was one of the most original masks, and at the same time one of the most repelling ones. At the fete of the Persian prince, she had even impressed His Highness Mohammed Darashikoh, the host. "I know you, pretty one," he had nodded to her, much to the amusement of the bystanders. "It is certainly the little Marquise, the intimate friend of the princess," declared a Dutch councillor in a Rembrandt costume. He surmised this because she knew every turn and corner of the palace, to judge by her conversation. And but a few moments ago, when some cavalier had ordered felt boots and torches so that they might go down into the courtyard and indulge in snowballing, the bat joined them and participated wildly in the game. It was then, and the Dutchman was quite ready to back it with a wager, that he had seen a well-known bracelet on her wrist. "Oh, how interesting!" exclaimed a blue butterfly. "Could Melanchthon discover whether or not Count Faust is a slave of the princess?" "Don't speak so loud," interrupted the Dutch councillor. "It is a mighty good thing that the orchestra played the close of that waltz fortissimo, for the prince was standing here only a moment since." "Better not speak of such things," whispered an Egyptian, "for the jealousy of this Asiatic prince knows no bounds, and there are probably more explosives in the palace than we dream. Count de Faust has been playing with fire too long, and if Darashico suspects—" A rough figure representing a huge knot dashed by them in wild flight to escape a Hellenic warrior in shimmering armor. "If you were the Gordian knot, mynheer, and were pursued by Alexander the Great, wouldn't you be frightened?" teased the inverted bat, tapping the Dutchman coquettishly on the end of the nose with her fan. "The sharp wit of the pretty Marquise bat betrays her," smiled a lanky Satan with tail and cloven foot. "What a pity that only as a bat are you to be seen with your feet in the air." The dull sound of a gong filled the room as an executioner appeared, draped in a crimson robe. He tapped a bronze gong, and then, resting his weight on his glittering cudgel, posed himself in the center of the big hall. Out of every niche and lobby the maskers streamed toward him, harlequins, cannibals, an ibis, and some Chinese, Don Quixotes, columbines, bayadeers, and dominoes of all colors. The crimson executioner distributed tablets of ivory inscribed with gold letters. "Oh, programs for the entertainment," chorused the crowd. "The Man in the Bottle, Marionette Comedy in the Spirit of Aubrey Beardsley, by Prince Mohammed Darashico. Characters: The Man in the Bottle, Miguel, Count de Faust. The Man on the Bottle, Prince Mohammed Darashico. The Lady in the Sedan Chair. Vampires, marionettes, hunchbacks, apes, musicians. Scene of action: a tiger's maw." "What? The prince is the author of this marionette play?" "Probably a scene out of the 1001 Nights. But who will play the part of the lady in the sedan chair?" "Oh, there is a great surprise in store for us," twittered a seductive incroyable, leaning on the arm of an abbé. "Do you know the Pierrot with whom I danced the tarantella was the Count de Faust, who was going to play the Man in the Bottle? And he confided a lot of things to me. The marionettes will be very gruesome, that is, for those who appreciate the spirit of the thing, and the prince had an elephant sent down from Hamburg. But you are not listening to me at all." And the little one dropped the arm of her escort and bolted into the swirling crowd. New groups of masks constantly poured out of the adjoining rooms through the wide doorways into the big hall, making a kaleidoscopic play of colors, while files of costume guests stood admiring the wonderful mural frescoes that rose to the blue star-dotted ceiling. Attendants served refreshments, sorbets, and wines in the window niches. With a rolling sound, the walls of the narrow end of the hall separated, and a stage was pushed slowly into view. Its setting, in red-brown and a flaming yellow proscenium, was a yawning tiger's maw, the white teeth glittering above and below. In the middle of the scene stood a huge glass bottle in the form of a globe, with walls at least a foot thick. It was about twice the height of an average man and very roomy. The back of the scene was draped with pink silk hangings. Then the colossal ebony doors of the hall opened and admitted a richly caparisoned elephant, which advanced with majestic tread. On its head sat the crimson executioner, guiding the beast with the butt of his cudgel. Chains of amethysts dangled from the elephant's tusks, and plumes of peacock feathers nodded from its head. Heavily embroidered gold cloths streamed down from the back of the beast, skirting the floor. Across its enormous forehead there was a network of sparkling jewels. The maskers flocked around the advancing beast, shouting greetings to the gay group of actors seated in the palanquin: Prince Darashico with turban and aigrette, Count de Faust as Pierrot, marionettes and musicians, stiff as wooden puppets. The elephant reached the stage, and with its trunk lifted one man after another from its back. There was much applause and a yell of delight as the beast seized the Pierrot, and, sliding him into the neck of the bottle, closed the metal top. Then the Persian prince was placed on top of the bottle. The musicians seated themselves in a semicircle, drawing forth strange, slender instruments. The elephant gazed at them a moment, then turned about and strode toward the door. Like a lot of happy children, the maskers clung to its trunk, ears, and tusks, and tried to hold it back, but the animal seemed not to feel their weight at all. The performance began, and somewhere, as if out of the ground, there arose weird music. The puppet orchestra of marionettes remained lifeless and waxen. The flute player stared with glassy, idiotic eyes at the ceiling. The features of the rococo conductor in peruke and plumed hat, holding the baton aloft and pressing a pointed finger mysteriously to his lips, were distorted by a shrewd, uncanny smile. In the foreground posed the marionettes. Here were grouped a humpbacked dwarf with chalky face, a grey, grinning devil, and a sallow, rouged actress with carmine lips. The three seemed possessed of some satanic secret that had paralyzed their movements. The semblance of death brooded over the entire motionless group. The Pierrot in the bottle now began to move restlessly. He doffed his white felt hat, bowed, and occasionally greeted the Persian prince, who, with crossed legs, sat on the cap of the bottle. His antics amused the audience. The thick walls of glass distorted his appearance curiously. Sometimes his eyes seemed to pop out of his head. Then again they disappeared, and one saw only forehead and chin. Sometimes he was fat and bloated, then again slender, with long legs like a spider's. In the midst of a motionless pause, the red silk hangings of the background parted, and a closed sedan chair was carried on by two Moors, who placed it near the bottle. A ray of pale light from above now illuminated the scene. The spectators had formed themselves into two camps. The one was speechless under the spell of this vampiric, enigmatic marionette play that seemed to exhale an atmosphere of poisoned merriment. The other group, not sensitive enough to appreciate such a scene, laughed immoderately at the comical capering of the man in the bottle. He had given up his merry dancing and was trying by every possible means to impart some information or other to the prince sitting on the cap. He pounded the walls of the bottle as though he would smash them, and to all appearances he was screaming at the top of his voice, although not the slightest sound penetrated the thick glass. The Persian prince acknowledged the movements of the Pierrot with a smile, pointing with his finger at the sedan chair. The curiosity of the audience reached its climax when it saw that the Pierrot had pressed his face against the glass and was staring at something in the window of the sedan chair. Then, suddenly, like one gone mad, he beat his face with his hands, sank on his knees, and tore his hair. Then he sprang furiously up and raced around the bottle at such speed that the audience saw only a fluttering cloth in his wake. The secret of the lady in the sedan chair puzzled the audience considerably. They could only see that a white face was pressed against the window of the chair and was staring over at the bottle. Shadows cut off all further view. Laughter and applause rose to a tumult. Pierrot had crouched on the bottom of the bottle, his fingers clutching his throat. Then he opened his mouth wide and pointed in wild frenzy to his chest, and then to the one sitting above. He folded his hands in supplication as though he were begging something from the audience. "He wants something to drink. Such a large bottle and no wine in it. I say, you marionettes, give him a drink," cried one of the maskers. Everybody laughed and applauded. Then the Pierrot jumped up once more, tore his garments from his chest, and staggered about until he measured his length on the bottom of the bottle. "Bravo! Bravo, Pierrot! Wonderfully acted! Da capo! Da capo!" yelled the maskers. When the man in the bottle did not stir again and made no effort to repeat his scene, the applause gradually subsided, and the attention of the spectators was drawn to the marionettes. They still remained motionless in the poses they had assumed, but in their mien there was now a sense of expectancy that had not been there before. It seemed as if they were waiting for a cue. The humpbacked dwarf with the chalked face turned his eyes carefully and gazed at the Prince Doroshenko. The Persian did not stir. Finally, two figures advanced from the background, and one of the Moors haltingly approached the sedan chair and opened the door. And then something very remarkable occurred. The body of a woman fell stiffly out on the stage. There was a moment of deathly silence, and then 1,000 voices arose. "What has happened?" Marionettes, apes, musicians, all leaped forward. Maskers climbed up on the stage. The princess, wife of Doroshenko, lay there strapped to a steel frame. Where the ropes had cut into her flesh were blue bruises, and in her mouth there was a silk gag. A nameless horror took possession of the audience. "Pierrot!" a voice suddenly shrilled. "Pierrot!" Like a dagger, indescribable fear penetrated every heart. "Where is the prince?" During the tumult, the Persian had disappeared. Melanchthon stood on the shoulders of Mephisto, but he could not lift the cap of the bottle, and the air valve was screwed tightly shut. "Break the walls of the bottle, quick!" The Dutch counselor tore the cudgel from the hand of the crimson executioner, and with a leap landed on the stage. A gruesome sound arose like the tolling of a cracked bell. Like streaks of white lightning, the cracks leaped across the surface of the glass. Finally, the bottle was splintered into bits, and within lay, suffocated, the corpse of the Count de Faast, his fingers clawing his breast. The bright hall seemed to darken. Silently, and with invisible pinions, the gigantic ebon birds of terror streaked through the hall of the fete. The Dissection. Georg Heim. Translated into English by Jo Clerval. Georg Heim, 1887–1912, was a German poet and playwright who also wrote one novel. Heim believed in the idea of the demon city, which symbolized his repudiation of romanticism in the midst of the rise of industrialism and repressive systems. Still, he lived a wild and passionate life, accompanied by depression and restlessness. In 1910 he dreamed of a death by drowning, and 2 years later fell through the ice while skating. The Dissection, 1913, is more prose poem than story in its luminous reverie. This new translation by Jo Clerval corrects errors in prior versions, including the use of the autopsy as the title. Master of the Weird Thomas Ligotti has called it one of his favorite tales. The dead man lay alone and naked on a white cloth in a wide room, surrounded by depressing white walls, in the cruel sobriety of a dissection room that seemed to shiver with the screams of an endless torture. The light of noon bathed him, and awakened the dead spots on his forehead, conjuring up a bright green from his naked belly, bloating his body like a big sack of water. His body resembled the iridescent calyx of some gigantic flower, a mysterious plant from Indian primeval forests that someone had shyly laid at the altar of death. Splendid reds and blues sprouted down his limbs, and in the heat the large wound under his navel slowly split open like a red furrow, releasing a foul stench. The doctors entered, friendly men in frayed white coats and gold-rimmed pince-nez. They stepped up to the dead man and observed him with interest, as if in a scientific meeting. From their white cabinets they took out dissecting instruments, white crates full of hammers, saws with sharp teeth, files, hideous sets of tweezers, tiny knives with large needles like vultures' crooked beaks, forever screaming for flesh. They began their revolting work. They resembled hideous torturers, blood flowing on their hands as they dug ever more deeply into the frigid corpse and pulled out its innards, like white cooks gutting a goose. Around their arms coiled the intestines, green-yellow snakes, and feces dripped on their coats, a warm, putrid fluid. They punctured the bladder, the cold urine in it glistening like yellow wine. They poured it in large bowls, and it reeked of pungent, acrid ammonia. But the dead man slept. He patiently let them tug at him and pull his hair. He slept, and while the thumping of hammers resounded on his skull, a dream, a remainder of love, awoke in him, like a torch shining in his personal night. Outside the large window stretched a wide sky filled with small white clouds that swam like small white gods in the light of that silent afternoon, and swallows darted high across the blue, feathers quivering in the warm sun of July. The dead man's black blood streamed across the blue putrefaction on his forehead. In the heat it evaporated into an awful cloud, and the decay of death crept over him with its dappled claws. His skin began to flake apart. His belly turned white like that of an eel under the greedy fingers of the doctors, who plunged their arms up to the elbows in the wet flesh. The decay pulled apart the mouth of the dead man. He seemed to smile. He dreamed of beatific stars, of a fragrant summer evening. His rotting lips trembled as though under a brief kiss. "How I love you! I have loved you so much. Should I say how I love you?" As you strolled across poppy fields, a flaming poppy yourself, you swallowed the entire evening, and the dress that billowed around your ankles was a wave of fire in the setting sun. But you bowed your head in the light, hair still burning, inflamed by my kisses. So you went down there, turning to look back at me as you walked away, and the lantern swayed in your hand like the glow of a rose lasting in the twilight long after you were gone. I'll see you again tomorrow, here under the window of the chapel, here, where the light of the candles falls about you, making your hair a golden forest, and daffodils nestle around your ankles, tender, like tender kisses. I will see you again every evening in the hour of dawn. We will never part. How I love you! Should I tell you how I love you?" And the dead man quivered in happiness on his white death table, while the iron chisels in the hands of the doctors broke up the bones of his temple. The Spider, Hans Heinz Ewers, translated into English by Walter F. Cohn. Hans Heinz Ewers, 1871 to 1943, was a German writer, especially of horror, also known for his acting and poetry. A novel trilogy detailing the exploits of the character of Frank Baun included perhaps his best-known work, Alraune. Much of his work has a decadent feel to it, and Ewers did not shy away from violence and sex in his fiction. After an early dalliance with the Nazi Party, Ewers left because of disagreements with their positions on Jews and homosexuality. The Nazis banned his works, seized his assets, and left Ewers in poverty. Even though the Nazis destroyed his life, Ewers's early association with them has left him underappreciated by modern critics of the weird. The Spider, 1915, is his best-known work. When Richard Bracquemont, medical student, decided to move into room number 7 of the little Hotel Stevens at 6 Rue Alfred Stevens, 3 people had already hanged themselves from the window sash of the room on 3 successive Fridays. The first was a Swiss traveling salesman. His body was not discovered until Saturday evening, but the physician established the fact that death must have come between 5 and 6 o'clock on Friday afternoon. The body hung suspended from a strong hook which had been driven into the window sash, and which ordinarily served for hanging clothes. The window was closed, and the dead man had used the curtain cord as a rope. Since the window was rather low, his legs dragged on the ground almost to his knees. The suicide must consequently have exercised considerable willpower in carrying out his intention. It was further established that he was married and the father of 4 children, that he unquestionably had an adequate and steady income, and that he was of a cheerful disposition and well contented in life. Neither a will nor anything in writing that might give a clue to the cause of this suicide was found, nor had he ever intimated leanings towards suicide to any of his friends or acquaintances. The second case was not very different. The actor Karl Kraus, who was employed at the nearby Cirque Medrano as a lightning bicycle artiste, engaged room number 7 2 days after the first suicide. When he failed to appear at the performance the following Friday evening, the manager of the theater sent an usher to the little hotel. The usher found the actor hanged from the window sash in the unlocked room, in identically the same circumstances that had attended the suicide of the Swiss traveling salesman. The second suicide seemed no less puzzling than the first. The actor was popular, drew a very large salary, was only 25 years old, and seemed to enjoy life to the utmost. Again, nothing was left in writing, nor were there any other clues that might help solve the mystery. The actor was survived only by an aged mother to whom he used to send 300 marks for her support promptly on the 1st of each month. For Madame Dubonnet, who owned the cheap little hotel, and whose clientele was made up almost exclusively of the actors of the nearby vaudevilles of Montmartre, this second suicide had very distressing consequences. Already several of her guests had moved out, and other regular customers had failed to come back. She appealed to the commissioner of the 9th Ward, whom she knew well, and he promised to do everything in his power to help her. So he not only pushed his investigation of reasons for the suicides with considerable zeal, but he also placed at her disposal a police officer who took up residence in the mysterious room. It was the policeman Charles-Marie Chaumier who had volunteered his services in solving the mystery, and old Maroussin, who had been a marine infantryman for 11 years. This sergeant had guarded many a lonely post in Tonkin and Annam single-handed, and had greeted many an uninvited deputation of river pirates sneaking like cats through the jungle darkness with a refreshing shot from his rifle. Consequently, he felt himself well heeled to meet the ghosts of which the Rue Stevens gossiped. He moved into the room on Sunday evening and went contentedly to sleep after doing high justice to the food and drink Madame Dubonnet set before him. Every morning and evening Chaumier paid a brief visit to the police station to make his reports. During the first few days his reports confined themselves to the statement that he had not noticed even the slightest thing out of the ordinary. On Wednesday evening, however, he announced that he believed he had found a clue. When pressed for details, he begged to be allowed to say nothing for the present. He said he was not certain that the thing he thought he had discovered necessarily had any bearing on the two suicides, and he was afraid of being ridiculed in case it should all turn out to be a mistake. On Thursday evening he seemed to be even more uncertain, although somewhat graver, but again he had nothing to report. On Friday morning he seemed quite excited. Half seriously and half in jest, he ventured the statement that the window of the room certainly had a remarkable power of attraction. Nevertheless, he still clung to the theory that the fact had nothing whatever to do with the suicides, and that he would only be laughed at if he told more. That evening he failed to come to the police station. They found him hanged from the hook on the window sash. Even in this case, the circumstances, down to the minutest detail, were again the same as they had been in the other cases. The legs dragged on the floor, and the curtain cord had been used as a rope. The window was closed, and the door had not been locked. Death had evidently come at about 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The dead man's mouth was wide open, and his tongue hung out. As a consequence of this third suicide in room number 7, all the guests left the Hotel Stevens that same day, with the exception of the German high school teacher in room number 16, who took advantage of this opportunity to have his rent reduced 1/3. It was small consolation for Madame Dubonnet to have Mary Garden, the famous star of the Opéra Comique, drive by in her Renault a few days later and stop to buy the red curtain cord for a price she beat down to 200 francs. Of course, she had 2 reasons for buying it. In the first place, it would bring luck, and in the second, well, it would get into the newspapers. If these things had happened in summer, say in July or August, Madame Dubonnet might have got 3 times as much for her curtain cord. At that time of the year the newspapers would certainly have filled their columns with the case for weeks. But at an uneasy time of the year, with elections, disorders in the Balkans, a bank failure in New York, a visit of the English king and queen, well, where could the newspapers find room for a mere murder case? The result was that the affair in the Rue Alfred Stevens got less attention than it deserved, and such notices of it as appeared in the newspapers were concise and brief, and confined themselves practically to repetitions of the police reports, without exaggerations. These reports furnished the only basis for what little knowledge of the affair the medical student Richard Bracquemont had. He knew nothing of one other little detail that seemed so inconsequential that neither the commissioner nor any of the other witnesses had mentioned it to the reporters. Only afterwards, after the adventure the medical student had in the room, was this detail remembered. It was this. When the police took the body of Sergeant Charles-Marie Chaumier down from the window sash, a large black spider crawled out of the mouth of the dead man. The porter flicked it away with his finger, crying, "Ugh! Another such ugly beast." In the course of the subsequent autopsy, that is the one held later for Bracquemont, the porter told that when they had taken down the corpse of the Swiss traveling salesman, a similar spider had been seen crawling on his shoulder. But of this Richard Bracquemont knew nothing. He did not take up his lodging in the room until 2 weeks after the last suicide, on a Sunday. What he experienced there he entered very conscientiously in a diary. The Diary of Richard Bracquemont, medical student. Monday, February 28th. I moved in here last night. I unpacked my 2 suitcases, put a few things in order, and went to bed. I slept superbly. The clock was just striking 9 when a knock at the door awakened me. It was the landlady, who brought me my breakfast herself. She was evidently quite solicitous about me, judging from the eggs, the ham, and the splendid coffee she brought me. I washed and dressed, and then watched the porter make up my room. I smoked my pipe while he worked. So, here I am. I know right well that this business is dangerous, but I know, too, that my fortune is made if I solve the mystery. And if Paris was once worth a mass, one could hardly buy it that cheaply nowadays. It might be worth risking my little life for it. Here is my chance, and I intend to make the most of it. At that there were plenty of others who saw this chance. No less than 27 people tried, some through the police, some through the landlady, to get the room. 3 of them were women. So there were enough rivals, probably all poor devils like myself. But I got it. Why? Oh, I was probably the only one who could offer a solution to the police. A neat solution. Of course it was a bluff. These entries are, of course, intended for the police, too, and it amuses me considerably to tell these gentlemen right at the outset that it was all a trick on my part. If the commissioner is sensible, he will say, just because I knew he was tricking us, I had all the more confidence in him. As far as that is concerned, I don't care what he says afterward. Now I'm here, and it seems to me a good omen to have begun my work by bluffing the police so thoroughly. Of course, I first made my application to Madame Dubonnet, but she sent me to the police station. I lounged about the station every day for a week, only to be told that my application was being given consideration, and to be asked always to come again next day. Most of my rivals had long since thrown up the sponge. They probably found some better way to spend their time than waiting for hour after hour in the musty police court. But it seems the commissioner was by this time quite irritated by my perseverance. Finally, he told me point-blank that my coming back would be quite useless. He was very grateful to me as well as to all the other volunteers for our good intentions, but the police could not use the assistance of dilettante laymen, unless I had some carefully worked-out plan of procedure. So I told him that I had exactly that kind of plan. Of course, I had no such thing and couldn't have explained a word of it, but I told him that I could tell him about my plan, which was good although dangerous, and which might possibly come to the same conclusion as the investigation of the police sergeant, only if he would promise me on his word of honor that he was ready to carry it out. He thanked me for it, but regretted that he had no time for such things. But I saw that I was getting the upper hand when he asked me whether I couldn't at least give him some intimation of what I planned doing. And I gave it to him. I told him the most glorious nonsense, of which I myself hadn't had the least notion even a second beforehand. I don't know even now how I came by this unusual inspiration so opportunely. I told him that among all the hours of the week there was one that had a secret and strange significance. That was the hour in which Christ left his grave to go down to hell, the 6th hour of the afternoon of the last day of the Jewish week. And he might take into consideration, I went on, that it was exactly in this hour, between 5 and 6 o'clock on Friday afternoon, in which all 3 of the suicides had been committed. For the present I could not tell him more, but I might refer him to the book of Revelations, according to St. John. The commissioner put on a wise expression, as if he had understood it all, thanked me, and asked me to come back in the evening. I came back to his office promptly at the appointed time. I saw a copy of the New Testament lying in front of him on the table. In the meantime I had done just what he had. I had read the book of Revelations through, and had not understood a word of it. Perhaps the commissioner was more intelligent than I was. At least he told me that he understood what I was driving at in spite of my very vague hints, and that he was ready to grant my request and to aid me in every possible way. I must admit that he has actually been of very considerable assistance. He has made arrangements with the landlady under which I am to enjoy all the comforts and facilities of the hotel free of charge. He has given me an exceptionally fine revolver and a police pipe. The policemen on duty have orders to go through the little Rue Alfred Stevens as often as possible, and to come up to the room at a given signal. But the main thing is his installation of a desk telephone that connects directly with the police station. Since the station is only 4 minutes' walk from the hotel, I am thus enabled to have all the help I want immediately. With all this, I can't understand what there is to be afraid of. Tuesday, March 1st. Nothing has happened, neither yesterday nor today. Madame Dubonnet brought me a new curtain cord from another room. Heaven knows she has enough of them vacant. For that matter, she seems to take every possible opportunity to come to my room. Every time she comes, she brings me something. I have again had all the details of the suicides told me, but have discovered nothing new. As far as the causes of the suicides were concerned, she had her own opinions. As for the actor, she thought he had had an unhappy love affair. When he had been her guest the year before, he had been visited frequently by a young woman who had not come at all this year. She admittedly couldn't quite make out why the Swiss gentleman had decided to commit suicide, but of course one couldn't know everything. But there was no doubt that the police sergeant had committed suicide only to spite her. I must confess these explanations of Madame Dubonnet's are rather inadequate, but I let her gabble on. At least she helps break up my boredom. Thursday, March 3rd. Still nothing. The commissioner rings me up several times a day, and I tell him that everything is going splendidly. Evidently this information doesn't quite satisfy him. I have taken out my medical books and begun to work. In this way I am at least getting something out of my voluntary confinement. Friday, March 4th, 2 p.m. I had an excellent luncheon. Madame Dubonnet brought a half-bottle of champagne along with it. It was the kind of dinner you get before your execution. She already regards me as being 3/4 dead. Before she left me, she wept and begged me to go with her. Apparently, she is afraid I might also hang myself, just to spite her. I have examined the new curtain cord in considerable detail. So, I am to hang myself with that? Well, I can't say that I feel much like doing it. The cord is raw and hard, and it would make a good slipknot only with difficulty. One would have to be pretty powerfully determined to emulate the example of the other 3 suicides in order to make a success of the job. But now I am sitting at the table, the telephone at my left, the revolver at my right. I certainly have no fear, but I am curious. 6 p.m. Nothing happened. I almost write with regret. The crucial hour came and went, and was just like all the others. Frankly, I can't deny that sometimes I felt a certain urge to go to the window. Oh, yes, but for other reasons. The commissioner called me up at least 10 times between 5 and 6. He was just as impatient as I was. But Madame Dubonnet is satisfied. Someone has lived for a week in number 7 without hanging himself. Miraculous. Monday, March 7th. I'm now convinced that I shall discover nothing, and I am inclined to think that the suicides of my predecessors were a matter of pure coincidence. I've asked the commissioner to go over all the evidence in all 3 cases again, for I am convinced that eventually a solution to the mystery will be found. But as far as I am concerned, I intend to stay here as long as possible. I probably will not conquer Paris, but in the meantime I am living here free and am already gaining considerably in health and weight. On top of it all, I am studying a great deal, and I notice I am rushing through in great style. And of course, there is another reason that keeps me here. Wednesday, March 9th. I have progressed another step. Clarimonde. Oh, but I haven't said a word about Clarimonde yet. Well, she is my 3rd reason for staying here, and it would have been for her sake that I would gladly have gone to the window in the fateful hour, but certainly not to hang myself. Clarimonde. But why do I call her that? I haven't the least idea as to what her name might be, but it seems to me as if I simply must call her Clarimonde, and I'd like to bet that some day I'll find out that that is really her name. I noticed Clarimonde during the first few days I was here. She lives on the other side of this very narrow street, and her window is directly opposite mine. She sits there, back of her curtains. And let me also say that she noticed me before I was aware of her, and that she visibly manifested an interest in me. No wonder. Everyone on the street knows that I am here, and knows why, too. Madame Dubonnet saw to that. I am in no way the kind of person who falls in love. My relations with women have always been very slight. When one comes to Paris from Verdun to study medicine and hardly has enough money to have a decent meal once every 3 days, one has other things besides love to worry about. I haven't much experience, and I probably began this affair pretty stupidly. Anyhow, it's quite satisfactory as it stands. At first it never occurred to me to establish communications with my strange neighbor. I simply decided that since I was here to make observations, and I probably had nothing real to investigate anyhow, I might as well observe my neighbor while I was at it. After all, one can't pore over one's books all day long, so I have come to the conclusion that, judging from appearances, Clarimonde lives all alone in her little apartment. She has 3 windows, but she sits only at the one directly opposite mine. She sits there and spins at a little old-fashioned distaff. I once saw such a distaff at my grandmother's, but even my grandmother never used it. It was merely an heirloom left her by some great-aunt or other. I didn't know that they were still in use. For that matter, Clarimonde's distaff is a very tiny, fine thing, white, and apparently made of ivory. The threads she spins must be infinitely fine. She sits behind her curtains all day long and works incessantly, stopping only when it gets dark. Of course it gets dark very early these foggy days. In this narrow street the loveliest twilight comes about 5 o'clock. I have never seen a light in her room. How does she look? Well, I really don't know. She wears her black hair in wavy curls and is rather pale. Her nose is small and narrow, and her nostrils quiver. Her lips are pale, too, and it seems as if her little teeth might be pointed, like those of a beast of prey. Her eyelids throw long shadows, but when she opens them her large dark eyes are full of light. Yet I seem to sense rather than know all this. It is difficult to identify anything clearly back of those curtains. One thing further. She always wears a black, closely buttoned dress with large purple dots, and she always wears long black gloves, probably to protect her hands while working. It looks strange to see her narrow black fingers quickly taking and drawing the threads, seemingly almost through each other, really almost like the wriggling of an insect's legs. Our relations with each other? Oh, they are really quite superficial, and yet it seems as if they were truly much deeper. It began by her looking over to my window and my looking over to hers. She noticed me and I her. And then I evidently must have pleased her, because one day when I looked at her, she smiled. And of course I did too. That went on for several days, and we smiled at each other more and more. Then I decided almost every hour that I would greet her. I don't know exactly what it is that keeps me from carrying out my decision. I have finally done it this afternoon, and Clarimonde returned the greeting. Of course the greeting was ever so slight, but nevertheless I distinctly saw her nod. Thursday, March 10th. Last night I sat up late over my books. I can't truthfully say that I studied a great deal. I spent my time building air castles and dreaming about Clarimonde. I slept very lightly, but very late into the morning. When I stepped up to the window, Clarimonde was sitting at hers. I greeted her, and she nodded. She smiled and looked at me for a long time. I wanted to work, but couldn't seem to find the necessary peace of mind. I sat at the window and stared at her. Then I suddenly noticed that she, too, folded her hands in her lap. I pulled at the cord of the white curtain, and, practically at the same instant, she did the same. We both smiled and looked at one another. I believe we must have sat like that for an hour. Then she began spinning again. Saturday, March 12th. These days pass swiftly. I eat and drink and sit down to work. I light my pipe and bend over my books. But I don't read a word. Of course I always make the attempt, but I know beforehand that it won't do any good. Then I go to the window. I greet Clarimonde, and she returns my greeting. We smile and gaze at one another for hours. Yesterday afternoon at 6 I felt a little uneasy. Darkness settled very early, and I felt a certain nameless fear. I sat at my desk and waited. I felt an almost unconquerable urge to go to the window, certainly not to hang myself, but to look at Clarimonde. I jumped up and stood back of the curtain. It seemed as if I had never seen her so clearly, although it was already quite dark. She was spinning, but her eyes looked across at me. I felt a strange comfort, and a very subtle fear. The telephone rang. I was furious at the silly old commissioner for interrupting my dreams with his stupid questions. This morning he came to visit me along with Madame Dubonnet. She seems to be satisfied enough with my activities. She takes sufficient consolation from the fact that I have managed to live in room number 7 for 2 whole weeks. But the commissioner wants results besides. I confided to him that I had made some secret observations, and that I was tracking down a very strange clue. The old fool believed all I told him. In any event, I can still stay here for weeks, and that's all I care about. Not on account of Madame Dubonnet's cooking and cellar. God, how soon one becomes indifferent to that when one always has enough to eat. Only because of the window, which she hates and fears, and which I love so dearly, this window that reveals Clarimonde to me. When I light the lamp, I no longer see her. I have strained my eyes trying to see whether she goes out, but I have never seen her set foot on the street. I have a comfortable easy chair and a green lampshade whose glow warmly suffuses me. The commissioner has sent me a large package of tobacco. I have never smoked such good tobacco. And yet I cannot do any work. I read 2 or 3 pages, and when I have finished I realize that I haven't understood a word of their contents. My eyes grasp the significance of the letters, but my brain refuses to supply the connotations. Queer. Just as if my brain bore the legend, "No admittance," just as if it refused to admit any thought other than the one, Clarimonde. Finally I push my books aside, lean far back in my chair, and dream. Sunday, March 13th. This morning I witnessed a little tragedy. I was walking up and down in the corridor while the porter made up my room. In front of the little court window there is a spider web hanging, with a fat garden spider sitting in the middle of it. Madame Dubonnet refuses to let it be swept away. Spiders bring luck, and heaven knows she has had enough bad luck in her house. Presently I saw another much smaller male spider cautiously running around the edge of the web. Tentatively he ventured down one of the precarious threads towards the middle, but the moment the female moved, he hastily withdrew. He ran around to another end of the web and tried again to approach her. Finally, the powerful female spider in the center of the web seemed to look upon his suit with favor and stopped moving. The male spider pulled at one of the threads of the web, first lightly, then so vigorously that the whole web quivered. But the object of his attention remained immovable. Then he approached her very quickly but carefully. The female spider received him quietly and let him embrace her delicately, while she retained the utmost passivity. Motionless, the two of them hung for several minutes in the center of the large web. Then I saw how the male spider slowly freed himself, one leg after another. It seemed as if he wanted to retreat quietly, leaving his companion alone in her dream of love. Suddenly he let her go entirely and ran out of the web as fast as he could. But at the same instant the female seemed to awaken to a wild rush of activity, and she chased rapidly after him. The weak male spider let himself down by a thread, but the female followed him immediately. Both of them fell to the window-sill, and, gathering all his energies, the male spider tried to run away. But it was too late. The female spider seized him in her powerful grip, carried him back up into the net, and set him down squarely in the middle of it. And this same place that had just been a bed for passionate desire now became the scene of something quite different. The lover kicked in vain, stretched his weak legs out again and again, and tried to disentangle himself from this wild embrace. But the female would not let him go. In a few minutes she had spun him in so completely that he could not move a single member. Then she thrust her sharp pincers into his body and sucked out the young blood of her lover in deep draughts. I even saw how she finally let go of the pitiful, unrecognizable little lump, legs, skin, and threads, and threw it contemptuously out of the net. So that's what love is like among these creatures. Well, I can be glad I'm not a young spider. Monday, March 14th. I no longer so much as glance at my books. Only at the window do I pass all my days, and I keep on sitting there even after it gets dark. Then she is no longer there, but I close my eyes and see her anyhow. Well, this diary has become quite different than I thought it would be. It tells about Madame Dubonnet and the commissioner, about spiders, and about Clarimonde, but not a word about the discovery I had hoped to make. Well, is it my fault? Tuesday, March 15th. Clarimonde and I have discovered a strange new game, and we play it all day long. I greet her, and immediately she returns the greeting. Then I drum with my fingers on my window pane. She has hardly had time to see it before she begins drumming on hers. I wink at her, and she winks at me. I move my lips as if I were talking to her, and she follows suit. Then I brush the hair back from my temples, and immediately her hand is at the side of her forehead. Truly child's play, and we both laugh at it. That is, she really doesn't laugh. It's only a quiet, passive smile she has, just as I suppose mine must be. For that matter, all this isn't nearly as senseless as it must seem. It isn't imitation at all. I think we would both tire of that very quickly. There must be a certain telepathy or thought transference involved in it, for Clarimonde repeats my motions in the smallest conceivable fraction of a second. She hardly has time to see what I am doing before she does the same thing. Sometimes it even seems to me that her action is simultaneous with mine. That is what entices me, always doing something new and unpremeditated, and it's astounding to see her doing the same thing at the same time. Sometimes I try to catch her. I make a great many motions in quick succession, and then repeat them again, and then I do them a third time. Finally I repeat them for the fourth time, but change their order, introduce some new motion, or leave out one of the old ones. It's like children playing follow the leader. It's really remarkable that Clarimonde never makes a single mistake, although I sometimes change the motion so rapidly that she hardly has time to memorize each one. That is how I spend my days, but I never feel for a second that I'm squandering my time on something nonsensical. On the contrary, it seems as if nothing I had ever done were more important. Wednesday, March 16th. Isn't it queer that I have never thought seriously about putting my relations with Clarimonde on a more sensible basis than that of these hour-consuming games? I thought about it last night. I could simply take my hat and coat and go down 2 flights of stairs, 5 steps across the street, and then up 2 other flights of stairs. On her door there was a little coat of arms engraved with her name, Clarimonde. Clarimonde what? I don't know what, but the name Clarimonde is certainly there. Then I could knock, and then— That far I can imagine everything perfectly, down to the last move I might make. But for the life of me I can't picture what would happen after that. The door would open, I can conceive that, but I would remain standing in front of it, looking into her room, into a darkness so utter that not a solitary thing could be distinguished in it. She would not come. Nothing would come. As a matter of fact, there would be nothing there, only the black, impenetrable darkness. Sometimes it seems as if there could be no other Clarimonde than the one I play with at my window. I can't picture what this woman would look like if she wore a hat, or even some dress other than her black one with the large purple dots. I can't even conceive of her without her gloves. If I could see her on the street, or even in some restaurant, eating, drinking, talking, well, I really have to laugh. The thing seems so utterly inconceivable. Sometimes I ask myself whether I love her. I can't answer that question entirely because I have never been in love. But if the feeling I bear towards Clarimonde is really, well, love, then love is certainly very, very different from what I saw of it among my acquaintances or learned about it in novels. It is becoming quite difficult to define my emotions. In fact, it is becoming difficult even to think about anything at all that has no bearing on Clarimonde, or rather on our game, for there is truly no denying it. It's really the game that preoccupies me, nothing else, and that's the thing I understand least of all. Clarimonde. Well, yes, I feel attracted to her, but mingled with the attraction there is another feeling, almost like a sense of fear. Fear? No, it isn't fear either. It is more of a temerity, a certain inarticulate alarm or apprehension before something I cannot define. And it is just this apprehension that has some strange compulsion, something curiously passionate that keeps me at a distance from her, and at the same time draws me constantly nearer to her, It is as if I were going around her in a wide circle, came a little nearer at one place, withdrew again, went on, approached her again at another point, and again retreated rapidly, until finally, of that I am absolutely certain, I must go to her. Clarimonde is sitting at her window and spinning. Threads. Long, thin, infinitely fine threads. She seems to be making some fabric. I don't know just what it is to be, and I can't understand how she can make the network without tangling or tearing the delicate fabric. There are wonderful patterns in her work, patterns full of fabulous monsters and curious grotesques. For that matter, but what am I writing? The fact of the matter is that I can't even see what it is she is spinning. The threads are much too fine, and yet I can't help feeling that her work must be exactly as I see it when I close my eyes. Exactly. A huge network peopled with many creatures, fabulous monsters and curious, grotesque. Thursday, March 17th. I find myself in a strange state of agitation. I no longer talk to anyone. I hardly even say good morning to Madame Dubonnet or the porter. I hardly take time to eat. I only want to sit at the window and play with her. It's an exacting game. Truly it is. And I have a premonition that tomorrow something must happen. Friday, March 18th. Yes, something must happen today, I tell myself. Oh, yes, I talk aloud just to hear my own voice, that it is just for that I am here. But the worst of it is that I am afraid, and this fear that what has happened to my predecessors in this room may also happen to me is curiously mingled with my other fear, the fear of Clarimonde. I can hardly keep them apart. I'm afraid. I would like to scream. 6 p.m. Let me put down a few words quickly and then get into my hat and coat. By the time 5 o'clock came, my strength was gone. Oh, I know now for certain that it must have something to do with this 6th hour of the next to the last day of the week. Now I can no longer laugh at the fraud with which I duped the commissioner. I sat on my chair and stayed there only by exerting my willpower to the utmost. But this thing drew me, almost pulled me to the window. I had to play with Clarimonde, and then again there rose that terrible fear of the window. I saw them hanging there, the Swiss traveling salesman, a large fellow with a thick neck and a grey stubble beard, and the lanky acrobat and the stocky, powerful police sergeant. I saw all three of them, one after another, and then all three together, hanging from the same hook with open mouths and with tongues lolling far out. And then I saw myself among them. Oh, this fear! I felt I was as much afraid of the window sash and the terrible hook as I was of Clarimonde. May she forgive me for it, but that's the truth. In my ignominious fear I always confused her image with that of the three who hanged there, dangling their legs heavily on the floor. But the truth is that I never felt for an instant any desire or inclination to hang myself. I wasn't even afraid I would do it. No, I was afraid only of the window itself, and of Clarimonde, and of something terrible, something uncertain and unpredictable that was now to come. I had the pathetic, irresistible longing to get up and go to the window, and I had to do it. Then the telephone rang. I grabbed the receiver, and before I could hear a word, I myself cried into the mouthpiece, "Come at once!" It was just as if my unearthly yell had instantly chased all the shadows into the farthest cracks of the floor. I became composed immediately. I wiped the sweat from my forehead and drank a glass of water. Then I considered what I ought to tell the commissioner when he came. Finally I went to the window, greeted Clarimonde, and smiled. And Clarimonde greeted me and smiled. 5 minutes later the commissioner was here. I told him that I had finally struck the root of the whole affair. If he would only refrain from questioning me today, I would certainly be able to make some remarkable disclosures in the very near future. The queer part of it was that while I was lying to him, I was at the same time fully convinced in my own mind that I was telling the truth, and I still feel that that is the truth, against my better judgment. He probably noticed the unusual condition of my temper, especially when I apologized for screaming into the telephone and tried to explain, and failed to find any plausible reason for my agitation. He suggested very amiably that I need not take undue consideration of him. He was always at my service. That was his duty. He would rather make a dozen useless trips over here than let me wait for him once when I really needed him. Then he invited me to go out with him tonight, suggesting that might help distract me. It wasn't a good thing to be alone all the time. I have accepted his invitation, although I think it will be difficult to go out. I don't like to leave this room. Saturday, March 19th. We went to the Gaieté Rouchard, to the Cigale, and to the Lune Rousse. The commissioner was right. It was a good thing for me to go out and breathe another atmosphere. At first I felt rather uncomfortable, as if I were doing something wrong, as if I were a deserter running away from our flag. But by and by that feeling died. We drank a good deal, laughed, and joked. When I went to the window this morning, I seemed to read a reproach in Clarimonde's look. But perhaps I only imagined it. How could she know that I had gone out last night? For that matter, it seemed to last for only a moment. Then she smiled again. We played all day long. Sunday, March 20th. Today I can only repeat, we played all day long. Monday, March 21st. We played all day long. Tuesday, March 22nd. Yes, and today we did the same. Nothing, absolutely nothing else. Sometimes I ask myself why we do it. What is it all for? Or what do I really want? To what can it all lead? But I never answer my own question, for it's certain that I want nothing other than just this. Come what may, that which is coming is exactly what I long for. We have been talking to one another these last few days. Of course not with any spoken word. Sometimes we moved our lips, at other times we only looked at one another. But we understood each other perfectly. I was right. Clarimonde reproached me for running away last Friday, but I begged her forgiveness and told her I realized that it had been very unwise and horrid of me. She forgave me, and I promised her never again to leave the window. And we kissed each other, pressing our lips against the panes for a long, long time. Wednesday, March 23rd. I know now that I love her. It must be love. I feel it tingling in every fiber of my being. It may be that with other people love is different, but is there any one among 1,000 millions who has a head, an ear, a hand that is like anyone else's? Everyone is different, so it is quite conceivable that our love is very singular. But does that make it any less beautiful? I am almost happy in this love. If only there would not be this fear. Sometimes it falls asleep, then I forget it, but only for a few minutes. Then it wakes up again and will not let me go. It seems to me like a poor little mouse fighting against a huge and beautiful snake, trying to free itself from its overpowering embrace. Just wait, you poor foolish little fear. Soon our love will devour you. Thursday, March 24th. I have made a discovery. I don't play with Clarimonde. She plays with me. It happened like this. Last night, as usual, I thought about our game. I wrote down 5 intricate movements with which I wanted to surprise her today. I gave every motion a number. I practiced them so as to be able to execute them as quickly as possible, first in order, and then backwards. Then only the even numbers, and then the odd, and then only the first and last parts of each of the 5 motions. It was very laborious, but it gave me great satisfaction because it brought me nearer to Clarimonde, even though I could not see her. I practiced in this way for hours, and finally they went like clockwork. This morning I went to the window. We greeted each other, and the game began. Forward, backward. It was incredible to see how quickly she understood me, and how instantaneously she repeated all the things I did. Then there was a knock at my door. It was the porter bringing me my boots. I took them. But when I was going back to the window, my glance fell on the sheet of paper on which I had recorded the order of the movements, and I saw that I had not executed a single one of these movements. I almost reeled. I grabbed the back of the easy-chair and let myself down into it. I couldn't believe it. I read the sheet again and again, but it was true. Of all the motions I had made at the window, not a single one was mine. And again I was aware of a door opening somewhere far away. Her door. I was standing before it and looking in. Nothing, only an empty darkness. Then I knew that if I went out, I would be saved, and I realized that now I could go. Nevertheless, I did not go. That was because I was distinctly aware of one feeling, that I held the secret of the mystery, held it tightly in both hands. Paris. I was going to conquer Paris. For a moment, Paris was stronger than Clarimonde. Oh, I've dropped all thought of it now. Now I am aware only of my love, and in the midst of it this quiet, passionate fear. But in that instant I felt suddenly strong. I read through the details of my first movement once more, and impressed it firmly in my memory. Then I went back to the window, and I took exact notice of what I did. Not a single motion I executed was among those I had set out to do. Then I decided to run my index finger along my nose, but instead I kissed the window pane. I wanted to drum on the window-sill, but ran my hand through my hair instead. So it was true. Clarimonde did not imitate the things I did. On the contrary, I repeated the things she indicated, and I did it so quickly, with such lightning rapidity, that I followed her motions in the same second, so that even now it seems as if I were the one who exerted the willpower to do these things. So it is I who was so proud of the fact that I had determined her mode of thought. I was the one who was being so completely influenced, only her influence is so soft, so gentle, that it seems as if nothing on earth could be so soothing. I made other experiments. I put both my hands in my pockets and resolved firmly not to move them. Then I looked across at her. I noticed how she lifted her hand and smiled and gently chided me with her index finger. I refused to budge. I felt my right hand wanting to take itself out of my pocket, but I dug my fingers deep into the pocket lining. Then, slowly, after several minutes, my fingers relaxed. My hand came out of the pocket, and I lifted my arm. And I chided her with my index finger and smiled. It seemed as if it were really not I who was doing all this, but some stranger whom I watched from a distance. No, that wasn't the way of it. I was the one who did it, and some stranger was watching me. It was the stranger, that other me, who was so strong, who wanted to solve this mystery with some great discovery. But that was no longer I. Oh, what do I care about the discovery? I am only here to do her bidding, the bidding of my Clarimonde, whom I love with such tender fear. Friday, March 25th. I have cut the telephone wire. I can no longer stand being perpetually bothered by the silly old commissioner, least of all when the fateful hour is at hand. God, why am I writing all this? Not a word of it is true. It seems as if someone else were guiding my pen. But I do. I want to set down here what actually happens. It is costing me a tremendous effort, but I want to do it, if only for the last time to do what I really want to do. I cut the telephone wire. Oh, because I had to. There, I finally got it out. Because I had to. We stood at the window this morning and played. Our game has changed a little since yesterday. She goes through some motions, and I defend myself as long as possible, until finally I have to surrender, powerless to do anything but her bidding. And I can scarcely tell what a wonderful sense of exultation and joy it gives me to be conquered by her will, to make this surrender. We played. And then suddenly she got up and went back into her room. It was so dark that I couldn't see her. She seemed to disappear into the darkness. But she came back very shortly, carrying in her hands a desk telephone just like mine. Smiling, she set it down on the window-sill, took a knife, cut the wire, and carried it back again. I defended myself for about a quarter of an hour. My fear was greater than ever, but that made my slow surrender all the more delectable, and I finally brought my telephone to the window, cut the wire, and set it back on the table. That is how it happened. I am sitting at the table. I have had my tea, and the porter has just taken the dishes out. I asked him what time it was. It seems my watch isn't keeping time. It's 5:15. 5:15. I know that if I look up now, Clarimonde will be doing something or other, doing something or other that I will have to do too. I look up anyhow. She is standing there and smiling. Well, if I could only tear my eyes away from her. Now she is going to the curtain. She is taking the cord off. It is red, just like the one on my window. She is tying a knot, a slip knot. She is hanging the cord up on the hook in the window sash. She is sitting down and smiling. No, this is no longer a thing one can call fear, this thing I am experiencing. It is a maddening, choking terror, but nevertheless I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. It is a compulsion of an unheard-of nature and power, yet so subtly sensual in its inescapable ferocity. Of course, I could rush up to the window and do exactly what she wants me to do, but I am waiting, struggling and defending myself. I feel this uncanny thing getting stronger every minute. So here I am, still sitting here. I ran quickly to the window and did the thing she wanted me to do. I took the curtain cord, tied a slip knot in it, and hung it from the hook. And now I am not going to look up any more. I am going to stay here and look only at this sheet of paper, for I know now what she would do if I looked up again, now in the 6th hour of the next to the last day of the week. If I see her, I shall have to do her bidding. I shall have to. I shall refuse to look at her. But I am suddenly laughing, loudly. No, I'm not laughing. It is something laughing within me. I know why, too. It's because of this. I will not. I don't want to, and yet I know certainly that I must. I must look at her. Must do it. And then the rest. I am only waiting to stretch out the torment. Yes, that is it. For these breathless sufferings are my most rapturous transports. I am writing, quickly, so that I can remain sitting here longer, in order to stretch out these seconds of torture, which carry the ecstasy of love into infinity. More, longer. Again this fear, again. I know that I shall look at her, that I shall get up, that I shall hang myself. But it isn't that I fear. Oh, no, that is sweet, that is beautiful. But there is something else associated with it, something that will happen afterwards. I don't know what it will be, but it is coming. It is certainly coming, certainly. For the joy of my torments is so infinitely great. Oh, I feel it is so great that something terrible must follow it. Only I must not think. Let me write something, anything, no matter what, only quickly, without thinking. My name, Richard Bracquemont, Richard Bracquemont, Richard... Oh, I can't go any farther. Richard Bracquemont, Richard Bracquemont. Now, I must look at her. Richard Bracquemont, I must. No more. Richard Bracquemont. The commissioner of the 9th Ward, after failing repeatedly to get a reply to his telephone calls, came to the Hotel Stevens at 5 minutes to 6. In room number 7 he found the body of the student Richard Bracquemont hanging from the window sash, in exactly the same position as that of his 3 predecessors. Only his face had a different expression. It was distorted in horrible fear, and his eyes, wide open, seemed to be pushing themselves out of their sockets. His lips were drawn apart, but his powerful teeth were firmly and desperately clenched, and glued between them, bitten and crushed to pieces, there was a large black spider with curious purple dots. On the table lay the medical student's diary. The commissioner read it and went immediately to the house across the street. There he discovered that the 2nd apartment had been vacant and unoccupied for months and months. The Hungry Stones. Rabindranath Tagore. Rabindranath Tagore, 1861 to 1941, was a Nobel Prize-winning Indian Bengali writer who forever changed Bengali literature and music through his fiction, poetry, drama, music, and advocacy. At the height of his international popularity, he was almost as well known as Mahatma Gandhi. Tagore modernized Bengali art by rejecting traditional forms. His work encompassed both the personal and the political, with many critics praising his lyricism, colloquialism, and naturalism. Tagore's short stories hold the highest reputation among his writings, perhaps in part because he is credited with originating the Bengali language version of the form. The Hungry Stones, 1916, is among the most overtly weird or supernatural of his tales. My kinsman and myself were returning to Calcutta from our Puja trip when we met the man in a train. From his dress and bearing we took him at first for an up-country Mohammedan, but we were puzzled as we heard him talk. He discoursed upon all subjects so confidently that you might think the disposer of all things consulted him at all times in all that he did. Hitherto we had been perfectly happy, as we did not know that secret and unheard-of forces were at work, that the Russians had advanced close to us, that the English had deep and secret policies, that confusion among the native chiefs had come to a head. But our newly acquired friend said with a sly smile, "There happen more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are reported in your newspapers." As we had never stirred out of our homes before, the demeanor of the man struck us dumb with wonder. Be the topic ever so trivial, he would quote science, or comment on the Vedas, or repeat quatrains from some Persian poet. And as we had no pretense to a knowledge of science or the Vedas or Persian, our admiration for him went on increasing, and my kinsman, a theosophist, was firmly convinced that our fellow passenger must have been supernaturally inspired by some strange magnetism or occult power, by an astral body or something of that kind. He listened to the tritest saying that fell from the lips of our extraordinary companion with devotional rapture, and secretly took down notes of his conversation. I fancy that the extraordinary man saw this and was a little pleased with it. When the train reached the junction, we assembled in the waiting-room for the connection. It was then 10 p.m., and as the train, we heard, was likely to be very late, owing to something wrong in the lines, I spread my bed on the table and was about to lie down for a comfortable doze when the extraordinary person deliberately set about spinning the following yarn. Of course, I could get no sleep that night. When, owing to a disagreement about some questions of administrative policy, I threw up my post at Junagadh and entered the service of the Nizam of Hyderabad, they appointed me at once, as a strong young man, collector of cotton duties at Barrack. Barrack is a lovely place. The Susta chatters over stony ways and babbles on the pebbles, tripping like a skilful dancing girl in through the woods below the lonely hills. A flight of 150 steps rises from the river, and above that flight, on the river's brim and at the foot of the hills, there stands a solitary marble palace. Around it there is no habitation of man, the village and the cotton mart of Barrack being far off. About 250 years ago, the Emperor Mahmud Shah II had built this lonely palace for his pleasure and luxury. In his days jets of rose-water spurted from its fountains, and on the cold marble floors of its spray-cooled rooms young Persian damsels would sit, their hair dishevelled before bathing, and, splashing their soft, naked feet in the clear water of the reservoirs, would sing, to the tune of the guitar, the ghazals of their vineyards. The fountains play no longer. The songs have ceased. No longer do snow-white feet step gracefully on the snowy marble. It is but the vast and solitary quarters of cess-collectors like us, men oppressed with solitude and deprived of the society of women. Now, Karim Khan, the old clerk of my office, warned me repeatedly not to take up my abode there. "Pass the day there, if you like," said he, "but never stay the night." I passed it off with a light laugh. The servants said that they would work till dark and go away at night. I gave my ready assent. The house had such a bad name that even thieves would not venture near it after dark. At first the solitude of the deserted palace weighed upon me like a nightmare. I would stay out and work hard as long as possible, then return home at night, jaded and tired, go to bed and fall asleep. Before a week had passed, the place began to exert a weird fascination upon me. It is difficult to describe or to induce people to believe, but I felt as if the whole house was like a living organism, slowly and imperceptibly digesting me by the action of some stupefying gastric juice. Perhaps the process had begun as soon as I set my foot in the house, but I distinctly remember the day on which I first was conscious of it. It was the beginning of summer, and the market being dull, I had no work to do. A little before sunset I was sitting in an armchair near the water's edge below the steps. The Susta had shrunk and sunk low. A broad patch of sand on the other side glowed with the hues of evening. On this side the pebbles at the bottom of the clear shallow waters were glistening. There was not a breath of wind anywhere, and the still air was laden with an oppressive scent from the spicy shrubs growing on the hills close by. As the sun sank behind the hilltops, a long dark curtain fell upon the stage of day, and the intervening hills cut short the time in which light and shade mingle at sunset. I thought of going out for a ride, and was about to get up, when I heard a footfall on the steps behind. I looked back, but there was no one. As I sat down again, thinking it to be an illusion, I heard many footfalls, as if a large number of persons were rushing down the steps. A strange thrill of delight, slightly tinged with fear, passed through my frame, and though there was not a figure before my eyes, methought I saw a bevy of joyous maidens coming down the steps to bathe in the Susta in that summer evening. Not a sound was in the valley, in the river, or in the palace, to break the silence, but I distinctly heard the maidens' gay and mirthful laugh, like the gurgle of a spring gushing forth in 100 cascades, as they ran past me in quick, playful pursuit of each other towards the river, without noticing me at all. As they were invisible to me, so I was, as it were, invisible to them. The river was perfectly calm, but I felt that its still, shallow, and clear waters were stirred suddenly by the splash of many an arm jingling with bracelets, that the girls laughed and dashed and spattered water at one another, that the feet of the fair swimmers tossed the tiny waves up in showers of pearl. I felt a thrill at my heart. I cannot say whether the excitement was due to fear, or delight, or curiosity. I had a strong desire to see them more clearly, but naught was visible before me. I thought I could catch all that they said if I only strained my ears, but however hard I strained them, I heard nothing but the chirping of the cicadas in the woods. It seemed as if a dark curtain of 250 years was hanging before me, and I would fain lift a corner of it tremblingly and peer through, though the assembly on the other side was completely enveloped in darkness. The oppressive closeness of the evening was broken by a sudden gust of wind, and the still surface of the Susta rippled and curled like the hair of a nymph, and from the woods, wrapped in the evening gloom, there came forth a simultaneous murmur, as though they were awakening from a black dream. Call it reality or dream, the momentary glimpse of that invisible mirage reflected from a far-off world, 250 years old, vanished in a flash. The mystic forms that brushed past me with their quick, unbodied steps and loud voiceless laughter, and threw themselves into the river, did not go back, wringing their dripping robes as they went. Like fragrance wafted away by the wind, they were dispersed by a single breath of the spring. Then I was filled with a lively fear that it was the muse that had taken advantage of my solitude and possessed me. The witch had evidently come to ruin a poor devil like myself, making a living by collecting cotton duties. I decided to have a good dinner. It is the empty stomach that all sorts of incurable diseases find an easy prey. I sent for my cook and gave orders for a rich, sumptuous Moglai dinner, redolent of spices and ghee. Next morning the whole affair appeared a queer fantasy. With a light heart I put on a sola hat like the sahibs and drove out to my work. I was to have written my quarterly report that day and expected to return late. But before it was dark I was strangely drawn to my house. By what I could not say. I felt they were all waiting and that I should delay no longer. Leaving my report unfinished, I rose, put on my sola hat, and startling the dark, shady, desolate path with the rattle of my carriage, I reached the vast, silent palace standing on the gloomy skirts of the hills. On the first floor the stairs led to a very spacious hall, its roof stretching wide over ornamental arches resting on 3 rows of massive pillars, and groaning day and night under the weight of its own intense solitude. The day had just closed, and the lamps had not yet been lighted. As I pushed the door open, a great bustle seemed to follow within, as if a throng of people had broken up in confusion and rushed out through the doors and windows and corridors and verandas and rooms to make its hurried escape. As I saw no one, I stood bewildered, my hair on end in a kind of ecstatic delight. and a faint scent of attar and unguents, almost effaced by age, lingered in my nostrils. Standing in the darkness of that vast, desolate hall between the rows of those ancient pillars, I could hear the gurgle of fountains flashing on the marble floor, a strange tune on the guitar, the jingle of ornaments and the tinkle of anklets, the clang of bells tolling the hours, the distant note of nahabat, the din of the crystal pendants of chandeliers shaken by the breeze, the song of bulbuls from the cages in the corridors, the cackle of storks in the gardens, all creating round me a strange, unearthly music. Then I came under such a spell that this intangible, inaccessible, unearthly vision appeared to be the only reality in the world, and all else a mere dream. That I, that is to say, Srijut so-and-so, the eldest son of so-and-so of blessed memory, should be drawing a monthly salary of 450 rupees by the discharge of my duties as collector of cotton duties, and driving in my dog-cart to my office every day in a short coat and sola hat, appeared to me to be such an astonishingly ludicrous illusion that I burst into a horse laugh as I stood in the gloom of that vast, silent hall. At that moment my servant entered with a lighted kerosene lamp in his hand. I do not know whether he thought me mad, but it came back to me at once that I was in very deed Srijut so-and-so, son of so-and-so of blessed memory, and that, while our poets, great and small, alone could say whether inside or outside the earth there was a region where unseen fountains perpetually played, and fairy guitars, struck by invisible fingers, sent forth an eternal harmony. This, at any rate, was certain, that I collected duties at the cotton market at Barrack, and earned thereby 450 rupees per mensem as my salary. I laughed in great glee at my curious illusion, as I sat over the newspaper at my camp table, lighted by the kerosene lamp. After I had finished my paper and eaten my Mughlai dinner, I put out the lamp and lay down on my bed in a small side room. Through the open window a radiant star, high above the Avali hills, skirted by the darkness of their woods, was gazing intently from millions and millions of miles away in the sky at Mr. Collector lying on a humble camp bedstead. I wondered and felt amused at the idea, and do not know when I fell asleep or how long I slept, but I suddenly awoke with a start, though I heard no sound and saw no intruder. Only the steady bright star on the hilltop had set, and the dim light of the new moon was stealthily entering the room through the open window, as if ashamed of its intrusion. I saw nobody, but felt as if someone was gently pushing me. As I awoke she said not a word, but beckoned me with her 5 fingers bedecked with rings to follow her cautiously. I got up noiselessly, and though not a soul save myself was there in the countless apartments of that deserted palace, with its slumbering sounds and waking echoes, I feared at every step lest anyone should wake up. Most of the rooms of the palace were always kept closed, and I had never entered them. I followed breathless, and with silent steps, my invisible guide. I cannot now say where, what endless, dark and narrow passages, what long corridors, what silent and solemn audience chambers and close secret cells I crossed. Though I could not see my fair guide, her form was not invisible to my mind's eye. An Arab girl, her arms hard and smooth as marble, visible through her loose sleeves, a thin veil falling on her face from the fringe of her cap, and a curved dagger at her waist. Methought that one of the 1,001 Arabian Nights had been wafted to me from the world of romance, and that at the dead of night I was wending my way through the dark, narrow alleys of slumbering Baghdad to a trysting place fraught with peril. At last my fair guide stopped abruptly before a deep blue screen, and seemed to point to something below. There was nothing there, but a sudden dread froze the blood in my heart. Methought I saw there on the floor, at the foot of the screen, a terrible negro eunuch, dressed in rich brocade, sitting and dozing with outstretched legs, with a naked sword on his lap. My fair guide lightly tripped over his legs and held up a fringe of the screen. I could catch a glimpse of a part of the room spread with a Persian carpet. Someone was sitting inside on a bed. I could not see her, but only caught a glimpse of 2 exquisite feet in gold-embroidered slippers, hanging out from loose saffron-colored pajamas, and placed idly on the orange-colored velvet carpet. On one side there was a bluish crystal tray on which a few apples, pears, oranges, and bunches of grapes in plenty, 2 small cups, and a gold-tinted decanter were evidently awaiting the guest. A fragrant, intoxicating vapor issuing from a strange sort of incense that burned within almost overpowered my senses. As with trembling heart I made an attempt to step across the outstretched legs of the eunuch, he woke up suddenly with a start, and the sword fell from his lap with a sharp clang on the marble floor. A terrific scream made me jump, and I saw I was sitting on that camp bedstead of mine, sweating heavily, and the crescent moon looked pale in the morning light like a weary, sleepless patient at dawn, and our crazy Meher Ali was crying out, as is his daily custom, "Stand back! Stand back!" while he went along the lonely road. Such was the abrupt close of one of my Arabian nights, but there were yet 1,000 nights left. Then followed a great discord between my days and nights. During the day I would go to my work worn and tired, cursing the bewitching night and her empty dreams. But as night came, my daily life with its bonds and shackles of work would appear a petty, false, ludicrous vanity. After nightfall I was caught and overwhelmed in the snare of a strange intoxication. I would then be transformed into some unknown personage of a bygone age, playing my part in unwritten history, and my short English coat and tight breeches did not suit me in the least. With a red velvet cap on my head, loose pyjamas, an embroidered vest, a long flowing silk gown, and colored handkerchiefs scented with attar, I would complete my elaborate toilet, sit on a high-cushioned chair, and replace my cigarette with a many-coiled narghileh filled with rose-water, as if in eager expectation of a strange meeting with the beloved one. I have no power to describe the marvelous incidents that unfolded themselves as the gloom of the night deepened. I felt as if in the curious apartments of that vast edifice the fragments of a beautiful story which I could follow for some distance, but of which I could never see the end, flew about in a sudden gust of the vernal breeze, and all the same I would wander from room to room in pursuit of them the whole night long. Amid the eddy of these dream fragments, amid the smell of henna and the twanging of the guitar, amid the waves of air charged with fragrant spray, I would catch, like a flash of lightning, the momentary glimpse of a fair damsel. She it was who had saffron-colored pyjamas, white, ruddy, soft feet in gold-embroidered slippers with curved toes, a close-fitting bodice wrought with gold, a red cap, from which a golden frill fell on her snowy brow and cheeks. She had maddened me. In pursuit of her I wandered from room to room, from path to path among the bewildering maze of alleys in the enchanted dreamland of the nether world of sleep. Sometimes in the evening, while arraying myself carefully as a prince of the blood royal before a large mirror, with a candle burning on either side, I would see a sudden reflection of the Persian beauty by the side of my own, a swift turn of her neck, a quick, eager glance of intense passion and pain glowing in her large dark eyes, just a suspicion of speech on her dainty red lips, her figure, fair and slim, crowned with youth like a blossoming creeper, quickly uplifted in her graceful tilting gait, a dazzling flash of pain and craving and ecstasy, a smile and a glance, and a blaze of jewels and silk, and she melted away. A wild gust of wind, laden with all the fragrance of hills and woods, would put out my light, and I would fling aside my dress and lie down on my bed, my eyes closed and my body thrilling with delight. And there around me in the breeze, amid all the perfume of the woods and hills, floated through the silent gloom many a caress, and many a kiss, and many a tender touch of hands, and gentle murmurs in my ears, and fragrant breaths on my brow, or a sweetly perfumed kerchief was wafted again and again on my cheeks. Then slowly a mysterious serpent would twist her stupefying coils about me, and heaving a heavy sigh, I would lapse into insensibility, and then into a profound slumber. One evening I decided to go out on my horse. I do not know who implored me to stay, but I would listen to no entreaties that day. My English hat and coat were resting on a rack, and I was about to take them down when a sudden whirlwind, crested with the sands of the Susta and the dead leaves of the Avali hills, caught them up and whirled them round and round, while a loud peal of merry laughter rose higher and higher, striking all the chords of mirth, till it died away in the land of sunset. I could not go out for my ride, and the next day I gave up my queer English coat and hat for good. That day again, at dead of night, I heard the stifled, heartbreaking sobs of someone, as if below the bed, below the floor, below the stony foundation of that gigantic palace, from the depths of a dark, damp grave, a voice piteously cried and implored me, "Oh, rescue me! Break through these doors of heart illusion, death-like slumber and fruitless dreams. Place me by your side on the saddle. Press me to your heart, and riding through hills and woods and across the river, take me to the warm radiance of your sunny rooms above." Who am I? Oh, how can I rescue thee? What drowning beauty, what incarnate passion shall I drag to the shore from this wild eddy of dreams? Oh, lovely ethereal apparition, where didst thou flourish, and when? By what cool spring, under the shade of what date groves, wast thou born, in the lap of what homeless wanderer in the desert? When Bedouins snatched thee from thy mother's arms, an opening bud plucked from a wild creeper, placed thee on a horse swift as lightning, crossed the burning sands, and took thee to the slave market of what royal city? And there what officer of the Badshah, seeing the glory of thy bashful blossoming youth, paid for thee in gold, placed thee in a golden palanquin, and offered thee as a present for the seraglio of his master? And oh, the history of that place, the music of the sareng, the jingle of anklets, the occasional flash of daggers, and the glowing wine of Shiraz poison, and the piercing, flashing glance. What infinite grandeur, what endless servitude! The slave girls to thy right and left waved the shamar as diamonds flashed from their bracelets. The Badshah, the king of kings, fell on his knees at thy snowy feet in bejeweled shoes, and outside the terrible Abyssinian eunuch, looking like a messenger of death, but clothed like an angel, stood with a naked sword in his hand. Then, O thou flower of the desert, swept away by the blood-stained, dazzling ocean of grandeur, with its foam of jealousy, its rocks and shoals of intrigue, on what shore of cruel death wast thou cast, or in what other land more splendid and more cruel? Suddenly at this moment that crazy Meher Ali screamed out, "Stand back! Stand back! All is false! All is false!" I opened my eyes and saw that it was already light. My chaprassi came and handed me my letters, and the cook waited with a salam for my orders. I said, "No, I can stay here no longer." That very day I packed up and moved to my office. Old Karim Khan smiled a little as he saw me. I felt nettled, but said nothing, and fell to my work. As evening approached, I grew absent-minded. I felt as if I had an appointment to keep, and the work of examining the cotton accounts seemed wholly useless. Even the nizamat, or royalty of the nizam, did not appear to be of much worth. Whatever belonged to the present, whatever was moving and acting and working for bread, seemed trivial, meaningless, and contemptible. I threw my pen down, closed my ledgers, got into my dog-cart, and drove away. I noticed that it stopped of itself at the gate of the marble palace just at the hour of twilight. With quick steps I climbed the stairs and entered the room. A heavy silence was reigning within. The dark rooms were looking sullen, as if they had taken offense. My heart was full of contrition, but there was no one to whom I could lay it bare, or of whom I could ask forgiveness. I wandered about the dark rooms with a vacant mind. I wished I had a guitar to which I could sing to the unknown. O fire, the poor moth that made a vain effort to fly away has come back to thee. Forgive it but this once. Burn its wings and consume it in thy flame. Suddenly 2 teardrops fell from overhead on my brow. Dark masses of clouds overcast the top of the Avali hills that day. The gloomy, sooty waters of the Susta were waiting in terrible suspense and in an ominous calm. Suddenly land, water, and sky shivered, and a wild tempest blast rushed howling through the distant pathless woods, showing its lightning teeth like a raving maniac who had broken his chains. The desolate halls of the palace banged their doors and moaned in the bitterness of anguish. The servants were all in the office, and there was no one to light the lamps. The night was cloudy and moonless. In the dense gloom within I could distinctly feel that a woman was lying on her face on the carpet below the bed, clasping and tearing her long dishevelled hair with desperate fingers. Blood was trickling down her fair brows, and she was now laughing a hard, harsh, mirthless laugh, now bursting into violent ringing sobs, now rending her bodice and striking at her bare bosom as the wind roared in through the open window, and the rain poured in torrents and soaked her through and through. All night there was no cessation of the storm or of the passionate cry. I wandered from room to room in the dark with unavailing sorrow. Whom could I console when no one was by? Whose was this intense agony of sorrow? Whence arose this inconsolable grief? And the madman cried out, "Stand back! Stand back! All is false! All is false!" I saw that the day had dawned, and Meher Ali was going round and round the palace with his usual cry in that dreadful weather. Suddenly it came to me that perhaps he also had once lived in that house, and that, though he had gone mad, he came there every day and went round and round, fascinated by the weird spell cast by the marble demon. Despite the storm and rain, I ran to him and asked, "Ho, Meher Ali, what is false?" The man answered nothing, but pushing me aside went round and round with his frantic cry, like a bird flying fascinated about the jaws of a snake, and made a desperate effort to warn himself by repeating, "Stand back! Stand back! All is false! All is false!" I ran like a madman through the pelting rain to my office and asked Karim Khan, "Tell me the meaning of all this." What I gathered from that old man was this: that at one time countless unrequited passions and unsatisfied longings and lurid flames of wild blazing pleasure raged within that palace, and that the curse of all the heartaches and blasted hopes had made its every stone thirsty and hungry, eager to swallow up like a famished ogress any living man who might chance to approach. Not one of those who lived there for 3 consecutive nights could escape these cruel jaws, save Meher Ali, who had escaped at the cost of his reason. I asked, "Is there no means whatever of my release?" The old man said, "There is only one means, and that is very difficult. I will tell you what it is, but first you must hear the history of a young Persian girl who once lived in that pleasure dome. A stranger, or a more bitterly heart-rending tragedy, was never enacted on this earth." Just at this moment the coolies announced that the train was coming. "So soon?" We hurriedly packed up our luggage as the train steamed in. An English gentleman, apparently just aroused from slumber, was looking out of a first-class carriage, endeavoring to read the name of the station. As soon as he caught sight of our fellow passenger, he cried, "Hello!" and took him into his own compartment. As we got into a second-class carriage, we had no chance of finding out who the man was, nor what was the end of his story. I said, "The man evidently took us for fools and imposed upon us out of fun. The story is pure fabrication from start to finish." The discussion that followed ended in a lifelong rupture between my theosophist kinsman and myself. The Vegetable Man, Luigi Ugolini, translated into English by Brendan and Anna Connell. Luigi Ugolini, 1891 to 1980, was an Italian writer who garnered an international reputation for his short stories. Early on, Ugolini wrote articles and tales for newspapers. Later, he dedicated himself almost exclusively to fiction for young people, which included works of historical biography and a sequel to Pinocchio. He also worked as an illustrator, most notably on a number of Jules Verne novels. A compelling tale of weird transformation, The Vegetable Man was originally published in 1917 in an Italian publication whose title translates as The Illustrated Journal of Travel and Adventure over Land and Sea. Brendan and Anna Connell's skillful translation of the story is the first in the English language. The following is the story told to me by the Green Man. It is only natural, sir, that you are surprised by the color of my face. That color is why, for months now, I have not exposed myself to people's eyes, because it is not a story I could tell to everyone who saw me. But with you it is a different matter. You have seen me. You are my neighbor. You have inquired after my health, and what is more important, you are an intelligent and balanced man. So I will keep no secrets from you, and please believe what you are about to hear, even if it seems rather strange and improbable. My name is Dr. Benito Olivares. I was born in Santos, Brazil, and received a degree in natural sciences. Let this suffice for an introduction. Later I will tell you the reason why I left my native country and am here in Italy. But it is not my private adventures that would interest you, even if I wished to recount them. You asked about my health, so I will tell you without hesitation about the origin of my illness. I told you that I am Brazilian, and I imagine that you already know the reputation of my country, a vast region, larger than Europe, almost half of it as yet unexplored. What do we know about the impenetrable Amazon, or about the mysterious Mato Grosso? Our ignorance about this wonderfully fertile and seductive land ignited in me the desire to discover its mysteries. With the ardor of a young pioneer and the zeal of a scientist, science being a matter of faith and martyrdom, I penetrated the virgin forests, discovering the remote sources of some of our magnificent rivers, measuring myself against death in that poisonous climate, risking the horrible bites of the deadly snakes that live in the mysterious jungle shadows. I wrung countless secrets out of that vegetable environment that knows no bounds, that rises to the highest glory of free and lush flora, seeming almost to declare its domination over the fertile land, as if jealously guarding its most beautiful and hidden mysteries, wanting to revenge itself on any intruder. 2 years passed in this manner, and I found myself lost in the solitude of the Amazon basin near the boundaries of Mato Grosso, traveling in the middle of flora that was at once magnificent and imbued with almost supernatural charms. My poor style of speech, sir, can give but a very shabby idea of that inexpressible spectacle, that triumph of plant life and sunshine, of the wonderful contrast of cold shadows and dazzling color, of the silent and titanic struggle made of indestructible embraces and horrendous tangles. But a silent and insidious weapon rules the mute combat of the vegetable kingdom, the liana. It is the octopus of the forest, the paralyzing tentacle, the noose that cuts off the circulation of the sap and produces vegetable suffocation and gangrene. You could see the Sipo matador, the killer liana, encircling the magnificent trunks of rubber trees or rosewood with its treacherous and slow embrace. Gradually its arms tighten into small rings that only an axe can break, and then they rise up from the tips, like fluid fingers becoming solid as they ascend, until finally a real plant sheath surrounds and suffocates the peaceful giants of the forest, preventing the sap from circulating, denying it breath and life. So one day, while admiring one of these battles of nature, and I must tell you becoming entangled in a large bush of liana, a plant I had never seen before suddenly caught my eye, absorbing all my attention. Can you imagine? A new plant! What delight, what triumph, what delirium it is for a botanist to make such a discovery! Trembling with emotion, I approached this new specimen and began to study it minutely and lovingly. No, the first glance had not deceived me. I really was in the presence of an example of some unknown species, which I tried in vain to classify. Great God, that plant seemed to have been created deliberately to upset all of my botanical science. It was, in fact, a living contradiction. As soon as I tried to give it the particular characteristic of a species, another detail diametrically opposite jumped out, and then another, until my mind became lost in that futile work of classification. In the end I came to the conclusion that that admirable plant was in itself an order, family, species, and variety. It was, in short, the progenitor of an order the descendants of which were unknown to me. My wonder and happiness knew no limits. What I can tell you regarding the outward appearance of this unique specimen is the following. It was a shrub as tall as a normal man, with palmate leaves that were thick and fleshy. Its branches had a reddish meat color to them that almost filled me with a feeling of disgust. They seemed like human limbs without skin. Thin white hair made of resistant filaments, similar to the stamen of the maize cob, fell over the entire plant from its top. It had no flowers, if by flowers one means a blossom or a variously colored corolla, but on its branches 2 oval scutellum had formed that looked like eyes. Yes, 2 eyes, neither more nor less. See for yourself, sir, for here in this glass case is a specimen. Moved by a lively curiosity, I approached the glass case indicated by the green man's paralyzed gaze, and could not repress the shudder that coursed through my every limb. On the shelf I saw a large leaf that had an appearance not unlike that of the prickly pear, but on its surface I did indeed see 2 eyes, formed with wonderful precision, 2 very human eyes that seemed to stare out at me in an unpleasant and sinister way. I stepped back, utterly appalled by the sight. "It's marvelous," I said, still shivering in spite of myself. "Those eyes are remarkably real." The green man nodded his head. "It is the gaze of my destiny," he murmured in a dull voice, and continued his story. Wanting to take possession of that strange flower, I stretched out my hand to detach it from the trunk, but in doing so let out a cry of great pain. Some very sharp and curved thorns that I had not previously noticed had bitten deep into my hand. The strangest thing was that, as I regarded them carefully, I noticed that a drop of an intensely green-colored liquid had been emitted from the tip of each of them. In short, they were something like the teeth of a viper, and those pricks were quite painful. For a brief period I felt a violent burning, followed by a chill that wound through my veins and ascended suddenly to my heart. Overcome, I was compelled to sit on the ground. For a period my body was filled with this violent discomfort, so that I became seriously afraid I had been poisoned by the plant's sap. But then, little by little, every symptom faded away, and soon I could get up again and turn my attention to my botanical discovery. With great caution I collected a few leaves and flowers and took them with me, carefully preserved. Intoxicated as I was by my glorious discovery, I lent my name to that strange bush, declaring it the Olivaria vigilans, since, with its many open eyes and treacherous thorns, it watched and kept vigil over its own inviolability and security. At the same time, however, I was led to an unpleasant observation. The painful phenomena that had taken place after I had been stung by the thorns began to recur. At first it was only at long intervals, but gradually it became more frequent. A feeling of cold passed through my veins and heart, accompanied by a general numbness of the limbs and extreme weakness. I ascribed it to my long stay in the deadly climate of the Amazon, and prepared to return to the coast. Meanwhile, shortly after the discovery of the Olivaria vigilans, 2 incidents occurred that disturbed my peace of mind, leaving me rather unsettled. One day, while I was in my tent writing some notes concerning my plant, I saw near me a native of my escort, a Guarani of the Amazon. I had the idea that he is an expert on these forests, could give me some information on the mysterious plant, so I called him over and questioned him, showing him the flowers and leaves. But as soon as the Indian saw them, he let out a cry of terror and amazement. He stared at me for a moment with the deepest dismay, and then ran off into the forest like a madman, and he never came back, and I never heard of him again. A few days later I arrived at a large village of courteous and hospitable Indians. While staying there, I questioned the old tribal chief, who was considered a true wise man. I asked him about a plant that I longed to find and described it to him completely, but without mentioning that I had, in fact, already found it. To my astonishment, even the old cacique began to tremble and show signs of the liveliest terror, trying his best to evade my question. Struck with curiosity, I asked him again and again, and insisted on getting an explanation, even offering the old chief a shotgun in exchange for information. My insistence and gift won out over his scruples. With a strange caution, he said, "That which you look for, foreigner, is a plant unlike any other. It is the Inwakoltsi, the great spirit of the plants. Do not look for it, foreigner, for if you find it, it will make you like itself." These were the strange words of the old cacique, and nothing more could I coerce out of his mouth. I smiled at this strange superstition, for who could believe that there was a deity of plants? I returned to Santis and revealed the specimens I had discovered to the scientific world, resulting in a great deal of furor and discussion. The leaves and flowers that I had brought I donated to the Museum of Natural History in Buenos Aires, keeping for myself the specimen I have shown you. And now, sir, I will tell you the truly horrible part of my case. I have already mentioned that once back home the alarming symptoms produced by the prick of the Olivaria vigilans returned with ever-increasing frequency. Far from decreasing in severity, The phenomena became increasingly violent. Adding to my discomfort and filling me with dismay was a new phenomenon as well. My skin was becoming green. Yes, at first it was just a slight tint all over my body, which both I and the doctors who diagnosed me thought was an attack of jaundice. But then, despite all the remedies, the color began to take on a richer tone, while my circulatory disorders became more acute and disturbing. A dreadful nightmare began to weigh upon my soul, recalling the mysterious words of the old cacique and the strange fear of my Guarani servant. An insidious doubt began to poison my spirit. One day I made a decisive experiment on myself, examining a drop of my blood under the microscope, and I saw the truth. It revealed itself in all its terrible reality, and the nightmare took on a form, and the dream a palpable consistency. A horrible battle was raging in my blood. I don't know if you have ever observed, under the microscope, the blood of a person affected by sleeping sickness, and seen the stages of the battles fought between the red corpuscles and the trypanosome destroyer? If so, you would know that the red blood cells are being incessantly agitated into a fantastic and continuous turmoil by countless beings animated by a surprising vitality of movement. The erythrocytes, pushed against, driven, destroyed, cluster together, swaying, bouncing elastically in order to avoid the damaging contact with those small bodies shaped like snakes that contort themselves in every possible way. Then in the following weeks you would observe the vital red corpuscles drastically diminish in number, while their implacable enemies dramatically increase and begin to dance, intoxicated by destruction. A similar spectacle presented itself to me in a drop of my own blood. It was not, however, deadly trypanosomes that were warring against my blood cells, but rather numerous other foreign cells of an intensely green color, which were rapidly moving against them, overpowering and destroying them. I was terrified, for they were plant cells. It was vegetable sap that crept slowly through my veins, replacing life-sustaining red fluid. The doctors to whom I submitted the extraordinary question had to shrug their shoulders and declare themselves incompetent when faced with a phenomenon that evaded both their knowledge and science. I told them what had happened, describing my fears and the strange words I had heard from the mouth of the cacique. They just smiled, and after prescribing ineffective remedies, no doubt to allay their consciences more than for any other reason, shrugged their shoulders once more. Believe me, I felt that my body was being transformed, that I was no longer myself, that my blood was not my own, that I was going to meet a grim fate from which my every thought turned away in disgust. So I fled my country, trying a change of climate, as all sick people do when they have one foot in the grave. I tried alternately very cold climates and equatorial climates, until a few months ago I came to your wonderful Italian soil. The doctor paused, thoughtfully lowering his head. "I am leaving tomorrow, sir," he added after a moment. "I will end my existence in my own country, which will have to hold the remains of a man who, on that great day, will no longer be a man. You seem surprised, but you are still ignorant of the most terrible part of my awful existence. But tell me, would you like to know everything? Do you feel strong and fearless enough to endure the sight of something truly terrible? Well, then, now you shall know, sir. You see me motionless in this chair, my legs inert and hands enveloped in these silk gloves. You believe that I am paralyzed. Is that not so? Now I will show you my hands, and you will understand. My other limbs are similar to these, or soon will be. Now you will see, sir. So be strong." He asked me to ring an electric buzzer on the wall. I did so, and immediately a devoted servant, one of the doctor's fellow countrymen, appeared and went to stand next to his chair. The doctor looked at him. "Take off my gloves, Alonso," he said in Spanish in a low voice. And then, good God, what a sight met my eyes, which became dilated with horror. No, it must have been a hallucination. I could not believe my senses. After the gloves had been removed, the hands of the paralytic appeared. Hands? No, it was not hands that I saw. No, they were leaves, meaty leaves, similar to those of a prickly pear. 2 large green leaves attached to repulsive-looking trunks like human arms without skin. And, horrifying vision, on those 2 short, formless, fleshy masses sat the same sinister and terrible eyes that I had seen on the leaf enclosed in the glass case. I let out a terrible cry and fled hastily. The People of the Pit. A. Merritt. A. Merritt, 1884 to 1943, was an American fiction writer and highly successful journalist who traveled the world and reportedly compiled a library of over 5,000 occult books. Writing stories was a sideline in part because the journalism paid so well. The writer Gertrude Barrows Bennett, Frances Stevens, heavily influenced Merritt's fiction, especially in terms of her fascination with strange monsters and ruined civilizations. Rumor has it that Merritt's fiction may have itself influenced the U.S. television series Lost. The tale reprinted here, The People of the Pit, first appeared in 1918 in All Story magazine. The story is a strong example of early American pulp magazine fiction in a weird mode. North of us, a shaft of light shot halfway to the zenith. It came from behind the 5 peaks. The beam drove up through a column of blue haze whose edges were marked as sharply as the rain that streams from the edges of a thundercloud. It was like the flash of a searchlight through an azure mist. It cast no shadows. As it struck upward, the summits were outlined hard and black, and I saw that the whole mountain was shaped like a hand. As the light silhouetted it, the gigantic fingers stretched. The hand seemed to thrust itself forward. It was exactly as though it moved to push something back. The shining beam held steady for a moment, then broke into myriads of little luminous globes that swung to and fro and dropped gently. They seemed to be searching. The forest had become very still. Every wood noise held its breath. I felt the dogs pressing against my legs. They, too, were silent, but every muscle in their bodies trembled. Their hair was stiff along their backs, and their eyes, fixed on the falling lights, were filmed with the terror glaze. I looked at Anderson. He was staring at the north, where once more the beam had pulsed upward. "It can't be the aurora," I spoke without moving my lips. My mouth was as dry as though Lao Tzu had poured his fear dust down my throat. "If it is, I never saw one like it," he answered in the same tone. "Besides, who ever heard of an aurora at this time of the year?" He voiced the thought that was in my own mind. "It makes me think something is being hunted up there," he said. "An unholy sort of hunt. It's well for us to be out of range." "The mountain seems to move each time the shaft shoots up," I said. "What's it keeping back, Star?" "It makes me think of the frozen hand of the cloud that Shan Nadur set before the gate of ghouls to keep them in the lairs that Eblis cut for them." He raised a hand, listening. From the north and high overhead there came a whispering. It was not the rustling of the aurora, that rushing, crackling sound like the ghosts of winds that blew at creation racing through the skeleton leaves of ancient trees that sheltered Lilith. It was a whispering that held in it a demand. It was eager. It called us to come up where the beam was flashing. It drew. There was in it a note of inexorable insistence. It touched my heart with 1,000 tiny fear-tipped fingers, and it filled me with a vast longing to race on and merge myself in the light. It must have been so that Ulysses felt when he strained at the mast and strove to obey the crystal-sweet singing of the sirens. The whispering grew louder. "What the hell's the matter with those dogs?" cried Anderson savagely. "Look at them." The Malamutes, whining, were racing away toward the light. We saw them disappear among the trees. There came back to us a mournful howling. Then that, too, died away, and left nothing but the insistent murmuring overhead. The glade we had camped in looked straight to the north. We had reached, I suppose, 300 miles above the first great bend of the Kuskokwim toward the Yukon. Certainly we were in an untrodden part of the wilderness. We had pushed through from Dawson at the breaking of the spring, on a fair lead to the lost 5 peaks between which, so the Athabascan medicine man had told us, the gold streams out like putty from a clenched fist. Not an Indian were we able to get to go with us. The land of the Hand Mountain was accursed, they said. We had sighted the peaks the night before, their tops faintly outlined against a pulsing glow, and now we saw the light that had led us to them. Anderson stiffened. Through the whispering had broken a curious pad, pad, and a rustling. It sounded as though a small bear were moving towards us. I threw a pile of wood on the fire, and as it blazed up, saw something break through the bushes. It walked on all fours, but it did not walk like a bear. All at once it flashed upon me. It was like a baby crawling upstairs. The forepaws lifted themselves in grotesquely infantile fashion. It was grotesque, but it was terrible. It grew closer. We reached for our guns, and dropped them. Suddenly we knew that this crawling thing was a man. It was a man. Still with the high-climbing pad-pad, he swayed to the fire. He stopped. "Safe," whispered the crawling man in a voice that was an echo of the murmur overhead. "Quite safe here. They can't get you out of the blue, you know. They can't get you unless you go to them." He fell over on his side. We ran to him. Anderson knelt. "God's love," he said. "Frank, look at this." He pointed to the hands. The wrists were covered with torn rags of a heavy shirt. The hands themselves were stumps. The fingers had been bent into the palms, and the flesh had been worn to the bone. They looked like the feet of a little black elephant. My eyes traveled down the body. Around the waist was a heavy band of yellow metal. From it fell a ring and a dozen links of shining white chain. "What is he? Where did he come from?" said Anderson. "Look, he's fast asleep. Yet even in his sleep his arms try to climb, and his feet draw themselves up one after the other. And his knees, how in God's name was he ever able to move on them?" It was even as he said. In the deep sleep that had come upon the crawler, arms and legs kept raising in a deliberate, dreadful climbing motion. It was as though they had a life of their own. They kept their movement independently of the motionless body. They were semaphoric motions. If you have ever stood at the back of a train and had watched the semaphores rise and fall, you will know exactly what I mean. Abruptly, the overhead whispering ceased. The shaft of light dropped and did not rise again. The crawling man became still. A gentle glow began to grow around us. It was dawn, and the short Alaskan summer night was over. Anderson rubbed his eyes and turned to me a haggard face. "Man," he exclaimed, "you look as though you have been through a spell of sickness." "No more than you, Star," I said. "What do you make of it all?" "I'm thinking our only answer lies there," he answered, pointing to the figure that lay so motionless under the blankets we had thrown over him. "Whatever it was, that's what it was after. There was no aurora about that light, Frank. It was like the flaring up of some queer hell the preacher folk never frightened us with." "We'll go no further today," I said. "I wouldn't wake him for all the gold that runs between the fingers of the 5 peaks, nor for all the devils that may be behind them." The crawling man lay in a sleep as deep as the Styx. We bathed and bandaged the pads that had been his hands. Arms and legs were as rigid as though they were crutches. He did not move while we worked over him. He lay as he had fallen, the arms a trifle raised, the knees bent. "Why did he crawl?" whispered Anderson. "Why didn't he walk?" I was filing the band about the waist. It was gold, but it was like no gold I had ever handled. Pure gold is soft. This was soft, but it had an unclean, viscid life of its own. It clung to the file. I gashed through it, bent it away from the body, and hurled it far off. It was loathsome. All that day he slept. Darkness came, and still he slept. That night there was no shaft of light, no questing globe, no whispering. Some spell of horror seemed lifted from the land. It was noon when the crawling man awoke. I jumped as the pleasant, drawling voice sounded. "How long have I slept?" he asked. His pale blue eyes grew quizzical as I stared at him. "A night and almost 2 days," I said. "Was there any light up there last night?" He nodded to the north eagerly. "Any whispering?" "Neither," I answered. His head fell back, and he stared up at the sky. "They've given it up, then?" he said at last. "Who have given it up?" asked Anderson. "Why, "The people of the pit," replied the crawling man quietly. We stared at him. "The people of the pit," he said. "Things that the devil made before the flood and that somehow have escaped God's vengeance. You weren't in any danger from them, unless you had followed their call. They can't get any further than the blue haze. I was their prisoner," he added simply. "They were trying to whisper me back to them." Anderson and I looked at each other, the same thought in both our minds. "You're wrong," said the crawling man. "I'm not insane. Give me a very little to drink. I'm going to die soon, but I want you to take me as far south as you can before I die, and afterwards I want you to build a big fire and burn me. I want to be in such shape that no infernal spell of theirs can drag my body back to them. You'll do it, too, when I've told you about them." He hesitated. "I think their chain is off me," he said. "I cut it off," I answered shortly. "Thank God for that, too," whispered the crawling man. He drank the brandy and water we lifted to his lips. "Arms and legs quite dead," he said. "Dead as I'll be soon. Well, they did well for me. Now I'll tell you what's up there behind that hand. Hell. Now listen. My name is Stanton, Sinclair Stanton, class of 1900, Yale, explorer. I started away from Dawson last year to hunt for 5 peaks that rise like a hand in a haunted country and run pure gold between them. Same thing you were after?" I thought so. Late last fall my comrade sickened. Sent him back with some Indians. Little later, all my Indians ran away from me. I decided I'd stick, built a cabin, stocked myself with food, and lay down to winter it. In the spring I started off again. Little less than 2 weeks ago I sighted the 5 peaks. Not from this side, though. The other. Give me some more brandy. I'd made too wide a detour, he went on. I'd gotten too far north. I beat back. From this side you see nothing but forest, straight up to the base of the Hand Mountain. Over on the other side. He was silent for a moment. Over there is forest, too, but it doesn't reach so far. No, I came out of it. Stretching miles in front of me was a level plain. It was as worn and ancient-looking as the desert around the ruins of Babylon. At its end rose the peaks. Between me and them, far off, was what looked like a low dike of rocks. Then I ran across the road. "The road!" cried Anderson incredulously. "The road," said the crawling man. "A fine, smooth stone road. It ran straight on to the mountain. Oh, it was road all right, and worn as though millions and millions of feet had passed over it for thousands of years. On each side of it were sand and heaps of stones. After a while I began to notice these stones. They were cut, and the shape of the heaps somehow gave me the idea that 100,000 years ago they might have been houses. I sensed man about them, and at the same time they smelled of immemorial antiquity. Well, the peaks grew closer, the heaps of ruins thicker. Something inexpressibly desolate hovered over them. Something reached from them that struck my heart like the touch of ghosts, so old that they could be only the ghosts of ghosts. I went on, and now I saw that what I had thought to be the low rock range at the base of the peaks was a thicker litter of ruins. The Hand Mountain was really much farther off. The road passed between 2 high rocks that raised themselves like a gateway. The crawling man paused. "They were a gateway," he said. "I reached them. I went between them, and then I sprawled and clutched the earth in sheer awe. I was on a broad stone platform. Before me was sheer space. Imagine the Grand Canyon 5 times as wide and with the bottom dropped out. That is what I was looking into. It was like peeping over the edge of a cleft world, down into the infinity where the planets roll. On the far side stood the 5 peaks. They looked like a gigantic warning hand stretched up to the sky. The lip of the abyss curved away on each side of me. I could see down perhaps 1,000 feet. Then a thick blue haze shut out the eye. It was like the blue you see gather on the high hills at dusk. And the pit, it was awesome. Awesome as the Maori Gulf of Ranelagh that sinks between the living and the dead, and that only the freshly released soul has strength to leap, but never strength to cross again. I crept back from the verge and stood up, weak. My hand rested against one of the pillars of the gateway. There was carving upon it. It bore, in still sharp outlines, the heroic figure of a man. His back was turned. His arms were outstretched. There was an odd, peaked headdress upon him. I looked at the opposite pillar. It bore a figure exactly similar. The pillars were triangular, and the carvings were on the side away from the pit. The figure seemed to be holding something back. I looked closer. Behind the outstretched hands I seemed to see other shapes. I traced them out vaguely. Suddenly I felt unaccountably sick. There had come to me an impression of enormous, upright slugs. Their swollen bodies were faintly cut, all except the heads, which were well-marked globes. They were unutterably loathsome. I turned from the gates back to the void. I stretched myself upon the slab and looked over the edge. A stairway led down into the pit. "A stairway!" we cried. "A stairway," repeated the crawling man as patiently as before. It seemed not so much carved out of the rock as built into it. The slabs were about 6 feet long and 3 feet wide. It ran down from the platform and vanished into the blue haze. "But who could build such a stairway as that?" I said. "A stairway built into the wall of a precipice and leading down into a bottomless pit." "Not bottomless," said the crawling man quietly. "There was a bottom. I reached it." "Reached it?" we repeated. "Yes, by the stairway," answered the crawling man. "You see, I went down it." "Yes," he said, "I went down the stairway. But not that day. I made my camp back of the gates. At dawn I filled my knapsack with food, my 2 canteens with water from a spring that wells up there by the gateway, walked between the carved monoliths, and stepped over the edge of the pit. The steps ran along the side of the rock at a 40-degree pitch. As I went down and down, I studied them. They were of a greenish rock, quite different from the granitic porphyry that formed the wall of the precipice. At first I thought that the builders had taken advantage of an outcropping stratum, and had carved from it their gigantic flight. But the regularity of the angle at which it fell made me doubtful of this theory. After I had gone perhaps half a mile, I stepped out upon a landing. From this landing the stairs made a V-shaped turn and ran on downward, clinging to the cliff at the same angle as the first flight. It was a zigzag, and after I had made 3 of these turns, I knew that the steps dropped straight down in a succession of such angles. No strata could be so regular as that. No, the stairway was built by hands. But whose? The answer is in those ruins around the edge, I think, never to be read. By noon I had lost sight of the 5 peaks in the lip of the abyss. Above me, below me, was nothing but the blue haze. Beside me, too, was nothingness, for the further breast of rock had long since vanished. I felt no dizziness, and any trace of fear was swallowed in a vast curiosity. What was I to discover? Some ancient and wonderful civilization that had ruled when the poles were tropical gardens? Nothing living, I felt sure. All was too old for life. Still, a stairway so wonderful must lead to something quite as wonderful, I knew. What was it? I went on. At regular intervals I had passed the mouths of small caves. There would be 2,000 steps, and then an opening, 2,000 more steps, and an opening, and so on and on. Late that afternoon I stopped before one of these clefts. I suppose I had gone then 3 miles down the pit, although the angles were such that I had walked in all fully 10 miles. I examined the entrance. On each side were carved the figures of the great portal above. Only now they were standing face forward, the arms outstretched as though to hold something back from the outer depths. Their faces were covered with veils. There were no hideous shapes behind them. I went inside. The fissure ran back for 20 yards like a burrow. It was dry and perfectly light. Outside I could see the blue haze rising upward like a column, its edges clearly marked. I felt an extraordinary sense of security, although I had not been conscious of any fear. I felt that the figures at the entrance were guardians. But against what? The blue haze thickened and grew faintly luminescent. I fancied that it was dusk above. I ate and drank a little and slept. When I awoke, the blue had lightened again, and I fancied it was dawn above. I went on. I forgot the gulf yawning at my side. I felt no fatigue and little hunger or thirst, although I had drunk and eaten sparingly. That night I spent within another of the caves, and at dawn I descended again. It was late that day when I first saw the city. He was silent for a time. "The city," he said at last. "There is a city, you know, but not such a city as you have ever seen, nor any other man who has lived to tell of it. The pit, I think, is shaped like a bottle. The opening before the 5 peaks is the neck, but how wide the bottom is I do not know. Thousands of miles, maybe. I had begun to catch little glints of light far down in the blue. Then I saw the tops of trees, I suppose they are, but not our kind of trees, unpleasant, snaky kind of trees. They reared themselves on high, thin trunks, and their tops were nests of thick tendrils with ugly little leaves like arrowheads. The trees were red, a vivid, angry red. Here and there I glimpsed spots of shining yellow. I knew these were water because I could see things breaking through their surface, or at least I could see the splash and ripple. But what it was that disturbed them I never saw. Straight beneath me was the city. I looked down upon mile after mile of closely packed cylinders. They lay upon their sides in pyramids of 3, of 5, of dozens, piled upon each other. It is hard to make you see what that city is like. Look, suppose you have water pipes of a certain length, and first you lay 3 of them side by side, and on top of them you place 2, and on these 2 1. Or suppose you take 5 for a foundation and place on these 4, and then 3, then 2, and then 1. Do you see? That was the way they looked. But they were topped by towers, by minarets, by flares, by fans and twisted monstrosities. They gleamed as though coated with pale rose flame. Beside them, the venomous red trees raised themselves like the heads of hydras guarding nests of gigantic, jeweled and sleeping worms. A few feet beneath me, the stairway jutted out into a titanic arch, unearthly as the span that bridges hell and leads to Asgard. It curved out and down straight through the top of the highest pile of carven cylinders, and then it vanished through it. It was appalling. It was demonic. The crawling man stopped. His eyes rolled up into his head. He trembled, and his arms and legs began their horrible crawling movement. From his lips came a whispering. It was an echo of the high murmuring we had heard the night he came to us. I put my hands over his eyes. He quieted. "The things accursed," he said. "The people of the pit." Did I whisper? Yes. "But they can't get me now. They can't." After a time he began, as quietly as before. I crossed the span. I went down through the top of that building. Blue darkness shrouded me for a moment, and I felt the steps twist into a spiral. I wound down, and then I was standing high up in— I can't tell you in what. I'll have to call it a room. We have no images for what is in the pit. 100 feet below me was the floor. The walls sloped down and out from where I stood in a series of widening crescents. The place was colossal, and it was filled with a curious mottled red light. It was like the light inside a green and gold-flecked fire opal. I went down to the last step. Far in front of me rose a high, columned altar. Its pillars were carved in monstrous scrolls, like mad octopuses with 1,000 drunken tentacles. They rested on the backs of shapeless monstrosities carved in crimson stone. The altar front was a gigantic slab of purple covered with carvings. I can't describe these carvings. No human being could. The human eye cannot grasp them any more than it can grasp the shapes that haunt the 4th dimension. Only a subtle sense in the back of the brain sensed them vaguely. They were formless things that gave no conscious image, yet pressed into the mind like small hot seals, ideas of hate, of combats between unthinkable monstrous things, victories in a nebulous hell of steaming obscene jungles, aspirations and ideals immeasurably loathsome. And as I stood, I grew aware of something that lay behind the lip of the altar 50 feet above me. I knew it was there. I felt it with every hair and every tiny bit of my skin. Something infinitely malignant, infinitely horrible, infinitely ancient. It lurked It brooded, it threatened, and it was invisible. Behind me was a circle of blue light. I ran for it. Something urged me to turn back, to climb the stairs and make away. It was impossible. Repulsion for that unseen thing raced me onward as though a current had my feet. I passed through the circle. I was out on a street that stretched on into dim distance between rows of the carven cylinders. Here and there the red trees arose. Between them rolled the stone burrows. And now I could take in the amazing ornamentation that clothed them. They were like the trunks of smooth-skinned trees that had fallen and had been clothed with high-reaching noxious orchids. Yes, those cylinders were like that, and more. They should have gone out with the dinosaurs. They were monstrous. They struck the eyes like a blow, and they passed across the nerves like a rasp, and nowhere was there sight or sound of living thing. There were circular openings in the cylinders, like the circle in the temple of the stairway. I passed through one of them. I was in a long, bare, vaulted room whose curving sides half closed 20 feet over my head, leaving a wide slit that opened into another vaulted chamber above. There was absolutely nothing in the room save the same mottled reddish light that I had seen in the temple. I stumbled. I still could see nothing, but there was something on the floor over which I had tripped. I reached down, and my hand touched a thing cold and smooth that moved under it. I turned and ran out of that place. I was filled with a loathing that had in it something of madness. I ran on and on blindly, wringing my hands, weeping with horror. When I came to myself, I was still among the stone cylinders and red trees. I tried to retrace my steps, to find the temple. I was more than afraid. I was like a new-loosed soul, panic-stricken with the first terrors of hell. I could not find the temple. Then the haze began to thicken and glow, the cylinders to shine more brightly. I knew that it was dusk in the world above, and I felt that with dusk my time of peril had come, that the thickening of the haze was the signal for the awakening of whatever things lived in this pit. I scrambled up the sides of one of the burrows. I hid behind a twisted nightmare of stone. Perhaps I thought there was a chance of remaining hidden until the blue lightened and the peril passed. There began to grow around me a murmur. It was everywhere, and it grew and grew into a great whispering. I peeped from the side of the stone down into the street. I saw lights passing and repassing. More and more lights. They swam out of the circular doorways, and they thronged the street. The highest were 8 feet above the pave, the lowest perhaps 2. They hurried, they sauntered, they bowed, they stopped and whispered, and there was nothing under them. "Nothing under them," breathed Anderson. "No," he went on, "that was the terrible part of it. There was nothing under them. Yet certainly the lights were living things. They had consciousness, volition, thought. What else I did not know. They were nearly 2 feet across, the largest. Their center was a bright nucleus, red, blue, green. This nucleus faded off gradually into a misty glow that did not end abruptly. It too seemed to fade off into nothingness, but a nothingness that had under it a somethingness. I strained my eyes, trying to grasp this body into which the lights merged, and which one could only feel was there but could not see. And all at once I grew rigid. Something cold and thin like a whip had touched my face. I turned my head. Close behind were 3 of the lights. They were pale blue. They looked at me, if you can imagine lights that are eyes. Another whiplash gripped my shoulder. Under the closest light came a shrill whispering. I shrieked. Abruptly the murmuring in the street ceased. I dragged my eyes from the pale blue globe that held them and looked out. The lights in the streets were rising by myriads to the level of where I stood. There they stopped and peered at me. They crowded and jostled as though they were a crowd of curious people on Broadway. I felt a score of the lashes touch me. When I came to myself, I was again in the great place of the stairway, lying at the foot of the altar. All was silent. There were no lights, only the mottled red glow. I jumped to my feet and ran toward the steps. Something jerked me back to my knees, and then I saw that around my waist had been fastened a yellow ring of metal. From it hung a chain, and this chain passed up over the lip of the high ledge. I was chained to the altar. I reached into my pockets for my knife to cut through the ring. It was not there. I had been stripped of everything except one of the canteens that I had hung around my neck and which I suppose they had thought was part of me. I tried to break the ring. It seemed alive. It writhed in my hands, and it drew itself closer around me. I pulled at the chain. It was immovable. There came to me the consciousness of the unseen thing above the altar. I groveled at the foot of the slab and wept. Think, alone in that place of strange light with the brooding ancient horror above me, a monstrous thing, a thing unthinkable, an unseen thing that poured forth horror. After a while I gripped myself. Then I saw beside one of the pillars a yellow bowl filled with a thick white liquid. I drank it. If it killed, I did not care. But its taste was pleasant, and as I drank, my strength came back to me with a rush. Clearly I was not to be starved. The lights, whatever they were, had a conception of human needs. And now the reddish mottled gleam began to deepen. Outside arose the humming, and through the circle that was the entrance came streaming the globes. They ranged themselves in ranks until they filled the temple. Their whispering grew into a chant, a cadenced whispering chant that rose and fell, while to its rhythm the globes lifted and sank. All that night the lights came and went, and all that night the chant sounded as they rose and fell. At the last I felt myself only an atom of consciousness in a sea of cadenced whispering, an atom that rose and fell with the bowing globes. I tell you that even my heart pulsed in unison with them. The red glow faded, the lights streamed out, the whispering died. I was again alone, and I knew that once again day had broken in my own world. I slept. When I awoke, I found beside the pillar more of the white liquid. I scrutinized the chain that held me to the altar. I began to rub two of the links together. I did this for hours. When the red began to thicken, there was a ridge worn in the links. Hope rushed up within me. There was, then, a chance to escape. With the thickening, the lights came again. All through that night the whispering chant sounded, and the globes rose and fell. The chant seized me. It pulsed through me until every nerve and muscle quivered to it. My lips began to quiver. They strove like a man trying to cry out on a nightmare. And at last they, too, were whispering the chant of the people of the pit. My body bowed in unison with the lights. I was, in movement and sound, one with the nameless things, while my soul sank back, sick with horror and powerless. While I whispered, I saw them. "Saw the lights?" I asked stupidly. "Saw the things under the lights," he answered. "Great transparent snail-like bodies, dozens of waving tentacles stretching from them, round gaping mouths under the luminous seeing globes. They were like the ghosts of inconceivably monstrous slugs. I could see through them, and as I stared, still bowing and whispering, the dawn came, and they streamed to and through the entrance. They did not crawl or walk. They floated. They floated and were gone. I did not sleep. I worked all that day at my chain. By the thickening of the red I had worn it a sixth through, and all that night I whispered and bowed with the pit people, joining in their chant to the thing that brooded above me. Twice again the red thickened, and the chant held me. Then on the morning of the fifth day I broke through the worn links of the chain. I was free. I drank from the bowl of white liquid and poured what was left in my flask. I ran to the stairway. I rushed up and past that unseen horror behind the altar ledge, and was out upon the bridge. I raced across the span and up the stairway. Can you think what it is to climb straight up the verge of a cleft world, with hell behind you? Hell was behind me, and terror rode me. The city had long been lost in the blue haze before I knew that I could climb no more. My heart beat upon my ears like a sledge. I fell before one of the little caves, feeling that here at last was sanctuary. I crept far back within it and waited for the haze to thicken. Almost at once it did so. From far below me came a vast and angry murmur. At the mouth of the rift I saw a light pulse up through the blue. die down, and as it dimmed, I saw myriads of the globes that are the eyes of the pit people swing downward into the abyss. Again and again the light pulsed and the globes fell. They were hunting me. The whispering grew louder, more insistent. There grew in me the dreadful desire to join in the whispering, as I had done in the temple. I bit my lips through and through to still them. All that night the beams shot up through the abyss, the globes swung and the whispering sounded, and now I knew the purpose of the caves and of the sculptured figures that still had power to guard them. But what were the people who had carved them? Why had they built their city around the verge, and why had they set that stairway in the pit? What had they been to those things that dwelt at the bottom, and what use had the things been to them, that they should live beside their dwelling place? That there had been some purpose was certain. No work so prodigious as the stairway would have been undertaken otherwise. But what was the purpose, and why was it that those who had dwelt about the abyss had passed away ages gone, and the dwellers in the abyss still lived? I could find no answer, nor can I find any now. I have not the shred of a theory. Dawn came as I wondered, and with it, silence. I drank what was left of the liquid in my canteen, crept from the cave, and began to climb again. That afternoon my legs gave out. I tore off my shirt, made from it pads for my knees and coverings for my hands. I crawled upward. I crawled up, and again I crept into one of the caves and waited until again the blue thickened, the shaft of light shot through it, and the whispering came. But now there was a new note in the whispering. It was no longer threatening. It called and coaxed. It drew. A new terror gripped me. There had come upon me a mighty desire to leave the cave and go out where the lights swung, to let them do with me as they pleased, carry me where they wished. The desire grew. It gained fresh impulse with every rise of the beam, until at last I vibrated with the desire as I had vibrated to the chant in the temple. My body was a pendulum. Up would go the beam, and I would swing toward it. Only my soul kept steady. It held me fast to the floor of the cave, and all that night it fought with my body against the spell of the pit people. Dawn came. Again I crept from the cave and faced the stairway. I could not rise. My hands were torn and bleeding, my knees in agony. I forced myself upward step by step. After a while my hands became numb. The pain left my knees. They deadened. Step by step my will drove my body upward upon them. And then a nightmare of crawling up infinite stretches of steps, memories of dull horror while hidden within caves with the lights pulsing without and whisperings that called and called me, memory of a time when I awoke to find that my body was obeying the call, and it carried me halfway out between the guardians of the portals, while thousands of gleaming globes rested in the blue haze and watched me. Glimpses of bitter fights against sleep, and always, a climb up and up along infinite distances of steps that led from Abaddon to a paradise of blue sky and open world. At last a consciousness of the clear sky close above me, the lip of the pit before me, memory of passing between the great portals of the pit and of steady withdrawal from it, dreams of giant men with strange peaked crowns and veiled faces who pushed me onward and held back Roman candle globules of light that sought to draw me back to a gulf wherein planets swam between the branches of red trees that had snakes for crowns. And then a long, long sleep, how long God alone knows, in a cleft of rocks, and awakening to see far in the north, the beam still rising and falling, the lights still hunting, the whispering high above me, calling. Again crawling on dead arms and legs that moved like the ancient mariner's ship, without volition of mine, but that carried me from a haunted place. And then your fire, and this safety. The crawling man smiled at us for a moment. Then swiftly life faded from his face. He slept. That afternoon we struck camp, and carrying the crawling man started back south. For 3 days we carried him, and still he slept, and on the 3rd day, still sleeping, he died. We built a great pile of wood, and we burned his body as he had asked. We scattered his ashes about the forest with the ashes of the trees that had consumed him. It must be a great magic indeed that could disentangle those ashes and draw him back in a rushing cloud to the pit he called accursed. I do not think that even the people of the pit have such a spell. No. But we did not return to the 5 Peaks to see. The Hell Screen. Ryunosuke Akutagawa, translated into English by Morinaka Akira. Ryunosuke Akutagawa, 1892–1927, was a Japanese writer active in Taisho period Japan, and often called the father of the Japanese short story. His name loosely translates to Son of Dragon, as he was born in the year, month, day, and hour of the dragon. He published his first short story, Rashomon, while still a student, and wrote over 100 more in his lifetime. Depression and hallucinations hounded him, and he eventually committed suicide at the age of 35. His dying words in his will claimed he felt a vague uneasiness. The story reprinted here, The Hell Screen, 1918, in a new definitive translation, is a masterpiece with a weird, always ever a glimmer in the background. Neither in the past nor in the time to come could one imagine a person comparable to the High Lord of Horikawa. I heard that before his birth, Dai Itoku Myoo, the king of magical science, appeared at his mother's bedside. Footnote: a 3-faced Buddhist deity, great protector of virtue. End of footnote. From birth, Horikawa was different from the others. Of all the things he ever did, I cannot recall an act that did not deserve our wonderment. To mention an example among many, the structure of his palace. How should I define it? Immense? Grandiose? Was so astounding as to surpass the boundaries of our limited imagination. Some went so far as to compare his temperament and conduct to those of the first emperor of the Qin or the Emperor Yang, although while considering this comparison we should keep in mind the idea that different people have different opinions, as with the proverbial blind men who touched different parts of an elephant and drew contradicting conclusions about the animal. Contrary to those emperors, our Lord's intention was never to enjoy the luxury life can provide. He had a kind and generous heart that would partake in the happiness and distress of all, even the humblest among his subjects. For these reasons, when he encountered a procession of ghosts in the large palace of Nijo, he was able to pass through them unscathed, and when the spirit of Secretary Toru prowled every night the Kawa Ranoin Palace in Higashi Sanjo, famed for the garden inspired by the marine landscape of Shiogama in the Michinoku province, the Lord reprimanded it, after which the spectre vanished forever. Of course, as soon as the people of Kyoto, young and old, men and women, heard Horikawa's name, they would genuflect as if they had seen Buddha's avatar. One day, on his way home from the banquet of the plum blossoms, one of the oxen pulling his cart broke away and injured an old man who was passing by. It is rumored that the old man joined his hands to express his gratitude for having been touched by the hoof of the Lord's ox. His life was full of many memorable facts, most of which should be bequeathed to posterity. During a court banquet, the emperor gave him 30 horses, all of them white. Once, when construction work on the Nagara Bridge was damaged, he offered his favorite boy attendants as human pillars to propitiate the gods. He had a carbuncle removed from his thigh by a Chinese bonze who had introduced the magical healing methods of a celebrated Chinese physician. If I should recount all the anecdotes, I would never finish. But among all these episodes, none surpasses in horror the story of the hell scene painted on a screen that is now part of the Lord's family treasure. Even the High Lord, who was usually impassive, seemed to have been utterly shocked by the events. No need to explain that we, his attendants, were frightened out of our wits. In more than 20 years past in the service of the Lord, I had never witnessed more horrid a spectacle. But before telling you the story, I must introduce the painter called Yoshihide, the author of the hell scene on the screen. 2. Yoshihide. Some people may even remember him today. In his time he was considered the first among painters, an unrivaled artist. When what I am going to relate happened, he was already over 50. At first sight he appeared to be a short, cantankerous old man, all skin and bone. Each time he came to the Lord's palace he wore a clove-dyed hunting garment and a floppy eboshi on his head, but he had a vulgar appearance, and his lips, too red for his age, had an unsettling bestial quality. I do not know for sure the cause of this red color. Some said he had the habit of licking his paintbrush. Others, more slanderous, compared his appearance and gait to those of a monkey, and nicknamed him Saruhide, monkey hide. About this moniker, this is the story I heard. Our monkey hide had an only daughter, who was 15 years old, and served as a lady-in-waiting in the Lord's palace. This girl, intelligent and observant beyond her age because she had lost her mother when she was little and had taken care of herself, was charming and very beautiful. For these reasons she had won the good graces of her ladyship and all the waiting ladies. Someone from the province of Tamba, west of Kyoto, had offered a well-trained monkey to the Lord. The prince, the Lord's young son, who was at the time in the age of mischievousness, named the monkey Yoshihide. The monkey's gestures were amusing indeed, and everyone in the palace laughed at the animal. If this mockery had been all, things would not have been that bad for the monkey. But each time it climbed up the pine tree in the garden or soiled the mats in the prince's bedroom, everyone chased him, shouting, "Yoshihide! Yoshihide!" to tease the poor beast. One day Yoshihide's daughter, Yuzuki, passed through the long corridor, carrying a letter attached to a winter plum branch, when she saw the small monkey come from beyond the sliding door and run toward her. The monkey limped and seemed incapable of climbing up one of the palace columns as she used to do. The prince ran after the monkey, a switch in his hand, and cried, "Stop, tangerine thief, stop!" At this sight the young woman stopped for an instant. Just then the monkey flopped down at her feet, gripped the hem of her kimono, and begged her with doleful cries. She could not refrain from feeling compassion. Holding the plum branch with one hand, she picked the monkey up with the other, her long mauve-colored sleeve flying. "Lord," she said in a smoothly agreeable voice, bowing, "let me intercede in this monkey's favor. It is only a beast. Prithee, forgive it." But the prince had been chasing the monkey with determination. He made a face and stamped his foot 3 times. "Why do you wish to protect it? This monkey is a tangerine thief, I tell you." "It is a beast," she repeated. Then she took on a sad expression and dared say, "When I hear that name, Yoshihide, I have the impression my father is being reprimanded." Hearing this remark, the prince, arrogant or not, gave in. "I see. If you ask in the name of your father, I will pardon the monkey." Then he threw the switch down and went back through the sliding door whence he had come. 3. From that day on, Yoshihide's daughter and the monkey became fast friends. She tied a beautiful red ribbon around the animal's neck, and also hung a tiny bell she had received from the young princess. The monkey would leave her presence on no account. Once Yuzuki had to stay in bed with a light cold, and the monkey watched over her, gnawing on its fingernails in apparent concern. Now things took a peculiar turn. No one would mistreat the monkey any longer. On the contrary, they all began petting it. Not only did the prince throw persimmons or chestnuts to the monkey. Once His Highness became furious because some samurai had shot a kick at the little beast. This news reaching his ears, the Lord gave gracious orders that girl and monkey be brought before his presence. He must also have known why the girl had come to protect the beast. "You are a good and dutiful daughter," the Lord said. "I am pleased with you." With these words she received a scarlet hakama from the Lord. Footnote: very ample trousers with the appearance of a skirt worn under the kimono. End of footnote. The monkey mimicked the girl's deference by raising the hem of the robe to its forehead, to the Lord's immense amusement and pleasure. You can see that the Lord took the young woman into his good grace because he had been impressed with her filial piety, not because he admired her charms, as it was whispered. The rumors might have been justified on some grounds, but I will talk about such things later on. Suffice it to say that the Lord was not one to fall for as lowly a girl as a painter's daughter, no matter how charming. The girl withdrew from the Lord's presence, feeling highly honored, but being naturally wise and intelligent, she did nothing to awake her fellow maid's jealousy. On the contrary, This honor won the lady's favor for both herself and her monkey. Her ladyship loved Yuzuki so much she kept the lady-in-waiting in her constant presence, and brought her everywhere she went in her princely carriage. Now let me set the girl aside for a while as I tell you about her father, Yoshihide. Although Yoshihide the monkey came to be loved by everyone, Yoshihide the painter continued to be hated by everyone, and they went on calling him Monkey Hide behind his back. The residents of the palace were not alone in this general dislike. The great priest of Yokawa, for example, would turn red in the face at the mere mention of Yoshihide's name, as if he had seen a devil. As the rumor had it, Yoshihide had painted the priest in a humoristic scene depicting his conduct, but I know of no foundation proving the rumor true. At any rate, Yoshihide had a bad reputation everywhere. If one or two people did not speak ill of him, they were his fellow painters, who had seen his paintings but had never met him in person. Not only had Yoshihide a vulgar aspect, he also had such shocking habits that everyone considered him a nuisance. For this reputation he had no one but himself to blame. 4. He was avaricious, mean, cowardly, lazy, and insatiable, but above all he was insolent and conceited. Always, "I, the greatest painter in Japan," was plastered across his forehead. His bad temperament manifested itself beyond his work, through a profound contempt for all customs and practices in life. According to an apprentice who had lived with him for a long time, one day a spirit was spouting a terrible oracle from the mouth of the famous medium of Higaki. Yoshihide, turning a deaf ear to the oracle, took the brush and ink he always carried, and painted the medium's frightening face. Our painter deemed the eventuality of being cursed by a spirit as serious as a child's play. Yoshihide did inconceivably sacrilegious things. In picturing the goddess Kichijoten, he copied the face of an abject courtesan, and in picturing the king of the magical science Fudo, the god that destroys all demons, he copied a thief's figure, and so on. But if someone reprimanded him, he answered impudently, "How strange! Do you really believe the deities Yoshihide painted will hit him with lightning?" When he spoke in this way, many of his own disciples took leave of him in fearful anticipation of terrible consequences. In other words, Yoshihide was arrogance incarnate. He truly thought he was the smartest man under the sun. No need to say how highly he esteemed himself as a painter. His paintings were so different in brushwork and coloring from those of other painters that many of his colleagues, who were on bad terms with him, considered him an impostor. Several legends affirmed that the famous paintings by the ancient masters like Kawanari, Kanaoka, and others were so well rendered that one could smell the fragrance of the plum blossoms painted on the doors as the delicate scent wafted about in the moonlit nights, and one could also hear the courtiers painted on a screen play their flutes. But all the paintings by Yoshihide seemed to elicit disturbing feelings. One would cite the scene of the Goshu Shoji, the cycle of births and deaths hung on the portal of the Ryugai temple. Footnote: the moment of reincarnation in one of the 5 categories: heavenly creatures, human beings, animals, human beings on the brink of death, damned souls, according to the good or evil deeds committed during the dead person's life. End of footnote. Each time one passed under the gate at night, one could hear the celestial creatures sigh and sob. Some said they could smell the stench of rotting corpses. As rumor had it, the waiting ladies whose likenesses Yoshihide had painted at the Lord's command all fell ill and died within a few years. According to the slanderers, those events were proofs of Yoshihide's dabbling in black arts. His paintings, the critics said, were cursed. Being an eccentric, Yoshihide took pride in these rumors. Once, when the Lord told him as a joke, "It would seem you are partial to ugliness," he replied with arrogance, a grin on that strangely red mouth of his, "That is true, my lord. It is an unaccomplished artist who cannot perceive beauty in ugliness." Notwithstanding his superiority over any other painter in the country, how could he make such a haughty reply to the Lord? His apprentices secretly nicknamed him Chira Eiju. Maybe you already know that Chira Eiju was the name of a Tengu who came from China in older times. Footnote: a long-nosed goblin, synonym of a conceited person. End of footnote. Nevertheless, even the insufferable, shameless Yoshihide was not without feelings. One single human emotion remained within him. 5. Yoshihide adored his only daughter, the little lady-in-waiting, and his love for her bordered on madness. As I said before, she was sweet and devoted to her father. It seemed strange that, to this avaricious man, nothing was beautiful enough for his daughter. Kimono, hairpins, and expensive hairdressers. Although he never contributed his tithes or mites to any Buddhist temple, he doted so much on her no expense was too extravagant for the girl's adornment, although I do not know if this rumor is true. He adored her wildly and madly, and he never gave any thought to finding her a good husband. On the contrary, if anyone had courted her, he would have hired street assassins to get rid of the suitor in the dead of night. When the Lord expressed the wish of having the painter's daughter as a lady-in-waiting, Yoshihide was so displeased he came to the palace with a sour face, even in the presence of the Lord himself. The rumor that the Lord had called the painter's daughter to the palace because he was enamored of her beauty might have originated in the displeasure the painter bore so openly. I am sure it was mere gossiping, while it was true that Yoshihide adored his daughter and strongly wished to have her at home with him. One day Yoshihide painted a cherub in the likeness of one of the Lord's favorite boys. The Lord, pleased, said to the painter, "Yoshihide, I will grant any request of yours, so tell me what you wish." "If it pleases your lordship," Yoshihide dared say, "let my daughter be released from your service." The painter's reply would have been conceivable if he had answered another lord, but who would have imagined Yoshihide would be so presumptuous as to ask of the Lord Horikawa to let go of his favorite lady-in-waiting, even though Yoshihide loved his daughter so much? Even though the Lord was very indulgent, he seemed offended. He stared at the painter for a moment, and then he uttered, "No, I can't grant that," and left on the spot. The two of them found themselves in the same situation 4 or 5 times. Thinking back on it, I can recall that the Lord's gaze became ever colder when he looked at the painter, and the painter's daughter wept when she was alone in her room, covering her face with the sleeve of her kimono. Thereafter the rumors spread all the more that the Lord was enamored of the girl. Some say that the idea of having the scene from hell painted on the screen originated in the girl's refusal to comply with the Lord's wishes. No, it was only gossip. I am sure of it. In our opinion, the Lord did not dismiss the girl because he took pity on her and preferred to let her live in ease and comfort rather than send her back to that misanthropic father of hers. It was certain that the Lord felt affection for such a sweet-tempered girl, but to think his lordship had amorous motives was a far-fetched distortion of truth. No, I dare say it was a perfectly unfounded lie. Because of the painter's insistence on having his daughter back, his lordship had come to look upon Yoshihide with considerable disfavor. Despite the Lord's feelings about the painter, one day he summoned him to the palace and commanded him to paint a scene from hell on a screen. 6. As I evoke the screen, I have the impression of seeing that terrifying scene before my eyes. The scene painted by Yoshihide was quite different from those of other artists, first of all because of its composition. The 10 kings of hell and their households were confined to a corner, while all the rest consisted of wild flames roiling around the mountain of swords and the forest of spears, which seemed ready to take fire as well. Save for the blue and yellow of the Chinese-styled costumes worn by the governors of hell, which stood out here and there, everything else was ablaze, tongues of fires occupying all the space, hooked wheels dancing in fury, black smoke drawn with splattered ink and sparks shooting up, done in gold, smeared and mingled with soot. These scenes would have sufficed to scare the human eye, but one could also see other personages writhing in agony among the flames. None of these characters ever appeared in the representations of hell painted by other artists. Yoshihide had depicted every social class, from the noble and the dignitary to the beggar and the outcast, mandarins in formal costume, charming young ladies-in-waiting in elaborate 5-pleat dresses, bonzes with rosaries hanging from their necks, vagrant clerics wearing high-wedged clogs, very young handmaids in long clinging kimonos, fortune-tellers in the robes of Shinto priests holding a holy stick. I would never have the time to describe each of them. These people, tormented by the Gozu-Mezu fled in all directions among fire and smoke, like so many leaves scattered by the tempest. Footnote: infernal tortures with human bodies and heads of bulls or horses. End of footnote. The woman who curled up like a spider, her hair caught in a fork, had probably been a shrine medium or a priestess. The man with the halberd sticking out of his heart, upside down like a vampire bat, must have been a young province governor or something like it, and the uncountable others, flogged with iron whips, crushed under a rock 1,000 men could barely move, pecked by weird birds, or slashed open by the maws of a poisonous dragon. The punishments were as numerous as the sinners. One of these horrors, however, stood out in its own horrifying right, surpassing all the rest. A carriage pulled by oxen descended from above, grazing the tops of the sword trees, which had branches like animal fangs, spitting bodies of dead souls. In the carriage, with its bamboo blinds blown upward by the blast of hell, a court lady was visible, as splendidly dressed as an empress or an imperial concubine, long black hair streaming and white neck bent backward. Among the flames the lady writhed in agony. This rendering of a court lady writhing in a flame-wreathed carriage conveyed all the terror of hell. The frightening intensity of the scene was concentrated on this single personage. It was such an excellent masterpiece, the spectator had the impression of hearing desperate screams. To paint that horrible scene, something terrible must have befallen the artist. Otherwise, how could even a painter as great as Yoshihide depict the horror of hell in such a vivid manner? He must have traded his life to be able to paint that screen. Indeed, the hell Yoshihide painted was the very hell to which he had condemned himself. I am afraid that in my hurry to describe this strange screen I have lost the thread of my story, so I will return to the moment when Yoshihide received the order to paint the picture of hell by the Lord. 7. For 5 or 6 months Yoshihide absorbed himself in the painting of the screen, without making the briefest courtesy call at the palace. It was strange that, despite his love for his daughter, not once had he the thought of seeing her. According to an apprentice, each time he started painting he became like a man possessed by a fox. In fact, the rumor had it that Yoshihide had gained fame and reputation because he had sworn himself to the vulpine god of good fortune. For proof, some said, snatch a peek at him while he is painting, and you will see the spirits of foxes thronging around him. Once he had picked up his brush, he forgot everything but his work. He confined himself to his study and never came out to see the sun. Now that he was painting the screen, his level of inspiration soared. Shut up in his study with the blinds always drawn, he would mix his secret melanges of colors and had his apprentices dress up in gala costumes or in poor clothes before painting them with great care in the lamp's light. These oddities were usual with him. It would not have taken that special hell scene to drive him to such extreme eccentricities. For instance, when he painted that scene from the Goshu Shoji, the 5 phases of the transmigration of souls, he once came across rotting corpses in the street. He sat down in front of them and copied faces and hands down to the single hairs, while normal people averted their eyes. Concerning the state of inspiration in which he painted that scene from hell, no one was ever able to imagine it. I do not have the time to give you all the particulars, and I will tell you only the notable moments. While one of his disciples was mixing colors, Yoshihide said abruptly, "I wish to rest for a while. I've had some bad dreams lately." "You have, master?" the apprentice said, without interrupting his work, for Yoshihide's wish for rest was nothing unusual. But then the master asked in humble tones, "Could you sit at my bedside while I'm resting?" Even though the apprentice did not understand why the master was so worried about his dreams, the request was reasonable, and he said, "Very well, sir." To which the master, sounding troubled, added with some hesitation, "Come into my inner room. Don't let anyone come inside while I'm sleeping." The apprentice remarked that the room in which his master was working, for the inner room meant his study, had the shutters drawn as if it were night, and the screen with the scene sketched in charcoal stood open in the dim light, taking up all the space. The artist went to sleep with his arm under his head, as if a great fatigue had descended on him, but after half an hour a terrifying noise came to the apprentice's ear. 8. At first it was a voice that spoke in an incomprehensible way, but little by little the words broke up to resemble the moans of a drowning man trying to speak under water. "How? Come to me. Where am I supposed to go? What are you saying? Where to? To hell? Come to the burning hell? Whoever is this? Who could it be? Ah!" The apprentice forgot all about mixing colors to observe the fear on his master's face. He saw him gasping for breath, mouth open and sparse teeth visible. He noticed the dry lips, the sweating face, pale and wrinkled. Something was moving inside the mouth as if pulled by a string. It was the master's tongue. Words came out disconnected. "I thought... It's really you. I thought you'd come. What? You come to take me away? Yes, come to hell. There your daughter is waiting for you." The scared apprentice glimpsed a dark figure looming from above and brushing against the open screen. He shook Yoshihide with all his strength, but the master continued speaking in his dream, refusing to awake. The apprentice found the courage to take the water set aside to wash the brushes, and he splashed it all onto the master's face. The words Yoshihide was saying, "I'll be waiting. Come with this carriage. Come to hell," became groans. Yoshihide sprung up as though he had been stung with a needle, although he seemed to be seeing someone, as if the evil spirits from his nightmares were still hanging upon his eyelids. For a moment he stared at nothing, eyes full of dread and mouth gaping. Then, returning to his senses, he ordered curtly, "It's all right. Off with you now." Knowing very well he would be scolded if he tried to object, the apprentice ran out of his master's room, and when he saw the sunshine he felt relieved, as if he had awakened from his own nightmare. That was not the worst of it. A month later another apprentice was called into Yoshihide's study. The master, who was moistening a brush in his mouth, turned to him and said, "Strip down, please." As the painter used to give that order from time to time, the boy immediately took off his clothes. When the boy was completely naked, Yoshihide said, with a strange scowl on his face and no compassion in his eyes, "I'd like to see a man in chains. I'm sorry, but you should let me do what I want to do for a while." This apprentice was a burly young man who could have wielded a sword better than a brush. Nevertheless, he must have been scared to death if, even after years, he kept repeating, "I believed the master had gone mad and wanted to kill me." Yoshihide, seeing the apprentice hesitate, lost patience. He produced a thin iron chain out of nowhere, sprang onto the boy's back, and wrenched the chain around his body, and finally he yanked at the chain with such merciless force that the apprentice fell, his body hitting the floor with a mighty noise. 9. The apprentice's figure resembled a wine keg rolled over on its side, because the boy's limbs were so cruelly bent and twisted he could move nothing but his neck. Because of the arrested blood circulation, his thick body, face, chest, and limbs had become red, and then livid in no time. Yoshihide did not heed the boy's pain, and walking around that keg-shaped body, sketched him from various angles in a realistic fashion. No need to tell what torture the apprentice suffered while his master worked. If nothing had happened, the apprentice would have had to bear the pain for a long time. Fortunately, or unfortunately, from an upturned jar flowed an undulating thin ribbon that elongated like black oil. At first the liquid came out slowly, like a very thick, sticky fluid, but little by little the glistening thing glided up to the nose of the frightened boy, who stopped breathing for a second and then screamed, "A snake! A snake!" The boy told me that his blood had frozen, but this sensation was natural, as the snake was about to touch his chained neck with the tip of its ice-cold tongue. Seeing his apprentice in such a plight, even the cruel Yoshihide became frightened. Upset, he cast away his brush, and with a swift gesture picked up the snake by the tail, letting its head dangle. The snake tried to coil around itself, but could not reach Yoshihide's hand. "My sketch is ruined, and it's your fault, damned beast," he said to the snake, and threw it back into its jar. Mumbling, he undid the chain and freed his apprentice, who got not a single word of sympathy or consolation from his master. A ruined sketch saddened Yoshihide more than having one of his apprentices bitten by a snake. Later I was told that he kept the snake for the purpose of making sketches of it. After what you have heard so far, you must have a fair idea of Yoshihide's madness when inspiration possessed him. But let me recount one more episode. This time an apprentice of 13 or 14 almost lost his life because of the screen. One night Yoshihide called this boy, who had the white complexion of a girl, to his study. In the light of the oil lamp, the apprentice saw the master feeding an exotic bird, something that, placed on his palm, resembled raw meat. The bird, as big as a cat, had feathers sticking out of its ears and large, round, amber-colored eyes that made it look like a cat indeed. 10. Yoshihide, by nature, hated people prying in his business. He had told nothing to his apprentices about the snake because he never said anything about the material he kept in his study. Once the boys glimpsed a human skull on the master's desk. Another time they saw silver bowls and lacquered platters or other unusual items, depending on what he was painting. But no one knew where he kept these things, whence originated the rumor of a benevolent deity bestowing favors on Yoshihide. The apprentice, who entered, thought the strange bird was in the study to provide a model for the screen. He bowed and respectfully addressed the master. "What do you wish, sir?" Instead of answering, the master licked his red-stained lips and thrust his chin in the bird's direction. "Look how tame it is." "What's this creature, sir? I've never seen anything like it." The apprentice, curious and diffident, ogled the strange bird that had cat-like ears of feathers. Yoshihide, in his customary disparaging tones, said, "You've never seen it before? That's the problem with you town-bred folks. This bird is a horned owl a hunter from Kurama gave me yesterday. Mind you, not many owls are as tame as this one." He slowly raised his hand and ruffled the owl's feathers. The bird, which had just finished eating, flew up from the desk with a threatening screech and threw itself into the boy's face, talons first. If the apprentice had not raised both arms to protect his face with the kimono sleeves, he would have collected a cut or two. "Ah!" the apprentice screamed and waved his sleeves to drive the owl away, but the bird swooped down on him and clicked its beak, taking advantage of the slightest unguarded movement to peck at him. The boy forgot all about being in his master's presence. He ran to and fro in the study, jumping up and throwing himself to the floor to escape the talons. The bird followed him and darted at his eyes. Each time the owl spread its wings, the boy smelt odors of rotting leaves, waterfalls, soured fruit, or monkey wine. Remembering the event, the apprentice said the oil lamp shone like moonlight, and the master's study had become a narrow valley lost in the mystery of a ghastly mountain. Although he was terrified by the owl, the master's conduct frightened him even more. Yoshihide, impassive, watched the smooth-faced boy being disfigured by the bird and calmly sketched the scene on a leaf of paper he had unrolled for the occasion. When the apprentice saw Yoshihide in the process of painting, horror thickened his blood. The master had called him to see him die. 11. The apprentice might have been right in thinking the master had wanted to kill him. In truth, Yoshihide had planned to infuriate the owl and then set it on the boy to paint him running about in terror. When the boy realized what his master had in mind, he collapsed by the door, hiding his face behind his kimono sleeves and screaming incoherent words. He heard his master rising. Right then something fell with a loud noise and broke. The bird's wings flapped faster. The apprentice raised his head and saw that the room had turned pitch black. The master's irritated voice called the disciples. One of them replied from a distance and came running with some fire. In the pale, sooty light of the torch they saw the light stand had been knocked down, and the oil of the broken lamp formed a pool on the mats. The horned owl tossed about on the floor, flapping only one of its wings. Yoshihide, frightened despite what we know about him, mumbled from behind his desk. A black snake had coiled itself around the owl, from the neck to the wing. It turned out the apprentice had upturned the jar, freeing the snake. The owl had pounced on it. For a while the two apprentices watched the battle with gaping mouths, exchanging bemused glances, but soon they bowed to their master and left without a word. Nobody knows what became of the owl and the snake. I could recount several episodes of this kind. The High Lord had ordered the screen decorated with a picture from hell at the beginning of autumn. During all winter the disciples worried about their master. Toward the end of winter, Yoshihide seemed unable to continue his work and became gloomier than ever, while his language turned more aggressive. The sketch, complete at 80%, displayed no further progress. The master appeared so dissatisfied everyone thought he was about to erase what he had already sketched. No one knew what prevented Yoshihide from working, and no one tried to find out. The apprentices, wary after so many incidents, gave Yoshihide a wide berth, as anyone would do if forced to live in the same cage with a tiger or a wolf. 12. As a consequence, I do not have much to say about that period. If I had to add anything, I would say that the stubborn old man had become so maudlin he would sometimes be found weeping alone in his room. Once an apprentice went out into the garden and stumbled across his master. All teary, Yoshihide gazed at the sky, which brought the promise of spring. Embarrassed, the disciple slipped away. It was such a strange spectacle. This man so merciless he could paint corpses in the street for the Goshu-yoji scene, but now weeping like a child because he was unable to work on the screen. While Yoshihide was absorbed in his work with the intensity of a madman, his daughter became more cheerless by the day, and it was clear to us she was trying to hold back her tears. Her face, white and melancholic by nature, now displaying black circles under eyes shadowed by heavy eyelashes, gave her a tragic composure. Sad and lonesome, she appeared to have retreated into her inner self. Various guesses were made, such as, "She misses her father and her home," or "She's in love." As soon as a rumor spread that the Lord wanted to submit her to his desire, the good people stopped talking about the painter's daughter, as if they had forgotten all about her. Just about this time, as I happened to pass by the corridor in the dead of night, the monkey, Yoshihide, bounded toward me and persistently pulled at the hem of my hakama. It was a mild night, bathed in moonlight and charged with the sweet scent of plum blossoms. In the dim light of the moon I could see the monkey baring its teeth under a wrinkled nose. The beast screamed wildly. Feeling 3 parts of fear and 7 of anger, as I was afraid the monkey would ruin my new hakama, I was tempted to kick the beast and go my way, when I remembered the samurai who had mistreated the monkey and had received a reprimand from the prince. Moreover, the monkey's behavior indicated that something unusual might have happened. I let myself be pulled by the monkey for 5 ken or so. I took a turn in the corridor in the direction of a placid pond that glistened pale in the darkness behind a pine with finely shaped branches. From a room nearby came the noise of an altercation that sounded both passionate and strangely muffled. All was stillness in a dim light that came half from the moon, half from the moonlight reflected by the haze. A great silence reigned, save for the splashing of fish in the pond, and those stifled sounds intruded on this calm. Thus the quarrel stopped me. Intrigued, I tiptoed up to the sliding door, ready to deal blows if the arguing people turned out to be rascals. 13. The monkey, Yoshihide, found my approach too slow. Shrieking as if someone had been strangling its neck, the monkey ran around me 3 times and finally leapt onto my shoulder. I turned my head quickly to the side to avoid the tiny claws, and the monkey gripped my sleeve to hold on. Losing balance, I staggered back and bumped against the sliding door. Now I was forced to act. I threw the door open and was about to rush into the room, beyond the reach of the moonlight, when a young woman bolted out the doorway as if propelled by a spring. She almost bumped into me, stumbled, and fell. Kneeling there, she gazed up at me, disheveled, out of breath and trembling all over, as though still under the impression of a dreadful sight. I need not tell you I was in the presence of Yoshihide's daughter, but that night she looked so different, so lively. Her eyes sparkled, large and bright. Her cheeks glowed with a rosy blaze. In her untied nightgown she was alluring, quite unlike her customary childish innocence. How could this attractive creature be the painter's daughter, who was so fragile and modest? Steadying myself against the door, I observed the beautiful girl in the moonlight. Hurrying footfalls came from a masculine figure receding into the dark. I pointed in the man's direction and asked in a calm voice, "Who is this?" The girl bit her lip and shook her head. She appeared to be much chagrined. I stooped down and whispered into her ear, "Who was that man?" She shook her head and pressed her lips together. Tears filled her long-lashed eyes. On account of my inborn stupidity, I only understand what shines as clear as daylight under my nose. Not knowing what to say, I remained rooted to the spot, as if I were trying to hear her thumping heart. For one thing, I did not wish to be harsh and prod her with more questions. I do not know how long I remained stock-still, saying nothing. Finally, I shut the door and turned to the girl, who seemed to have recovered a little. As gently as possible, I told her, "Now go back to your room." Tormented by the sensation of having witnessed something I was not supposed to see, and ashamed of what I do not know, I strode back to the place I had left to follow the monkey. Hardly had I taken 10 steps than someone tugged timidly at the hem of my hakama from behind. In surprise, I glanced over my shoulder. Can you guess who it was? The monkey, Yoshide, gave little bows with its head, hands placed on the ground to express gratitude like a man. The gold bell at its neck tinkled. 14. 2 weeks had passed when Yoshihide the painter showed himself at the palace without being requested, and begged the Lord's personal audience. He believed his wish would be granted, given the consideration in which the Lord held him in spite of his humble origins. The Lord, who did not admit people in his presence easily, made an exception. The painter, sporting his customary orange hunting garment and floppy cap, and looking more sullen than usual, prostrated himself, bowing his head repeatedly. Raising his chin, he said in a hoarse voice, "Concerning the screen your lordship was pleased to command, I would like to tell your lordship I have applied myself to the task night and day, and have very nearly finished the work." "Excellent. I am pleased to hear it." Nevertheless, the Lord's voice lacked conviction. "No, my lord." Yoshihide lowered his eyes as though plagued with dissatisfaction. "It is almost finished, but there is one detail I am unable to paint." "What? Is there something in the world you cannot paint?" "Yes, my lord. I cannot paint anything if I don't see it with my own eyes. If I paint something I haven't seen, I cannot convince myself my rendering is exact. Isn't it like being unable to paint?" A scornful smile crept across the Lord's face. "So, if you have to paint hell, you mean you need to see it?" "Precisely. A few years ago, when there was a big fire, I saw a burning hell. That's why I was able to paint the scene of Buddha unmoving among the flames. Your lordship must know that painting." "What about the damned? Did you see them as well?" The Lord put question upon question, as if he did not wish to hear Yoshihide's answers. "I've seen a man bound in iron chains. I've made detailed sketches of one beleaguered by an ominous bird. So it can't be said that I know nothing about the suffering of the damned, subjected to various torments. As for the infernal tortures—" Here Yoshihide paused, an enigmatic grin on his face. "Infernal tortures appeared to me in my dreams, almost every day and night. Bull-headed, horse-headed, or 3-faced, 6-armed demons arrow and torment me, beckoning me to follow them and moving their silent lips. Those aren't the things I cannot paint." Astonished by Yoshihide's words, the Lord glared at Yoshihide for a moment, and then, frowning, he cried, "Then what is it that you can't paint?" 15. In the central leaf of the screen, I would like to paint a nobleman's carriage with a roof of palm leaves falling from the sky," said Yoshihide, looking the Lord intensely in the eyes. I had heard that when he spoke about his work, the painter would speak insanely, and in that moment his gaze displayed madness. In the vehicle, a splendid court lady writhed in the agony of death, her long black hair tossed by the wind. Her face, smothered by the smoke, should look upward to the carriage ceiling, her eyebrows furrowed. Trying to escape the sparks raining over her, she grips the mats with both hands. Around the carriage a flock of ominous birds fly about, clicking their beaks. Oh, how can I ever paint a court lady in a burning carriage? And? The Lord urged Yoshihide to continue, as if he found the painter's words amusing for some reason. "I cannot paint it," Yoshihide repeated, entranced, his red-stained lips trembling as if he had a fever. Then he became animated and said in biting tones, "Please, my lord, burn a nobleman's carriage before my eyes, and, if possible—" The Lord's face darkened for an instant, but a second later he burst into laughter. "All your wishes shall be granted." Half choking in his merriment, he added, "Don't worry." The Lord's words struck me, and a terrible premonition gripped my chest. The Lord seemed infected with Yoshihide's madness. White froth gathered at the corners of his mouth, and his eyebrows twitched. As he paused, his throat still vibrated with laughter. "Yes, I shall burn a carriage with a roof of palm leaves. A splendid girl dressed like a court lady of the highest station shall ride in the carriage. She shall perish in the carriage, tormented by the black smoke and consumed by the fire. Bravo! It is an excellent idea, worthy of the greatest painter in the whole country. I praise you highly." Upon hearing these words, Yoshihide turned pale and tried to move his lips as if he were suffocating. But then he set his hands on the mat and bowed, saying, "I am grateful, my lord," in a voice so low as to be hardly audible. Perhaps the Lord's words had illustrated the horror of the scene Yoshihide himself had suggested, and the images must have flashed vividly in his mind. Only this once in my life did I take pity of the man. 16. A few days later, as promised, the High Lord summoned Yoshihide to witness the burning of a nobleman's carriage right before his eyes, although this event did not take place on the grounds of the Lord's mansion of Horikawa. The carriage was burnt in the mountain mansion of Yukige, the limit of the snow, where the Lord's sister had once lived. No one had inhabited the house for years, and the vast garden was said to be in a state of total neglect. In those days many rumors concerned the fate of the High Lord's late sister. Some said that on moonless nights her crimson hakama could be seen moving along the corridors without touching the floor. These rumors of gloomy apparitions stemmed from the lonely and desolate nature of the neighborhood, even in the daylight. After dark, the murmur of a torrent added a note of melancholy, while night herons fluttered about in the starlight like winged monsters. In the pitch-black, moonless night, torches shed light on the Lord, who, dressed in a yellow-green kimono and a brocaded purple hakama, sat cross-legged near the veranda on a round white cushion hemmed with bicolored silk. 5 or 6 samurai encircled him in respectful poses. One stood out among them, a man solidly built who had eaten human flesh out of starvation after the battle of Michinoku, and was now so strong he could break apart the horns of a living deer. Wearing armor under his kimono and clad in full dignity, he kept by the veranda, the tip of his sheathed katana pointed upward. The scene turned bright or dark according to the movements of the torches that flickered in the night breeze, blurring the boundaries of dream and reality with a ghastly effect. A carriage roofed with palm leaves was stationed in the garden within a patch of darkness, with no oxen, its shafts resting on their supports, its gilded fittings glittering like stars. When we saw it, a chill came over us, even though it was spring. Blue-green tasseled blinds trimmed with embroideries hid the interior. A few servants, serious-faced and stiff, stood near the carriage, carrying blazing torches, and worried about the smoke that drifted toward the veranda. Yoshihide, the hero of this night, kneeled opposite the veranda, in his usual hunting attire and worn floppy cap. He looked even smaller and more miserable, as if the sky were weighing down on him. The man who squatted behind him, dressed in a similar fashion, was probably one of his disciples. As both of them knelt in the dark, the colors of their garments were not clearly discernible from my position inside the veranda. 17. The time was near midnight. In a silence so deep we could hear our breathing, darkness seemed to spy on us, while the nocturnal breeze carried the sooty smell of burning torches in our direction. For a moment the Lord gazed at the scene in silence. Then he leant forward on his cushion and called harshly, "Yoshihide!" I'm not sure Yoshihide answered, because my ears caught only a moan. "Yoshihide, tonight I will set fire to the carriage as you wished." The Lord glanced sideways at his samurai. I had the impression he was exchanging a knowing smile with them, but perhaps it was only my imagination. Yoshihide, very stiff, looked at the veranda in a reverent manner and said nothing. "Look at the carriage. It's mine. You surely recognize it. I will set fire to the carriage and create a blazing hell before your eyes, but—" The Lord exchanged another glance with his samurai and then resumed, speaking in bitter tones. "In the carriage lies a sinful woman, bound in chains. As soon as the carriage will take fire, she will die in terrible agony. It is the perfect model to finish your painting. Watch closely as her snow-white skin burns and sparks braid her black hair." The Lord paused again, shaking his shoulders in silent laughter, and then he said, "A spectacle worthy of entering the chronicles. I will appreciate it as well. There, raise the blind, and let Yoshihide see the woman inside the carriage." At his command, one of the attendants, holding his torch high, yanked the blind up. The red blazing light from his torch illuminated a woman cruelly bound in chains, reclining on the seat. Golden ornaments glittered in her black hair, which hung loose about her shoulders over a gorgeous Chinese gown of a cherry blossom color. I very nearly cried out. Who could have mistaken her? The trim, maidenly figure and the lovely, melancholy profile belonged to Yoshihide's daughter. The samurai sitting opposite me rose and gave Yoshihide a sharp glance, his hand on the hilt of his katana. Mouth gaping, I pivoted to see Yoshihide, who had sprung to his feet like a madman and attempted to rush toward the carriage, arms extended in front of him. As I already said, he was in the darkness, and I could not see the expression on his face, but soon he was running into the light as though pulled by an invisible string. At the same time the Lord cried, "Set fire!" The attendants threw their torches at the carriage with the girl inside. The carriage was engulfed in a pillar of raging flames. 18. The flames enveloped the carriage in no time. As soon as the purple tassels hanging from the roof waved in the sudden wind, a vortex of smoke spiraled up against the black sky, and sparks exploded like sprays of water. Bamboo blinds, hangings, and metal fittings burst into so many balls of fire, soaring into the night like celestial orbs spurting out of a fallen sun. A moment before I had nearly cried out. Now I was so dumbfounded I could do nothing but gape at this terrifying spectacle. But as for the father, Yoshihide, the expression painted on Yoshihide's face is still alive in my memory. The man who on impulse had attempted to rush at the carriage stopped before the roaring fire and, with his arms outstretched, fastened his gaze on the flames and the heavy smoke that enveloped the burning shape. Sparks fell around him, bathing his features in a lurid light, so that his ugly, wrinkled face was visible down to the tip of his beard. His wide-open eyes, twisted lips, and twitching cheeks showed the terror, despair, and astonishment that alternated in his heart. Neither the robbers about to be beheaded, nor the most odious of sinners of 10 crimes and 5 faults, dragged before the 10 judge-kings, could have worn a more mournful expression. Even the Herculean samurai paled and shot a furtive glance at his lord. The lord, however, lips pressed together and wearing an enigmatic grin, kept his gaze fixed on the carriage. And inside the carriage, I lacked the courage to convey a detailed description of the girl I saw in it. The paleness of her face tilted back and choked by the smoke, the length of her black hair intertwined with flames as she tried to shake off the spreading fire, the beauty of the cherry-blossom-colored Chinese dress, which the flames were devouring by the minute. What a terrible and cruel scene! At one moment the breeze blew the smoke to the other side, and among the red flames, sprinkled with golden dust, appeared the girl, biting on her gag and writhing to the point of breaking the chain that bounded her. This atrocious torture resembled a genuine scene from hell brought before our very eyes. Facing the spectacle, we all, even that samurai with supernatural strength, shuddered. Then once again we thought that a gust of wind had blasted through the trees. Following the noise, something dark, hardly visible, shot across the black sky like a ball, without either touching the ground or flying through the air. From the roof of the mansion the thing dived straight into the burning carriage, and through the crimson-lacquered chassis that was crumbling in pieces, among whirls of fire, we saw something clasp the shoulders of the girl, who arched her body backwards. The thing gave a long and piercing screech out of the soaring smoke, a shriek like the tearing of silk. One more screech, and another. We could not help letting out a scream of surprise in unison. Against a red curtain of flames, the creature that was holding fast to the dying girl was the monkey nicknamed Yoshihide at the palace of Horikawa. 19. But a second later the monkey disappeared, when sparks shot into the night, glittering like a pear peel sprinkled with gold. Girl and beast sank under a whirl of black smoke. In the middle of the garden only the burning carriage was visible as it blazed away with terrifying crackles. A pillar of fire might have been more appropriate than burning carriage to describe the blaze that soared into the starry sky. Before the pillar of fire, Yoshihide stood still, rooted to the ground. What a strange transformation! The old wrinkled face, which only a minute before had expressed agony at the infernal spectacle, now radiated a blissful ecstasy. Arms tightly crossed on his chest, he seemed to have forgotten he was in the presence of the High Lord. His eyes did not mirror the girl's atrocious agony any longer. Did the form of the thrashing body, silhouetted by the wonderful red color, satisfy him? The strangeness went beyond the sight of this father ecstatically watching his daughter's agony. At that moment Yoshihide incarnated a solemn exultation, elevated beyond the human condition, some supernatural dignity similar to the king lion's wrath in his nocturnal appearances. Even the uncountable soulless night-birds, scattered by the flames, seemed aware of the mysterious virtue that shone like a halo over Yoshihide's worn cap. If the birds were scared, so much more were we, the humans, down to the menials. We held our breath and, shivering, watched Yoshihide with the same wonderment we would have felt at the unveiling ceremony of a newly made Buddhist image. Those sputtering flames soaring immense into the sky, and Yoshihide, who stood petrified and absorbed in the tragic spectacle. Such greatness and joy! But the Lord, who sat in the veranda, fairly removed from the great fire, was as pale as a spectre. White froth at the corners of his mouth, he gasped like a thirsty animal, grasping tightly his knee draped in the purple hakama with both hands. 20. I don't know who spread the story of a carriage burnt with a woman inside, but I know it reached every corner of the country. Many wondered why the Lord had burned Yoshihide's daughter alive. Most people thought it was vengeance for the Lord's thwarted love, although in my opinion the Lord had wanted to chastise the perversity of a painter who had not hesitated in asking that a carriage be burnt before his eyes, even though it involved the sacrifice of a human being, to paint a scene to perfection. This last explanation came from the Lord's very mouth. Since Yoshihide had such a heart of stone he could witness the death of his own daughter, some accused him of being a devil who had sacrificed his paternal love for the sake of his art. The great priest of Yokawa supported this view. Whatever talent they may have in any branch of learning or art, those who did not live according to the 5 virtues of Confucius, benevolence, justice, courtesy, wisdom, and fidelity, are to be condemned to hell. 1 month later, when the screen decorated with the scene from hell was complete, Yoshihide took it to the palace and presented it to the Lord with all his respect. The great priest, who happened to be there, as soon as he glanced at the screen, was surely struck by the realism of the infernal horrors, a firestorm raging from the sky to the abyss of hell. Although he had glared angrily at Yoshihide at first, he cried, "Bravo!" tapping his knee in an involuntary gesture. I still remember the Lord drawing a forced smile at the priest's ejaculation. From that day on, no one, at least in the palace, spoke ill of the painter. Those who looked at the screen, even though they hated the personage, were impressed with that mysterious solemnity and with the ghastly realism of hell's torments, as if they could feel the bite of the infernal fire. By then Yoshihide had already departed this life. The night after he completed his painting, he threw a rope over a beam in his room and hanged himself. Perhaps Yoshihide, who had survived his beloved daughter's untimely death, could not bear the idea of surviving her absence for long. His body is buried under the ruins of his house. After scores of years, wind and rain have worn down the small tombstone, and moss has covered the barrow, erasing all trace of his grave. Unseen, Unfeared, Francis Stevens. Francis Stevens, 1883 to 1948, was the pen name of Gertrude Barrows Bennett, the first major American female writer of fantasy and science fiction. Stevens wrote a number of acclaimed fantasies between 1917 and 1923, and has been called the woman who invented dark fantasy. Among her most famous books are Claimed, 1920, which H.P. Lovecraft called one of the strangest and most compelling science fantasy novels you will ever read. She also wrote the Lost World novel The Citadel of Fear, 1918, and an early dystopian novel titled The Heads of Cerberus, 1919. Although not all of Stevens' work has dated well, Unseen, Unfeared remains a potent example of the classic weird tale. I had been dining with my ever-interesting friend Mark Jenkins at a little Italian restaurant near South Street. It was a chance meeting. Jenkins is too busy, usually, to make dinner engagements. Over our highly seasoned food and sour, thin red wine, he spoke of little odd incidents and adventures of his profession. Nothing very vital or important, of course. Jenkins is not the sort of detective who first detects and then pours the egotistical and revealing details of achievement in the ears of every acquaintance, however appreciative. But when I spoke of something I'd seen in the morning papers, he laughed. Poor old Doc Holt. Fascinating old codger to anyone who really knows him. I've had his friendship for years, since I was first on the city force and saved a young assistant of his from jail on a false charge, and they had to drag him into the poisoning of this young sport, Ralph Peeler. Why are you so sure he couldn't have been implicated? I asked. But Jenkins only shook his head with a quiet smile. I have reasons for believing otherwise, was all I could get out of him on that score. But, he added, the only reason he was suspected at all is the superstitious dread of these ignorant people around him. Can't see why he lives in such a place. I know for a fact he doesn't have to. Doc's got money of his own. He's an amateur chemist and dabbler in different sorts of research work, and I suspect he's been guilty of showing off. Result? They all swear he has the evil eye and holds forbidden communion with invisible powers. Smoke? Jenkins offered me one of his invariably good cigars, which I accepted, saying thoughtfully, a man has no right to trifle with the superstitions of ignorant people. Sooner or later it spells trouble. Did in his case. They swore up and down that he sold love charms openly and poisons secretly, and that, together with his living so near to somebody else, got him temporarily suspected. But my tongue's running away with me as usual. As usual, I retorted impatiently. You open up with all the frankness of a Chinese diplomat. He beamed upon me engagingly and rose from the table with a glance at his watch. Sorry to leave you, Blaisdell, but I have to meet Jimmy Brennan in 10 minutes. He so clearly did not invite my further company that I remained seated for a little while after his departure, then took my own way homeward. Those streets always held for me a certain fascination, particularly at night. They are so unlike the rest of the city, so foreign in appearance, with their little shabby stores always open until late evening, their unbelievably cheap goods, displayed as much outside the shops as in them, hung on the fronts and laid out on tables by the curb and in the street itself. Tonight, however, neither people nor stores in any sense appealed to me. The mixture of Italians, Jews, and a few Negroes, mostly bareheaded, unkempt, and generally unhygienic in appearance, struck me as merely revolting. They were all humans, and I, too, was human. Some way I did not like the idea. Puzzled a trifle, for I am more inclined to sympathize with poverty than accuse it, I watched the faces that I passed. Never before had I observed how bestial, how brutal were the countenances of the dwellers in this region. I actually shuddered when an old-clothes man, a gray-bearded Hebrew, brushed me as he toiled past with his barrow. There was a sense of evil in the air, a warning of things which it is wise for a clean man to shun and keep clear of. The impression became so strong that before I had walked 2 squares I began to feel physically ill. Then it occurred to me that the 1 glass of cheap Chianti I had drunk might have something to do with the feeling. Who knew how that stuff had been manufactured, or whether the juice of the grape entered at all into its ill-flavored composition? Yet I doubted if that were the real cause of my discomfort. By nature I am rather a sensitive, impressionable sort of chap. In some way tonight this neighborhood, with its sordid sights and smells, had struck me wrong. My sense of impending evil was merging into actual fear. This would never do. There is only one way to deal with an imaginative temperament like mine: conquer its vagaries. If I left South Street with this nameless dread upon me, I could never pass down it again without a recurrence of the feeling. I should simply have to stay here until I got the better of it. That was all. I paused on a corner before a shabby but brightly lighted little drugstore. Its gleaming windows and the luminous green of its conventional glass show jars made the brightest spot on the block. I realized that I was tired, but hardly wanted to go in there and rest. I knew what the company would be like at its shabby, sticky soda fountain. As I stood there, my eyes fell on a long white canvas sign across from me, and its black and red lettering caught my attention. "See the great unseen. Come in, this means you. Free to all." A museum of fakes, I thought, but also reflected that if it were a show of some kind, I could sit down for a while, rest, and fight off this increasing obsession of non-existent evil. That side of the street was almost deserted, and the place itself might well be nearly empty. 2. I walked over, but with every step my sense of dread increased, dread of I knew not what. Bodiless, inexplicable horror had me as in a net, whose strands, being intangible, without reason for existence, I could by no means throw off. It was not the people now. None of them were about me. There in the open, lighted street, with no sight nor sound of terror to assail me, I was the shivering victim of such fear as I had never known was possible. Yet still I would not yield. Setting my teeth and fighting with myself as with some pet animal gone mad, I forced my steps to slowness and walked along the sidewalk, seeking entrance. Just here there were no shops, but several doors reached in each case by means of a few iron-railed stone steps. I chose the one in the middle beneath the sign. In that neighborhood there are museums, shops, and other commercial enterprises, conducted in many shabby old residences, such as were these. Behind the glazing of the door I had chosen I could see a dim, pinkish light, but on either side the windows were quite dark. Trying the door, I found it unlocked. As I opened it, a party of Italians passed on the pavement below, and I looked back at them over my shoulder. They were gaily dressed men, women and children, laughing and chattering to one another, probably on their way to some wedding or other festivity. In passing, one of the men glanced up at me, and involuntarily I shuddered back against the door. He was a young man, handsome after the swarthy manner of his race, but never in my life had I seen a face so expressive of pure, malicious cruelty, naked and unashamed. Our eyes met, and his seemed to light up with a vile gleaming, as if all the wickedness of his nature had come to a focus in the look of concentrated hate he gave me. They went by, but for some distance I could see him watching me, chin on shoulder, till he and his party were swallowed up in the crowd of marketers farther down the street. Sick and trembling from that encounter, merely of eyes though it had been, I threw aside my partly smoked cigar and entered. Within there was a small vestibule, whose ancient tessellated floor was grimy with the passing of many feet. I could feel the grit of dirt under my shoes, and it rasped on my rawly quivering nerves. The inner door stood partly open, and going on I found myself in a bare, dirty hallway, and was greeted by the sour, musty, poverty-stricken smell common to dwellings of the very ill-to-do. Beyond there was a stairway, carpeted with ragged grass matting. A gas jet, turned low inside a very dusty pink globe, was the light I had seen from without. Listening, the house seemed entirely silent. Surely this was no place of public amusement of any kind whatever. More likely it was a rooming house, and I had, after all, mistaken the entrance. To my intense relief, since coming inside, the worst agony of my unreasonable terror had passed away. If I could only get in some place where I could sit down and be quiet, probably I should be rid of it for good. Determining to try another entrance, I was about to leave the bare hallway, when one of several doors along the side of it suddenly opened, and a man stepped out into the hall. "Well," he said, looking at me keenly, but with not the least show of surprise at my presence. "I beg your pardon," I replied. "The door was unlocked, and I came in here thinking it was the entrance to the exhibit. What do they call it? The Great Unseen, the one that is mentioned on that long white sign. Can you tell me which door is the right one?" "I can." With that brief answer he stopped and stared at me again. He was a tall, lean man, somewhat stooped, but possessing considerable dignity of bearing. For that neighborhood he appeared uncommonly well-dressed, and his long, smooth-shaven face was noticeable because, while his complexion was dark and his eyes coal-black, above them the heavy brows and his hair were almost silvery white. His age might have been anything over the 60 mark. I grew tired of being stared at. "If you can, and won't, then never mind," I observed a trifle irritably, and turned to go. But his sharp exclamation halted me. "No," he said, "no, forgive me for pausing. It was not hesitation, I assure you. To think that one even, has come. All day they pass my sign up there, pass and fear to enter. But you are different. You are not of these timorous, ignorant foreign peasants. You asked me to tell you the right door? Here it is. Here." And he struck the panel of the door, which he had closed behind him, so that the sharp yet hollow sound of it echoed up through the silent house. Now it may be thought that after all my senseless terror in the open street, so strange a welcome from so odd a showman would have brought the feeling back full force. But there is an emotion stronger to a certain point than fear. This queer old fellow aroused my curiosity. What kind of museum could it be that he accused the passing public of fearing to enter? Nothing really terrible, surely, or it would have been closed by the police. And normally I am not an unduly timorous person. "So it's in there, is it?" I asked, coming toward him. "And I'm to be the sole audience? Come, that will be an interesting experience." I was half laughing now. "The most interesting in the world," said the old man with a solemnity which rebuked my lightness. With that he opened the door, passed inward, and closed it again, in my very face. I stood staring at it blankly. The panels, I remember, had been originally painted white, but now the paint was flaked and blistered, gray with dirt and dirty finger marks. Suddenly it occurred to me that I had no wish to enter there. Whatever was behind it could be scarcely worth seeing, or he would not choose such a place for its exhibition. With the old man's vanishing, my curiosity had cooled. But just as I again turned to leave, the door opened, and this singular showman stuck his white-eyebrowed face through the aperture. He was frowning impatiently. Come in," he snapped, and promptly withdrawing his head, once more closed the door. "He has something there he doesn't want should get out," was the very natural conclusion which I drew. "Well, since it can hardly be anything dangerous, and he's so anxious I should see it, here goes." With that I turned the soiled white porcelain handle and entered. The room I came into was neither very large nor very brightly lighted. In no way did it resemble a museum or lecture room. On the contrary, it seemed to have been fitted up as a quite well-appointed laboratory. The floor was linoleum-covered. There were glass cases along the walls, whose shelves were filled with bottles, specimen jars, graduates, and the like. A large table in one corner bore what looked like some odd sort of camera, and a larger one in the middle of the room was fitted with a long rack filled with bottles and test tubes, and was besides littered with papers, glass slides, and various paraphernalia which my ignorance failed to identify. There were several cases of books, a few plain wooden chairs, and in the corner a large iron sink with running water. My host of the white hair and black eyes was awaiting me, standing near the larger table. He indicated one of the wooden chairs with a thin forefinger that shook a little, either from age or eagerness. Sit down. Have no fear but that you will be interested, my friend. Have no fear at all, of anything." As he said it, he fixed his dark eyes upon me and stared harder than ever. But the effect of his words was the opposite of their meaning. I did sit down because my knees gave under me, but if in the outer hall I had lost my terror, it now returned twofold upon me. Out there the light had been faint, dingily roseate, indefinite. By it I had not perceived how this old man's face was a mask of living malice, of cruelty, hate, and a certain masterful contempt. Now I knew the meaning of my fear, whose warning I would not heed. Now I knew that I had walked into the very trap from which my abnormal sensitiveness had striven in vain to save me. 3. Again I struggled within me, bitted my lip till I tasted blood, and presently the blind paroxysm passed. It must have been longer in going than I thought, and the old man must have all that time been speaking, for when I could once more control my attention, hear and see him, he had taken up a position near the sink, about 10 feet away, and was addressing me with a sort of platform manner, as if I had been the large audience whose absence he had deplored. "And so," he was saying, "I was forced to make these plates very carefully, to truly represent the characteristic hues of each separate organism. Now, in color work of every kind, the film is necessarily extremely sensitive. Doubtless you are familiar in a general way with the exquisite transparencies produced by color photography of the single-plate type." He paused, and trying to act like a normal human being, I observed, "I saw some nice landscapes done in that way last week at an illustrated lecture in Franklin Hall." He scowled and made an impatient gesture at me with his hand. "I can proceed better without interruptions," he said. "My pause was purely oratorical." I meekly subsided, and he went on in his original, loud, clear voice. "He would have made an excellent lecturer before a much larger audience, if only his voice could have lost that eerie ringing note. Thinking of that, I must have missed some more, and when I caught it again, he was saying, 'As I have indicated, the original plate is the final picture. Now, many of these organisms are extremely hard to photograph, and microphotography in color is particularly difficult. In consequence, to spoil a plate tries the patience of the photographer. They are so sensitive that the ordinary darkroom ruby lamp would instantly ruin them, and they must therefore be developed either in darkness or by a special light produced by interposing thin sheets of tissue of a particular shade of green and of yellow between lamp and plate, and even that will often cause ruinous fog. Now I, finding it hard to handle them so, made numerous experiments with a view of discovering some glass or fabric of a color which should add to the safety of the green, without robbing it of all efficiency. All proved equally useless, but intermittently I persevered, until last week." His voice dropped to an almost confidential tone, and he leaned slightly toward me. I was cold from my neck to my feet, though my head was burning, but I tried to force an appreciative smile. "Last week," he continued impressively, "I had a prescription filled at the corner drugstore. The bottle was sent home to me wrapped in a piece of what I first took to be whitish, slightly opalescent paper. Later I decided that it was some kind of membrane. When I questioned the druggist, seeking its source, he said it was a sheet of paper that was around a bundle of herbs from South America, that he had no more, and doubted if I could trace it. He had wrapped my bottle so because he was in haste and the sheet was handy. I can hardly tell you what first inspired me to try that membrane in my photographic work. It was merely dull white with a faint hint of opalescence, except when held against the light. Then it became quite translucent and quite brightly prismatic. For some reason it occurred to me that this refractive effect might help in breaking up the actinic rays, the rays which affect the sensitive emulsion. So that night I inserted it between the sheets of green and yellow tissue. Next, the lamp prepared my trays and chemicals, laid my plate holders to hand, turned off the white light, and turned on the green." There was nothing in his words to inspire fear. It was a wearisomely detailed account of his struggles with photography. Yet as he again paused impressively, I wished that he might never speak again. I was desperately, contemptibly in dread of the thing he might say next. Suddenly he drew himself erect. The stoop went out of his shoulders. He threw back his head and laughed. It was a hollow sound, as if he laughed into a trumpet. "I won't tell you what I saw. Why should I? Your own eyes shall bear witness. But this much I'll say, so that you may better understand. Later, when our poor, faultily sensitive vision can perceive a thing, we say that it is visible. When the nerves of touch can feel it, we say that it is tangible. Yet I tell you there are beings intangible to our physical sense, yet whose presence is felt by the spirit, and invisible to our eyes, merely because those organs are not attuned to the light as reflected from their bodies. But light passed through the screen, which we are about to use, has a wavelength novel to the scientific world, and by it you shall see with the eyes of the flesh that which has been invisible since life began. Have no fear." He stopped to laugh again, and his mirth was yellow-toothed, menacing. "Have no fear," he reiterated, and with that stretched his hand toward the wall. There came a click, and we were in black, impenetrable darkness. I wanted to spring up, to seek the door by which I had entered and rush out of it, but the paralysis of unreasoning terror held me fast. I could hear him moving about in the darkness, and a moment later a faint green glimmer sprang up in the room. Its source was over the large sink where I suppose he developed his precious color plates. Every instant, as my eyes became accustomed to the dimness, I could see more clearly. Green light is peculiar. It may be far fainter than red, and at the same time far more illuminating. The old man was standing beneath it, and his face, by that ghastly radiance, had the exact look of a dead man's. Besides this, however, I could observe nothing appalling. "That," continued the man, "is the simple developing light of which I have spoken. Now watch, for what you are about to behold, no mortal man but myself has ever seen before." For a moment he fussed with the green lamp over the sink. It was so constructed that all the direct rays struck downward. He opened a flap at the side. For a moment there was a streak of comforting white luminance from within. Then he inserted something, slid it slowly in, and closed the flap. The thing he put in, that South American membrane it must have been, instead of decreasing the light, increased it, amazingly. The hue was changed from green to greenish-gray, and the whole room sprang into view, a livid, ghastly chamber filled with, overcrawled by, what? My eyes fixed themselves, fascinated, on something that moved by the old man's feet. It writhed there on the floor like a huge, repulsive starfish, an immense, armed-legged thing that twisted convulsively. It was smooth, as if made of rubber, was whitish-green in color, and presently raised its great round blob of a body on tottering tentacles, crept toward my host and writhed upward. Yes, climbed up his legs, his body, and he stood there, erect, arms folded, and stared sternly down at the thing which climbed. But the room, the whole room was alive with other creatures than that. Everywhere I looked they were centipedish things with yard-long bodies, detestable furry spiders that lurked in shadows, and sausage-shaped translucent horrors that moved and floated through the air. They dived, here and there between me and the light, and I could see its bright greenness through their greenish bodies. Worse, though, far worse than these, were the things with human faces, mask-like, monstrous, huge gaping mouths and slit-like eyes. I find I cannot write of them. There was that about them which makes their memory even now intolerable. The old man was speaking again, and every word echoed in my brain like the ringing of a gong. "Fear nothing. Among such as these do you move every hour of the day and night. Only you and I have seen, for God is merciful and has spared our race from sight. But I am not merciful. I loathe the race which gave these creatures birth, the race which might be so surrounded by invisible, unguessed but blessed beings, and chooses these for its companions. All the world shall see and know. One by one shall they come here, learn the truth, and perish, for who can survive the ultimate of terror? Then I too shall find peace, and leave the earth to its heritage of man-created horrors. Do you know what these are? Whence they come?" This voice boomed now like a cathedral bell. I could not answer him, but he waited for no reply. "Out of the ether, out of the omnipresent ether, from whose intangible substance the mind of God made the planets, all living things, and man has made these. By his evil thoughts, by his selfish panics, by his lusts and his interminable, never-ending hate he has made them, and they are everywhere. Fear nothing, but see where there comes to you its creator, the shape and the body of your fear." And as he said it, I perceived a great thing coming toward me, a thing. But consciousness could endure no more. The ringing, threatening voice merged in a roar within my ears. There came a merciful dimming of the terrible lurid vision, and blank nothingness succeeded upon horror too great for bearing. 4. There was a dull, heavy pain above my eyes. I knew that they were closed, that I was dreaming, and that the rackful of colored bottles which I seemed to see so clearly was no more than a part of the dream. There was some vague but imperative reason why I should rouse myself. I wanted to awaken, and thought that by staring very hard indeed I could dissolve this foolish vision of blue and yellow-brown bottles. But instead of dissolving, they grew clearer, more solid and substantial of appearance, until suddenly the rest of my senses rushed to the support of sight, and I became aware that my eyes were open. The bottles were quite real, and that I was sitting in a chair, fallen sideways so that my cheek rested most uncomfortably on the table which held the rack. I straightened up slowly and with difficulty, groping in my dulled brain for some clue to my presence in this unfamiliar place, this laboratory that was lighted only by the rays of an arc light in the street outside its 3 large windows. Here I sat, alone, and if the aching of cramped limbs meant anything, here I had sat for more than a little time. Then, with the painful shock which accompanies awakening to the knowledge of some great catastrophe, came memory. It was this very room, shown by the street lamp's rays to be empty of life, which I had seen thronged with creatures too loathsome for description. I staggered to my feet, staring fearfully about. There were the glass-floored cases, the bookshelves, the 2 tables with their burdens, and the long iron sink, above which, now only a dark blotch of shadow, hung the lamp from which had emanated that livid, terrifically revealing illumination. Then the experience had been no dream, but a frightful reality. I was alone here now. With callous indifference, my strange host had allowed me to remain for hours unconscious, with not the least effort to aid or revive me. Perhaps, hating me so, he had hoped that I would die there. At first I made no effort to leave the place. Its appearance filled me with reminiscent loathing. I longed to go, but as yet felt too weak and ill for the effort. Both mentally and physically my condition was deplorable, and for the first time I realized that a shock to the mind may react upon the body as vilely as any debauch of self-indulgence. Quivering in every nerve and muscle, dizzy with headache and nausea, I dropped back into the chair, hoping that before the old man returned I might recover sufficient self-control to escape him. I knew that he hated me, and why. As I waited, sick, miserable, I understood the man. Shuddering, I recalled the loathsome horrors he had shown me. If the mere desires and emotions of mankind were daily carnified in such forms as those, no wonder that he viewed his fellow beings with detestation, and longed only to destroy them. I thought, too, of the cruel, sensuous faces I had seen in the streets outside, seen for the first time, as if a veil had been withdrawn from eyes hitherto blinded by self-delusion. Fatuously trustful as a month-old puppy, I lived in a grim, evil world where goodness is a word and crude selfishness the only actuality. Drearily my thoughts drifted back through my own life, its futile purposes, mistakes, and activities. All of evil that I knew returned to overwhelm me. Our gropings toward divinity were a sham, a writhing sunward of slime, covered beasts who claimed sunlight as their heritage, but in their hearts preferred the foul and easy depths. Even now, though I could neither see nor feel them, this room, the entire world, was a-crawl with the beings created by our real natures. I recalled the cringing, contemptible fear to which my spirit had so readily yielded, and the faceless thing to which the emotion had given birth. Then abruptly, shockingly, I remembered that every moment I was adding to the horde. Since my mind could conceive only repulsive incubi, and since while I lived I must think, feel, and so continue to shape them, was there no way to check so abominable a succession? My eyes fell on the long shelves with their many-colored bottles. In the chemistry of photography there are deadly poisons. I knew that. Now was the time to end it. Now. Let him return and find his desire accomplished. One good thing I could do, if one only. I could abolish my monster-creating self. 5. My friend Mark Jenkins is an intelligent and usually a very careful man. When he took from Smiler Callahan a cigar which had every appearance of being excellent innocent Havana, the act denoted both intelligence and caution. By very clever work he had traced the poisoning of young Ralph Peeler to Mr. Callahan's door, and he believed this particular cigar to be the mate of one smoked by Peeler just previous to his demise. And if, upon arresting Callahan, he had not confiscated this bit of evidence, it would have doubtless been destroyed by its regrettably unconscientious owner. But when Jenkins shortly afterward gave me that cigar as one of his own, he committed one of those almost inconceivable blunders which I think are occasionally forced upon clever men to keep them from overweening vanity. Discovering his slight mistake, my detective friend spent the night searching for his unintended victim, myself, and that his search was successful was due to Pietro Marini, a young Italian of Jenkins' acquaintance, whom he met about the hour of 2 a.m. returning from a dance. Now Marini had seen me standing on the steps of the house where Dr. Frederick Holt had his laboratory and living rooms, and he had stared at me, not with any ill intent, but because he thought I was the sickest-looking, most ghastly specimen of humanity that he had ever beheld. And sharing the superstition of his South Street neighbors, he wondered if the worthy doctor had poisoned me as well as Peeler. This suspicion he imparted to Jenkins, who, however, had the best of reasons for believing otherwise. Moreover, as he informed Marini, Holt was dead, having drowned himself late the previous afternoon. An hour or so after our talk in the restaurant, news of his suicide reached Jenkins. It seemed wise to search any place where a very sick-looking young man had been seen to enter, so Jenkins came straight to the laboratory. Across the fronts of those houses was the long sign with its mysterious inscription, "See the Great Unseen." Not at all mysterious to the detective. He knew that next door to Dr. Holt's, the second floor had been thrown together into a lecture room, where at certain hours a young man employed by settlement workers displayed upon a screen stereopticon views of various deadly bacilli, the germs of diseases appropriate to dirt and indifference. He knew, too, that Dr. Holt himself had helped the educational effort along by providing some really wonderful lantern slides, done by micro-color photography. On the pavement outside, Jenkins found the two-thirds remnant of a cigar, which he gathered in and came up the steps, a very miserable and self-reproachful detective. Neither outer nor inner door was locked, and in the laboratory he found me, alive, but on the verge of death by another means that he had feared. In the extreme physical depression following my awakening from drugged sleep, and knowing nothing of its cause, I believed my adventure fact in its entirety. My mentality was at too low an ebb to resist its dreadful suggestion. I was searching among Holt's various bottles when Jenkins burst in. At first I was merely annoyed at the interruption of my purpose, but before the anticlimax of his explanation, the mists of obsession drifted away and left me still sick in body, but in spirit happy as any man may well be who has suffered a delusion that the world is wholly bad, and learned that its badness springs from his own poisoned brain. The malice which I had observed in every face, including young Marini's, existed only in my drug-affected vision. Last week's popular science lecture had been recalled to my subconscious mind, the mind that rules dreams and delirium, by the photographic apparatus in Holt's workroom. See the Great Unseen assisted materially, and even the corner drug-store before which I had paused with its green-lit show vases had doubtless played a part. But presently, following something Jenkins told me, I was driven to one protest. "If Holt was not here," I demanded, "if Holt is dead, as you say, how do you account for the fact that I, who have never seen the man, was able to give you an accurate description which you admit to be that of Dr. Frederick Holt?" He pointed across the room. "See that?" It was a life-size bust portrait in crayons, the picture of a white-haired man with bushy eyebrows and the most piercing black eyes I had ever seen, until the previous evening. It hung facing the door and near the windows, and the features stood out with a strangely lifelike appearance in the white rays of the arc lamp just outside. "Upon entering," continued Jenkins, "the first thing you saw was that portrait, and from it your delirium built a living, speaking man. So there are your white-haired showman, your unnatural fear, your color photography, and your pretty green gollywogs all nicely explained for you, Blaisdell, and thank God you're alive to hear the explanation. If you had smoked the whole of that cigar, well, never mind, you didn't. And now, my very dear friend, I think it's high time that you interviewed a real flesh-and-blood doctor, I'll phone for a taxi." "Don't," I said. "A walk in the fresh air will do me more good than 50 doctors." "Fresh air? There's no fresh air on South Street in July," complained Jenkins, but reluctantly yielded. I had a reason for my preference. I wished to see people, to meet face to face even such stray prowlers as might be about at this hour, nearer sunrise than midnight, and rejoice in the goodness and kindliness of the human countenance, particularly as found in the lower classes. But even as we were leaving, there occurred to me a curious inconsistency. "Jenkins," I said, "you claimed that the reason Holt, when I first met him in the hall, appeared to twice close the door in my face was because the door never opened until I myself unlatched it." "Yes," confirmed Jenkins, but he frowned, foreseeing my next question. "Then why, if it was from that picture that I built so solid, so convincing a vision of the man, did I see Holt in the hall before the door was open?" "You confuse your memories," retorted Jenkins rather shortly. "Do I? Holt was dead at that hour, but I tell you I saw Holt outside the door. And what was his reason for committing suicide?" Before my friend could reply, I was across the room, fumbling in the dusk there at the electric lamp above the sink. I got the 10 flap open and pulled out the sliding screen, which consisted of 2 sheets of glass with fabric between, dark on one side, yellow on the other. With it came the very thing I dreaded, a sheet of whitish, parchment-like, slightly opalescent stuff. Jenkins was beside me as I held it at arm's length toward the windows. Through it the light of the arc lamp fell, divided into the most astonishingly brilliant rainbow hues, and instead of diminishing the light, it was perceptibly increased in the oddest way. Almost one thought that the sheet itself was luminous, and yet when held in shadow it gave off no light at all. "Shall we put it in the lamp again and try it?" asked Jenkins slowly, and in his voice there was no hint of mockery. I looked him straight in the eyes. "No," I said, "we won't. I was drugged. Perhaps in that condition I received a merciless revelation of the discovery that caused Holt's suicide, but I don't believe it. Ghost or no ghost, I refuse to ever again believe in the depravity of the human race. If the air and the earth are teeming with invisible horrors, they are not of our making, and the study of demonology is better let alone. Shall we burn this thing or tear it up?" "We have no right to do either," returned Jenkins thoughtfully. "But you know, Blaisdell, there's a little too darn much realism about some parts of your dream. I haven't been smoking any doped cigars, but when you held that up to the light, I'll swear I saw— well, never mind. Burn it. Send it back to the place it came from." "South America?" said I. "A hotter place than that. Burn it." So he struck a match, and we did. It was gone in one great white flash. A large place was given by morning papers to the suicide of Dr. Frederick Holt, caused, it was surmised, by mental derangement brought about by his unjust implication in the Peeler murder. It seemed an inadequate reason, since he had never been arrested, but no other was ever discovered. Of course, our action in destroying that membrane was illegal and rather precipitate, but though he won't talk about it, I know that Jenkins agrees with me. Doubt is sometimes better than certainty, and there are marvels better left unproved. Those, for instance, which concern the powers of evil. In the Penal Colony, Franz Kafka. Translated into English by Ian Johnston. Franz Kafka, 1883 to 1924, was an iconic early 20th century writer of German Jewish descent who lived in Prague, then part of Bohemia. Kafka's nightmarish, disturbing work, the novels The Trial, 1925, The Castle, 1926, and America, 1927, as well as short stories like The Metamorphosis, 1915, is now considered among the most original in modern literature. The story reprinted here, in the Penal Colony, 1919, first appeared in an English translation in 1948. The story's reliance on strange ritual and its luminous clarity are grounded in a modernity that, along with his other work, represented a new approach to weird fiction. As is well documented, Kafka's writers group had clear connections to and influence on writers such as Alfred Kubin. "It's a remarkable apparatus," said the officer to the explorer, and gazed with a certain look of admiration at the device, with which he was, of course, thoroughly familiar. It appeared that the traveler had responded to the invitation of the commandant only out of politeness, when he had been asked to attend the execution of a soldier condemned for disobeying and insulting his superior. Interest in this execution was not really very high, even in the penal colony itself. At least, here in the small, deep, sandy valley, closed in on all sides by barren slopes, apart from the officer and the traveler, there were present only the condemned, a vacant-looking man with a broad mouth and dilapidated hair and face, and the soldier, who held a heavy chain to which were connected the small chains which bound the condemned man by his feet and wrist bones, as well as by his neck, and which were also linked to each other by connecting chains. The condemned man, incidentally, had an expression of such dog-like resignation that it looked as if one could set him free to roam around the slopes and would only have to whistle at the start of the execution for him to return. The traveler had little interest in the apparatus and walked back and forth behind the condemned man, almost visibly indifferent, while the officer took care of the final preparations. Sometimes he crawled onto the apparatus, which was built deep into the earth, and sometimes he climbed up a ladder to inspect the upper parts. These were jobs which really could have been left to a mechanic, but the officer carried them out with great enthusiasm, maybe because he was particularly fond of this apparatus, or maybe because there was some other reason why the work could not be entrusted to anyone else. "It's all ready now," he finally cried, and climbed back down the ladder. He was unusually tired, breathing with his mouth wide open, and he had pushed 2 fine ladies' handkerchiefs under the collar of his uniform at the back. "These uniforms are really too heavy for the tropics," the traveler said, instead of asking some questions about the apparatus, as the officer had expected. "That's true," said the officer. He washed the oil and grease from his dirty hands in a bucket of water standing ready. "But they mean home, and we don't want to lose our homeland. Now, have a look at this apparatus," he added immediately, drying his hands with a towel and at the same time pointing to the apparatus. "Up to this point I still had to do some work by hand, but from now on the apparatus works entirely on its own." The traveler nodded and followed the officer. The latter tried to protect himself against all eventualities by saying, "Of course breakdowns do happen. I really hope none will occur today, but we must be prepared for them. The apparatus is supposed to keep going for 12 hours without interruption. But if any breakdowns occur, they are only very minor and will be dealt with right away. Don't you want to sit down?" he asked finally. He pulled out a chair from a pile of cane chairs and offered it to the traveler. The latter could not refuse. He was now sitting on the edge of a pit, into which he cast a fleeting glance. It was not very deep. On one side of the hole the piled earth was heaped up into a wall. On the other side stood the apparatus. "I don't know," the officer said, "whether the commandant has already explained the apparatus to you." The traveler made a vague gesture with his hand. That was good enough for the officer, for now he could explain the apparatus himself. "This apparatus," he said, grasping a connecting rod and leaning against it, "is our previous commandant's invention. I also worked with him on the very first tests and took part in all the work right up to its completion. However, the credit for the invention belongs entirely to him alone. Have you heard of our previous commandant? No? Well, I'm not claiming too much when I say that the organization of the entire penal colony is his work. We, his friends, already knew at the time of his death that the administration of the colony was so self-contained that even if his successor had 1,000 new plans in mind, he would not be able to alter anything of the old plan, at least not for several years. And our prediction is held. The new commandant has had to recognize that. It's a shame that you didn't know the previous commandant. However," the officer said, interrupting himself, "I'm chattering, and his apparatus stands here in front of us. As you see, it consists of 3 parts. With the passage of time, certain popular names have been developed for each of these parts. The one underneath is called the bed. The upper one is called the inscriber, and here in the middle, this moving part is called the harrow." "The harrow?" the traveler asked. He had not been listening with full attention. The sun was excessively strong, trapped in the shadowless valley, and one could hardly collect one's thoughts. So the officer appeared to him all the more admirable in his tight tunic, weighted down with epaulets and festooned with braid, ready to go on parade as he explained the matter so eagerly, and, in addition, while he was talking, still kept adjusting screws here and there with a screwdriver. The soldier appeared to be in a state similar to the traveler. He had wound the condemned man's chain around both his wrists, and was supporting himself with his hand on his weapon, letting his head hang backward, not bothering about anything. The traveler was not surprised at that, for the officer spoke French, and clearly neither the soldier nor the condemned man understood the language. So it was certainly all the more striking that the condemned man, in spite of that, did what he could to follow the officer's explanations. With a sort of sleepy persistence, he kept directing his gaze to the place where the officer had just pointed, and when a question from the traveler interrupted the officer, the condemned man looked at the traveler too, just as the officer was doing. "Yes, the harrow," said the officer. "The name fits. The needles are arranged as in a harrow, and the whole thing is driven like a harrow, although it stays in one place and is in principle much more artistic. Anyway, you'll understand in a moment. The condemned is laid out here on the bed. I'll describe the apparatus first, and only then let the procedure go to work. That way you'll be able to follow it better. Also, a sprocket in the inscriber is excessively worn. It really squeaks. When it's in motion, one can hardly make oneself understood. Unfortunately, replacement parts are difficult to come by in this place. So here is the bed, as I said. The whole thing is completely covered with a layer of cotton wool, the purpose of which you will find out in a moment. The condemned man is laid out on his stomach on this cotton wool, naked, of course. There are straps for the hands here, for the feet here, and for the throat here, to tie him in securely. At the head of the bed here, where the man, as I have mentioned, first lies face down, is this small protruding lump of felt, which can easily be adjusted so that it presses right into the man's mouth. Its purpose is to prevent him screaming and biting his tongue to pieces. Of course, the man has to let the felt in his mouth, otherwise the straps around his throat will break his neck. "That's cotton wool?" asked the traveler, and bent down. "Yes, it is," said the officer, smiling. "Feel it for yourself." He took the traveler's hand and led him over to the bed. "It's a specially prepared cotton wool. That's why it looks so unrecognizable. I'll get around to mentioning its purpose in a moment." The traveler was already being won over a little to the apparatus. With his hand over his eyes to protect them from the sun, he looked up at the height of the apparatus. It was a massive construction. The bed and the inscriber were the same size and looked like two dark chests. The inscriber was set about 2 meters above the bed, and the two were joined together at the corners by 4 brass rods, which almost reflected rays from the sun. The harrow hung between the chests on a band of steel. The officer had hardly noticed the earlier indifference of the traveler, but he did have a sense of how the latter's interest was being aroused now. So he paused in his explanation in order to allow the traveler time to observe the apparatus undisturbed. The condemned man imitated the traveler, but since he could not put his hand over his eyes, he blinked upward with his eyes uncovered. "So now the man is lying down," said the traveler. He leaned back in his chair and crossed his legs. "Yes," said the officer. He pushed his cap back a little and ran his hand over his hot face. "Now listen. Both the bed and the inscriber have their own electric batteries. The bed needs them for itself and the inscriber for the harrow. As soon as the man is strapped in securely, the bed is set in motion. It quivers with tiny, very rapid oscillations from side to side and up and down simultaneously. You will have seen similar devices in mental hospitals. Only with our bed, all movements are precisely calibrated, for they must be meticulously coordinated with the movements of the harrow. But it's the harrow which has the job of actually carrying out the sentence." "What is the sentence?" the traveler asked. "You don't even know that?" asked the officer in astonishment, and bit his lip. "Forgive me if my explanations are perhaps confused. I really do beg your pardon. Previously it was the commandant's habit to provide such explanations, but the new commandant has excused himself from this honorable duty. However, the fact that with such an eminent visitor—" The traveler tried to deflect the honor with both hands, but the officer insisted on the expression. That was such an eminent visitor, he didn't even once make him aware of the form of our sentencing as yet again something new, which— He had a curse on his lips, but controlled himself and said merely, "I was not informed about it. It's not my fault. In any case, I am certainly the person best able to explain our style of sentencing, for here I am carrying—" He patted his breast pocket— "the relevant diagrams drawn by the previous commandant." "Diagrams made by the commandant himself?" asked the traveler. "Then was he in his own person a combination of everything? Was he soldier, judge, engineer, chemist, and draftsman?" "He was indeed," said the officer, nodding his head with a fixed and thoughtful expression. Then he looked at his hands, examining them. They didn't seem to him clean enough to handle the diagrams. So he went to the bucket and washed them again. Then he pulled out a small